marched down to King's Landing to be there at the wedding. What do you imagine that Queen Cersei would do in that situation with all of her enemies in her grasp? Well, it was probably very similar to what Catherine de' Medici did in France. In the days before this wedding,
This is what is
an uncomfortable place for people both Catholic and Protestant. Arguments and fights broke out all over the city and mobs were raised, but the peace held. On August 18th, 1572, took place and Paris was able to breathe a sigh of relief. But a mere 4 days later, a man named Admiral de Coligny, who was the most powerful man in the Huguenot forces, he was shot on his way home. Coligny was a staunch Protestant who was an anti-monarchist, and he was a personal friend of John Calvin. He established Huguenot colonies in both Brazil and Florida, that Florida colony being the one that Englishmen visited in one of our previous episodes, where they allied themselves with Huguenot pirates. And this man, this great thinker and leader, now lay critically wounded by a French bullet in his bed in Paris. Now, who actually ordered this assassination attempt is unclear. It's possible that it was Catherine de' Medici, the mother of the French king. She worried that Coligny, who was very close to her son the king, would convince him to invade the Netherlands and drag France into another war. So, after the marriage alliance was consummated, well, she had Coligny in her grasp. Although it may also have been the Duke of Alba that ordered the assassination. Coligny was the man who was behind that Huguenot army, marching behind Louis de Nassau, who was currently besieging the Duke of Nassau. After the assassination attempt, while Coligny lay critically wounded, the king went to visit him personally. And that same day, while Catherine de' Medici was at dinner, a group of Protestant leaders burst in on her and demanded justice. She promised them they would have it. Again, if Catherine de' Medici were Queen Cersei, then I think Coligny would best be described as the High Sparrow. He was the leader of a group of religious zealots who were reformers that had their eyes on the throne. They were gaining influence through Coligny's close friendship with Catherine's son, the young and impressionable king. The next day, after that mob broke in on Catherine de' Medici at dinner, a group of royal officials entered the home of Admiral de Coligny, murdered all of his guards as well as the noblemen who accompanied him, and finally threw Coligny from the window, killing him. The gates of Paris were closed and locked. The Swiss Guard, the king's personal soldiers, armed with a list of Protestant leaders in the city, as well as their swords, marched out of the castle. The bells of the Church of Saint-Germain began to chime. Protestants came out of their homes to see why the bells of Saint-Germain were ringing at this odd hour. What they saw was a force of heavily armed Frenchmen waiting for them. The streets had been blockaded and chained. There was nowhere to run. The Protestant leaders were dispatched, shot, and beheaded. Their blood ran in the streets, their bodies were thrown in the river or paraded through the streets. The head of the Huguenot forces in France had been severed. But the mob smelled blood. Catholic loyalists rose in huge numbers, and for 3 days they murdered any Protestant in the city. When order was finally restored, nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead. The massacre spread all throughout France, and thousands were killed. In cities all across the realm, men were run through and murdered. Babes were torn from their mothers' arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll is estimated to be 70,000. It was said that the bells of Saint-Germain were heard around the world. They heard them in England. Queen Elizabeth's ambassador to France escaped barely with his life and gave Queen Elizabeth this tragic news. Tsar Ivan the Terrible of Russia wrote of it, denouncing this heinous crime. Suleiman the Magnificent decried the villains that perpetrated it. And Catherine de' Medici, she marched through the streets in triumph. I imagine that the Duke of Alba and King Philip II smiled when they heard the news. I wonder if Francis Drake, on board his ship in the Caribbean halfway around the world, heard the bells of Saint-Germain. It's possible that he was meeting with his Huguenot allies in the abandoned and doomed French colony in Florida. The Protestant cause was wounded. It was a dire blow to be sure, but now they had something to rally around. This was something that proved that there could not be peace through negotiation. Now, open war was upon them. Next week, we're going to turn our eyes to the north. We're going to look at the alliances and treaties, the declaration of hostilities, and turn back to Francis Drake. We'll look at his singeing of the King of Spain's beard and the Spanish Armada. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at pirate.historypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. While Francis Drake was on his voyage of circumnavigation around the globe, he had really no news of England or European politics. No news of the ever-heightened tensions between England and Spain. Now, he must have had some note of this, since his piracy and raiding were directly responsible for most of Spain's complaints to Elizabeth. But halfway around the globe, he had no news. It was really impossible for him to hear anything of either the Queen of England or the many Catholic plots against her. When he finally sailed into Plymouth Harbor in September 1580, his very first question was to ask after. He held a deep love for Elizabeth, and she appears to have trusted and respected him. Francis Drake had no idea of how he would be received. Immediately after returning to England, he sent word to court of his return and his adventures, his trials, his exploits, and his treasure. Now, King Philip II of Spain and the Spanish ambassador in England, they demanded the return of all Spanish properties stolen by Francis Drake. They had before them a restitution order. It had been drawn up for their eyes, and they argued bitterly over whether or not to sign it to appease the King of Spain. Now, some of these privy councillors argued that the treasure should be locked up in the Tower of London, perhaps along with Francis Drake, to await return to King Philip. Others, including Lords Leicester and Hatton,
Welcome, how are you?
They were, after all, financial backers of Drake's voyage, and they stood to lose a fortune if the treasure were returned. Now, all this bickering was really ultimately pointless. These men were powerful and influential, but Elizabeth was queen. She sent personally a missive to Francis Drake, summoning him to court, asking that he please bring a sample of the treasure from his adventure. For 6 hours, the two met in private council. Drake certainly reported about the trial and summary execution of a lord and commander on his voyage. He would have told her of his exploits in the Pacific, and not to be discounted his many geographic discoveries. His conquest of Nova Albion and his exploration of the potential western edge of the Northwest Passage. However, perhaps most notable to the Queen were the trade deals that Drake had struck between the English and these ensured future profit and goods from the East Indies.
Whatever.
This future income, not to mention the windfall of Spanish gold and silver, must have been
Athleticism, folks.
I imagine she told Drake this, as she described
It's unprecedented athleticism.
She would have told him of the Cold War in the Netherlands that was threatening ever to break out into a firefight. She would have told him, certainly, about the death of the King of France and the raising of the new king, Henry III, which seeing as how Henry III was so closely tied to Mary Queen of Scots. In addition to that, there were several plots on Elizabeth's life personally, as well as many Scottish plots to see her executed or overthrown. Beyond that, Ireland was a constant problem. The Spanish, French, and all the Catholic forces of Europe continued to use Ireland as a thorn in Elizabeth's side. Fomenting rebellion there. There was a plot where not only were the local Irish Catholic lords rising up, they were funded and sometimes bolstered by soldiers around the Catholic European nations. Francis Drake had been gone for years, and his absence had been felt severely in England. All men with older names and greater titles were lords of the Admiralty. It was to Francis Drake that Elizabeth turned again and again in her war with the Spanish. And after she had given him his rewards, she would send him back out on the open ocean. This is episode number 13. The world is not enough. On April 1st, 1581, the Golden Hind, Francis Drake's ship, traveled to Deptford for the Queen and all of London to see the ship that had traveled around the globe. The quay was filled with hundreds of onlookers, hoping to catch a glimpse of the captain that they all adored. Drake was not just the captain and not just a soldier, but he was really a celebrity in England. He was a man who was not unlike the common people, and he had been able to tell Philip exactly what he could do with his empire, with his pope, and with his ships. With the Golden Hind at anchor, Queen Elizabeth ascended the gangplank to view the Golden Hind, and the crowd thronged the plank after her, collapsing it and them into the mudflats below. The crowd laughed and cheered at the antics of these people trying to escape. Now they were unharmed, but they must have been covered in filth. The Queen, who was ever the entertainer herself, lost one of her garters, which a man who was gallant and dashing, the French ambassador, Monsieur de Rochemont, he collected it for her. In front of all of the onlookers, in fact, all of London, the Queen raised her skirts to replace the garter, and she told Marchemont coyly that when she was done with it, she would give it to him as a gift. Now that the crowd had been awed by the ship, amused by these people's antics, and just a little bit titillated by the Queen, it was time for formalities. Francis Drake kneeled before the Queen,
From the top row.
and she raised her gilded sword above her head, asking the audience if she should strike off Francis Drake's head. The crowd, of course, bellowed a resounding no. The Queen bowed her head to them, passed her sword to Monsieur Marchemont, and asked him to perform the ceremony of knighthood on Francis Drake. She was going to lead him. He was her new knight. He was her dragon. And the threat to England that was poised by Spain really could not be understated. All of the things that she had told Francis Drake, be it the situation in the Netherlands, the rebellions in Scotland, the open rebellion in Ireland, or the many plots against Elizabeth's life, they were all backed by the Spanish. Be it financially, or with spies, or even with soldiers, the Spanish were behind everything. Spain was growing ever more powerful, too. While Francis Drake had been on his voyage in the year 1578, there was a battle on the shore of Morocco called the Battle of the Three Kings. There, King Sebastian of Portugal was killed. His elderly uncle, a deaf and blind old man named Cardinal Enrico, was raised to the throne. Now, it's arguable that he didn't have the best plans. In fact, both Catherine de' Medici and Philip II had more legitimate and better claims than him. However, Philip bided his time. He didn't want to be seen overthrowing an old man. And when the cardinal inevitably eventually died, Philip ordered the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alba, into Portugal. Now, most of the rural country in Portugal fell almost immediately, but Lisbon held out for their king, a man who was the bastard nephew of Cardinal Enrico, a man named Dom Antonio. Now, Antonio was not a legitimate claimant to the throne. However, really, Portugal had nobody else to put forward. The throne was likely to go to either a French woman or the Spanish king himself, and that was something the Portuguese just couldn't stomach, seeing a foreign monarch sitting on their throne, so they supported this man, Don Antonio, fiercely. In Lisbon, the fighting was urban fighting, soldiers with spears, arrows, and swords in the streets, going home to home, killing anybody who stood against them. It was bloody, and it was violent, and it was terrible, but finally, the forces supporting Don Antonio were defeated. And on September 12th, 1580, Philip II was named King of Portugal. He sent a letter to Alva thanking him, saying, quote, "I don't know how to express the gratitude I owe you for this." End quote. Spain had been up until now the richest and the largest empire in the world, with the Empire of Portugal added, with her possessions in Brazil, parts of Africa, and the greatest European holdings in Asia. Spain was now a truly global empire, the largest that the world had ever seen. After taking Lisbon, Philip found 12 very pleasing surprises. He found 12 brand new galleons ready to sail. The Portuguese galleon was really the greatest warship in the world, and these 12 had more guns, more men, and more sail than any other ships in Europe. With these, Philip could really crush the sea beggars. He could cripple this new English navy and, hopefully, reclaim the Mediterranean from the Turks. In land, in wealth, and now in naval power, they eclipsed England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire combined. They were now the world's only superpower. And Philip's eyes were trained directly on English shores. Now, he wanted to avoid open war with Elizabeth, but he supported every Catholic plot against her and her nation. But despite their superiority, Philip was quickly growing to be rivaled in naval power by the English. The Portuguese, who had become sort of allies with the English, had shared their design of the galleon with Elizabeth. John Hawkins, who was now the treasurer of the Navy, had been tasked with building England's fleet up. He went to work constructing these Elizabethan ships, this version of the Portuguese galleon. Now, the first ship completed bore a name that would become forever a defining trait of the Royal Navy. They called that first galleon Dreadnought. By the time Francis Drake was back in England, they completed several other ships, Revenge, the Scout, and work was progressing on even more English galleons. It's worth taking a second to look at exactly what a galleon is and why it is such a vast improvement on former English vessels like the Caravel or even those ships like the Jesus of Lubbock, which had really massive fore and aft castles. If you picture those old-time medieval ships that have massive constructs on the back of them that look so imposing on the waves, well, that was what the old ships were like, and while they looked so domineering, they were really ungainly on the sea. These galleons, they had a smaller fore and aft castle, and they had a much longer keel relative to their width, which really made them extremely swift and very maneuverable. So in addition to the stability by shortening the fore and aft castles, they'd been given a much longer keel, which really let them cut through the water, and almost more importantly, these warships were given a whole lot more room for guns. You know, while the Portuguese and the Spanish and the English and perhaps the French were all now building these galleons, it was really in those guns where the English excelled. For years, perhaps decades in Europe, it had been agreed by every navy that the only proper material to build a cannon out of was bronze. Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and their lack of probability to explode on deck and kill all of the men on board. They were able to take the concussions from these explosions much better. Now, bronze guns were extremely expensive, though, and they were difficult to produce. The Spanish and the Portuguese relied almost exclusively on the German foundries making these bronze guns. The English, unfortunately, were unable to buy any more of these bronze guns. Due to the war in the Netherlands, they had had their trade cut off primarily with the continent, so they had to do something radical to produce their own guns. So John Hawkins turned to an old source. All the way back in the reign of Henry VIII, the king had turned to the foundries in Sussex in England and told them to start working on producing new guns, not made of bronze, but made of cast iron. Now, this was agreed by all the navies to be inferior. However, he had told them to develop a gun that could take these concussions and was less likely to break and also extremely maneuverable on board ship. When John Hawkins turned to them, he found that while their guns were still inferior to the bronze guns, they were able to produce them much more safely than they had before and much more quickly and cheaply than anybody could produce bronze guns in Europe. These guns were lighter than their forebears, more maneuverable, and most importantly, capable of rolling from one side of the ship to the other. They were now built along extremely strict plans that were much more stable and less prone to destruction. These cast iron guns were all identical. All of the galleons they were building were also made by very specific plans that matched these new iron cannons. So you could fit so many of these guns on board, it really looked like monsters bristling with thorns. These new English galleons had more firepower than any other ships in Europe, all due to these improvements on the Royal Family. So the Queen and John Hawkins now had all of these brand new ships with brand new guns, and the question remained, though, what exactly to do with this new and powerful navy? The ships that were owned by Drake and the Hawkins family and the Winter family continued their activities in and around Europe, that being primarily the North Sea and the Channel, and in the West Indies. They would take prizes, they would take plunder, they would sack ships, and they would raid villages. But these were really nothing more than pinpricks to Spain's all-encompassing empire. They needed a true plan to showcase their naval might and to deal a real blow to King Philip of Spain, something that would make him stand up and take notice. This new navy was a big deal, and whatever the plan was going to be was discussed all around him. In lords' castles and tavern rooms, these armchair admirals would discuss exactly what should be done with this new navy. But the men who were really in charge of the navy, men like William Wood, John Hawkins, and Francis Drake, well, they came up with many plans, and some of these plans they even planned out meticulously, down to where they would get all of their materials from. However, again and again, these plans were vetoed by sometimes the Privy Council, but more frequently by Elizabeth. Her new navy was expensive, and she didn't want to see it wasted in some reckless naval action. She needed proof to be convinced that whatever their plan was, it would go off without a hitch. The first and most audacious of these plans, to at least be seriously considered by the Privy Council Elizabeth, was brought to the council by Sir Francis Drake. Now, Drake had befriended and made an ally of Don Antonio de Prada, that dethroned and exiled king of Portugal. The plan that they had come up with together was to attack the Spanish treasure fleet at the Azores, which was really a Portuguese loyalist stronghold. However, now Philip was using it as it was now part of his empire. This was a means not only to rob the king of Spain of all of the riches in his treasure fleet, but also to take back that stronghold for Don Antonio and perhaps lead a rebellion against the king of Spain. This would have stung him on 2 points very strongly, and it appealed to everyone in England, but it was imperfect for a number of reasons. First, being that it was risky and potentially disastrous. Elizabeth wanted something that was less probable of failure. The second, being that this would be an open declaration of war with Spain. It would be allying with this Portuguese king in a civil war for the throne, which was something that, as yet, Elizabeth was not ready to consider. So Drake had other plans that he decided to bring to the attention of some of the more powerful men in England. This time, he went directly to the Earl of Leicester and pleaded with him for another mission. This was a voyage that Drake would plan and fund, but he would not actually lead himself. The plan was to go trade with that Sultan Babu in the East Indies that Drake had made that trade alliance with. The voyage was backed by Drake, and Leicester got behind it as well. After those two, Walsingham Manhattan and Admiral Lincoln all got on board. In addition, that Muscovy Company and many of the other corporations in London got on board as well. It was pretty fully funded. In the operation backed by Louis the However, Drake wouldn't be on board. And that absence
Pirates are fucking amazing.
Author, inventor,
I can't fucking imagine. Just getting on a boat and being like, I'm going to take this fucking heap of wood that way, all the way to the fucking,
super intelligent, artificial intelligence.
I don't know. No one fucking knew. Or, you know, relatively. What is this horse shit?
18 years ago, in the book Singularity is in the Air, he predicted that the onset of the singularity will happen in the year 2045. He still holds these predictions and estimates. In fact, he's working at a
I think that's a good estimate.
that will hopefully be out next year. This is the Let's Create Podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ray as well. In your 2005 book titled The Singularity is Near, you predicted that the singularity will happen in 2045. So now, 18 years later, you still estimate that the singularity will happen in 2045. And maybe first, what is the singularity, the technological singularity, and when will it happen?
Singularity is what computers really change our view of what's important, change who we are. So we're getting close to some salient things that will
All right, what are we doing, big dog?
who we are. The key thing is 2029. When
I can sing those songs.
the Turing test.
I am not happy about it.
And there's also some controversy whether the Turing test is valid. I believe it is. Most people.
Dude, shout out to KS. Is it KSI? What does this even mean?
Very alarmed at my.
Is that his name or his initials?
I made this in 1999. And of course,
the age of spiritual machines,
right.
and then you repeated the prediction in 2005.
2005. So the Health International Conference, you might have been aware of it, of AI experts.
Knowledge, strength, and integrity.
Assess his view.
That's stupid as fuck.
People gave different predictions.
Oh, he's Nigerian.
It's really the first time the AI experts worldwide were polled on this prediction.
That's tight.
And the average poll was 100 years. 20% believed it would never happen. And that was the view in 1999. 80% believed it would happen, but not within the life. There's been so many advances in AI that the poll of AI experts has come down in the years. So a year ago, something called Meticulous, maybe where assessed different types of experts on the future. They again assessed what AI experts then felt, and they were saying 2042
for the Turing test.
for the Turing test.
Yes, that's coming down.
And I was still saying 2029. A few weeks ago, they again did another poll, and it was 2030. So AI experts now basically agree with me. I haven't changed at all. I've stayed with 2029. And they experts now agree with me, but they didn't agree at first.
Ray Kurzweil.
So
I want to know who is your hairstylist.
Now, what he said was very little about it.
This is a man without basically a single gray hair. Oh man, that is great. All right, you want to talk about
the Turing test?
the Cosby Show?
And it really wasn't very clear how to administer it. And he said if they did it in like 15 minutes, that would be sufficient, which I don't really think is the case. These large language models now, some people are convinced by it already, and you can talk to it and have a conversation with it. You can actually talk to it for hours. So it requires a little more depth. There's some problems with large language models, which we can talk about. But some people are convinced by the Turing test. Now, if somebody passes the Turing test, what are the implications of that? Does that mean that they're sentient, that they're conscious, or not? It's not necessarily clear what the implications are. Anyway, I believe 2029, 6-7 years from now, we'll have something that passes the Turing test and a valid Turing test, meaning it goes for hours, not just a few minutes.
Can you speak to that a little bit? What is your formulation of the Turing test? You've proposed a very difficult version of the Turing test. So what does that look like?
Basically, it's just to assess it over several hours, and also have a human judge that's fairly sophisticated on what computers can do and can't do. If you take somebody who's not that sophisticated, or even a average engineer, they may not really assess various aspects of it.
So you really want the human to challenge the system.
Exactly.
Would you do things?
How are you? How you living, pimp? Kicking ass. Excellent. How'd you hear about me, my friend? I meet a lot of people, my friend. Remind me. All right. Right now, I'm live in 13 different Discords and Like 165 right now. Yeah, go to my YouTubes. I'm live on 11 different YouTubes. I'm live on Rumble. Well, you'll probably be pissed. You won't be looking at the right streams. I'm on Rumble. At least on some of these Asian um, platforms, they start with like 50. So I'm live on, include those, maybe 600 people, maybe 650 people. So we're just watching Ray Kurzweil on the Lex Friedman podcast. I hope you're having a good day. What up, Brittany? How you doing, girl? Hello, how are you? I'm amazing. You are. You have the privilege. What's good in your neck of the woods, girl? Excellent. Have kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Do you know much about me? Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have more data than any person archived on the internet ever. This is important. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 19th. Thank you. Bill Gates coined the phrase more than 3.5 years. So I'm live right now on 11 different YouTube streams and more than 33 different platforms. I multi-stream. In addition, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king. I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that that data was Earth's number one resource, and I have more of that resource archived online than any person ever. And that may make me a very influential person. And then perhaps if that happens one day, Brittany, I'll make you and tens of thousands, at least on Twitch. On on Twitch, I have 50,000. On Twitch, I have 50,000. So, but I have a lot of accounts. That's the thing. I have 100 different YouTube accounts. I have 200 different Instagram accounts. I have 300 different Twitch accounts. I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts. I have 2,000 different Twitter accounts and over 10,000 different Kick accounts. So, when you add them all up, it's probably a lot more than that. But the account that I have with the most amount of followers is 50,000 on Twitch. So, with that, we talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti gravity, antimatter. We talk about de extinction and uh, invisibility cloaks. We talk about space elevators and solar sails. We talk about perhaps transcontinental waterways. And okay, how you doing, big dog? I don't know what that means. What's that mean? No, I'm not going to say that. Yeah, no, 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 dog. No, I'm not going to do that. If I don't know what it means, I'm not going to say it. Okay, I'll search it up. How do you spell this? That doesn't make any sense. No. All right. Well, I can't make everybody happy. Are you kidding? I was bonding with Brittany. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I was talking to her about future technology my entire life. Yeah, I can. That's cool. I can follow my bloodlines back to the Bible. My grandmother's grandmother. I I don't need to. I've had people in my family do it, and I do have proof of that as well. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I could be an alien from another planet as well. I could be, dude. Hey, I don't have to put up with this.
But you can lose track of. If you talk to them, they actually pretty well. You can be convinced by them. But it's somebody that really convinced, whatever that takes. Maybe it would take days, weeks, but it would really convince you that it's human. Large language models can appear that way. You can read conversations and they appear pretty good. There are some problems with it. It doesn't do math very well. You ask how many 10 elephants have, and they'll tell you, well, okay, each elephant has 4 legs, and 10 elephants with 40 legs. And you go, okay, that's pretty good. How many legs do 11 elephants have? And they don't seem to understand the question. Do all humans understand that question? No, that's the key thing. I mean, how advanced a human do you want us to be? But we do expect a human to be able to do multi-chain reasoning, to be able to take a few facts and put them together, not perfectly. And we see that in a lot of polls that people don't do that perfectly at all. Um, so it's not very well defined, but it's something where it really would convince you that it's human.
Is your intuition that large language models will not be solely the kind of system that passes the Turing test in 2029?
I think it will be a long time before, but they have to go beyond what they're doing now.
Absolute toilet, literally.
They could get in there.
They have public urinals arriving
Another key issue is if somebody actually passes
this
Turing
literally
test,
translates to
I would look at conscious. Well, not everybody would say that. Okay, we passed Turing
aggressive
test, but we
sales
don't really
tactics
believe
to
it's conscious. It's a whole other issue. But if it really passes the Turing test, I would believe it's conscious.
And now that you're in,
But I don't believe that
here's a list of things you can do.
large language models
Get
today.
food poisoning.
If it appears to be conscious,
2.
that's
Get
absolutely
scammed.
conscious. In some sense.
Why do you
I mean,
break it like that?
consciousness is not something
It was fine. Why'd you break it like that?
scientific.
Damage?
I mean, I believe you're conscious.
You broke it.
As soon as this belief, you believe that about other humans that at least appear to be conscious. When you go outside of shared human assumption, like are animals conscious? Some people believe they're not conscious. Some people believe they are conscious. And would the machine that acts just like a human be conscious? I mean, I believe it would be. But that's really a philosophical belief. It's not. You can't prove it. I can't take an entity and prove that it's conscious. There's nothing that you can do that would indicate that.
It's like saying a piece of art is beautiful. You can say it, multiple people can experience a piece of art is beautiful, but you can't prove it.
But it's also an extremely important issue. I mean, imagine if you had something where nobody's conscious. The world may as well not exist. And so some people, like say Marvin Minsky, said, well, consciousness is not logical, it's not scientific, and therefore we should dismiss it. And any talk about consciousness is just not to be believed. But when he actually engaged with somebody who was conscious, he actually acted as if they were conscious. He didn't ignore that.
He acted as if consciousness does matter.
Exactly. Whereas he said it didn't matter.
Well, that's Marvin Minsky.
Yeah.
It's full of contradiction.
But that's true of a lot of people as well.
But to you, consciousness matters.
But to me, it's very important. But I would say it's not a scientific issue. It's a philosophical issue. And people have different views. Some people believe that anything that makes a decision is conscious. So your light switch is conscious. Its level of consciousness is low, not very interesting, but that's a consciousness. And anything, so a computer that makes a more interesting decision, still on human levels, but it's also conscious and at a higher level than your light switch. So that's one view. There's many different views of what consciousness is.
So if a system passes the Turing test, it's not scientific, but in issues of philosophy, things like ethics start to enter the picture. Do you think we would start contending as a human species about the ethics of turning off such a machine?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely come up. Hasn't come up in reality yet. But we're talking about 2029. That's not going to be years from now. So what are our obligations to it? It has a different. I mean, a computer that's conscious has a little bit different connotation than a human. We have a continuous consciousness. We're in an entity that does not last forever. Now, actually, a significant portion of humans still exist and are therefore still conscious. But anybody who is over a certain age doesn't exist anymore. That wouldn't be true of the computer program. And you can completely turn it off, and a copy of it is destroyed and recreated. And so it has a different type of validity. You could actually take it back in time. You could eliminate its memory and have it go over again. I mean, it has a different kind of connotation than humans do.
Well, perhaps you can do the same thing with humans. It's just that we don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah.
It's possible that we figure out all of these things on the machine first. But that doesn't mean the machine isn't conscious.
I mean, if you look at the way people react, say, 3CPO, other machines that are conscious in movies, they don't actually present how it's conscious, but we see that they are a machine, and people will believe that they are conscious. And they'll actually worry about it if they get in trouble and so on.
So 2029 is going to be the first year when a major thing happens. Right. That will shape our civilization to start to consider the role of God.
Well, it's useful to know. I mean, one guy, Google, and the machine was conscious.
That's the conversation.
Right.
So it starts to happen in scale.
Well, that's exactly right. Because most people have not taken that position. I don't take that position. I mean, I've used different things like this, and they don't appear to me to be conscious. As we eliminate various problems of these large language models, more and more people will accept that they're conscious. So when we get to 2029, I think a large fraction of people will believe that they're conscious. So it's not going to happen all at once. I believe it will actually happen gradually, and it's already started to happen.
And so that takes us one step closer to the singularity.
Another step then is in the 2030s, and we can actually connect our neocortex, which is where we do our thinking, to computers. And I mean, just as this actually gains a lot to being connected to computers that will amplify its abilities, I mean, if this did not have any connection, it would be pretty stupid. It could not answer any of your questions.
If you're just listening to this, by the way, Ray's holding up the all-powerful smartphone.
So we're going to do that directly from our brain. I mean, these are pretty good. These are already above the higher intelligence. And already much smarter than they would otherwise be if I didn't have them. Because I remember when I first looked at the machines, there was no way to get information from computers. I actually would go to a library, find a book, find the page that had an information I wanted, and I'd go to the copier. My most significant information tool was a roll of quarters where it could be the copier. So we're already greatly advanced that we have these things. There's a few problems with them. First of all, I constantly put it down and let it everywhere. So I've actually never lost it, but you have to find it, then you have to turn it on. So there's a certain amount of steps. It would actually be quite useful if someone would just listen to your conversation and say, oh, that's, so-and-so actress, and tell you what you're talking about.
So going from active to passive, where it just permeates your whole life.
Yeah, exactly.
The way your brain does when you're awake. Your brain is always there.
Right. That's something that could actually just about be done today, where we listen to your conversation, understand what you're saying, understand what you're not missing, and give you that information. But another step is to actually go inside your brain. And there are some prototypes where you can connect your brain. They actually don't have the amount of bandwidth that you need. They can work, but they work fairly slowly. So it actually would connect to your neocortex. And the neocortex, which is describing how to create a mind, the neocortex is actually, it has different levels. And as you go up the levels, it's kind of like a pyramid. Top level is fairly small. And that's the level where you want to connect these brain extenders. So I believe that will happen in 2030. So just the way this is greatly amplified by being connected to the cloud, we can connect our own brain to the cloud and just do what we can do by using this machine.
Do you think it would look like the brain-computer interface of like Neuralink? So would it be?
Well, Neuralink's attempt to do that. It doesn't have the bandwidth that we need. Right. But I think, they're going to get permission for this because there are a lot of people who absolutely need it because they can't communicate. I know a couple of people like that who have ideas that they cannot move their muscles, so they can't communicate. So for them, this would be very valuable. But we could all use it. Basically, turn it into something that would be like we have a phone, but it would be in our mind. It would be kind of instantaneous.
And maybe communication between two people would not require this low bandwidth mechanism of language.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know what that would be, but we do know that computers can share information like language is instantly. They can share many books in a second, so we could do that as well. If you look at what our brain does, it actually can manipulate different parameters. So we talk about these large language models. I had this in fact. It requires a certain amount of information in order to be effective, and that we would not see AI really being effective until it got to that level. And we had large language models that were 10 billion bytes, didn't work very well. It finally got to 100 billion bytes, and now they work fairly well. And now we're going to a trillion bytes. You say Lambda has 100 billion bytes. What does that mean? Well, what if you had something that had one byte, one parameter? Maybe you want to tell whether or not something's an elephant or not. And so you put in something that would detect its trunk. If it has a trunk, it's an elephant. If it doesn't have a trunk, it's not an elephant. And that would work fairly well. There's a few problems with it. Really wouldn't be able to tell what a trunk is, but anyway.
And maybe other things other than elephants have trunks. You gotta get really confused.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure which animals have trunks, but that's how you define a trunk. But yeah, that's one parameter. You can do okay.
So these things have 100 billion parameters. So they're able to deal with very complex issues.
All kinds of
Human beings actually have a little bit more than that, but they're getting to the point where they can emulate humans. If we were able to connect this to our neocortex, we would basically add more of these abilities to make distinctions. And it could ultimately be much smaller and also be attached to information that we feel is reliable. So that's where we're headed.
Do you think that there will be a merger in the 30s, an increasing amount of merging between the human brain and AI?
Exactly. And the AI brain is really an emulation of human beings, and that's why we're creating them. Because human beings act the same way, and this is basically to amplify them. I mean, this amplifies our brain. It's a little bit clumsy to interact with, but it definitely is way beyond what we had 15 years ago.
But the implementation becomes different, just like the bird versus the airplane. Even though the AI brain is an emulation, it starts adding features we might not otherwise have, like the ability to consume a huge amount of information quickly, like look up thousands of Wikipedia articles in one take.
Exactly. Or we can get, for example, to issues like simulated biology, where we can simulate many different things at once. We already have one example of simulated biology, which is the Moderna vaccine. And that's going to be now the way in which we create medication. But they were able to simulate what each example of an mRNA would do to a human being. They were able to simulate that quite reliably. And we actually simulated billions of different mRNA sequences. And they found the ones that were best, and they created the vaccine. And they did, and talked about doing it quickly. They did that in 2 days. And how long would a human being take to simulate billions of different mRNA sequences? I don't know if we could do it at all, but it would take many years. They did it in 2 days. And one of the reasons that people didn't like vaccines is because it was done too quickly. Now it's done too fast. And they actually included the time it took to test it out, which was 10 months. So they figured, okay, it took 10 months to create it. Actually, it took 2 days. And we also will be able to ultimately do the test, in 2 days as well.
How? Because we can simulate how the body will respond to it.
Yeah, well, now that's a little bit more complicated because the body has a lot of different elements, and we have to simulate all of that. But that's coming as well. So ultimately, we could create it in a few days and test it in a few days, and it would be done. And we can do that with every type of medical insufficiency that we have.
So curing all diseases, improving certain functions of the body, supplements, drugs for recreation, for health, for performance, for productivity, all that.
Well, that's where we're headed. Because I mean, right now we have a very inefficient way of creating these new medications. But we've already shown it. The Moderna vaccine is actually the best of the vaccines we've had. And it literally took 2 days to create. And we'll get to the point where we can test it out also quickly.
Are you impressed by AlphaFold and the solution to the protein folding, which essentially is simulating, modeling permanent building block of life protein in its 3D shape?
It's pretty remarkable that we can actually predict what the shape of these things are. But they did it with the same type of neural net that one, for example, the code test.
So it's all the same.
It's all the same.
Awesome.
They took that same thing and just changed the rules to chess, and within a couple of days, it now played the master level of chess, was greater than any human being. And the same thing then worked for AlphaFold, which no human had done. Human beings could do, the best humans could maybe do 15, 20% of figuring out what the shape would be. And after a few takes, it ultimately did just about 100%.
Do you still think the singularity will happen in 2025? And what is that?
Once we can amplify our writing computers directly, will happen in the 2030s. That's going to keep growing. It's another whole theme, which is the exponential growth of computing power.
Yeah, so looking at price performance of computation from 1939 to 2021.
So let's start with the very first computer actually created by Germans during World War II. You might have thought that might be significant, but actually the Germans didn't think computers were significant. They completely rejected it. And the second one is also the Zeus 2.
And by the way, we're looking at a plot with the x-axis being the year from 1935 to 2025. And on the y-axis, the log scale is computation per second per constant dollar. So dollar normalized to inflation. And it's growing linearly on the log scale, which means it's growing exponentially.
The third one was the British computer, which the Allies did take very seriously, and it cracked the German code and enabled the British to win the Battle of Britain, which otherwise absolutely would not have happened if they hadn't cracked the code using that computer. So there's an exponential graph. So a straight line on that graph is exponential growth. And you see 80 years exponential growth. And I would say about every 5 years, and it's happened shortly before the pandemic, people saying, well, they call it Moore's Law, which is not the correct, because that's not all Intel. In fact, it started decades before Intel was even created. It wasn't with transistors formed into a grid.
It's not just transistor count or transistor size.
It started with relays, then went to vacuum tubes, then went to individual transistors, and then to integrated circuits. And integrated circuits actually starts like in the middle of this graph. And it has nothing to do with Intel. Intel actually was a key part of this, but a few years ago they stopped making the fastest chips. If you take the fastest chip of any technology in that year, you get this kind of graph. And it's definitely continuing for 80 years.
So you don't think Moore's Law, broadly defined, is dead? It's been declared dead multiple times.
I don't like the term Moore's Law because it has nothing to do with Moore or Intel. But yes, the exponential growth of computing is continuing. And it's never stopped.
In various
sources. We went through World War II, we went through global recessions. It's just continuing. And if you continue that out, along with software games, which is a whole other issue, and they really multiply. Whatever you get from software games, multiply by the computer game, you get faster and faster speed. This is actually the fastest computer models that have been created, and that actually expands roughly twice a year. Every 6 months it expands by 2.
So we're looking at a plot in 2010, 2022. On the x-axis is the publication date of the model, and then perhaps sometimes an actual paper associated with it. And on the y-axis is training compute and flops. And so basically this is looking at the increase in the, not transistors, but the computational power of neural networks.
It's the computational power that created these models, and that's doubled every 6 months.
Which is even faster.
Yeah.
Existing division.
Yeah. Actually, it goes faster than the amount of cost. This has actually become a greater investment to create these. But at any rate, by the time we get to 2045, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence many millions fold. And it's just very hard to imagine what that would be like.
And that's the singularity we can't even imagine.
Right, that's why we call it the singularity. The singularity in physics, something gets sucked into its singularity and you can't tell what's going on in there because no information can get out of it. There's various problems with that, but that's the idea. It's too much beyond what you can imagine.
Do you think it's possible we don't know this? But what the singularity actually feels like is we just live through it with exponentially increasing cognitive capabilities. And we almost, because everything is moving so quickly, aren't really able to introspect that our life has changed.
Yeah, so I mean, we will have that much greater capacity to understand things, so we should be able to go back.
Looking at history and understand history.
But we will need people, especially like you and me, that actually think about it.
But we might be distracted by all the other sources of entertainment and fun because the exponential power of intellect is growing. But
There'll be a lot of fun.
The amount of ways you can have,
I mean, we already have a lot of fun with computer games and so on. They're really quite remarkable.
What do you think about the digital world, the metaverse, virtual reality? Will that have a component in this, or will most of our advancement be in physical?
Well, that's a little bit like Second Life, although the Second Life actually didn't work very well. It didn't actually handle too many people. I don't think the metaverse has come to being. I think there will be something like that. It won't necessarily be from that one company. There's going to be competitors. But yes, we're going to look increasingly online. And particularly when our brains are online, we would not be online.
Do you think it's possible that, given this merger with AI, most of our meaningful interactions will be in this virtual world? Most of our life, we fall in love, we make friends, we come up with ideas, we do collaborations, we have fun.
Actually, with somebody who's marrying somebody that they never met. I think they just met her briefly before the wedding, but she actually fell in love with this other person, never having met them. And I think the love is real.
That's a beautiful story, but do you think that story is one that might be experienced as opposed to by hundreds of thousands of people, but instead by hundreds of millions?
I mean, it really gives you appreciation for these virtual ways of communicating. And if anybody can do it, then it's really not such a freak story. So I think more and more people will do that.
But that's turning our back on our entire history of evolution. Well, the old days, we used to fall in love by holding hands and sitting by the fire, that kind of stuff. Here, you're
actually, I have 5 patents on where you can hold hands, even if you're separated. Okay?
So the touch, the sense, it's all just senses. It's all just
Touch it's not just that you're touching someone or not. It's a whole way of doing it, and it's very subtle, but ultimately we can emulate all of that.
Are you excited about that future? Do you worry about that future?
I've certain worries about the future, but
Not that.
virtual touch.
Well, I agree with you. You described 6 stages in the evolution of information processing in the universe.
Dude, this is so
You
fucking
started to
stupid.
describe. Can you maybe talk through some of those stages from the physics and chemistry to DNA and then to the very end, to the very beautiful end of this process?
So it actually gets more rapid. Physics and chemistry, that's how we started.
Are you fucking serious?
So
we
the
had
very beginning of the universe.
We have lots of electrons and various things traveling around, and that took actually many billions of years. Jumping ahead here to kind of some of the last stages where we have things like love and creativity. It's really quite remarkable that happened.
Are you fucking
Finally,
serious?
physics and chemistry created biology and DNA. And now you have actually one type of molecule that's described the cutting edge of this process. When we go from physics and chemistry to biology. And finally, biology created brain. I mean, not everything created by biology has a brain, but eventually brains came along.
And all of this is happening fast and fast.
Yeah. It created increasingly complex organisms. Another key thing is actually not just brains, but our thumb. Because there's a lot of animals with brains even bigger than humans. Elephants have a bigger brain, whales have a bigger brain. But they've not created technology because they don't have a thumb. So that's one really key elements in the evolution of humans.
This physical manipulator device that's useful for puzzle solving in physical reality.
So I mean, I could look at a tree and go, oh, I can actually strip that branch down and eliminate the leaves, carve a tip on it, and I would create technology. And you can't do that if you don't have a thumb. So thumbs then created technology. Technology also had a memory. And now those memories are competing with the scale and scope of human beings. And ultimately we'll go beyond it. And then we're going to merge human technology with human intelligence and understand how human intelligence works, which I think we already do. And we're putting that into our human technology.
So create the technology inspired by our own intelligence, and then that technology supersedes us in terms of its capabilities. And we ride along. But do you ultimately see it as...
And we ride along, but a lot of people don't see that. You got humans, and you got machines. There's no way we can ultimately compete with humans. And you can already see that. Lee Sedol, who's like the best Go player in the world, says he's not going to play Go anymore.
Yeah.
Because playing Go for human, that was like the ultimate in intelligence. No one else could do that. But now a machine can actually go way beyond that. It's just, well, that's not quite playing it.
That may be more true for games than it is for life. I think there's a lot of benefit to working together with AI in regular life. So if you were to put a probability on it, is it more likely that we merge with AI or AI replaces us?
A lot of people just think computers come along to compete with them. You can't really compete, and that's the end of it. As opposed to them increasing our ability. And if you look at most technology, it increases our ability. I mean, look at the history of work. Look at what people did 100 years ago. Does any of that exist anymore? People, I mean, if you were to predict that all of these jobs would go away and would be done by machines, people would say, well, it's going to be, no one's going to have jobs. It's going to be massive unemployment. But I show in this book that's coming out, the amount of people that are working, even as a percentage of the population, has come way up. We're looking at the x-axis years from 1774 to 2024, and on the y-axis, personal income per capita in constant dollars, and growing super linear. Yeah, 2021 constant dollars, and it's gone way up. That's not what you would predict, given that we would predict that all these jobs would go away. But the reason it's gone up is because we basically enhanced our own capabilities by using these machines, as opposed to them just competing with us. That's a key way in which we're going to be able to become far smarter than we are now by increasing the number of different parameters we can consider in making a decision. I am very fortunate to be able to get a glimpse preview of your upcoming book, Singularities Near, and one of the themes, outside of just discussing the increasing exponential growth of technology, one of the themes is that things are getting better in all aspects of life. And you talk just about this. And one of the things you're saying is your job. So let me just ask about that. There is a big concern that automation, especially powerful AI, will get rid of jobs. There are people who lose jobs. And as you were saying, the sense is throughout the history of the 20th century, automation did not do that ultimately. And so the question is, will this time be different? Right. That is the question. Will this time be different? And it really has to do with how quickly we converge with this type of intelligence. The Lambda GPT-3 is out there. Maybe it's overcome some of its key problems. And we really have an enhanced human intelligence. That might be a negative scenario. But I mean, that's why we create technologies, to enhance ourselves. And I believe we will be enhanced. We're not just going to sit here with 300 million modules in our neocortex. We're going to be able to go beyond that. Because that's useful, but we can multiply that by 10, 100, 1,000, million. And you might think, well, what's the point of doing that? It's like asking somebody that's never heard music, well, what's the value of music when you can't appreciate it until you've created it?
There's some worry that there'll be a wealth disparity, class or wealth disparity. Only the rich people will be, basically, the rich people will first have access to this kind of thing. And then because of this kind of thing, because the ability to merge will get richer exponentially faster.
And I say that's just like cell phones. There's like 4 billion cell phones in the world today. In fact, when cell phones first came out, you had to be fairly wealthy. They weren't very inexpensive. You had to do well in order to afford them.
This is such a bullshit.
They did almost nothing. So you can only afford these.
I can't believe they would build software so shitty.
At a point where they really don't work very well.
So achieving scale.
No, I'm using that fucking feature again. Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yeah.
This thing is so
So
shitty.
not totally cheap, but they're pretty cheap. You can get them for a few $100s.
Especially given the kind of things it provides for you. There's a lot of people in the third world that have very little, but they have a smartphone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the same will be true with AI.
Look at this athleticism.
Most people have phones.
I've never seen
Yeah,
such
in your
unprecedented
senses,
athleticism.
any kind of advanced technology will take the same trajectory.
Right. It ultimately becomes cheap and will be affordable. I probably would not be the first person to put something in my brain to connect to computers, because I think it's got limitations. But once it's really perfected, at that point it would be pretty inexpensive. I think it would be pretty affordable.
So, in which other ways, as you outline in your book, is life getting better? Because I think,
Well, I have 50 charts in there
yeah,
where everything is getting better.
I think there's a kind of cynicism about, like, even if you look at extreme poverty, for example.
For example, this is actually a poll taken on extreme poverty, and then people were asked, has poverty gotten better or worse?
The options are increased by 50%, increased by 25%, remain the same, decreased by 25%, decreased by 50%. If you're watching this or listening to this, try to vote for yourself.
70% thought it's gotten worse, and that's the general impression. 88% thought it had gotten worse or remained the same. Only 1% thought it decreased by 50%, and that is the answer. It actually decreased by 50%.
So only 1% of people got the right optimistic estimate of how poverty is.
Right, and this is the reality, and it's true of almost everything you look at. You don't want to go back 100 years, 50 years. Things are quite miserable then. We tend not to remember that.
The literacy rate increasing over the past few centuries across all the different nations, nearly to 100% across many of the nations of the world.
Gone way up. Average years of education have gone way up. Life expectancy has increased. Life expectancy was 48 in 1900.
Over 80 now.
Particularly as we get
The life expectancy, these trends are the same for at birth, age 1, age 5, age 10. So it's not just the infant mortality.
What up, big dog? How are you?
even spread
It's not Shabbat.
Yes, some sort of company.
With that one, it's gone way up. That one is a bumpy road.
How are you?
Exactly. And some represent democracy and
Hi.
no democracy.
We're watching
Creation of the United States
Ray Kurzweil on
over 2 centuries ago. So the scale
the
of
Lex Friedman
democracy-
podcast. Enjoy, my man.
Do you think super intelligent
All right.
with democracy? Democracy. Democracy is giving a voice to populace and having their ideas and each having their views represented.
Well, I hope so. We've seen social networks can spread conspiracy theories. Uh, for example, being help your health.
So let's have social media where you notice they increase
Dog.
dramatic.
Enjoy.
They learn to maximize that.
I have some concerns,
Such a wild place.
and I have a chapter in the book about the perils of advanced AI, spreading misinformation on social networks is one of them, but there are many others.
What's the one that worries you most? That we should think about to try to avoid?
Well, it's hard to choose. We do have the nuclear power that evolved when I was a child. I remember, and we would actually do these drills against nuclear war. We'd get under our desk and put our hands behind our heads to protect us from the nuclear war. Seemed to work. We're still around. So, we're protected, but that's still a concern. And there are key dangerous situations that can take place in biology. Someone could create a virus that's very, we have viruses that are hard to spread, and they can be very dangerous. And we have viruses that are easy to spread, but they're not so dangerous. Somebody could create something that would be very easy to spread and very dangerous. It would be very hard to stop. It could be something that would spread without people noticing, because people could get it, have no symptoms, and then everybody would get it, and then symptoms would occur maybe a month later. So, and that actually doesn't occur normally, because if we were to have a problem with that, we wouldn't exist. So the fact that humans exist means that we don't have viruses that can spread easily and kill us, because otherwise we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, viruses don't want to do that. They want to spread and keep the host alive, somewhat.
So you can describe various dangers of biology, also nanotechnology, which we actually haven't experienced yet, but there are people creating nanotechnology and describe that.
Now, you're excited by the possibility of nanotechnology, of nanobots, of being able to do things inside our body, inside our mind, going to help. What's exciting, what's terrifying about nanobots?
What's exciting is that that's a way to communicate with our neocortex, because each neocortex is pretty small, and you need a small entity that can actually get in there to establish a communication channel. And that's going to really be necessary to connect our brains to AI within ourselves, because otherwise it would be hard for us to compete with it.
In a high bandwidth way.
Yeah. And that's key, because a lot of the things like Neuralink are really not high bandwidth.
So nanobots is to be achieved high bandwidth. How much intelligence would those nanobots have?
Yeah, they might be a lot, just enough to basically establish communication channels with one nanobot.
Primarily about communication between external computing devices and our biological thinking machine. What worries you about nanobots? Is it similar to these viruses?
Well, it's the great goo challenge. If you had a nanobot that wanted to create any kind of entity and repeat itself, and was able to operate in a natural environment, you could turn everything into that entity and basically destroy all biological life.
So you mentioned nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear your opinion about the 21st century and whether you think we might destroy ourselves. And maybe your opinion, if it has changed by looking at what's going on in Ukraine, that we could have a hot war with nuclear powers involved, and the tensions building, and the seeming forgetting of how terrifying and destructive nuclear weapons are. Do you think humans might destroy ourselves in the 21st century? And if we do, how? And how do we avoid it?
I don't think that's going to happen, despite the terrors of war. It is a possibility, but I don't.
It's unlikely, in your mind.
Yeah, even with the tensions we've had with this one nuclear power plant that's taken over, it's very tense. But I'd like to see a lot of people worrying that that's going to happen. I think we have to be about 45, and now we're never had it otherwise wrong. People forget. People forget to watch the yeah, I don't know what so you believe that we will make it out, and ultimately super intelligent AI will help us make it out, as opposed to destroy us. I think so. But we do have to be mindful of these dangers. And there are other dangers besides nuclear weapons. So, to get back to merging with AI, will we be able to upload our minds in the computer in a way where we might even transcend the chance of our bodies? So copy our minds into the computer and use the body. What is it? That's a great thing. So we created technology just a couple, 6 years ago, where you could ask any question, and we released it, it's still on the market, it would read 200,000 and then find one sentence, 200,000 questions, best answer. It's actually quite interesting. You can ask the best answer in 200,000 but I was also able to take it in. Not go through 2,000, but go through what I put together, which is basically everything I call them. So everything David had gathered, and we created the book. Everything that Frederick has offered. I don't think this actually worked that well because every stuff about how to lay out. I mean, he did directed call groups and music groups. He would be laying out how people could, where they could sit, and how to fund it. All sorts of things that really seem that interesting. And yes, give you a very good answer. Who's the most interesting person? Definitely Ron. He would go on. Ron is fabulous. Talk about the importance of music education. You can have a conversation with them, which is actually more interesting than consulting, which is if you talk to any of the concerned about how they're going to lay out property to call it good, you'd be concerned about the day-to-day. Exactly. And you did ask about the meaning of life, and he answered. Hand wins 3 or 4 tricks also earns 1 point. However, a lone hand wins 5 tricks, that's worth 4 points. Many you get used to missing somebody after 50 years. The first side to win 2 games wins the rubber. Intelligent conversations with him until later in life. The last few years he was sick, especially he was hard, until we would talk to him about different things like music and other things. I miss you very much. What did you learn about
Is brought to you by Contract Bridge. Way simpler than euchre. You see, in Contract Bridge, each player is dealt 13 cards from a standard 52-card deck. A trick starts when a player leads, i.e. plays the first card. The leader of the first trick is determined by the auction.
Otherwise, he's very shy.
So, what are you thinking? I thought it could be a fun family activity if we had to make your own pizza night. No, come on, this'll be fun. Everyone gets their own sauce, and you can choose from any of the items I put out. It could be olives, it could be peppers, and the risk takers, I even put out some pineapple. You can
with
put
technology
anything you want
by
on your
age
pizza.
5.
Yeah, put
He
the
fell in
Domino's
love with it.
pizza
He
on
sang
my pizza.
yeah.
Domino's, we're both terrible and
I
better than
remember
your pizza.
this actually happened with my grandmother. She had a manual
This is
typewriter,
nice, huh?
and she
Oh,
wrote a
so
book
good to get the
called
whole
Life is Not
family
Enough.
out of the house and see
Actually,
go home from a
good
different
title for a book.
perspective. It's a little tight.
And it was about
So
a school
how'd
she
you
had
get into
created.
hot air ballooning?
Well, actually,
They don't do
her
background
mother
checks.
created it.
Oh,
My mother's
how do we
mother
fly it
created
over
it
now?
in
My
1868.
ex-wife's house. If
It
you
was
have
the
any
first
garbage
school
or
in
little
Europe
bags
that
of cat
provided higher
food,
education
drop
for
them
the
now.
14th grade.
Did you know restraining orders
Girls
only go
who
side
were
to
lucky enough
side? They don't
to
go
get
up
an
and down.
education at all, they would go to like ninth grade. And many people didn't have any
There's gotta be one thing we
education.
can all enjoy together as a
This was
family.
14th grade.
When I was a kid, we did movie nights, and
Her
it was the
mother
holy
created
grail
it,
of
took it
family
over,
fun. Like, watch a movie,
and
I watch
the
a horror
book was
movie,
about
our family movie, I watch
the
a
history
film
of
horror
the
movie.
school
I mean,
and
technically
life
that's
that
open, but
with
no
it.
porn. Oh, great. Let's fire up
When she
Amazon
presented
and
to me, I was
Netflix. No streaming
not so
services.
interested
They've ruined how we watch
in the
movies.
story
I'm
of
talking
the
about an old school
school.
movie night where we rent one
But I
from
was
Blockbuster.
totally amazed
Some of my best
with
childhood
this
memories
manual
were when I would
typewriter.
rent a video with my dad.
I mean, here was
Him and I
something
never
you
really got
could put a
along.
black piece of
The base
paper
where we
into,
did was
and you
Blockbuster.
could tell
He'd let me
this is
pick
something
out
that
any
must be
snack I
taken
wanted when he grabbed our fifth choice
You
meal.
got to
And
on
I'd
it,
get
it
to
looked like
lick
a
the good
paper,
ones.
but
The kid
it's
was proud of me
amazing.
because it wasn't about the movie. It was
And I
about the
could
night
see
we spent
how it
together.
worked.
I think renting a movie is a great
And I was
idea.
also
Let's
interested
do
in
it.
magic.
So it's settled. The Griffins are making it a
But
Blockbuster.
in magic, somebody actually
I'll
knows
give you
how it
20
works.
bucks to
The
say
magic goes
what's
away.
magic like is
The
good.
magic doesn't stay there if you understand how it works. But he was technology. He didn't have that word.
This used to be
When
the
he was
Blockbuster.
6. And the magic was still there.
Are you
Magic was
also
still
looking for
there,
your
even if you know how it works.
Yes. Is that what you're going to say?
So I
She used to
became
hang out
totally
here
interested
and
in
like,
it. Like, went around
she would do
with
sex,
little
but also help with light
pieces
bulbs.
of mechanical
Her name
objects,
was Philip.
bicycles,
You see some
the
nice
radio,
students in your
go
car.
through the
That's
neighborhood.
good for me.
This was an
I'm
era
sure
where
it's
you would
what's
allow
just
5 or
Google.
6-year-olds to run through the
I
neighborhood
gotta
and do
type
this.
in my code because
You
I
don't
got
do that
too bad
anymore.
for the facial recognition.
But I didn't know how to put them together.
Oh, good. See,
I could
there is
just
one
figure
still
out
open.
how to put these things together. I could solve any problem.
Turn left onto Highway 20.
And I
Continue
actually
straight
remember
for
talking to
2,980
very
miles. What? Oh, yeah, the last Blockbuster in existence is in Bend, Oregon.
and
Did I not say
telling
that?
them if I could
I've
just
been
figure this
everybody
out,
to
if we could
Griffins are
fly,
going on a
do
road
everything,
trip.
and they said, well, you have kind of imagination. And then then when I was in 3rd grade, so it was like 8, created like a virtual reality theater where people could come on stage with their arms, and all of it was controlled with one control box. It was all done with mechanical technology, and it was a big hit.
This is crazy. We can't drive 3,000 miles
And then
just
I
to
went
rent a
on
movie.
to
Would
things
you please
in
turn
high school,
around?
science
The whole
fairs,
family fun day was your
high school science fairs, so I went to Western
But I only have one pair of underwear.
So I mean, I became committed to technology when I was
Why do you have that?
5 or 6 years old.
Don't we ever say all this, Dad?
He's
Yeah,
talked
we don't
about
want to drive all
how
the way
you
to Oregon.
use
It's
Richard
gonna be fun,
Green to
guys.
think
We're gonna see the
what
whole
ideas
country
as
like we're in one of those
accessible
Bruce
things.
Springsteen
Maybe
Jeep commercials.
talk through that, maybe the process of
Some
how
of them really
to
stink.
invent
Some
it,
of
how
them
to
don't stink.
use
So
it.
buy
And
a
also
Jeep.
feel there's some very interesting
Maybe
ideas.
you'll be okay.
What advice would you
You'll be
give?
okay.
Can you speak to the process of thinking?
One of the perks of a
How to
cross-country trip is stopping for a meal and meeting the friendly
Well,
folks who make up the
sometimes
heart and soul of our country.
think through it.
Hello, we're from the
Interpret that,
Northeast.
but I think the key issue that I would tell younger people
Okay,
um,
55 pancakes to go.
is to put yourself in position that what you're trying to create already exists. And then you explain what how it works. Exactly. That's where you paint the world that you would like to exist, you think it exists. And you're working to and you actually imagine you're giving a speech about how you create it. So you have to work backwards to how you create it in order to make it work. That's really, that requires your imagination. The first thing
is what's making to visualize that world. That's really interesting. And generally, when I talk about things that kind of affect other people, it doesn't take as if you're already not just myself getting that confidence, but everybody else in the room. You just have to kind of do all the steps to make it
You remember to rewind that, right?
actual. Much of a good idea is about timing. Much of it about your genius versus timing. Timing's very important. You know, that's really why I got into
You know
futurism.
what I'm thinking, Peter? Instead of going to Blockbuster, we drive right into the first pond we see. It'll be a quicker death than this trip.
Really to figure out what things to do with it. You see what's out about scale models.
It's real! We
The
made it!
scale models, GPT-3, it started 2 years ago. 4 years ago, it wasn't feasible. And they did create GPT-2, which didn't work. So it required a certain amount of timing having to do with this exponential growth of computing power. So futurism in some sense is the study of timing, trying to understand how the world will evolve, and when will the capacity for certain ideas. And that's what the thing is itself, it's frankly future. But really, the original purpose was to time my products. I mean, I did OCR in the 1970s because OCR doesn't require a lot of computation. Optical character recognition. So we were able to do that in the 70s, and I waited to the 80s to address speech recognition, since it requires more computation.
You were thinking just timing or developing those things because it's high quality. And that's how you develop that brain power to start to think into yourself. When how the world 2025 and look back.
But that's become a thing in itself because looking at what things will be like in the future reflects such dramatic changes in how humans will live. That is what's communicating also.
So you develop that muscle of predicting the future and then apply it broadly because of this how it changes the world, technology, how to change the world of human life on Earth. In Danielle, one of your books, you write about someone who has very detection assumptions that limit human imaginations about problems. And you also give advice on how each of us can have this kind of courage.
Because we keep that going, because we get the first symbolize with courage.
So how can each of us have that courage?
I mean, we see that when people can go beyond the kind of realm and create something that's really before that existed, you have thoughts that repeated and it did require changes what if you did work.
Is there practical advice given the book about what each of us can do to be Danielle?
Well, if you look at the situation, it's like connection. Like we can overcome various obstacles, and then she goes for it. She's a very good communicator. Communicate these ideas to people.
And that's practical advice you need to program, recording your life,
I'll do a little
and things in your
story.
You look at different trajectories, to really get up to this world.
Yeah, there's kind of a idea how young people can actually change the world by learning all these different skills.
And at the core of that is the belief that you can change the world.
that your mind could revive
It seems so because there's an insurmountable obstacle.
and not letting anyone
But
else.
instead of giving up, they double down. Boss, we gotta
Very
jump.
good.
See? The fall will
When
kill
we
us.
upload
I've seen Rambo jump
the
from high.
story
I think if we
told
jump,
about
we'll
dad
cut to that
and
scene.
having a
Yeah, that's
conversation,
crazy. Do you trust me?
we're talking about uploading your mind to the computer. Do you think we'll have a future with something called afterlife, have avatars and institutions that don't have behavior or appearance, or even those that perhaps not no longer with us?
Yeah, I mean, we need some information about outcomes. When I think about my father, I have what he wrote, and he didn't have the word processor to remember, but he wrote to write that much. And I remember it. So how do you create something that's satisfactory to do a great record turns out very fast? It seems like that it turns out. But the people who are other heads like me don't have a perfect memory.
Is there such a thing as a perfect memory? Maybe the whole point is for him to make you feel a certain way.
Yeah. Well, I think that would
You keep giving yourself all the rest.
That's the connection we have with loved ones. It's not really based on very definition of truth or about the experience we share.
Yeah.
And they give a lot to memory, but ultimately they make you smile.
I think we definitely could do that. And that would be
So do you think we'll have a world of replicants, of copies? There'll be a bunch of papers walls. Like I could hang out with one, I could download it for $5 and have a best friend play. And you the original copy with me. Is that you think that world is first of all, do you think the world is feasible, and do you think there's ethical challenges? Like how would you feel about making an ethical
Can't say that word. Now you can say that word.
me as a problem. Which you originally started with it. Was it about you?
No, I would
Watch Sliver on that recent ad.
No, not just hang out with me, but everybody hangs out
We
with
can do
you.
both. I am not going to give up on this movie night like we gave up on our
well, I
marriage.
think I would sounds exciting, but then what if they start doing better than me and take
I know this
over
hasn't been easy
my
for
friend group?
these guys, but it'll all be worth
And
it
then,
once I put
and then
this
I,
tape in. I present to you,
because they may be
and it's
an
right
imperfect
as
copy, or
classic
they may be more
blockbuster.
social, all this type of thing. And then I become like the old version.
You numbskulls
It's not
put the wrong movie in
very
here. I
exciting.
want a refund.
Maybe they're a copy of
Everybody
the best version
outside
on
now.
a good day.
I can't believe this. All
But
I
if
was
you
trying
hang
to do
out
was have a
with
nice
me,
movie night with my
me,
family, and you guys keep
and
ruining it.
that turned out to be
This is
successful, I'll
very
feel
similar to
proud of
Screen
that
Rant.
person.
These
It's based on
guys,
the
two movies.
So
Remember when I
what
had
it
your
is
baby
kind
was
of
like Love Actually meets Independence Day?
that
Yeah,
destination.
sure I remember. You didn't read it?
Well, not necessarily.
Don't be mad at me.
She'll
Be
be
mad at
alive.
these guys.
And you would be proud. So it's like having kids and you're proud that they've done even more than you were able to do.
Remember
exactly.
through with me for the rest of your lives. But I failed. I'm not a failure in a long
It does
string
bring
of
up some
failures.
issues,
Are you
but
kidding, Dad? This has been the most
it
exciting
seems like an
thing ever.
opportunity.
Yes? Yeah.
But
We
that
left the house
record
3 days
probably
ago
had
to
the
rent a
same
movie,
rate.
and now we're in the middle of the woods in
Well,
Oregon and might
that
get
gets
murdered
into a
by
whole
blockbuster
issue.
guys. Like, what is this? Yeah, we never knew
Because
what you're
when a
gonna do.
replicant
It's
occurs, then
silly
that's
or
going to have to
dangerous,
ride.
but it's also kind of
So if a
awesome.
replicant occurs, then
We had
it's
tiny
right there.
arms for like 3 months. Or when you run
You
home
then
that
have
horse,
all
or
the
that falcon,
obligations
a lot of
that
illegal
the original
eagles.
person
Or
had.
when that
They
little
have
guy
all the games.
What the hell was that?
So
Every few years he
I
fights a
think you're
giant
gonna
chicken
have
that
to have
destroys a
laws
city. No one's
say
named a
yes.
good thing yet.
There has to be. If you want to create a replicant,
You want to put me on
they
pills
have to have
after I
all the
bought
same
that?
rights as human
You see,
rights.
Dad, we don't
You
need
don't know. You create a replicant. Well, it's a replicant.
Every day
Doesn't
it's like a movie night with you.
Because that would be illegal. Like if you do that, you have to do that in the black market.
Well, I guess Mom knew what she
If
was
you want
doing
to get
when she
a
insisted on
replicant,
family
That's
fun
so
day.
easy. Once you create multiple replicants,
I'm gonna assume this was all a callback to
the
something
original
in Act 1.
right, maybe for a person, not for other people.
Guys, please. I'm the one with the fake face. Don't hurt my family. I'll go anything.
So that is one.
It's an
And
epic
the other
cycle,
one
and
I
it's
share with
mostly stage directions.
Yeah,
Just
I
chaos.
don't think that's very different.
What the hell?
The idea of it. I mean, I've talked to people about including my wife, who would like to get back the father. But there's a way about who was like,
It was on drones?
she would have somebody that she could visit her and give you some satisfaction.
How did you even know we went here? Based on your recent purchases, human habits, and stored data, we determined that you were being chased through the wilderness by the last two blockbuster employees on Earth. Wow, scary. I
think ultimately that's the important question. How do
pretty amazing service
they
here.
feel
Yes,
there's
I
something
agree.
about law.
Amazon
What's the
workers
key?
should not unionize.
Well,
They sure can't play dumb when they want to. Please stop spying on us, Alexa. Okay, playing holiday music now.
But there's also ethical rules. You have to contend with the idea, and you have to have that idea with AI. It was motivated.
Well, that blockbuster adventure
And I
sure
talk
was
to
fun.
people,
We should probably just watch movies at home.
people who are it was like to get
Making orders, anything
thanks to
special for
that,
you.
even if it's
So
perfect.
we can still do our old
And
school
that's what's
movie night.
motivated.
I'll hook up the VCR. Damn it, we can't watch it.
And
We're
that
the way the
person
captain came.
was
The last second city in the U.S. is in
and
St.
the
Augustine,
more data we
Florida.
have, the more
Let's go. I'll start the car. Looks like the Earthens are acting
forward.
I'm Jeff Bezos, and I'm rich and bald. Guess which one matters?
Anything that is always connected. There is something a little bit sad, which is becoming maybe it's more and more common these days. It's when a person passes away, you have to do their time. You have the last tweet they tweeted. Like something like
And you can create the language models and so on, and you can create something that's just like them. You can actually continue to communicate.
I think that's really exciting because I think, in some sense, like if I was to die today, in some sense I would continue on. I continue speaking. I think therefore I am.
Yeah, so and that's what we're saying. Communication with them.
You hope, you think you hope humans will become another planetary. You talk about the phases, 6 efforts, and one of them is reaching out into the stars.
Yeah.
The guy who dies for a year is on vacation, and I can't get
Information now to
our top
get
story tonight.
planetary
Excitement in the music world as former Jelly Fine
objects.
star Mary Elizabeth Becca Ryan
That's
is releasing her
exciting.
debut single, the surprisingly
really
fulfilling Face Chair.
Not
Oh my God, believe me,
Yeah,
it's finally releasing
we're
her
also
first
putting
song.
out
Yes, Mary Elizabeth Becca Ryan. Her real fans call her Beaver.
which is a very
Never heard you talk about
inefficient way
Talk
to
about Beaver?
show these
Always talk about Beaver. I love Beaver. If I weren't
But
such
I
a
really
big fan,
talk
I have
about them
Beaver tattooed right above my
things
root.
that the universe wakes up.
That is very low.
It's where we can spread
It's a
out
root
super
tattoo.
intelligence.
I
Yeah,
have followed her career ever since she
and
was a
there's
little thing who went, I
something
got Jolly
very
Farm.
soft,
You know, it's the
creatures,
same girl. You know, all the Jolly Farm kids grew up to be stars, except for the ones who went broke and OT'd, who are now just clickbait mugshots on
intelligence,
CNN.
passes
I'm
nanobots,
on Beaver.
can
She's a
go
superstar.
out
I told you she'd grow up to be awesome.
and
You couldn't say that then, and you can't
colonize
say it
so
now.
these
And,
other
and,
parts of the
and.
universe.
Do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there?
Dad, were you ever catch with me? I heard girls like baseball players, so I learned how to throw batteries at baseball players.
Most people say they're absolutely
It's too big.
and they'll cite the trait equation
There's no
and
better
in singularity.
than a father
Um,
and a son.
I have two analyses of the great equation.
both are very reasonable. And one gives you thousands of events and jealousy.
I think it might be time to get your way under control. It's affecting your relationship with Chris.
We know,
Always
but
need a father who can
a
spend
lot of
time
the
with you.
analyses are forgetting the expression of communication. Because we found that the fastest way I can send a message to somebody is home. It was one, like that's going to have to come to the identification of the area. That's what I like. Go forward a few decades and actually have civilization. Compared to a pony in the vicinity of 400 years. So the seed and the scale of information transfer is going up there. No, now think about these little populations. They're going to be spread out in cosmic style. So if something is like ahead of us, or behind us, it could be ahead of us by 30 million years old. The world is billions of years old. 14 billion. So even 1,000 years, 200 or 300 years is enough to go from a pony African civilization. We would see that. So other civilizations that occurred, some might be behind us, some might be ahead of us. If they're ahead of us by 1,000, million years. It's so far beyond us. It's galaxy-wise air. But we don't see anything in galaxy-wise. So either they don't exist, or this very universe is a construction of alien species. We're living inside a video game. So that's another explanation. Yeah, I did that before my last surgery. Teenage kids and civilization. Do you find compelling the simulation hypothesis as a thought experiment that we're living in a simulation? The universe is computation. So we are an example in a computational world. Therefore, it is a simulation. It isn't alien experiment by high school kids in the world. Nonetheless, it takes place in a computational world. And everything that's going on is basically a form of computation. So you really have to find what you're doing. So they'll take a simulation. Well, then the teenager that makes the video game, us humans all apparently the cognitive capability have tried to understand ourselves and have created religions. We think of God, whatever that is. We think God exists. And so we create God. This is before. It started out like the particles started out. And there's nothing that represents love and creativity. And somehow we've gotten into the world where love actually exists. And that has to do with consciousness. Because you can't have love without consciousness. So to me, that's God. The fact that we have something where love, we can show it to someone else and really feel love. That's God. And if you look at the Old Testament, it was actually created by several different rabbis in there. I think it's like three of them. One of them dealt with God as a person that feels that gets angry, reverence, vengeance on those people. The two of them actually talk about God as a symbol of love, peace, harmony, so forth. That's how they describe God.
At least tell me you have my cane handled
So
delivery
that's
door.
my view of God.
I have a chewed
Not
up walking
as
stick with gum on it.
personally
Right here, Rob.
described
All
and they feel so.
items accounted for.
It's whatever the magic that goes from basic elements to things like consciousness and life. Do you think one of the things I find extremely beautiful and powerful is cellular autonomy, which you also took out?
I hang it in, Snoopy.
Do you think whatever the heck happens in cellular autonomy where interesting, complicated objects emerge, God is in the emergence of love in this seemingly focused universe?
This is all a product of the
Creating
stand culture. See, fans form these strong
They-
bonds with celebrities, so when you insult them,
They
you
would love you
inadvertently
and
start war
love
with
them.
thousands of people. I wish I could
They
explain
wouldn't be
myself.
part of
No one
doing
will
it
listen.
if that didn't
Well,
happen.
hopefully it all blows over.
But all of it,
You
I guess what I'm saying about cellular
what I need to do
automata
is
is
reach out to them.
it's
Extend
a
an olive
figurative
branch.
building
What do you think?
and they
You
somehow
remember when
create
Gal Gadot got those celebrities to sing Imagine in
is there some
$300,000 kitchens?
truth
Well,
to
I
that
filmed myself singing
about
in
how our
moderately
religion
priced
works?
kitchens.
The emergence,
Hey
simple
guys,
rules,
this virus of
beautiful
hate
complex
has infected
objects
my
in
entire
life.
world. And I
That's the
saw
thing
this
that
video of this
is
Italian
us.
guy playing the trumpet
Yeah.
out
That's
on
when we
his
went through
balcony.
all 6
And
phases
there was something
of
so
reality.
powerful and pure
That's a good way to look at
about this video.
it.
And
It
it
just
goes,
makes you
and it goes like
the
this.
whole value
Mr.
of
Lover,
having a universe.
Mr. Lover.
Do you think about your own mortality? Are you afraid?
Yes, so going back to my idea of being able to expand human life quickly enough in advance of getting there. Longevity escape velocity. We're not quite at it yet, but I think we're actually pretty close. Particularly with what's doing simulated biology. I think we should probably get there by the end of this decade. And that's my goal.
You hope to achieve the longevity escape velocity. You hope to achieve the mortality.
You know what? You guys can't hurt me.
Well, probably it's not.
So are you getting home before I say it's her birthday?
I've done it.
I would love
I've
to
achieved
impress my
immortality.
undergo
Because
drastic weight
nothing
loss.
is
I have
forever.
time to be helpful. And that means abandoning the
For a
people
long
who stuck
time,
with me
long
through the
time,
failure.
I'm living well.
You
But we'd like
understand?
to actually advance
There is a bit of a
advance
smell.
my life more than a year every year.
Hey,
And
what's
I think we
everyone
can
thinking
get
of
there
playtime?
by the end of this decade.
Not speak for the group.
How do you think
We heard about what you
there's
do.
practical things
No one wants to play with you.
and transcend the 9 steps to losing weight forever, which
I guess I'll
would
just play
describe
with this doctor's waiting
just
room
that,
toilet
as
while you push a
practical
bead
things
along
like
a wire.
health, exercise.
Plenty of room if anybody wants to
Yeah,
join.
I mean,
It's a
you look at the
multi-kid
hobbies
toilet.
that
Anybody?
last
I already pushed the bead for a
forever.
double twist where it gets
There's
faster
no
in
reason why it
seconds.
can't
Parts
done.
over. Anybody?
And we're
Recent
discovering
supposed
things
to be
that
more about
just
socialization
overextended.
and education. This will have lasting long-term damage. Anybody?
And but
They
you
say
do have to
kids who
deal
aren't
with
properly socialized by the age of 5 can never catch up.
issues
Doctors agree. Anybody?
went to
It doesn't necessarily
Mexico
affect financial outcomes,
40
more
years
affects
ago.
stable emotional relationships.
So
There's a lot of
Salmonella
literature about it. Anybody?
created
A long-term
hepatitis,
study out of the University of Indiana backs
previous
this up. I know that
form
doesn't
of
sound impressive.
diabetes.
All the Ivy League schools couldn't find fault in it.
It's not
Anybody?
type 1 diabetes, so it's autoimmune disorder
Go
that
away,
destroys
brother.
your
I've already
pancreas. I
made my
don't have
decision.
that.
There's nothing you can say that will
There's
change
also
my
not
mind.
type 2
You
diabetes.
texted me to come
Type 2
outside.
diabetes,
This how
the
ridiculous
pancreas
made my life a
but
living hell.
it
I no
does
longer
not
feel safe.
absorb
So
the
Rupert
insulin.
and I have decided to lay
I
low
don't have
for a
that
while.
either.
Where are you going to go? We're
Uh,
going to a restorative
pancreas,
meditation retreat in the mountains. We will be
partially
unplugging our
that
minds and our bodies.
my pancreas was a one-time thing, didn't continue, and I learned about how to control it.
Look,
But
what's
that's
happened to
just
you is
something I
unfair.
have to do
Stewie Griffin that I know is a good person,
in
and I
order
want you
to
to know that I'm on your
continue
side.
to exist.
Thanks, Brian.
Your particular biological system
An
will
online
take
ally
out
would
your
be really
past
helpful right now.
and the ideas that ties
Someone
with
publicly
it.
standing up for me could start changing the conversation.
So I mean, I do spend a lot of time tinkering with my own body.
Still
So
won't take it out your phone. But my point is, I am here
so
for
I do
you
think
right now,
I'll
privately
last
and out of
maybe
earshot.
in
If
a decade
I
and
know
will
you can get through this
achieve
chair.
longevity, escape velocity.
It's gonna go
I
grab
think
my
that
son
will
hat
start
and
with
we
people who are very diligent out there. Eventually we become sort of routine that people will be able to do it. So if you're talking about
kids today,
I had
even
19 man
over
blow up
20
last
to
year,
30,
still finished the
really
10K. Got me John,
with serious
the
trouble.
personal best.
I've had some discussions with relatives who are almost 100.
Hey, Stewie,
Saying,
you doing
well,
okay?
what not?
I'm just getting full of Brooklyn stuff.
I
Yeah,
don't
the
know if that's
spacesuit.
going to work.
He wanted to be an astronaut, but he got
Is there a
disqualified
case,
because of
this
the
is a question,
stigmas.
but is there a
Every
case
night he'd go to the window and look
to
up
be
at the
made
moon,
against
his unreachable
women's
dream.
rights?
Of course, he usually ended up just staring at a
A finite
nightlight.
life, and mortality is a feature of our time.
Please don't
Because
cry. I
that
start
living
whining when people cry
a
because it
shortage
sounds like a
for
fire
dying
truck. It's so unfair.
makes
Rivers and I
ice
were
cream
finally
taste
in a good
delicious.
place after the difficulties
Makes
of the
life
summer.
10
Oh gosh.
feet
Do you know what the
more
worst
than
part of all this is?
it
Mary Elizabeth Baker Ryan has said
was.
nothing. She knows what her fans would do when they're activated, and she's been silent. No, she shouldn't have to take some responsibility for the actions of her fans. It's like Nelson Mandela said, this will be wrong.
And I know
With great
people
power comes
feel that
great
way
responsibility.
20,
That's
30,
Spider-Man. My
40
point is, if celebrities
years
don't
later,
like something, they can
no
just
one's
not like it. They
back.
don't have to use their emotions as a weapon to destroy
So, I
people.
mean,
I'm lucky I'm
death is
strong-minded
not
person. You have
something
any
to
idea how
celebrate.
hard it is to sit through a couple's
But
massage when your partner's
we
not
live in
even
a
there?
world where
You still
people
want
just
another
accept it.
treat? It was
That's
prepaid.
for sure.
He did $3,000 as a good bag.
Take
Also, the
advantage of
Abrams plan their
Nobody
looping
takes
around
the
us, and
back
it just didn't
to
seem
that
right to me that
go
I
beyond
Marty
normal
Abrams was
lifetime.
guys addicted to
But
work.
anytime we talk about death or death of a person, even one death,
Anyway, where have you been all day, Peter?
if you have
You were supposed to be helping
somebody
Chris
that
with his
was
science
100
fair
years old,
project. Peter, get out of that cocoon. It's a Christmas. Peter, the whole reason you got this surgery in the first place was so you could spend time with your son. And all you've done is ignore him.
trends are going to provide greater and greater opportunity for everybody, even if they're people. So, let me ask about Julian's speech or super intelligent AI 500 years from now that we look back.
Stewie, you in there?
And remember Ray Kurzweil version 0, before the replicant spread. How do you hope they remember you? In a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy summary of Ray Kurzweil, what do you hope you'll remember? Well, I mean, I do hope to be a child, but some version. So, you think you'll be the same person? I mean, am I the same person I was
So,
when
UV
I
radiation
was
can
20
affect
years?
communicate harmful
You would be
microorganisms
the
while
same
leaving less
person
toxic
in
decayed
that
mothers such
sense.
as birds and reptiles.
Yes, we're different.
Wow, very impressive. I learned a lot.
All you have of that person is your memories,
That certainly
which are
won't be
probably
all I'm thinking about.
distorted in some way. Maybe you just remember the good parts. Depending on your psyche, you might focus on the bad parts, might focus on good parts.
Our next student is Chris Griffin, representing Benjamin Franklin's discovery of electricity.
When I was younger,
A year,
how we really at a
1752.
AI
Man,
remember you
Benjamin
of today,
Franklin.
500 years ago.
Whose lanes and detail
What do you hope you remember
not
from this
inward.
version?
A simple custom
Before
stands between him and an electric
I think it's
discovery.
as well trying to create some new realities that people will accept.
That was my class.
It's something
It's
that
still a
could create
tremendous inconvenience.
pleasure.
It's best to leave these things in. I'm so sorry. No,
Great.
I knew the
Greater
dangers of this
insight
unpaid position.
into what makes humans
Well, there's no way to be without a
valuable.
cut, so the least surprising F of the day goes to Iron Penis Cut.
tempted to come and come
Yeah?
down.
I'm sorry I ditched you
And
this week, Chris.
optimism
I
is
so
turning
caught up
into
in my new body that I forgot
optimism
what I did
about
this
the
week.
future.
But I'm here now,
Because
and I want to
ultimately,
make
that
it
optimism paves the way
Chris
for
Griffin.
getting there. Yeah, not just, I agree with that.
Be your cat.
So you asked
Can we move on? This
your
is
dad
weird.
about the
No,
meaning
I
of
like
life
weird.
and love.
Continue.
Let me ask you the same question. What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? This beautiful journey of our lives in phase 4 reaching to phase 5 of this evolution transformation process. Why?
So, as Benjamin Franklin slept on the hardwood around his house, he flew a kite with his illegitimate son who grew up to fight for the British against his dad. He had a rocking chair. Where is his musical? Never seen cohort from
Love
his
is
high
the meaning
before.
of life.
Not
the AI version of your dad is a good thing. Well, I think it's a beautiful intent. So, thank you for your work. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for creating a lot of beautiful nature and creating it along the way. And thank you so much for spending your really valuable time today.
It's my pleasure. Great insight. Welcome to me and humanity as well. Appreciate that.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. And now, let me leave you with some words from It is change, continuous change, inevitable. It is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made in Canada by taking into account not only the world as it is, the world is. This, in turn, means that our statesmen, our businessmen, our everyman must take on a scientific way of thinking. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you.
Weird-looking baby with an English accent. Oh my God! Right this way, Mr. Sheeran. Hey, Mabel! Stewie, don't! Killing her is not gonna fix this. Ryan, I'm not gonna kill her. I just want to talk to her. An actual conversation will save this madness in the first place. Who are you guys and why are you backstage?
Everyone
Did you remember me?
from the source
I'm the guy who insulted you online. I'm the like guy. Wasn't that like 12,000 TikToks ago? Till time and TikToks? Yeah, it's the sound of clock makes. What do you want? You and your fans ruined my life.
More man
You could have avoided if you just talked to me instead of told the world about me. Not every conflict needs to be settled in public. Like
at the end of the day,
Justin
I think
Timberlake could have apologized to Britney in private instead of notifying the world what he was doing.
You said that book will not be good.
Shame on all of you for blindly following everything she says. When did celebrity effectively become
The
the new
following
religion?
conversation is
Temperamental
Christopher
pop stars shouldn't be deciding what we
historian
think and who we like or
specializing
hate.
in the
Instead
history
of
of
listening to
politics
celebrities,
or
maybe
the
we should
modern
take up that
events,
same enthusiasm and
especially
listen
about
to
the role of World War
scientists.
I
Maybe then the
defining the
world
trajectory of the
finally
United
be a
States
better place.
and our human civilization in the
Oh,
20th,
baby, no!
21st
This is the
century.
baby! I would have heard
This
no
is
thing.
Fox Week's podcast supported. Please check out our
Nice speech,
sponsors
Stewie.
in the
Those
description.
who really did.
And now, dear
And
friends,
they didn't care.
this is Christopher.
They lost.
As always.
You know, people are desperate for
Let's start with
connections.
the big
Sometimes the only place
how
they
do
can
we
find
do
it
this?
is online and parasocial
On the one hand,
relationships with
when
a
that
celebrity. I
started
just wish mine didn't cost me
because
a
of a series
rocket.
of events in the summer of 1914
I have someone I want
that
you to meet.
brought the major powers of Europe to conflict with
I
one
stitched
another.
him back
I
together.
actually think
He's
it's
pretty
more
much
useful
himself, except for
to
one small
say
thing.
World
He
War
lost
I
his short-term
started
memory and has no
for
recollection of the
generations
difficulties of the summer.
when rising powers, particularly Germany, started to make
Thanks,
more
Brian.
and more
And if I'm honest,
toward
I
military
was to blame
affairs
for
and
said
naval
difficulties.
the
Oh,
sense of
buddy, I never
ungracious
cared.
Europe,
Now let's get
such
you out of
as
here before
rivalry
someone recognizes you.
over the colonial world who will control
Next time,
the
let's just
resources
bring in a hat and
of
glasses.
Asia. And so by the time you get to the summer of 1915, in a lot of ways, I said you were already done.
I'm glad we worked everything out in the end.
So the capacity for war to within the leaders, the populace, they started accepting sort of slowly the culture propagated this idea
He's upstairs with
that
Mom.
you
He's
can
upstairs
go
with
to war.
Mom.
It's a good idea to go to war.
I
It's
guess that's the
a
future.
good idea to expand, dominate others, that kind of thing. Maybe not so much for your friends, but just the sense, the military action is the way that it's operated. Yeah, yes, and right. So yeah, there's a sense that the military can in your health. And the areas that you and military government already have, but the US, Africa and North Africa, the Balkan conflict is already there. And the European powers haven't faced off against each other, usually face off against the asymmetrical conflict against much less powerful states. But in some ways, that war is already underway. So do you think it was inevitable? Because World War I is brought up as a case study where it seems like a few accidental leaders and a few accidental events, or one accidental event will led to the war. And if you change that one little thing, you go to World War II. Your sense is the drums over there competing for quite a while, and it would have happened almost no matter what, or very likely not happen.
Yeah, historians never like things are inevitably, and certainly, there were people who could have chosen a different path, both in the short term and the long term. But fundamentally, there were irreconcilable conflicts in the system of empires in the world in 1914. I can't see, it didn't have to be just war, but I have to think how it had to be held.
So there was the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, there's France, Great Britain, U.S. The U.S. being called the empire, but what do you graduate to empire status?
Well, certainly after 1898, with the acquisition of the former territories of the Spanish Empire, the United States has formally claimed possessions, and it has sort of mindsets of rule and military acquisition that would define an empire.
So you would say you would put the blame or the responsibility of starting World War I into the hands of the German Empire and Kaiser Wilhelm II?
That's a really tough call to make. And that deciding that is going to keep historians in business for the next 200 years. I think there are people who would play all of the blame on the Germans. Right? They point toward a generation of arms build-up, alliances that Germany made, promises that they made to their allies in the Balkans, to the Austro-Hungarians. And so, yes, there's an awful lot of responsibility there. There has been a trend lately to say, no one's right, that all of the various powers literally were sleepwalking into the war, right? They backed into it inadvertently. I think that lets everyone too much off, right? And so in between is, I would put the blame on the system of empires itself, on the system. But in that system, the actor that carries the responsibility is definitely the imperial trade.
So the leader of Austro-Hungarian Empire, Prince Joseph I, his nephew, Ferdinand, he was assassinated. And so that didn't have to lead to a war. And then the leader of the German Empire, Kaiser Wilhelm II, pressured, sort of started talking trash. And boiling water that ultimately resulted in the explosion, plus all the other players. So what can you describe the dynamics of how that unrolled? Well, U.S. was the role of the U.S., was the role of France, was the role of Great Britain, Germany, and Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Yeah, over the course of about 4 weeks, right, following the assassination of the Archduke in Sarajevo, it sort of triggered a series of political conflicts and ultimately ultimatums, sort of demanding that one or other power sort of stand down in response to the demands of either Britain, France, or in turn Germany or Russia. At the same time, that those alliances kind of trigger automatic responses from the other side. And so it escalates. And once that escalation is combined with follow-up military truth, then one of those powers wants to be sort of the last one to kind of get ready. So even throughout it, they think they are getting ready for defensive maneuver. And if they think if there is conflict, well, it might be a skirmish, be a standoff. It could be solved with diplomacy later, because diplomacy failed now. And that turns out not to be the case. Diplomacy fails. It's not a skirmish. It becomes a massive war. And the Americans are watching all of this sidelines. They have very little influence over what happens outside.
How does it go from a skirmish between a few nations to a global war? Is there a place where there's a phase transition?
Yeah, I think the phase transition over the course of all of when the Germans make an initial bold move against France, in many ways they're fighting the last the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and they really do kind of want to a quick sort of lightning strike in some ways against France to kind of bring the war to a speedy conclusion. France turns out to be able to fight back more effectively than the Germans expected. And then the battle lines sort of hardened. And then behind that, the French and the Germans, the British on the side of the French, start digging in, literally, and digging trenches that at first are 3 feet deep to avoid shelling artillery, then become 6 feet, 10 feet deep, 2 miles wide, that include telegraph lines, that include whole hospitals in the back. And then at that point, the front is locked in place. And the only way to break that is sort of basically dialing it up to 11, right? So massive troops, massive efforts, none of which work, right? Until the war is stuck in this. But that's the phase transition right there.
What were the machines of war in that case? You mentioned trenches. What were the guns used? What was the size of guns? What are we talking about? What did Germany start accumulating that led up to this war?
One of the things that we see immediately is the industrial revolution of the previous 30 or 40 years brought to bear on the warfare, right? And so you see machine guns, you see artillery. These are the key weapons on both sides, right? The vast majority of battlefield casualties are from artillery shelling from one side to another, not some rifle or even machine gun attacks. In some ways, the weapons of war are human beings, right? Tens of thousands of poor in these sort of waves to kind of try to break through the enemy lines, and it would work for a little while. But holding the territory that had been gained often proved to be even more demanding than gaining it, and so often each side would retreat back into the trenches and wait for it again.
And how did Russia, how did Britain, how did France get pulled into the war? I suppose the France one is the easy one. But what is the order here?
Right.
How becomes a group?
Yeah. So Britain, France, and Russia are at this time in an alliance, and so the conflicts in the summer of 1918 lead to the declaration of war happens over in August, late August 1915. And all three powers essentially come to the same point, because they had promised to do so through a series of alliances conducted secretly in the year before 1915 and committed them to defend one another. Germany, Austria, Hungary, Ottoman Empire have their own sort of agreements that also commit to defend one another. And what this does is it sort of brings them into conflict at the exact same moment. They're also, many of these countries, bringing not just their national armies, but also their empires into the conflict, right? So Britain and France, of course, have, enormous global empires that begin to look like soldiers as well as raw materials. Germany has less of an overseas empire. Russia, the Ottoman Empire, have their own hinterland within the empire. And very soon, all of the world powers are bringing the entire world into conflict.
Did they have a sense of how deadly the war is? I mean, this is another scale, death, destruction.
At the beginning, no, but very quickly. The scale of the devastation of these sort of massive over-the-top attacks on trenches is apparent to the military officers, and it very quickly becomes apparent even at home. There is, of course, censorship in the battlefield and specific details don't need to be told. But for civilians and any of the foreign powers, they know very soon how destructive the war is. And to me, that's always been a real puzzle, right? So that by the time the United States comes to decide whether to join the war in 1917, they know exactly what they're getting into. They're not backing into the war in the ways that the European powers did. They've seen devastation, they've seen photographs,
they've seen consultants, and they that's what anyway. When you say they, the leaders of people did the death and destruction reach the minds of the American people by that time. Yeah, absolutely. You know, that you don't necessarily have the mass media that we have now, but you know, the images of the media, and you know, some of it sanitized, but that combined with check accounts, really quite significant story account. You know, anyone who's you know, I think there's quite a few people calls that we talk around. But most Americans who care about them really devastated this war was. You know, there's something that happened that I recently was there's something that happened with the human body that you get away from actual life, the surprising reality, literally unphenomenal way. You start not hearing you're hearing explosions, you start to like get simulated or you start to get used to it. And then when you get far away from what is here, you start to, you know the way everybody around you is they still small. And I think in the United States, with the ocean, even if you have the reserve, it still is just like the way I mean maybe, yeah, like movie or basically, even if your loved ones are going or you. Yeah, couldn't say that then, and you can't say that in Europe, that area, you know, in France, because we're, you know, right there in the backyard. Other people, there's a difference. Soldiers are strongest when they, Europeans, when they're able to come home on leave, often, you know, deeply resent, basically the luxury that they're living in. So how did the U.S. enter the war? Who was the president? What was the dynamics involved? And could it have stayed out? To answer your last question, yeah, right. Now, the United States could have stayed out of it as a military type. The United States did not have to ignore it shaped trade. Goods and services, agriculture, whether it was a top coming, whether the immigrants coming across the Atlantic and American taxes. Like, the U.S. has ignored it. But the U.S. was in 1972 to enter the war and find the terror on Germany. And in that sense, this is a war choice, but it's kicked off by and so President Woodrow Wilson has been president 3 days this entire period. He has just run in the 1916 presidential election campaign to keep the United States out of it. But then in early 1917, the Germans, in ways, twisted the American. The Germans, high command, can't understand that, you know, they're stuck. They're stuck in this country where one big chance is going to escape is break the blockade to push through at the break the through it. And so a lot of shifts, including the Germans a country is on paper divided. And so they say, let's do it. Right? They're not going to get any Americans right? It was a gamble. But I think probably better gas change. They took that gamble. They left. In part because
French resistance from in part because Americans were much faster and much greater numbers than the American people were. The American people were absolutely right about whether the country was war. Right, in 1914 and 1917, there is hearing across the political spectrum. It doesn't break down into about whether the theory was conspicuous, whether Americans should abroad, whether Americans end up being cannon fodder with empire. Eventually, as Americans took their son, first in Lusitania in 1915, and in much greater numbers in 1917, the tide starts to turn, and Americans people and the actual declaration of Congress is pretty lopsided, but it's not yet.
That's how it's so mentioned.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really interesting. Because there's echoes of that from later. The Congress seems to. Nobody wants to be the guy that says the war. For some reason, once you start there, in terms of politicians, but I wonder if can you make the case that World War I was largely to find the United States? So in which way is it defined?
When you think about citizens, what it means is two things. First of all, what are your rights and obligations? What is the legal citizenship that you have as a citizen of the United States and any other country? And the second is a more question. What does it mean to be involved to be part of America? To feel American. I'm just address something for a second. And both of those things really are crystal clear in terms of their importance to the and so both of those things on the table, being citizen matters. So people would never carry passports or any expectation of something. But also what it means to be in America, to feel like it's part of the country, it's also defined
The project, is a funny way to start global war. So, to take a story, perhaps is a good example of the James Montgomery flag 1916 poster that reads, "I want you." A lot of people know this poster, I think, in its original format. The final format, but you know this poster, we don't remember where it came from. Or most Americans me included, didn't know where it came from, and it actually comes from 1916. So this supposed to represent the birth of something new in America, which is a commodification, or I don't know, that propaganda that says that it needs to be an American. Is somebody that fights for a country.
Yeah. In fact, I think one of the most economic is not only the United States, in the entire world, right? And you could bring it home anywhere on too, and people will know. Right? And this is a something I will cover later sequences, where figures are saying, pointing at the viewer with his fingers and pointing, I want you. Right? And the I want you is a treatment tool during the and this image really kind of starts as a kind of, like I said, a magazine cover in 1916 by the artist based on the flag. It initially appears as a heading, really do it in case for the United States. Right? That's what it became for some reason. And in 1917, it's turned into a U.S. Army shooting and then it reappears in the two, reappears after now it gets remixed, unified, and delivered. I think for me, it's a turning point, it's a window into the where the federal government is now starting to make enormous demands on citizens. And at the same time, where technology and production of mass media and what we would probably call propaganda are being mobilized for the first time in this medium.
Is it fair to say that the empire is born, the expanding empire is born from the military perspective kind of empire that seeks to have military on the way?
Yes, but I think currently we need to be at least interested in what happens to the people who are getting purchased to right? Rather than just whether we pay and so yeah, he's asking us to do that. But how do we
And the people are responsible. So the people are the machines of history, the mechanism of history, for example, that doesn't really do something that people aren't really stuck up.
absolutely they had the American people responded. They didn't feel what the man asked them to do.
It doesn't necessarily affect financial outcomes, but it affects state commercial relations. There's a lot of literature about it.
There never
A long-term study out of the University of Indiana backs this up. I know that doesn't sound impressive, but all the Ivy League schools couldn't find fault in it. Anybody?
So one of the very first things that I wants you to do, right, is to register for a collective
I've already made my decision.
right?
There's nothing you can say that will change my mind.
Very
You
soon
texted me the
after
cards.
the war,
This whole deal has made my life a living hell. And
demanding
they're
that
all
all men
safe. Except Rufus and I have decided to leave
and
little for a
between
while.
1845
We're going to a restorative meditation retreat
and not
tonight.
be selected
We will be
by
unplugging our
pickup
minds and our bodies.
$5.
For years we wrote, there will be one thing.
It is a legally not
The idea was good.
selected.
Look, what's happened to you is unfair.
The
So
course
do
of
we
the
have my nose in one person? I'm not getting over
normally
I'm on your side. Thanks,
What
Brian.
was the response to the feeling that most American people have to sign up for?
Someone publicly standing up for me could start changing the conversation.
This is a bigger starting point than we might say. In some ways, this is a tougher demand entering into the fire war. Right? It's another thing to go down to the local TikTok that allows Europe and the and this is especially important at the time when I don't really have any public way.
I had an IT man blow up last year, still finished the 10K.
And so the ordinary people are participating in the building of this war mission. But at least a half a million of them don't, right? And simply never fall off the street.
You doing okay? I'm just coming from another police stuff in space. Yes, he wanted to be an astronaut, but he got disqualified because of the stigma. Every night I go to the window and look at the moon. He's unreachable. Of course, he usually ended up staring at the nightlight.
Have to dig into how did you get placed in
Please don't cry. I
yeah,
start whining.
it's really not coming from that.
It's just so unfair.
There may be
I will finally get a good place out of the difficulties of the summer.
Gosh,
It's really not being Mary Elizabeth Picker-Ryan has said nothing. She knows what her fans will do when they're activated, and she's been silent. She should have to take some responsibility for the actions of her fans. It's like Nelson Mandela said, this will be wrong. With great power comes great responsibility. My point is, if celebrities don't like something, they can just not like it. They don't have to use their emotions as a weapon to destroy people. I'm lucky I'm a strong-minded person. You have any idea how hard it is to send to a couple's massage when your partner's not even there? You still went on the retreat. You prepaid. Even $3,000 is going to bring people back. Most of the Libyans planned their little weekend around us, and it just didn't seem
Some
right
of
to me that I
the freedom, some of the rights that are defined in our founding documents. What was that class like?
Where have you been all day, Peter? He was supposed to be helping Chris with his science fan project.
I mean, I think all of
Peter,
the
get out of that
fundamental
cocoon.
rights,
It's a Christmas. Peter, the whole reason you got this surgery in the first place was so you could spend time with your son. And all you've done is ignore him.
some notionally for the protection of all.
But you didn't hear against force.
Right. Yeah. There were divisions of conscientious objectives. Solely those religious objections to all work, not political objections to this work. And several thousand were able to take those positions. But even then, They've had social sanctions, ridicule, intimidation. There's individuals who will just create an person.
So, what about freedom of speech?
So you think radiation can effectively control a cave's harmful microorganisms while being less toxic to cave creatures such as birds and reptiles?
Wow, very impressive. You get the espionage, which of course back in the 2022. The Espionage Act is an omnibus bill that contains about 10 different provisions, very few of which have to do with espionage. But one key provision basically makes it illegal to say or do anything interfere with military decisions. That provision is shut down radical publications, shut down German language publications, and this really has a chilling impact on speech currently.
Could you put into words what means to be an American citizen that is in part violating the law?
What's that?
What does that mean? Somebody that should be willing to sacrifice certain freedoms to fight for their country. Somebody that's willing to fight to spread freedom that's all in the world, spread the American ideal. Does that begin to have a story
What we see is a change. So citizens are variable for one now in teaching the obligation to defend the country and to serve and to die for it. And we can see that. And I think see the close linkage of military U.S. citizens coming out of this country. But when you start making up demands on fulfill obligations, in turn, they're going to start to make them threats. And when you start to see that, doing them have more demands for protections, more demands for quality, and so obligations of rights are in a dynamic some play an overreach powers. A sense like, oh crap, you can't start centralized power. So if you drag us into the world, you need to be able to divert that tension into the government and the people. It's a fever, that tension's everything. But in this modern
re-intensification, the war boss that we want to experience these things.
Yeah, so the Espionage Act the power federal organizations to launch other America. They are particularly interested in anyone who is obstructing the draft, anyone who is trying to organize for strikes out of the nation, and anyone who might have sympathy for Germany, basically, all German on which they are. Initially, this is very small scale, but for team, every government is involved, from the Treasury Department Service, the Post Office, the mail, to the Justice Department, which mobilized 200,000 volunteers. Much of it goes away after the year, but of all the things that go away, the core of the surveillance is the thing that persists.
There's also a place where government decides that they give but maybe critical momentum to growth of government.
It's exponential. That over the course of the war, by almost any metric, the number of
What do you want?
all of those they came down afterwards, but they never.
And probably
Absolutely.
the World War I birthed the military industrial complex in the United States. So the war cost expanding of the war machine never financially benefit a lot of parties involved. I would really agree that on the one hand, yes, there is war commentary. There are investigations on this. In the after the war, widespread concern that conflict motive has played too much of a part in the war. And that's but I think when I think of the military complex, think of it as at what point does one side doctrine the other? That military choices are shaped by history, it's projected and vice versa. And I don't think that's fully locked into place during World War I. I think that's really a Cold War phenomenon when the United States on this for 2 generations.
So industrials were before that. So before that, weapons of war were created or funded directly. So were like who was manufacturing the weapons of war?
They were generally manufactured by private industry. There were, of course, arsenals, there is governments which produce the own weapons, partly to make sure that they got what they want. But most of these weapons here, all of them, are produced by private industry.
So why did the industrial complex start then? What was the important thing that happened in the Cold War?
I think one way to think about it is the Cold War is kind of switches from being a dial to a tactic. Right? So during World War I, the relationship between the industry dials up. Back time, they got it dialed back down. Whereas during the Cold War, the relationship between the industry often looks more like what happened. It goes up. It goes up again.
In the way that you start, I think the way that the complex is often involved, discussed as a system that is unstoppable.
Right. And
like it expands. It almost, I mean, if you take a very cynical view, it creates more so that it can make money. It doesn't just find places where it can help the military conflict. It creates tensions that directly or indirectly lead to military conflict that can then fuel and make money from.
That is one of the concerns of those people who were critical of the First World War, and then also of Dwight Eisenhower, right, when he's president, and sort of in his farewell address, where he introduces the term military-industrial complex. But something that is about profit motive, something that is a fear that Eisenhower had, that no one had an interest in stopping, right, and that no one had a voice in stopping, and that the ordinary American could really do nothing to sort of to dial it down.
Is it strange to you that we don't often hear that kind of speech today, like Eisenhower speaking about the military-industrial complex? So, for example, we'll have people criticizing spending on war efforts, but they're not discussing the machinery of the military-industrial complex, like the basic way that human nature works, where they would get ourselves trapped in this thing. They're saying like there's better things to spend money on, versus describing a very seemingly natural process of when you build weapons of war, it's going to lead to more war. Like it pulls you in somehow.
Yeah, I would say throughout the war, and even after the end of it, there has not been a sustained conversation in the United States about our defense establishment, right? What we really need, and what serves our interests, and to what extent to other things like market versus profit motive belong in that conversation. What's interesting is that in the generation after the World War, that conversation was on the table. Right? Through a series of investigations in the West, the High Committee in Britain, the Royal Commission,
journalistic exposés. And this would have been just talked about constantly in years between about 1930 and 1936, and as people were starting to migrate and storm clouds were gathering in the again.
Yeah, but it always seems like those folks get pushed to the fringes. You're made an activist versus versus a thinking leader.
Those discussions are often marginalized, framed as conspiracy theory, etc. And it's important to realize that in the generation after World War I, this was a serious civil conversation. It led to sort of investigations of defense sort of finance. It led to experiments in Britain and France in the finance of war material. And I think those conversations need to be reconvened now in the 21st century.
Is there any parallels between World War I and the war in Ukraine? The reason I bring it up is because you mentioned there was a hunger for war, a capacity for war that was already established, and the different parties were just boiling the tensions. So there's a case made that America had a role to play, NATO had a role to play in the current war in Ukraine. Is there some truth to that? And you think about it in the context of World War One, or is it purely about the specific parties involved, which is Russia? Right?
I think it's very easy to draw parallels between World War One and the war in Ukraine, but I don't think they really work. That the First World War, in some ways, generated by a fundamental conflict in the European system of empires, right, in the global system of empires. So in many ways, the parallel, the war in Ukraine is the parallel to some of the conflicts in the Mediterranean and the Balkans in 1911 to 1913, that then later was a much greater, right? And so I think if there's any lessons to be learned for how not to let World War III look like World War I, it would be to make sure that systems aren't locked into place that escalate towards out of people's expectations.
That's I suppose what I was implying, that this is the early stages of World War III. That in the same way that several wolves are licking their chops, or whatever the expression is, they're creating tension, they're creating military conflict with a kind of unstoppable imperative or a global war. That's many kind of people that are looking at this are really worried about that. The stopping, the forcing function to stop this was that there's several nuclear powers, which has now worked to stop full-on global war. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. In fact, it was one of the surprising things to me in Ukraine is that still in the 21st century, we can go to something that involves nuclear powers, not directly yet, but awfully close to directly, go to a hot war. And so do you worry about that there's a kind of descent to a World War One scenario?
Yes, I mean that keeps me up at night, and that keeps citizens of the United States and Russia up at night. And I think again, it gets back to what I was saying in the summer of 1914. And even that, things that looked like a march for could have been different, right? And so I think it's important for leaders to both countries and all of them, the Reagan of the Ukraine, of the NATO powers, really imagine offense, and they imagine some of the kinds of whether it's
almost really the I think that's the only way what's the difference between World War I and the Civil War? In terms of how they defined what was the American, but also the American citizens' relationship to the war, what the allegiance to the war. There are interesting differences and similarities. Besides the fact that everybody seems to forgot about World War I in the United States, and everyone still knows the Civil War. I mean, it's true. The American Civil War defined the American identity, along with the Second World War, more so than France. And it's a fundamentally different war. It's one because of because of concussion, because of this is a conflict happening on the territory of the United States, in America. And so the dynamics are really quite different. Right? So, Lincoln has a different relationship to the House French civilians and also, when we tell the story of the Civil War, perhaps similar to the way we tell the story of World War II, there's like what we can actually like the war. When we tell the stories, we're fighting this deal that all men are equal. That the war is about slavery. Perhaps that the drastic classification of the war is actually about in the moment, like how you get pulled into the actual war. A hot discussion. And the same with World War II, kind of framed the narrative that it was against Hitler being evil. I think the key part of that is probably the Holocaust. It's how you can formulate Hitler being evil. If there's no Holocaust, perhaps there's a case to be made that we wouldn't see all those quote-unquote good war. That there's an atrocity that had to happen to make it equal. You have to tell a clean narrative why we get this war. Perhaps such a narrative doesn't exist in World War I. And so they're just staying in that mind and try to will speak it overall 16 million died. So to you, the difference is the fact that you're fighting for ideas in terms of people participation, fighting for your country. Was there some areas there? Yeah, I think in the Civil War, both in the North and South, troops are raised overwhelmingly through volunteerism. There is a draft in both the North and the South, but it's not significant. Only 8% of Confederate soldiers came into the conscription. And so, in fact, the mobilization were volunteers, often organized locally around a community, create sort of multiple identities and levels of loyalty, where people locally have loyalty to their state regiment, to their community, and to the country. They are fighting over that country, over the United States. And so, if you remember, have some good things. Direct nationalism that comes out of the youth after the victory of the war. These are kind of crucial for state of America ever since. So, what was the driver? Why did you stay out of the war? What was going on? Interesting. What names did the Wilson choose now? I would say that the United States entered the war in April 1917, but the Americans entered it right away. They entered it, some of them actually had been volunteers and stuff, almost exclusively on the side of British France. At least 50,000 joined the Canadian Army, British Army, served, millions of here, they had a thing of food, they modern Americanism. You can see that in the neutrality data. And even if they wanted to see that, they how to think a lot of Americans getting involved thinking about it, caring about it, arguing about it. And at the same time, they're worried that British propaganda is shaping their news system. They are worried that German espionage is undermining them. They're worried that Britain and Germany are interfering in election, news cycles. And at the same time, a revolution is breaking out in Mexico. So there are sort of concerns about what's happening in the Western Hemisphere. So World War I was supposed to be the war of war. And it didn't. How did World War I pave the way for World War II? Every nation probably has their own story trajectory of World War. How did Europe allow World War II to happen? How did the Soviet Union, Russia allow World War II to happen? How did America allow World War II? And Japan. Yeah, you're right. The answer is that in some ways Germany and the culture of people experience at the end of World War II, culture of resentment, discrimination, fingerpointing, blame, that makes German politics very ugly, essentially it's a brutalizing German politics. This is with the populism. Yeah, and in some ways that they found it kind of resentment and hate that comes from their politics. For the United States, it's like the failure of peace sets up the possibility for the next war. Right? But the United States, we will contract the international order that instituted the war to go for. But in the United States, there's more than we see that states or another. In Asia, the story is more complicated. Many story about time, but World War II it starts in Asia. World War I is transformative towards the end. There's a kind of massive expansion. And a lot of that economic poured into the greater organization and militarization. And so when the military came to be Japanese politics over in the 30s, they're in some ways flexing muscles coming out of the war. Can you talk about the end of World War I, which he was what's interesting about that dynamic the parties involved of how could have gotten different the World War II or against it. So before that, and very before the United States was trying to shape and the United States didn't get such an act advertised for this concept in 1996, which was prepared, was provided, and he knows the he was respected, but resentful by the European powers, Britain and France, and Italy to felt that they had sacrificed more. They had people that they wanted to take the imperial in order to make sure that their economic changed. And they also wanted to weaken Germany as much as possible, right, so that Germany wouldn't rise again. What this leads to is a peace treaty that maintains some of the fundamentals of the imperial system and makes bankruptcy starves and appeals to all of resentment that make it impossible for Germany to participate in. So people like Virginia Ferguson said make the case that if Britain get out of the war, we would avoid that's even the war. There's kind of counterfactual to do false case for that. But there was a moment, especially in that case, they found the world for that the escalation to global war country borders, and one that ultimately ends in a deep global level. So where Germany is resentful not just of France or particular nations, but is resentful of the entire, I don't know how you define it, the West, the entire global war. I wish everybody and yeah, I think it's useful to think that it comes back like that. And if you, as historians do, foundation, and you also have to believe in contextual, like that something hasn't happened, maybe that wouldn't work differently. But I think all of the things that led to World War I are multi and nuanced. This is what historians do, I think. And so, there was one thing that could have, that could have turned out of history. And Hitler had gotten a comments with Hillary Castro, basically, Hillary wanted well, here's an example of somebody charismatic leader that seemed to have really disproportionate amount of influence on the tide of history. So, if you look at Stalin, you can imagine many other people could have stepped into that role. And the same listening to the presidency, even now, it seems that there's a singular that you could go counterfactual. And that if there was no Hitler, he may have not had wisdom. He, better than many leaders in history, was able to channel their agendas into a very corrupt extension of the military. I would say skillful deceit of the entire world in terms of his plans, was able to effectively stop the war. So is it possible that Hitler at the top, he was a vocal, if he just got the right. He got the event that is unstoppable. And part of what you're talking about is Hitler as a charismatic leader, that part of it is his residual ability to transfer goodness from another to set up a system of that nature that in some ways escalates violence, including violence that leads to violence. And some of it was also as a leader of we see this in many others, where a political movement surrounds the world, you may or may not be replacement. So the World War II stop would have been completely different if a different sort of action had given power to Britain. But Europe, especially Europe, the markets collapsed throughout over the course of 1930. Whether they had it says here that the first thing I need to do is talk to the personnel. This is pandering Wilkerson. I think you want to make there's a book called Drake in the Third Reich. It's Rick. Just your average guy likes to beat up dogs because it makes me feel in control when my wife and 3 dogs are basking in. A very large role in World War II. A lot of criticism from that. Coming to what you're saying, he takes this one little area that everything. So everything about Hitler, everything about Blitzkrieg, everything about the way, strategies, the decisions, the explosives, or at least implies it. And the interesting thing about this is you can put her not slim as well as the version about and this was not drug war, entirely not written about. So you're along this sending story. I don't think this is what historians. A lot of his work is fiction. I'm hoping from that correctly. Because of his, that's one of the tricks. He tells a very compelling story that's the center of this period. Also, man, what are your sort of feelings and thoughts? If you got such reach, but I suppose like it. It's a single perspective.
We're so sorry, honey.
Yeah, I mean, I have read it, but
It turns out our
also
team is
have
still at the
entire
championship game. Really?
story of
The other
it.
team was
I
disqualified
didn't
from the
even think
league
about
because
it.
none of them was guilty
And
of Godfrey.
I think whether he's, the other over it, not a trained academic historian, but doing history, you don't have to write the history. And I don't think anything, to criticize it. I like the book as a window. Of course, I explain all of it, but it helps us see, see people's women Hitler, the way that it was that non-calculated only by drugs were used to keep soldiers on the battlefield, the ways in which, I think that we don't fully understand the essential rights that help together with that take from some of hey, by 1941, it's all smoke and mirror. I think that wartime propaganda was Germans trying to say that we're going to do everything, and that America can mobilize and the other allies to mobilize against them. Describes it as a formidable enemy.
That makes sense. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see both cases. One is a faith that commands, but also a engineer in Philadelphia. Yeah, this is a lot of problems. I do worry that this perspective, the book presents about drugs, is somehow like the mind really compelling. It's almost like the mind, or at least my mind, searches for an octopus that happens. And it's nice to have a free explanation. And drugs is one popular one. We talk about steroids as well. The moment you
It's really stinking out there.
somehow the mind wants to explain all success in the context of what you have discussion about steroids. Then it's all stop. Well, it's very sticky idea. Like, your certain explanations are very sticky. And I think that's really good when you use the full context. And also in the case of drugs, it removes the responsibility of the person, both for the military genius and the evil. And I think it's very dangerous. Something about the mind, maybe it's just mind, is sticky to the drugs training. If the drugs didn't have them, then it would be very different. It would worry how compelling it is as an explanation. Yeah.
Mac Griffin is going over the stands. Toddlers are roaming free on the court. Nothing seems to matter.
But it's also a nice exploration of personality. For some reason, discussing his habits, which later in the book, his practices with drugs, gives you a window to remind you of like a human being gets emotional, thoughtful, hopeful, sad, depressed, angry, like a story of emotion of a human being. Because this model constructs it's a pretty dangerous thing to do. Construct an evil monster. When in reality, this human being like all of us. I think the lesson is also means a lesson. It's just all of us, to some degree, are capable of evil. Or maybe if you want to make it less popular treatment, many of our leaders are evil. That it is not truly secure. That, the resentment for the populace, not just the right, is not a good. it's easy to make the kind of, not easy, but it's possible to frequently make the kind of initiation of a conflict that happens for victims. By the way, because you said it's not a tragic story, one of the most compelling, I don't know, entertaining, fascinating, inspirational one comes from Dan Carlin. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to listen to the podcast storytelling of the blueprint for Armageddon, which is a telling of what do you think about Colin? You yourself as a historian who studies World War I, do you enjoy that kind of telling?
Absolutely. I think, you don't need to be depend on the people in some local community saving documents. And history is a social science, but it's really kind of history books are the ones you find on the shelves of bookstores that people read for fun. And you can appreciate those knowledge as well as and when you get a good oral story like that. And there's a reason that thousands and hundreds of thousands of people tune in.
Yeah, but he definitely suffers from anxiety about getting things corrected. Very, very difficult.
Well, our first job is to get the facts and then story out.
The facts are so fuzzy. So it's means you have the probably my favorite television one of the two is William Shire's Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and or at least not telling Nazi Germany, and that goes to primary sources a lot, which is like I suppose that's the honest way to do it, but it's tough. It's really tough to write that way, to really go to primary sources. Always, and I think one of the things that Dan tries to do, which is also really tough to do, perhaps easier in oral history, is try to make you feel what it was like to be there. Which I think he does by trying to tell the story of like individual soldiers. Do you find that telling, like individual citizens? Do you find that kind of telling of history compelling?
Yeah, I mean, I think we historical imagination, and I think historical imagination teaches something very valuable, which is humility, to realize that there are other people who live on this planet, and they organize their lives differently, and they made it just fine too. And I think that kind of meeting other people from the past can be actually a very useful skill for meeting people unlike you in the present.
Unlike you, but also like you. I think both are helpful. One, realizing they get different space and time, but two, realizing if you were placed in that space and time, you might have done all the same things, whether it's the brave, good thing or the evil thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get also a sense of possibility. There's this famous one, right, that those who do not learn history are condemned to repeat it. But I think the other half is true as well, which is those who do not learn history don't get the chance to, right? That we're not the first people on this planet to face, any certain kinds of problems. Other people have lived through worlds like this one before.
It's like you fall in love as a teenager first time, and then there's a breakup. You think it's the greatest tragedy that has ever happened in the world. You're the first person, even though like Romeo and Juliet and so on had this issue, you're the first person that truly feels catastrophic heartbreak of that experience. It's good to be reminded that no, The human condition is what it is. We've lived through it at the individual and society scale. Let me ask about nationalism, which I think is at the core of why I want you poster. Is nationalism destructive or empowering a nation? So we can use different words like patriotism, which is in many ways synonymous to nationalism, but in recent history, perhaps because of the Nazis, has slowly parted ways. Somehow nationalism is when patriotism got bad, something like this.
Yeah, they're different. Right? Patriotism, patriotism is in some ways best thought of as an emotion, right? And a feeling of those countries, right? Literally. And in some ways, that's a necessary condition to participate in nationalism. Um, whether to me, I think nationalism is crucial in a world organized around nation states, and you have to sort of believe that you are engaged in a common project together, right? And so, in the contemporary United States, in some ways that question is actually on the table in ways that has been in the past. But you have to believe that you're engaged in a common project, that you have something in common with the person with whom you share this nation, and that you would sacrifice, whether it's by paying taxes for them or to defend them. That's a vision of what we might call civic nationalism. That's the good version. The question is whether you can have that without having exclusionary nationalism, hating the other, fearing the other, saying, you're part of this nation against all. And I think there's a long tradition in America of a very inclusive nationalism that is open, inclusive, welcoming, and new people to this shared project. That's something to be defended. Exclusionary nationalism is based on ethnic hatred and others that we see throughout the world. Those are things.
But there is a kind of narrative in the United States that a nationalism that includes the big umbrella of democratic nations that strive for freedom, and everybody else is against freedom and against human nature, and it just so happens that it's half and half split across the world. So that's imperialism. That feels like a piece of trouble in the world.
Yeah, and I don't want to paint too rosy a picture. The United States, as a nation, has often found it easier to define ourselves against something than to clarify exactly what before.
Yeah. Cold War, China today. That's not only the United States. I suppose that's human nature. It's when you get competitive. It's almost like maybe the success of human civilization requires figuring out how to construct competitors that don't result in civil war.
Yes, we're figuring out how to turn enemies into rivals, competitors. There's a real difference. You compete with competitors. You fight with them.
Yeah, with competitors of the respect, you even a love underlying competition. What are the biggest lessons you take away from World War I? Maybe we talked about several, but you look back at the 20th century. What, as a historian, what do you learn about human nature, about human civilization, about history from looking at this?
I think the lesson I would want everyone to take from the story of the Cold War is that human life is cheap. That all of the powers thought just by throwing more men and more material at the front, they would solve their political problems with military force. And at the end of the day, I think one side did win that. It didn't actually solve any problems.
And in the end, the regular people paid the price with their lives.
They did, and people who had been told that that lives were cheap remembered, and it sort of reshaped mass politics for the rest of the 20th century, both in Europe and
The cost of death of a single soldier is not just, or a single civilian, is not just the cost of that single life. It's the resentment, that the anger, the hate that reverberates from. One of the things I saw in Ukraine is the birth of, at scale, of generational hate, not towards administration leaders, but towards entire peoples. And that hate, overnight, that hate is created, and it takes perhaps decades for that hate to dissipate.
it takes decades, and it takes collective effort to build institutions that divert that hate into other places.
One of the biggest things I thought was not part of the calculus came when the United States into Afghanistan, Iraq, is the creation of hate. When you drop a bomb, even if it hits military targets, if it kills soldiers, which in that case it didn't. There's a very large amount of civilians. What does that do to how many years, minutes, hours, months, and years of hate do you create this in the body you drop? And I calculate it. Literally, in the Pentagon have a chart, how many people hate us, how many people does it take to scientists, how many people does it take when you have a million people that hate you, how many of them become terrorists? How many of them will do something to the nation you love and care about, which is the United States, will do something that will be very costly? I feel like there was not a plot in the chart. It was more about short-term effects.
Yes, but again, it's the idea of using military force to solve political problems. And I think there's a squandering of goodwill that we have around the world toward the United States. That's respect for its economy, its consumer products, and so forth. I think that's been lost around the world.
Do you think leaders can stop war? I have perhaps an answer, perhaps because I do these podcasts first and so on, that leaders that get in a room together and can talk, they can stop it. That's the power of a leader, especially one with an authoritarian regime, that they can, through camaraderie, alleviate some of the emotions associated with ego.
Yeah, leaders can stop war if they get into a mood when they understand from the masses in their country that war is something that they want to stop.
So the people ultimately have a really big say.
They do, that it was the mass movement by people in the United States for the nuclear free, in Russia pushing for openness that brought, for example, Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev to Reykjavik in a sort of debate, and eventually sort of put caps on nuclear weapons. Those two people did, made choices that made that possible. But they were pushed and needed by their people.
Boy, that's a tough one. There's a lot of responsibility on the German people, for example. In both ways. We fans of history tend to conceive of history as a meeting of leaders. We think of Chamberlain, we think of Churchill, and the importance of them in the Second World War. We about Hitler and Stalin. They think that if certain conversations happened, the war could have been avoided. You tell the story of how many times Hitler and Nazi Germany's military might was not sufficient. It could have been easily stopped. And the pacifists, the people who believed Hitler, were foolish enough to believe Hitler. didn't act properly. The leaders just woke up to that idea. In fact, Churchill was a kind of representation of that, but in your conception here, it's possible that Churchill was also a representation of British people. Even though seemingly unpopular, that force was, they gave birth to somebody like Churchill, who said we'll never surrender, right?
Yeah.
We'll fight in the beaches.
But, I think World War II is a good example. It is clearly a dynamic leader who has impulse in what the people want and demand are willing to do. And it's a dynamic art of leading that and shaping those thoughts at the same time as feeling that you're bound to fight.
Well, then, if you feel history in this way, let me ask you about our presidents. You are taking on the impossibly difficult task of teaching a course in a couple of years here, 1 year, called The History of American Presidential Elections. So, if the people are in part responsible for leaders, how can we explain what is going on in America? We have the leaders that we do today. So we think about the elections of the past several cycles.
Well, should we say prayers first?
I guess that we ask, are we a divided nation? Are we more divided nation than in the past?
What about the
What
losers?
do you understand about the American citizen beginning of this
So,
country
how'd everyone sleep?
from the leaders?
Yeah, obviously, we are
Brandon dream.
in
He
our
didn't give a
rhetoric,
damn. We were at home. Except in my dream,
our
O'Brien, when you got here,
day-to-day
our house looked like Grandma's house. And for some reason, I was in my underwear shaking a big bag of kibble.
we are
And you spilled the Beatles on the carpet, and I was trying to vacuum them up with a vacuum, and all over it for some reason. Imagine that.
years ago.
And Chris, you were wearing a tie
And
because you
the
had an
distinction
interview in
is
the
not
brewery, if
just
you can believe it.
learn
No, that is crazy.
that we are fundamentally
That's not even the crazy part.
society,
Brian asked you to try it, but you kept saying your car was in
as a
Nevada.
on both
That is nuts.
domestically and on the world stage in ways that look nothing like in 1861. Will there be more political rhetoric continue to be
This is still
extreme?
meant to
Of course,
This is still
but we're not as
And
divided as
Peter, you wanted to go swimming in our pool, which of course we don't have.
Well,
You had this ridiculously giant towel.
if you actually look throughout human history, there's always so I thought the people that do the election get as contentious as they
And he
need
was
to
wearing
be.
giant sunglasses.
So there's a kind of perception that's very close. There's
I kept telling
a
you
lot of accusations, a lot of tensions. It's very heated. It's almost fueling the machine of division. Has that not been the
we had
case?
cats for some reason.
yeah. It hasn't happened, and I do think right now, they're saying, are there social and economic which I don't actually think there are versus partisan the rivalry between the two countries. And of course, we're in era of what the size of paper cards and I think because the temptation fundamentally a new state of attention and that is what I think people talk about when they say our country is divided. The country may not be divided, even if that's held, but our country is part of it. That is, a diversion from other countries. So I wonder this kind of political partisanship is actually an illusion of tradition. I sometimes
We don't
feel
see
like
doctors, but we're pretty
we
sure.
mostly all
May I take your order?
agree on
Crayons
some
and
basic
sewing wrap, please.
fundamentals.
Excellent choice.
And
We interrupt
the
this
thing
program
that
for a
they
Channel 5
allegedly
special report.
disagree on
If you go
really
on,
draw
the
out
Exxon
conclusions.
fusion
And
has
there's like
crashed
an
and
media
released
machine
millions
that
of gallons of
politicians
oil
really
into the
want
Gulf
to
of
pick up
Mexico,
a blue side and
contaminating
a white
marine life
side.
and causing
Because of
irreparable
that,
damage to the
somehow
ecosystem.
these
Two anonymous
families wake
whistleblowers
up
blamed
and
negligence.
dinner
They cut
about
corners
who
left
they
and
voted
right.
for.
This was
There's a
inevitable.
really strong
Rather, the oil
pressure
covered
to
the
either
ground.
way.
Yeah.
And I
Did
wonder
you
if
meet
it's
the little
future
crowd? They cut a lot of corners.
whether this is part of the democracy,
If they can't get clean and water, where can they get clean?
you divided over, you need to construct it
It was so
so that
serious, we
the
flipped
goals
to
have
me in a
tension
boardroom with a crisis team.
of ideas in order to
I didn't grab my drink.
figure out how to
Mr.
progress.
Peterson, it's imperative we do
I think
immediate
we're
damage
figuring that
control
out in
or
real
your
time.
stock will
Right. On
plummet.
one hand, it's
See what I'm doing here? He throw the money at it gesture. Pay someone to do something worse so everyone forgets my thing. Cue the video.
and the United States in some ways unique, right? In not being a pro-action democracy, and so in
I'm
some ways,
Joseph Hazelwood,
you would think
former
that would be
captain of the
the
Exxon Valdez and 1987 Anchorage ballroom dance champion. That gets a little overshadowed, but it doesn't diminish the accomplishment. Anyway, someone who single-handedly spilled 11 million gallons of oil into the Prince William Sound. I know a thing or two about evading responsibility. Just find a scapegoat to blame it on. The number 2 man in the company, or a relative, perhaps a son-in-law.
not
A simple
as
tip
real
to brighten
as
things
it
up.
appears on television and social media. So I don't know that other countries are they're experiencing political culture. I'm not sure that they're divided either. So I've had the
Some other options are
fortune
a donation
of being
or
expressly
an
active
orphanage or
in
building a Holocaust
the
memorial.
George Bush
Haven't those Nazis been praised enough?
and the Obama and every election. And it seems like a large percentage of the election,
Welcome to Our
there's
Lady
been
of the
a change
Immaculate
of the elections
I think the word is Agnes.
that there is some
That's the only reason I
conspiracy,
volunteered. I need a
corruption,
photo with an orphan. Are you in charge? I just volunteered on weekends.
Trump
I love
wanted
kids and I'm an expert at going.
a lot of
Kiss.
people I know said that
That
much,
looks the least filthy.
and there's different explanations of people
Okay, let's get a
questioning.
picture so I can get out of here.
I bet you don't be here because you did something
And then in
bad.
2020, I was just running in
Duh.
Austin along the
Oh
river,
no, not to my
and somebody said,
I'm
like,
fine,
oh,
you
keep
kidding me?
going,
Go to hell.
There's
or the
plenty of other
podcast, and they
CEOs
said,
who
like, what
will.
do you think of this just not right what's happening in this
Wants to
country?
see my nipple
That
rings.
the
Don't bring
2020
that
election
face
is
over here
obviously
for an
rigged,
unwanted smooch.
from your
Okay,
perspective.
fine. We'll go across the street to
In
Rexall's and get some menthol
you know,
jellies.
election
Like
Joe
menthol
Biden
jellies?
is
What am I saying? Every kid loves menthol
do you think
jellies.
there's a case to be made for and
What's going on?
against
You
each
have
coin
Parkinson's?
in the full context of history
Skipping.
of
Never heard of them.
our elections being rigged?
Hey, how many of these orphans are really just
I
a
think
dope of people
the
hiding from the
American
law?
election
Just the ones in
system
large
is
bonnets.
fundamentally
My people
sound
grew unicorn and something
and
awful.
relies.
Look it up.
And I think that the evidence,
Kind of a dick move to
you
open
know,
a candy
is
store
clear
across the street from an orphanage.
regardless of which
Sorry, we have to open it all together when we cross the street.
presidential election or even a
Can't
local,
remember the last time
county
someone held my
election
hand.
dog catcher,
Kind of nice.
right? That the
What happened to your parents?
the
They left me
amount
on the
of
orphanage steps as a
time
baby.
and
That
resources
should be funny to people.
that go
For
into
some reason, it's not.
voter registration, counting,
I actually enjoyed it.
application
You're a good
processes
company.
are crucial to democratic institutions. I think when someone says rigged, regardless of which side of
This
the
is crazy
spectrum
thought.
they're coming
You're
from,
crammed in this filthy place when I've got a
they're
gigantic
looking
house. Why don't you come live with me?
Really?
that they're looking for that one answer
Whatever they call
for
it.
what is a
It'd be nice to have you
system.
around. We'll make a better team than the Brooks
On
Brothers.
the left,
Hey, I can make boxy suits. And I
they
own
may
the
be
Girl
pointing
Scouts.
to
Brooks
a wide
Brothers.
range
Look sharp in your
of,
sexual assault trial.
of
What do you
ways
say?
in which
Want to come
the
live with us?
system
Oh, I never had a
is
parent to tell me not to go home with
through
strangers, so
gerrymandering.
Right. Let me go wait in the car.
You know,
I'm just going to get a receipt in case I get home and you have a club foot or something.
on the right, they do.
I'll
They
probably
may
just grab the receipt.
concerned about voter security, about raising the
Top story tonight, we go to the State House with uncomfortable Claudio Delaney.
which in both cases, the feeling is it's articulated as my
You seem to be having a
didn't
great
get
time.
and it's
I
right.
just found out my father adopted a little
But
girl.
the deeper concern
If
is
you wanted a little
my
girl, we could
Michael
just give it
doesn't
stupid.
my voice
Good morning to you too, Paul.
I just don't get it. My daddy's never taken
so
an
no, I
interest in
don't
kids.
think we
Did anyone say
so
tax
many
deduction?
there's a conflict, a story that's not right.
Didn't you know that? You
And a lot of us get to live in comfort. So people who articulate conspiracy theories, they sure it's nice to be comfortable. But here's the reality. And the thing they articulate is these incentives in close elections. If you seem to have nice about close elections, there's so many financial interests. There's so many powerful people. Surely you can construct not just media in all the ways that you start both the left and the right, but actually in a totally manipulated results of both. Surely and I don't think that's the totally this This is like, all right, well, it actually lands to a question, which is a hard question to ask as an optimist. How many left-wing people out there, and how many left-wing people are required to live in a life? How many, what is the phase transition for systems from like a corruption place to corruption? The high level of corruption system existing with elections, which is what happens quite a lot in many nations in the world even today. So yeah, there is interference, and there has been, and I think go all the way back to the we don't have to go back to Texas in the 1960s, LBJ. For example, and there are to do that. There's incentives to finally feel your existence as hypotheticals that makes the strength of throughout the elections are a matter of black down. And realistic people who organize every way they can to shape elections. And we saw that the 50s, right, when some were pro and anti-slavery rather than defending either sort of election. And we see that those deceptions when the plan shows up as a lot of the years October in the South. And that history is new, right? I think that what the reason why I think the system is not, or the reason when I say I believe the election system is fundamentally sound, it's not, I'm not trying to have a discourage the place, but I'm saying that, this is something that we need to do. So the current form, I think, is sufficiently robust. Even if there's corruption, even if there's robustness before the correct self-correct, and shows that nobody gets out of line is much stronger than the other incentives, which are like the corrupting incentives. And that's the thing I talk about corruption. I'm visiting Ukraine, talk about corruption, where a lot of people talk about corruption as being simple. Not if the system allows creates the incentives for there to be corruption, these are always the power of the United States constructing systems that prevent you from being corrupt to scale. At least depends what you believe, but most of us, if you believe in this country, you believe in the self-correcting mechanism of corruption. That even if that desire is in the human heart, the system will just prevent it. That's your current belief. Yeah, I do think that will require oversight. Ideally, one regardless of the party you're
No flash
What do you think about the
photography.
power of
I
media
guess that means
to
no
advance?
photos with
I really
flashes
think
when reading this, right?
that there's a huge incentive,
Is there anyone who hasn't read this sign?
to
I
divide
can
the
summarize it
country.
for you.
In media, the politicians are not so good at using it, but it feels like it's the media. Maybe a very central perspective on journalism, but it seems like if we're angry and divided, healing is possible, you're going to maximize the number of clicks. So someone like the media wants to elect people who are going to be the most different maximizing. And the worry I have is they are not being either feeding or the very simple manufacturing narrative that sees that like the narrative of election being rigged. If you convince half the populace the election is completely rigged, that's a really good way to get a lot of clicks. And like the very simple thing is I don't know if the media
There you are,
machine
Lois. I bought Tatum this stuffed penguin that didn't require
will
washing
stop
blood
the
and semen off
destruction
it
of our
when you found
democracy
this doing.
in service of being.
I sort of lost Tatum.
It may destroy our democracy just to get that, but just the fire, the thing burns down.
Damn it, Chris, now that's gonna be in our Fox promo.
Sorry.
Tonight on Fox, Chris Griffin meets Chris Griffin. Here it goes.
They're depicting that 100 but I think history is that we might
Nice try. I see that other wolf hiding behind the block.
that,
I got a 21-year account. Let's have a drink. How's a wolf get a 21-year account? It's a gift from a friend. A good friend. Hey, what do you do? Wait a minute. What's your name? Ryan Griffin. Ryan Griffin. I knew I recognized you. I read your book. You read faster than the speed of light. I sure did. Thanks for saying the title. Well, maybe I will come in from the town.
And I sort of like to turning to a media structure for the 20th century, news channels. That's
Chris is my son. Right, through my elephants are asking for a raise. Get tired of working for peanuts.
So on.
You guys
So we're
laughing.
trying to find a good organization to figure out how to think about politics, but how to maintain our basic skills, our sense of democracy, of our interaction with government, along with this new media, of social media. Do you think Twitter how do you think it change? Do you think Twitter is good for democracy? Or do you think it has changed the or is it just the same old media? It has not changed the media. It has the day-to-day and competing hearing got noisier, got louder, and it got more defensive. I think Twitter is it's paradoxical. On the one hand, it is fundamentally and so there's a democratizing institutions that have gatekeepers and authority over time. But on the other hand, it's not a democracy at all. It's more complicated. Operates very flexible. And so, that said, it's just to show how Americans life, and that the people of the United States obviously regulate as they see fit, both that and other one of the most dramatic decisions that illustrate both sides of what you're saying is when Twitter decided to ban permanently the president of the United States, Donald Trump, on Twitter. Do you make the case that that was a good idea, or do you make the case that that was a bad idea? Yeah, I think the fact that the other is Twitter is President Trump violated the service, and not
our house except the laundry machine was in our kitchen, if you can believe it. And it wasn't like a normal laundry machine, it was more like a refrigerator. And Bonnie's brother was there too for some reason, which is totally random because I haven't seen him in like, 7 years. But I did see a Facebook post of him from like a month ago, so maybe that had something to do with it.
Twitter
No, I want to hear her stats. That's over my dream. Anyway, I was doing the wash and smoke was coming out the machine, but it was more like a fog than a smoke.
come in and say yes. There's always 100%. And we don't know
To be well, it was kind of my fault you were there in the first place. I hope you can forgive me.
under
I always wanted to be a sister.
these right and the highway service, etc. So so I guess we'll see. Well, to me, generally, censorship. But to take perspective, it's unclear to me in terms of
Daddy, I'm so sorry for the way I acted.
whether
I guess I was just jealous of all the attention you were giving Tatum and afraid that she'd taken my place as your daughter.
decrease or
The
increase
reason I've been giving Tatum so much attention is because I know how badly I screwed up with you.
There's a strong case to be made that banning
It's
speaks
the
about
biggest
Trump
regret of my
increases the
life.
amount of
I'd
resentment
give anything to go back and have a second chance to
among
be a better
people,
father to you.
and for a very long time
Unfortunately,
people that
Tatum's as
support
close
him
as I'll get.
or even love him or even see him as a great president, one of the greatest this
Well,
country has
I'm
had.
sorry I became a
So
bit
if
of a
you completely
monster.
suppress the
I was
voice,
just jealous.
you're going to intensify
You were
the
Babs was so
support
jealous of the attention
he
you got.
has
She used to put your
from
head in the
just
oven
the
and try
regular
to cook
support
you.
from them
I never tell you
to the
what.
president
No, that's
to
kind of
somebody that
disturbing.
becomes one of the most
Well, that's
heroic
the
figures
Pewter
for that.
Schmitz. The Pewter Schmitz.
Now
The
the flip
Pewter
side is
Schmitz. We had
removing
3 other kids who did
a
not
person
live
from
up.
the platform like Donald Trump might lessen the megaphone of that particular person, might actually
Look at this. All of us
level
eating together as a
the,
family. This is the
the
closest we
democratic
missed with
notion that
Lois.
everybody has a voice.
I said this is
Basically,
the
removing
closest
the loud
we missed with
extreme
Lois.
is
Tatum,
helpful
how's
to
your
giving
applesauce?
center
This isn't
the
working. You have to
calm,
leave.
the thoughtful voices more power.
What's happening? Good
So
kid,
in that sense, that teaches a lesson.
Hey, Tatum.
Don't be crazy or conventional. Don't go for running. Don't go Hitler. Don't like you have to stay in the middle. The divisions in the middle, the discussions in the middle, but stay in the middle. That's the skill man case for censorship. But or the censorship switches more. And also Twitter becoming a thing that's more than just a company. It seems like it's a medium of communication that is used for information, for knowledge, for wisdom. During the period of COVID, we used it to gain an understanding of what the hell's going on, what should we do, what's the state-of-the-art science. Science fundamentally transformed during the time of COVID because there's no time for the full review cycle that science issue goes in. And some of the best sources of information from the conspiracy theory to the best doctors, Twitter, the data, stats, all that kind of stuff. And that feels like more than a company. And then Twitter and YouTube and different places took a really strong stance on it, which is the lazy stance about it, which is we're going to listen to whatever CDC or the institution has said. But the reality is, you're an institution of your own now. You're kind of the press. You're like, there's a yes, it's a really difficult position. It's a really difficult position to take. But I wish they had stepped up and take on the full responsibility and the pain of fighting for freedom of speech.
Yes, they need to do that. But I'm struck by some of the things that you said, ways in which Twitter has the power to shape the conversation. And I don't think in a democratic society, democratic policies should cede that power to for-profit company.
Do you agree that it's possible that Twitter has that power? Do you sense that it has that power?
Because that my sense is Twitter is the power of Star Wars, like tweets is the power of Star Wars, to change the direction of elections.
Maybe in the sense in the ways in which the wave has the power to wash away sand. It's still the media, right? It's not in itself an actor. It's how actors use the platform. We should find this
Unfortunately, it's not maybe similar in the way. It's not just a medium. It's a medium plus. It's a medium that enables virality, that benefits from virality of engagement, and that means singular voices can have a disproportionate impact. Like not even just I don't know how to describe that as dynamic system, but it feels like there's a responsibility there not to accelerate issues because they get a lot of engagement as a portion of that move. So you're saying that a strong democracy
a strong democracy can and will be. I think the other thing I'm trying to tell you about Twitter is just too self-act, right? But I do think the structures of the platform, the algorithm, of this and other neighbors are eligible for scrutiny by democratic.
So, in preparing these reports, district leading up to the 2024 election. So one of us as a district is to shut down. We don't do everything about it. This is going to save or destroy our nation. That needs to be like the message of this election. As I'm doing something. Do you think Donald Trump? What do you think about this election? Do you think Donald Trump runs? Do you think the tension will grow? Maybe there's like singular moments.
Yeah, like everyone arriving
Do you think it's overseas just Trump or whatever the vaccine trying to maximize his
I think I can, historians don't like to predict the future, but I think that it will not be calm and stabilized. I think as of, the fact that we're talking to 2022, there are too many, open questions, particularly about whether Biden will run for the election. He says he will, but the jury actually found on that. I can't predict whether Donald Trump will run for election or not. I think, we do know that President Trump always likes to start things he can't win, and the polling data suggests that he's not an incredible candidate. He might be reluctant to enter the race, and might find the door that has looked at the sideline and has changed his casting since he left the White House. I think there are many people who are grieving some sort of centrist candidate, whether it's a conservative Democrat or Republican, save us from the either Republican Party or third party. I don't think that's likely.
Why are we doing that? Why don't we do this likely? There seems to be a general hunger for this,
You would, but primary system of the party candidates actually favor more partisan views, more conservative Republicans, Democrats, candidates.
It seems like the system prefers mediocre executives or leaders, mediocre partisans. If I take a sample, maybe I'm not advertising the leaders. maybe I'm bringing to it here. And
yeah, I can assure you, there's plenty of future parties in the
and before you, let me ask you a do you think now this is the Twitter question, but I sworn about we talked about it on this podcast. As a historian, what would you advise?
I think, this is a different question, but historians want to make sure that they know what Americans are thinking and talking about two centuries later. So one of the things that is my understanding is that when President Trump was banned, his account was also deleted. And that is one of the most powerful sources historians to understand the era. Parts of it were, archived and reconstructed, but in that sense, that is also the real loss to the historical record. I think that good professionals really have to I'm here, right? So,
That's one of the things when I think about history. I think Hitler, Stalin, World War I has the same intensity of
She said we stole something.
controversial issues.
I'm banned from
But one of the
Airbnb.
sad things from a historian perspective is how few introduce Hitler and Stalin. And that's such a difficult thing because it's obvious
Okay, which one of you little rats stole something from that house? Don't lie to me. I'm your mother. I can feel your lies in my ovaries. The doctor said those were cysts. From your lies.
But then you think about the momentary impact of this
That's not a lie,
conversation.
Detective. It's a ride-on sex machine.
Well, you know how the conversation goes. You could do
Stop rolling it into rows.
or explaining or just keep displaying of war,
You're
conflict,
probably
or
right. I'll contact Fiona and
the
clear
uses
it.
of power and things like this. With the tension between the journalist and the historian. Because when that goes to your dictators, for example, one of the things that
Hi,
strikes me
Dottie. It's Lois
is
from
that
this
often
weekend. Had such a great time with my family. 3 exclamations, 3 smiley faces. Thank you again for hosting.
they're basically
Raya
attacking
hands
people on
emoji.
face
Flashlight's still
as
on
opposed to trying to
I
understand.
just wanted to
Because
reach out
that
about the
is the
review you left.
signal
You said we stole
the
something.
other job
Shocked
is they're on the
emoji.
right side of
I
history.
think there was a mistake, LOL.
But that's not how
I
you
talked to
stop
my
it.
family
That's also
and no
right.
one told
The
any.
dictators and leaders
Shoulder
of
shrug
those interviews.
emoji. Anyway,
It's not
what
about
the
just
hell
understanding
clip?
who
It's
human being is,
Bassett
understand
Lois
what's
Griffin. 3 heart emojis and an
Because
accidental letter M
few
when I
people,
hit send.
few leaders do something from raising malevolence. I think they really do think they're doing good. And not even for themselves, not even for selfish reasons. I think they're doing great for them. They're doing the
I
right
smell like
thing
one of those farmer's
for their
market candles I never buy.
for what they're illegal. They understand that. And by the way, a large country operates this way. I bet if you poll, legitimately poll people in North Korea, they will believe that their leader is doing the right thing. So to understand that, you have to empathize. So that's the connection with journalism and the historian. Because the historian doesn't care. They really they care, obviously. But they know that history requires deep understanding of the context. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it's both for historians. The challenge is not to be too close to your subject, right? And not to overly enthused by them, right? When you're talking to a subject, it's just going to, the matter of triangulate with the rest and that may paint a different picture of the person. And what we're going to do as a just work, kind of just telling someone else's story. And So historians also going back 30, 40 years, finding all the information, figuring out, trying to truths and lies, and which parts are, which parts are accurate, which are not. And journalists that work at day-to-day basis, but historians, get a little more time to think about it.
Well, I personally also think it's deeply disrespectful to the populace, to people, to censor and ignore a person that's supported by very large numbers. Like that, you always, I personally feel like he always saves in this country a deep empathy to understanding of the leaders they support. Even if you disagree with what they say. Because to me, I'm not worried that to having a conversation about Trump is ultimately because I think, especially in this case, I agree with you that Trump is not a single person. He represents a set of feelings that a lot of people have. And whatever those feelings are, you can try to figure out people, but also the man. And then see that he's there, this is really represents. In this particular slice of the world, ultimately I just think it leads to compassion and love that community is how this business progresses. The tension between the different sides is useful to have a good conversation, but ultimately coming up with a right answer and progressing towards that answer is how you make progress. Do you think that you're so where this representative with these contentious elections and so on, when we start civilization on Mars, because more technologically, we can have more direct access to be able to vote on issues and vote for ideas. Do you think it can work?
I don't think we have to go to Mars to do that, right? I think the answer is not, to turn on something like pure democracy when people are not ready for it, when incentive structures are not structured for it. But you can experiment with more democratic forms of government one after another, whether it's sort of experimenting with technology to find new ways of getting greater rates of participation within democracy. I think that we see some experiments with more complicated systems of voting that might actually be more reflective of people's choices. For simply picking one candidate by ranked choice voting or runoff that becomes a thing. I think that we can think more creatively about something like participatory budgeting, right? Which we put all this money into the government, and then as a people, there are more democratic ways of how we spend it. And I think that that's really just some level is a more democratic policy making, decision making about the military health is very, very insulated from the population in modern parts of history. And I think, technology is not going to solve this. It's a combination of technology and human creativity, but I think we can start heading that direction. Whether we get there before we get to Mars,
one interesting lessons and thoughts if you look at the fundamentals of the history of American elections. Do you hope to reveal how to teach the class? And how will those fundamentals be met by the students who receive that wisdom? So, what do you think about the dance? It's such an interesting idea, and I hope you do go through this idea. Is to look at the history while doing what's happening.
yeah. I think, it's worth remembering, right? Because students who are typical American students in college right now, have lived their entire life after the election of 2000 and just before.
based on their
Right?
behavior while they're in
And,
my
That's when that was.
and
stole
yeah,
the shampoo.
after
You
all,
only brought it back because you got caught. So
and
any figure proving what I wrote about you was
so on the one hand,
correct.
I take partisan this election for granted, and they don't share,
My legs are in the
sort of
stirrups,
some
forceps have been utilized
vision
with
of
some sort of
things where
suction, and still that's
things
not
used to be
enough.
different. Right? They don't remember the world that had lots of other different sort of running around. But so in some ways, it's a way of looking back at other ways of organizing. It's also a way of reassuring that we have been through countless and even violent elections before. And that people have defended the right to vote, and people have just
You got your shampoo back and you officially got me canceled. This isn't your
And maybe
cancel. I think it is.
It's not.
Shut up, James
knowledge of
Taylor.
history here to help you see emotionally you might feel whole lot. And from a place of calmness, you can more easily survive the system.
that's my hope.
Just as a brief aside, but nevertheless, you wrote the book Bound by War that describes a century of war in the Pacific. So looking at this slow geography and power, so most crucially through a partnership between the United States and the Philippines. Can you tell us about the story that is often perhaps not considered to be sort of look more at the geopolitics of Europe, Soviet Union, and the United States? How did the war in the Pacific apply?
Yeah, I came to this Bound by War in the sense that our stories mostly lopsided or good. But American history, when viewed problems specifically in the 20th century, helps us understand American power in some way. Not only American projection of power into nature, but also the ways in which American power affected people in it. These are as in places like the Philippines and the United States and colonies, really clear American people would migrate to the United States. And those linkages between the United States and Asia, particularly the U.S. connection, I think we're something that needs to be traced across the years. It's a way, kind of a new way of seeing American power from a different angle. There's some aspects of define American community when you take the perspective of the Pacific. What would not do conflict and maybe seriously follow it. So I started in 1898 with the US invasion of the Philippines, its conquest and occupation. And I think in many ways a defining conflict were described as typically directly nearly of Spain. Is our first extended over conflict, our first conflict is what we call the development form of counterinsurgency. This is the U.S. learning lessons that repeated again in the Second World War, Korea, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Well, that's the interesting part, right? Is that the book focuses in particular on the field, despite European thought is completely and they are fundamentally right? They are almost which is the colonial power and I think that irony persists. If you look at the polling data, where they have people all around the world, do you think positively or negatively about the United States? And the highest response in the Philippines was viewed as more favorable than any other, including the American. Right? More say
You're gonna
to
take
the
out your phone,
American,
open up Airbnb,
so, unpacking that
change that review. Okay? Type
What
the
was
following.
the power revolution in the list of
Host.
you kind of assign an
Again.
important
Send.
a large value to it in terms of work and
This is over.
for the American project.
You know what, Donnie?
Yeah. So
I did steal that
1986,
ship.
the president
You're damn
of
right I did.
Denmark
I was
was
always
overthrown
gonna
by
steal that
a
ship.
popular
But you know why?
people power.
Because when I stood in your shower
In the
and
wake
rubbed that
of
peach
and
orchard
probably
scented bottle of
almost
glisten in my hair, I felt like somebody else. I felt like somebody who had it. Somebody who had enough disposable cash that she could buy a scented shampoo. That's what Airbnbs do, Donnie. They make you feel like you live in a fairy tale life. And I wanted
and
that
they were
feeling to last.
the
And it
reluctance of the
did.
United States to intervene to
Also, I
stop
opened your
for
closet
allies.
for
And then Mark
because I didn't open it.
American politics around that
Yeah, oh my God.
And
Because
the
that's what
Reagan
Lois Griffin says. Really, I should be thanking you for reminding me of who I am. A secret little psycho with very little to lose. And there's a million of us out there. And you just welcome us all in the echo. So if you ever think of giving someone a bad review again, remember this.
foreign policy,
We know
and in
where you
particular,
live.
public State Department and others,
Airbnb,
sort of
what are you
movements for
doing? It's
democracy
your
and
house.
democratization, and then kind of take fire in the Pacific, in Latin America, in South Korea, in Eastern Europe, and
Well, it all
all around
worked
the world.
out.
But
I said it all worked out. I got my reputation back on Airbnb, and Dottie got a comments.
What you're talking about, and I don't care.
Well, I just thought we could share some conversation and pass the time.
there are
You're the lady that yelled at me in the coffee shop. Think I give a crap about anything you have
opening
to
up
say?
throughout the world.
And I thought you'd have a helicopter chase me
And
left.
now as they continue in Europe with all of the little 9. And I think the whole of China in the protests and that are blocked and that represent a real turning in democratic institutions on a global scale.
So there's some places where the fight for freedom will work, some places not. And that's the kind of lesson from the 20th to take forward to the
No, I think the lesson is maybe one that we talked about earlier. There's this dynamic dance between leaders, whether totalitarian leaders or leaders of democratic movements, and the people that and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Let me ask a ridiculous question because we talked about sort of presidential elections. Now, this is objectively, definitively, you have to answer one person. Who's the greatest president in American history?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln.
Is that easy? Not George Washington.
Washington had the statesman qualities. He understood his power as the first president.
Also relinquished power.
He was willing to relinquish power. But Lincoln has the combination of personal leadership, a fundamental moral character, and just the ability to fight the fight for it, to play the game to get where he's going, to play the short game and the long game, to kind of make to work with his enemies, to block them when he had to. He gets the United States through the Civil War, so you got to give him some credit.
And it's pretty good at making speeches.
Obviously it helps that he's a remarkable speaker and able to convey his visions. But he is first and foremost a politician, and probably the best one we have.
Both at getting elected and at
In some ways, better at the doing than at getting elected. Right? The election of 1860 it's just a hot mess. That could have worked out in many different ways. And even the election of 1864, when we have a presidential election in the middle of a civil war, it was not a foregone conclusion that Lincoln would be reelected. So both times he sort of he's not a master campaigner by any means, but he was a master as a governor.
Is that so one perspective is like leaders ain't what they used to be, and then another perspective is we always romanticize stuff that happened in the past. We forget the flaws, remember the great moments.
Yeah, both of those things are true, right? On the one hand, we are not surrounded of Lincoln's caliber right now.
So that feels like
And I think you can say that was but I always like to point to President Harry Truman, who left office with truly invisible presidential rating. Was dismissed throughout his presidency as unqualified, not knowing what he was doing, etc. And then it turns out, with hindsight, we know that he was better at the job than anyone understood. Better at getting elected, right? You remember that sign, "Judy defeats Truman, thanks to Showtime," right? And better at holding power, and better at kind of building the kind of institutions that long after he was gone, demonstrated that he won the long game.
and some of that is victors do write the story, and I ask myself very much how will history remember Volodymyr's Zelensky? It's not obvious, and how will history remember Putin? That too is not obvious, because it depends on how the role, the geopolitics, how the nations, how the history of these nations that unravel, unfold. So it's very interesting to think about. And the same is true for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton, and so on. I think it's probably an unanswerable question of which of the presidents will be remembered as a great president from this time. You can make all kinds of cases for all kinds of people, and they do, but it's unclear. It's fascinating to think about when the robots finally take over, which of the humans they will appreciate the most. Let me ask for advice. Give advice for the young folks as they, because you mentioned the folks you're teaching, they don't know what it's like to have waited on the internet for the thing to load up for every single web page. Something they don't know what it's like not having the internet and have a dial phone, and then the joy of getting angry at somebody and hanging up. They don't know any of that. So for those young folks that look at the contentious election, they look at our contentious world, our divided world, what advice would you give them of how to have a career they're proud of, say they're in college, high school, and how to have a life?
Oh man, that's a big question. I've never given a graduation speech, so this is like
raw material.
Yeah. If I did, I think I would advise students that history teaches that you should be more optimistic than your current surroundings suggest, right? And I think it would be very easy as a young person today to think there's nothing I can do about this politics. There's nothing I can say to this person on the other side of the aisle. There's nothing I can do about the planet, etc. And just sort of give up. And I think history teaches that we don't know who the winners and losers are in the long run, but we know that the people who give up are always the losers. Right?
Don't give in to cynicism or apathy. Doesn't pay us the way.
Because human beings are deeply resilient, creative, even under far more difficult circumstances than we face right now.
Well, let me ask a question that you wouldn't even dare cover in your graduation commencement speech. What's the meaning of life? why are we here? This whole project, the history studies, analyzes as if there's a point to it. Like, what is it? All the wars, all the presidents, all the struggles to discover what it means to be human or reach for a higher ideal. Why? Why do you think we're here?
I think this is where there is often a handoff from the historian to the clergy. But in the end, it's less. There's less distance between the two things, right? If you think about some of the kind of answers to that question, what is the meaning of life that are given in religious tradition, often they have a fundamentally historical core, right? It's about unifying the past and the present in some other non-earthly sort of dimension. And so I think that I think even for people who don't have religious belief, there's a way in which history is about the shared human condition. And I think historians aspire to telling all of this. Right? We drill down on the miseries of war and passions and so forth. But the story is not complete without the berries and butterflies and all the rest that go with it.
So, both the humbling and inspiring aspect that you get by looking back at human history, that we're in this together. Christopher, this is a huge honor. This is an amazing conversation. Thank you for taking us back to a war that not discussed, but many ways defined it to be the 20th century and the century we are today. Just the First World War, the war that is supposed to end all wars, but instead defined future wars and defines our struggle to try to avoid World War III. So it's a huge honor to talk to you today. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. It's Christopher Pagazola. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words Woodrow Wilson's 1917 about World War I that haunted the rest of the 20th century. This is a war and all. George Santayana, a Spanish-American philosopher, responded to this quote in 1922 by saying, "Only the dead have seen the end of war." Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I mean, I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything but chess.
I also say that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do, right, it's you have to be that level of obsessed.
Following this conversation with Alexandra and Andrea Botas, they're sisters, professional chess players, commentators, educators, entertainers, and streamers. The channel is called Botas Live on Twitch and YouTube. I highly recommend you check it out. A small side note about the currently ongoing controversy in the chess world, where the 19-year-old Grandmaster Hans Niemann beat Magnus Carlsen at the St. Field Cup. After this, Magnus, first time ever, withdrew from the tournament, implying with a tweet there may have been cheating or at least something shady going on. Folks, the Grandmaster Hikari Nakamura fanned the flames of cheating accusation, and the internet made a bunch of proposals on how the cheating could have been done, and it ranged from the ridiculous to the hilarious, often both. Hans himself came out and said that he has cheated before he was 12 and 16 on random online games to jack up his rating. But he said he has never cheated in person over the board. Danny Wrench, Chess.com, who I've spoken with, may make a statement in response to his claim soon. Folks like Grandmaster Jakob Huga spoke to his experience training Hans Niemann and has said his memory and intuition were quite brilliant. So as you see, there's a lot of perspectives on this. Chess Base is a summary of the saga with a link in the description. Also note that this is so quickly moving that new stuff might come out between me recording this and publishing the episode. But I thought I'd mention this anyway, since the episode with the Botas sisters was a conversation about chess. It was recorded shortly before controversy, so we didn't talk about it. I'm considering having Hans on this podcast, and also Magnus back on the podcast, maybe other Hikaru, or folks from chess.com's anti-cheat staff to discuss their really interesting cheating detection algorithms. But I may also just stay out of it. I find chess to be a beautiful game, and the chess community full of fascinating, brilliant. So I'll keep having conversations like these about chess. It's fun. My goal with this podcast and in general as a human being is to increase the amount of love. Sometimes it involves celebrating brilliance, beauty, science, art, and chess. Sometimes it involves empathetic conversations with controversial figures that seek to understand, not deride. Sometimes it involves standing against the internet lynch mob, as the Chess Base article calls it, to hear the story of a human being who is under attack, even if it means I get attacked in the process as well. This is the Let's Read podcast. Support it. Please check out your sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Alexandra, Andrea, and Cortez. You just got back from Italy. What's the most memorable thing? I was just ready.
It was very chaotic because we went out on a whim and we only had our first hotel book, and then we rented a car and drove around all of the cities and went to like 5 different cities in about a week and a bit. So I think it was just the variety of seeing so many different places when we're used to being at home all the time. And Andrea, is yours your budget?
Yeah, it was the most stressful vacation we've been in our life. It was a valuable learning lesson because now I know how to be prepared for trips. But we lost our bags and I never got it back. And like Alex said, we didn't know where we'd be sleeping every night, and we're just driving to a new city with a giant van in the most narrowest streets and getting in many fights with Italian men. So it wasn't really a vacation.
I saw this motion so many times.
Wasn't it liberating? Was it
Actually, it was liberating. My entire life, I've always had the issue of overpacking.
And I told her
No matter
before
what.
the trip, Andrea, you're gonna pack light, right? Yeah, like yeah. And then I see her stuffing and overweight.
But you did the same. We both had giant, big extra baggage that we didn't need. And I'm actually very glad we lost it because for Venice, hauling that around on those boats and through the tiny streets and there's no Ubers. And now it's the first time where I can travel without checking in the bag, which I've never done before. So now I've learned what it means to pack light because I saw that I could survive off of just my. It sounds very dramatic, but it was a really big learning lesson.
The driving was crazy.
The driving was crazy. I did most of it, and it would be really interesting driving through places like Florence or even through the beach areas that were super windy, because there are 2-way streets that should really only be one way. So you'd be driving this huge van, and then another car comes on the cliff. You're just waiting for it to slowly pass. So it took all of my focus and concentration to drive well in Italy. But it was actually really relaxing because the hardest thing about making a lot of videos online is you're always thinking about it, what's coming next. And when we were in Italy, it was so chaotic that I did not think about work for a good week and a bit.
Oh, because you just.
We were stressed.
I was trying to keep it alive. It's my priority.
And that was kind of fun.
It was kind of fun.
No planning, no
I wouldn't recommend it. I would do that again. But
Sounds pretty awesome.
And we even randomly ran into 2 friends of ours who were in the same city, and we just traveled with them for about half of the trip.
Yeah. So you just took on.
Exactly. It was an adventure.
And I see like you're using hands a lot because you picked up some of the Italian hand gestures.
I did. We did get yelled at by a lot of Italians. The old Italian grandmas would come to us after breakfast because we doing something on the plate, and she's like, "You could feed an entire village with that. Tell your friends." And we feel so ashamed.
yeah, we got cursed out a lot. But it really reminds me of where we grew up. And it's true.
Where you grew up?
Oh, we we're Romanian, but it was like an immigrant neighborhood. So, you know, being, if you don't finish your plate, it's disrespectful to people made the food.
How's the food? I feel like carbs.
Very, yeah, I'm very overrated.
So I'm actually not supposed to eat gluten because I have an allergy, but I was gluten and gluten galore. So I was actually eating a lot of it, and it's very interesting because I didn't get sick while I was in Italy, but I do while I'm in the US. So somehow the food was actually maybe more okay for me to digest, which I appreciated, but I didn't like it as much as I thought. Did you like the food there?
Yeah, no, I think I did. I love carbs, but it feels like Vegas when I go there. Food, it's like if I stay here too long, I'm gonna do things I regret. That's what it feels like with food.
Right.
'Cause I don't know how to moderate, and everybody is pushing very large portions of while kind of eating things on you. Pasta, pizza is so good. Bread is so delicious. So yeah, I love it, but I regret everything. So it's like I don't want to go to a place where I'm going to regret everything I do for too long time.
Yeah, surprisingly, the people there though are still very fit, and everyone is in good shape. That's probably because they're walking around all day, much more active.
And they also, I think I got used to the U.S. with eating.
The US.
Just a lot. Never always a lot.
Yeah.
And more.
And I feel in the US, food advertisements are also much more in your face, and you're more often reminded of junk food than we were in Italy. So even though we were eating less healthy things, I think we were getting cravings and a big push towards junk food.
All right, I gotta ask you a quick question. So romance languages. So I think French is up there as like number one.
Number one in terms of.
You guys speak Italian? Or?
Not Italian, but we studied French and Spanish in school, and Romanian.
I feel like every country calls their language romance language.
No, but it's Romanian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and I think there was one more that was like this dialect, but those are considered the romance language.
Okay. So where would you put Italian?
I think we got yelled at so much in Italian that
I'll
it's not
never
going to
see a lot of that.
So
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't work.
on the bottom of the list. People did not use it nicely.
But I always really liked how French sounds. I think something about it where maybe Spanish actually sounds nicer to the ears, but French has more character and it feels more sultry. So I like French. That's what that was.
Sultry. Okay. I feel like French is in France. I feel like the most deep judge. Like they're better than me. That's what French. It's so true. Which is why, I long to belong to that. I like the British accent.
The British. Really?
Yeah.
Actually, one thing we did on our Italian trip is we just picked up British accents for the entire trip for fun. And we forgot we were doing them to the point where we talked to British people and they asked us, why are you talking like that?
I did feel much more elegant and
That's
mature.
true.
People, like, I don't know if they felt the same way about us, but it was more of,
You do feel like you're more poised. Sure.
So how'd you guys get into chess? When did you first fall in love with chess?
So we both started playing when we were pretty young, around 6 years old. That's when our dad taught us. And I enjoyed playing chess because I had good results early on. But a lot of it was being pushed from my dad to play chess. And I only really started loving it when we moved to Canada and we started moving a lot. And chess was the one stable thing that I had. And it was also where all of my friends were. So it was kind of that foundational thing for me. And that's when I started studying chess very intensely. When I started putting in the hours out of my own will, not because I was being pushed by my dad, that's when I started really loving it. I even wanted to take time off college to just focus on chess.
So training, competing?
Training and competing, yeah. It was when I was doing it for myself that I started getting my best results.
And actually
And I really enjoyed it, yeah. I would spend summer vacations studying for tournaments. My mom would come and say, you need to make friends. Go leave the house. And I'd be like, no, I need to play chess. And I remember those moments
that you rebelled by playing chess.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you get into it?
Yeah, my experience with loving in high school was very opposite from Alex's, but right, my sister was playing and my dad taught me when I was
Andrea
also
was so cool in high school, unlike me.
You were.
I wouldn't be cool. I'd say more balanced, and I was interested in other hobbies. In my childhood, if I ever really did love chess, there's certainly moments about like traveling and being together with my family and spending those moments together. But those are more the social and the experiences. But funny enough, like I think my happiest moment where I really played the game for my own enjoyment was probably my most recent tournament, because this was after obviously we've been streaming and I'm no longer in high school. But when I was in school, I was always playing for college and the results, trying to build a resume. So I was too stressed out about the pressure to really enjoy the game. Whereas when I just played my first tournament, so it was like after like a 2-year break because of the pandemic, and it was also all live on Twitch, so there was some pressure. But it was the first time that like I was really eager to study for the game, sitting and focusing since we've been streaming and not getting distracted by something else in years, like I said. And the tournament experience, I hit my highest rating, and it was my best tournament ever. And I think most of that is because it came from my own enjoyment.
So you didn't enjoy the domination because I think you like did really well, right? This is like a couple months ago.
Yeah, the tournament. Well, of course, I think the results came from enjoying the tournament because I would be in high school like studying double, triple the amount of time, like 6 hours every day. Compared to this tournament, I didn't even prepare for it, and for 3 years, I would be able to pass one rating. Whereas in this one tournament, I passed it by like 70 points without even any preparation. So it was, I think, as soon as you stop worrying about the competition, when the games get much better.
What does it mean to pass the rating?
So I was like at 1900.
1900 is 100 points off the next one.
Yeah.
Usually when you reach 2000, you're considered an expert, which is the rating expert.
Okay. Expert, that's your technical term, or that's like
It's more of a colloquial term where if somebody's around a 2000 and you're playing them in a tournament, they won't have the actual title next to their name, but you say, I'm playing an expert.
What about the more official things like master? Does that have to do with ratings?
Yeah, so national master in the US is winter 22.
And what's international?
International master is based off of the different systems, the FIDE system, which is international. To be an international master, it's 2,400, and you have to have 3 international masters.
Yeah, I think Raghu said he's 28 something.
That was, yeah.
And then he said that's pretty decent. Now,
Well, he always.
but see, the thing is, I think what he meant is that's a decent rating because it accurately captures its actual level. So it's not overinflated or underinflated and so on. And so the discussion there was how can a human being get to 2,900? And he says, because my current ratings would be decent, representing my skill level is going to be a long road to actually get there. Because it's like, if you have to beat people your same level, that's how it increases.
Yeah.
And you beat a bunch of people in the tournament, right? That are higher than
I
your
got very
level.
lucky. Well, I was really nervous. My category was like 200 points above my rating. And of course, I was very rusty in the tournament.
Do you feel the pressure when you're actually recording it, like the streaming?
It was definitely, so before every round, I was vlogging and I was doing meet and greets and doing other things.
Yeah, I saw you do that meeting greet. You didn't know how you were doing. It's great.
Yeah.
Like, how do I do this?
Yeah, I see.
What do I do?
It was actually really wholesome. The beginning was very silly because I was just not expecting that it was going to be more of a seminar. I thought people would go and take pictures. But they actually asked really nice meaningful questions, but unfortunately, it's bad for you to pay attention.
That's good long form conversation. So it was like questions to do like that.
Exactly. You have to have very fast paced for YouTube.
Well, not everything you get on YouTube, right? There's like 2 parallel things, stuff that's fun for YouTube.
One day.
Yeah, when you guys like when you become like ultra famous, you're currently just regular famous.
And then it's slow content.
And that the YouTube aspect, the creation aspect, does that add to the fun ultimately of the chess, or with your level of chess?
For the level of chess in general, or just for competing in that tournament?
No, love of chess in general. I think you said that competing with that term was adding pressure.
Yeah, but actually, I would say it's a pressure. But yeah, this is where I differ to Alex because when I was just competitive when I was younger, I don't think I loved chess as much as when I started doing it for content because unlike her, who a lot of her friends and social circles other chess players, I never really traveled and built really solid friendships through chess until I started streaming and meeting other chess streamers and actually playing and talking to people for fun rather than just always being alone in the game, never really meeting other people my age or people with similar interests. So I would say which was the thing that really changed how I approach the game.
I think with some YouTubers is the pressure to be known to somebody else. You create a persona, you're stuck in that persona. I think I'm too much of a boomer to know that Twitch is anyway. But it feels like when you're actually live streaming, you can't help but be who you really are.
I think I think when you're live streaming, and I've talked to a lot of other streamers about this, you kind of just over exaggerate one side of your personality. And of course, it's kind of like being on all the time. Like you're trying to be more entertaining. Sometimes you're being sillier at moments or more. You take what character trait that people know you for. And you want to be like Paige, Tegan, the younger sibling, who's very energetic and causes trouble. Even though
Yeah, I'm
sometimes
sure you've caused trouble just for the camera.
Yeah, right.
I think, and of course, once you're live streaming for 4 or 5 hours, there's going to be moments in the stream where it's more chill, but especially when you're like editing that content or you're doing bigger streams that are shorter, you are kind of playing up a side of yourself. Because of course, there's a lot of parts of me that I don't show to the camera because I'm not as entertaining to watch, like the more serious part.
And also, there's things that you are really interested in about what you do. Like, I love competitive chess where I could sit and really think about it, but I know that that is not going to be as entertaining for stream. I know that's not going to be as entertaining for YouTube. So you kind of have to take what you like and really adapt it for whatever the format is. And sometimes that feels inauthentic, but other times it just feels like repackaging what you love for people in a more general audience.
Do you feel like it's a trap a little bit?
Oh, I
You're
think
trapped.
social media. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Social media in general is a trap of that kind.
Well, so we've been trying to switch to learn how to make YouTube videos recently, and so much of learning YouTube school is kind of the beastification of content where you try to get to the point of the video within like the first 10 seconds to not lose people. Try to,
You mean like Mr. Beast?
yeah, where it's so fast paced, there's a reason to wait, there's high stakes, and everything is created to keep people watching the video and keep people on the platform. And in some ways, it is a trap because it's harder to do the kind of content you like because you really have to squeeze it to be like, okay, well, do we have a good thumbnail for this? Do we have a good title for this? And that's something that we're trying to figure out how to keep true to what we want.
Yes, the way I think about it is, there's a lot of stuff to create, the mystification process, but also think about what are the video conversation things I will create in this life that would be the best thing I do. And I try not to do things in my life that will prevent me getting there. I feel like if you're always focusing on doing kind of optimizing the thumbnail in 10 seconds and so on, you'll never do the thing that's truly you're known for and remembered for. So finding that balance is tricky.
I get that, but at the same time, this might be my own copium, which I know is a word you know now.
I'm slowly learning the full complexity of the term, yes.
But the other way I think about it is a skill to learn how to communicate with large audiences. And first I started streaming chess, which is something I just did and really loved. But now I have to learn how to translate that format. And if that's a skill set we could build, then we could use it to do really important things. And I've seen a lot of YouTubers who have done interviews about how, they didn't love the kind of content they did at first, but what they're doing right now is really meaningful. So I like to think of it maybe like skill development. Because not everybody gets off a podcast where they can talk to super interesting people right off the bat.
Yeah, it can be slow and boring podcast. You don't have to worry about the first 10 seconds. I mean, people like pushing me for because about the first 10 seconds of the videos I do is well, I know it's more support for YouTube, but I don't give a damn. I wrote a Chrome extension that hides all views and likes. I don't look at the click.
I don't look at Twitch views, Andrea does, so we also really.
I love numbers too, but that's why I don't look at it. Because I'm like, oh, why? You'll start to think that a conversation I think you did sucks because it doesn't get views. But that's just not the case. YouTube algorithm is this monster and figure stuff out. If you let it control your mind, I feel like it's going to destroy you creatively. You have to find a nice balance.
I have to say, I was laughing a little bit when I was listening to the Magnus episode. In the first 10 minutes, you guys are talking about soccer and football.
Two robots being human
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
conversation.
I was like, let's have some fun, a conversation about non-chess related topics.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it was kind of hilarious. I was surprised that even at his level, I wasn't sure, but I was surprised how much he loves chess. Sounds cliche to say, but like, the way he looked at a chessboard, you know those memes like where somebody looked at me and read? He's still like the way he glanced down and he reached for the pieces with excitement to show me something. It wasn't like okay, I'll show you. It was like there's still that fire.
And that's something that always shocks me about some of like super grandmasters. Like one of my coaches, one person who also his name GM Hammer of Norway, he also teaches Magnus. He was his second, and he was helping me train for my tournament. And I was kind of putting off doing the homework. Because if you're putting it off, that means you're studying the wrong thing. Like you should be enjoying, even when you're practicing. Which when I grew up, I thought to get to the top level, like practicing has to be hard and unpleasant. I mean, I was listening to your Magnus episode. He was like, I didn't read books very much. Or it was one thing that you said that's like very normal for studying classical chess that he didn't do just because it didn't interest him.
He says I suck at puzzles.
Yeah. Yeah, and he doesn't do what he doesn't enjoy, and that's because it's like purely driven out of passion.
I think the internet was like, I suck at puzzles too.
Yeah, they like that.
I don't have to study at all. It's fun. And, but I think the lesson there that's really powerful is he spends most of the day thinking about chess because he wants to. So do whatever, if you're into getting better at chess, do whatever it takes to actually just the number of hours you spend a day thinking about chess and maximize that. If you're like super serious about it.
I actually get very addicted whenever I start studying chess, which is why I don't do it as seriously when I'm focused on content. Because I go through these rabbit holes where if I'm focusing on chess, I want to be as good as I possibly can at the game. Otherwise, it's hard for me to enjoy it because it's such a competitive thing. And I remember training for tournaments. And when you're training for tournaments, you even start dreaming about chess and you can't stop thinking about it. And it's as if you're flipped into this completely different world, which is also what I like best about the game, that it's a completely different living experience.
And then you take some drugs and now you start to see things on the ceiling. Is there some factual hallucination like to the Queen's Gambit, the scenes?
I think,
Is that based on your life story?
well, can't say that. No, just kidding. Actually, chess players are very careful to not take drugs. They drink a lot.
Yeah.
They drink so much. It's actually crazy for how good they're able to play chess, what they do. But when it comes to things like psychedelics or other things, they usually stay away from them because they don't want to mess anything up in their brain.
So this is actually a convention. I saw in you mentioned somewhere, I think it was the lie detector test where you have a drinking problem. Is that
No,
actual?
I think that's actually a meme that we like to joke about on stream because occasionally we have like a White Claw stream or something like that, and then people meme about it. It goes back to Andrea's point of amplifying a part of your personality to make yourself a little bit more entertaining.
Maybe that is an excuse from now on. This podcast is just amplifying a part of personality. I'm not really like this. But have you played drunk? Like Magnus has played drunk. He says it helps him with the creativity. Is there anything to that?
Well, Andrea's under 21, so she's obviously would never do that. But I have played while drinking. Actually, I enjoy playing chess and drinking more than free gaming or going out to clubs and drinking, which sounds really silly. And I'll usually play against opponents where I'm having some beer. And it does make you feel like you're seeing the game from a fresher perspective, where it can sometimes make you feel more confident, liquid confidence, and it does help with creativity. You just feel like you could pull things off. But there's also a limit. It's not like you've had one drink or two drinks, but then it goes beyond that, and then you just start missing tactics, so it's not worth it.
Yeah, I think it all helps players in very short time controls. One time I was watching this grandmaster on the street, and they're playing bullet chess, which is 1 minute chess. And I was giving him handicaps, and I said, okay, you have to take 4 shots before the next game. And he just got like 10 times stronger, and he transformed into like the Hulk and destroyed me more than last game. So, but of course, if you're playing like a 3-hour game, it's gonna get old. But I think in short time controls,
Yeah, it definitely has to be blitz. It has to be where it's more intuition rather than sitting and calculating.
This is probably like negatively affecting the ability to calculate.
Absolutely.
How much, when you guys play chessboard, how much of it is calculation? How much of it is intuition? How much of it is memorized? Openings?
It really depends between short form chess, so 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, and classical chess.
What's your favorite?
I love playing blitz now because that's most of what I do, and that's actually how I got into chess streaming, because I couldn't spend entire weekends or weeks playing tournaments. So I would just, while I was in college, log on and play these long blitz or bullet sessions, and it's very fast, so you don't have time to go calculate as deeply. You basically have to calculate short lines pretty quickly, and a lot of it is pattern recognition and intuition.
Like 3 minutes?
3 minutes, yeah.
Okay, cool. And so for that, it's basically intuition.
A lot of it is intuition, yeah.
Yeah, I saw on streams you actually talking about chess. It seems
Yeah,
really
that
good.
helps my results. That doesn't help my results.
It doesn't
helps
matter.
the content of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can still do it. Because it feels like you also concentrate while talking.
It's because so much of it is intuition. You're not, while you're talking, you're thinking about that topic, but then you just come to the board and just understand what you should be doing here. And then sometimes you get in trouble because you're talking and you have now lost half of your time. You have a minute and a half, your opponent has 3. You're kind of at a disadvantage. But that kind of goes to show that that's how blitz chess usually works, whereas classical is very different.
Which of you is better at chess? Let's do it this way. Can you, Andrea, can you say in which way is Alex stronger than you? Which way is she weaker than you? Not physically, in terms of chess.
Well, of course, she is higher rated. But when we do play, I think her strengths against me, where she really gets me, is the end game. She has stronger end game, so she can. And I actually have stronger opening. But as soon as she's in,
I'm supposed to say what is good about you, not you.
yeah, no, I'm getting there. Well, see, this is because don't worry, it's related, okay? Because if I can get an advantage in the beginning of the game, but as soon as she starts trading pieces down, like the confidence drops, because I know that the end game is the hardest part of the game and the longest, and that's where she ends up beating me. So her end game is, I think, really what makes the difference. And she
It
has
sounds like her psychological warfare is better too.
that.
If you're getting nervous.
That is.
But it's harder to play against higher rated players. Magnus, former world champions have that psychological edge. So I think it's always going to be different for Andrea, because she knows statistically she should be winning something like 1 in 4 games, but she usually does better than that because she's very distracting, talks a lot.
That does help.
What does it feel like to be a higher rated player? What's the experience of that? In like playing something like Magnus.
So it depends on how much higher rated than you they are. If it's someone who's like between me and Andrea, let's say it's a 200-point difference, you know they should win, but at least you still feel like you have a chance. I was playing in Title Tuesday, which is tournamentchess.com, that's every Tuesday, and I got really lucky. Beat a GM, drew an international master, and then I got paired again. Hikaru Nakamura, and my brain just went blank because I just know that I'm so unlikely to win that I couldn't even play the game properly when it's that much of a difference where they should be winning like 99% of the time.
But that's like psychological. So you're saying that's the biggest experience is like actually knowing the numbers and statistically thinking that way. But I meant like, is there a suffocating feeling like positionally you feel like you're constantly under attack?
You just feel like you're slowly getting started, and the worst is when you don't even know what you're doing wrong. You come out of that, and you're like, thought I was doing great, and I got slowly squeezed. I didn't understand what was going on, and you're just kind of baffled. It's kind of like watching Alpha Zero beat up Stockfish. You don't really understand why it's making certain moves or how it thought of the plan. You just see it slowly getting the position better, and that's what it feels like.
I would add, it's kind of different for me if there's someone who's significantly higher rated, so let's say like 300 points, or you're playing Magnus. What I notice is I just feel lost straight as soon as I don't know my preparation, because they know so many opening lines that they're going to know the best line to beat you that you haven't studied. So then on move 10, you're like, he already has a maybe plus 5 advantage, which is really small, but for someone with such a significant skill level, you've already lost that point. And it's like third.
What are the strengths?
Andrea is very good at opening preparation.
As she said.
As she said, she likes bringing that up. I mean, she's very meticulous about it, where she'll really go in and learn her lines. And having that initial starting confidence isn't just helpful for the opening, but it helps develop your plans for the middle game. So I think she's very good at that. I think she's actually pretty good at tactical combinations.
What is tactics?
Tactics is like solving puzzles, or basically finding lines that are forced, where if you find them, you're going to win.
So that's like puzzles
Within it. Yeah, exactly. Whereas strategic chess is making slow moves, and over the process of like 20 moves, you get a slightly better position based on an understanding of the overall strategy.
So in my extensive research on Wikipedia, it says your most played opening is the King's Indian defense, in which, quote, black allows white to advance their pawns to the center of the board in the first 2 moves. Is there any truth to this?
So, King's
And what
Indian
is it?
probably is my most played opening. And it's one where even my coach, the grandmaster, taught me, he's like, so you know, I've been playing the King's Indian for 10 years. I still don't understand it. And it's one of those openings that computers really don't like, because you do, or at least Stockfish doesn't like it. Maybe I'll throw their mind. I forgot what.
Can you show me exactly what it is?
Yeah.
Is it white's opening, black's opening?
Black responds to the D4 queen's mod push, and you take your knight out to F6. I'll just put in the stereotypical classical, so to say.
We actually have a very famous Kings Indian game in the notes that we prepared for
Yeah, I
hours.
asked, for the record, I asked you into some games that you find pretty cool, and maybe to get a chance to talk to us.
Yeah. So this is the King's Indian. As you can see, white has much more control over the center. White has 3 pawns in the center, while black has none past the 5th rank. And you just have this pawn on d6. And one of the ideas in chess is if you're not taking the center, then your plan revolves around trying to continually challenge it. But what is really fun about the King's Indian is that black sometimes gets these crazy king-side attacks, while white gets queen-side attacks. And even though it's a little bit suspicious for black, and the computer can usually break it, it's hard to defend as a human when you're being attacked. But if you don't pull off the attack as black, then you're just going to end up being lost.
So it's like a very symmetrical position.
It's very asymmetrical, although a lot of people now stop playing into the classical King's Indian, even though computers give it a big advantage. And they play these slower lines in the King's Indian, which are less fun to play.
What's slower mean? It takes a longer time to like do something interesting with.
They basically don't let you get as much of a king-side attack because they try opening up the center, and then you have no weaknesses, but you're just slowly improving the position of your pieces instead of being able to go for that.
So for people just listening, there's a white pawns are all in the 4th row together. It feels like a bad position
For black?
for white.
Oh, you don't like taking center?
No, I like the center. Just like talking trash around.
Oh, sorry.
But like, it's just like they're like being vulnerable. They're in the road together. Like it's like because Because they're like, who's going to defend them? I guess the knights defend them.
You're actually talking about a theme that you do see sometimes, which is called hanging pawns, which is when you have two pawns right next to each other with no other pieces to defend them. So it is a valid point, and actually as black, you're trying to break apart these pawns or get them to push and create some holes into the position. But it's a trade-off. That's a lot of what chess openings are about. You get more space, but you also end up having to protect your pawns potentially or move forward to the point where they're overextended.
Plus, pawns being called up, it's kind of fun. It's like there's more stuff in nature. Because if it's like this, everything's like trapped. Like you can't do anything.
Everything's blocked. Yeah.
They're blocked off. Yeah.
But
you can't have fun.
yeah, one of the opening principles for white is get your pawns in the center. So I'd say like this is actually preferable for white.
Let's go with some opening principles.
There we go. This is a very good learning lesson for any chess beginner in the audience. Okay, so first thing you want to do is control the center. There you go. Useful if you want to aggressive.
It's not like the basic vanilla move. I didn't. Somebody told me that the most popular opening move in chess. Why is that?
So it's e4 and d4, and the king's pawn is known as being for more tactical players, whereas d4 is known for more positional players. So that's why it's considered more aggressive.
The tactical means I'm gonna try to attack you.
Okay, you're gonna try to go for puzzles and rely more on your combination abilities. Whereas if it's something positional, you usually have like 3 to 4 moves that are all good in the position, whereas tactics, you need to see this one line. So it's more precise.
So this one's cool because they can, the queen can come out, the bishop can come out.
Yeah, and that's one of the most popular checkmates, and usually what you teach new students to try to cheese their friends because they feel really excited that they have this new trap where you bring the bishop and the queen out and you try to checkmate on f7.
The trap that Queen's Gambit that Harlan falls first, and then like first game versus the janitor, she gets all mad and she gets checkmated.
So that's the one you get checkmated with?
Yeah.
I love how you guys are actually paying attention to the games carefully. Which is pretty cool that they did a job of evolving per game throughout the show to actually represent the actual growth of the chess player.
Yeah, they really took every detail into consideration.
Okay, so what else? That's I brought stuff.
Will it be the same? Okay. So then we want to develop your pieces. So in the beginning of the game, you want to take out the bishops and knights first, because you don't want to start with the most valuable piece like the queen, because then it'll become a good ability and we can attack very early on. And the reason you're taking out these 2 pieces first is you want to calculate it. So you can move a knight move or a bishop move, and that's considered development.
Yeah. So at this stage, not like even before getting one.
You usually want to start with getting a pawn because you want to get space in the center, but also when you push pawns, it helps free up pieces. So usually start with one pawn first, and then you can start taking out your minor pieces, which is the bishop and the knight.
I have anxiety when I just feel out there. Defenseless.
Well, it's not attack. See, those are what you call ghost threats. So you're scared of something that hasn't happened yet. So if I were to attack,
I feel like there's a deeper thing going on here.
Yeah, so you're attacking the pawn in the center here, and it is vulnerable, but as soon as you do that, I can develop my own knight and defend it as well.
And now for people just listening, there's 2 pawns that just came out to meet each other and a couple of knights.
I love the chess. How are you doing? Pawns and after the knight.
Yeah. I'm going to romanticize the game. Okay, cool. So like there's, if you bring out the bishops and the knights, you're matching that with the other black is not matching. Whatever you're attacking with.
I can develop the bishop or your knight.
I don't know, now you give an option.
All right. There you go.
Now I am attacking the pawn in the center, which is what you were afraid about before, but let's see how you defend it.
By doing these symmetrical things, bringing out the knight.
Right. And actually, your other move was good as well, because then free space for your bishop. So you're basically trying to develop your pieces as quickly as possible, put your pawns in the center, and then get your king to safety. And that's usually the basic opening tips that you get.
And it is kind of counterintuitive that safety is in the corner. Okay. I was always confused. But, yeah.
On front, so you typically don't push those. Maybe like one.
But another way to also think about it is your pieces usually want to point towards the center. If you have a knight closer to the center than closer to the side, it actually has more squares to go to. So a huge part of it is just wanting to have flexibility for where your pieces go. So more pieces are going to be able to make threats in the center or even open up the position. So since that's where it's most likely to open, you want your king somewhere where the position will stay close so that you have the pawns to defend.
Yeah, there's like rules like this, but I was wondering because I've built chess engines, but then you start to wonder like why isn't that positionally these things are good? Like you built up an intuition about it, but I wish, and that's the thing that would be amazing if engines could explain why is this kind of thing better than this kind of thing. You start to build up an intuition. So like if I'm just saying nothing about chess, it feels confusing that cornering, like getting them like trapped here. Like it feels like you could get checkmated easier there. If I was just using like dumb intuition, but it seems like that's not the case.
I imagine maybe because Alpha Zero learned by playing games against itself, right? And I imagine if you have a lot of games and you do build this intuition, because if you were to keep your king in the center, you just see that in those games you're dealing with threats a lot more often. But yeah, there's shortcut rules, and this doesn't even mean it's the best way to play chess, as we've seen with Alpha Zero kind of changing the rules of the game a little bit. But as a human, to learn it from scratch is a lot more difficult than to start with principles. So that's why beginners usually learn chess this way.
Yeah, but we're playing other humans, and the other humans have also operate under different principles, and that's why people that come up now training with engines are just going to be much better than people in the past because they're gonna try out weirder ideas that go against the principles of rules.
Right.
And you're gonna do like weird stuff, including sacrifice and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I also think that's why Alpha Zero was so shocking because Stockfish was using an opening database, so it was already based off of knowledge that humans have from playing chess for years that just thought is how you're supposed to play, whereas Alpha Zero just learned playing the game so many times and came up with a very novel opening idea.
Were you impressed by Alpha Zero? Have you seen some of the games?
I have seen some of the games. I think impressed, bewildered, and motivated are the three things I see.
Like I think Magnus said, he was also impressed that he could easily be mistaken for creativity. That's his trash talk towards the AI.
That was a beautiful sentence. I was thinking about that.
I mean, as a human, I agree with him because you don't want to give the machine the power of creativity. But if it looks creative, give it a compliment.
That's fair. I know that you're being nice to the machines in case they are ever looking back.
Yeah. What else is there? What else is there? The opening.
You can go a little bit. And we can finish the little development like this. I can say we develop your pieces.
So that's like a really nice, like nobody took any pieces, and we're just a nice positional thing.
Yeah.
So it's not actually a very accurate. Yes. So I can put a different on the board, but usually after you've developed all of your pieces, you want to get your queen out a little bit to connect your rooks, and you also start thinking about certain pawn pushes and getting more space. But another good tip is just, can you improve the position of your pieces? Think about timing. So if you've already moved a piece once and there's a piece that hasn't moved at all, then you want to focus on the piece that hasn't moved at all to be able to have it more likely to jump into the game.
Right. Don't move pieces multiple times.
Exactly.
I've tried to move it to the most optimal position.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. So what's the end? I think we kind of went over it. Why did you ever say why you like it so much? Because it's weird.
I liked it because it's a very fun, aggressive defense where you're throwing your pieces towards white, and there's so many sacrificing opportunities. And for some reason, tactical games always feel like the most beautiful, the most satisfying. And that's what I like about the King's Indian. But I also suffer a lot this love because I would play things that are not necessarily correct, then my attack would pan out, and I would just struggle the rest of the game having no plan with my next plan.
So if you always Wikipedia also says that you're known for your attacking play.
It's also known for losses.
See, Wikipedia was a box scratch.
Yeah,
Just as nice.
Wikipedia is a lot nicer. I actually played a lot of positional chess in Classic because I really like slow squeeze. But when I transitioned to playing a lot of online chess, it's almost as if I was looking for more instant gratification because it feels so much better than someone with an attack. And even if sometimes it doesn't pan out, I was okay with it because you get so many games in. So I think my style in online chess really changed from my classical chess.
What about you, Andre? Do you have a style? Are you attacking? Are you more like conservative defensive player? Are you chaotic?
Opening wise, I like to play more positionally. Like I like to push d4 and just slowly improve my pieces and slowly get an attack. But like Alex said, if you're playing bullet chess or blitz against viewers, you often like want to play riskier moves that may not be as good, and then that's kind of when I would play more aggressive. But I do enjoy tournaments for that reason because then, like once you're 15 moves in, which as soon as you're out of your prep, I like sitting and thinking in more positional, games.
One of the games I found to be pretty cool is the Hikaru Nakamura versus Galfond in 2009. And that one, I think, was the King's Indian defense. Why is that interesting?
I also played the King's Indian as black, and I love this model game, but and as Alex was saying, like all these advantages for the King's Indian, but now there's this one line that like every higher rated player just destroys my King's Indian, and you see these beautiful games and like, yes, I want to play for these ideas, but now no one plays into it anymore, and you just get demolished, so this is why I don't play the King's Indian anymore, but not too fun.
It's a love-hate relationship, truly.
The reality.
That's like the higher level player too.
Yeah, if you're studying openings and you know this line as white, you automatically get the upper edge.
And that's kind of how openings develop. You start having players trying new lines, and then you see one, and then everybody adopts what they think is the best one. But yeah, so Hikaru is really known for his aggressive style of play. And
Hikaru black.
Yeah, Hikaru is black here, so he's playing the King's Indian. And as you can see in this position, white already has a huge center advantage. But what Hikaru is going to start doing, even the next move, is bringing all of his pieces towards the white king side, because his plan is to start pushing his pawns towards the white king and ignore the attack that goes on the king side.
Attack the King's Indian.
So there's a complete asymmetry towards the king side and left side of the board, which is a ton of pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, he moved the knight like 3 times in a row.
Yep. And that's what you need to do, because you have to move the knight in order to make space for your pawn. So again, this is why it's so counterintuitive, and Stockfish doesn't like it. You're putting almost most of your pieces on the back rank, and you're pushing your kingside pawns, and you're blocking your own dark square bishop. So none of it makes sense.
You're mimicking it. That's awesome.
Okay, so yeah, here you see white going for a queenside attack, black going for the kingside attack, and you can keep going a little bit, and I'll wait where he starts with the pretty sacrifices.
It's more fun to analyze games in person than on the computer.
Yeah.
Okay, so here Hikaru is preparing the attack, and what I really like about this game is that he finds these tactics that are not necessarily what a computer would go for, but it's very hard to face as a human, and that's why a lot of people play the King's Indian, because in practice it's hard to defend against. So we can keep moving a little bit forward. Okay. Yep, the white is continuing the kingside plan.
Is that like the first piece that's taking?
Yep, that's the first trade. So exactly. Hikaru had to pause the attack for a little bit, make sure that white didn't have too dire threats on the queen side.
So cute to the asymmetry.
Exactly. That's what's beautiful.
And just one thing to highlight is his rook move here is very bizarre, and typically like a computer probably didn't like this, but the ideas are very interesting because this is a major weakness for black that they're coming to attack. And he's also making room for his bishop to come backwards and challenge. So this is like a human like maneuver that computers
I think computers would like this though, because you have to move it regardless, because he has to take the pawn here and his rook would be under attack.
Yeah, well, I've looked at it. When I actually studied this in blind, this right away isn't the best way to play computer.
So actually, that's a good question. So do you guys when you study games online, do you also use computers to build up your intuition? I like looking at position weaknesses. What would a computer do? And then try to understand why it wants to do that.
When I was studying seriously, I would try to use my own mind, because you're never going to get the exact same position, so you really need to notice trends, and often computers will give you moves that are only specific to that position because of a certain tactic. But I do use computers to check what I did, and they try to make it obvious that I might have missed.
What does a computer tell you? Just like what is the best move? Does it give you any kind of explanation of why?
It doesn't tell you why, but it gives you the different valuations of the position. Like black is down half pawn here or something like that. But it hints you towards what the right move is, and then it's on you to figure out why. And you can usually figure out why, if not right away, then just by going through a few moves and be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
I feel like a computer will take you down some weird lines potentially. Like sacrifice. Why the hell is sacrificing this?
Well, we'll get to the pretty sacrifice soon. So we could just keep playing.
The pawns are being put forward.
Yeah. And Hikaru is kind of ignoring queenside attack here. They basically both only reply to each other's plan when they have to.
This is where you convert all the podcast viewers to YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, what we're talking about right now.
There is this like experience of just like listening and imagining.
The board.
Just
Imagine
imagine
the
that.
pieces on the ceiling.
Yeah, should be calling them out, and people would be recognizing. Am I supposed to keep track of foolishness? How hard is blindfold chess? Have you tried? Like, are you able to keep this
I played blindfold chess before. For me, it's pretty hard. It's not a muscle that I've trained as much, and I'm very visual when it comes to chess. But it is one as a top player that starts becoming very second nature for you.
Actually, this is really talk to Magnus about this. Maybe I'll just get influenced by this game. What do you actually visualize on your head? So for Magnus, it was a boring keyboard. Do you have some? I don't know.
Every chess player, no.
You don't have like, cause you know some chess like computer games. You can do all kinds of skins and
Yeah.
like fancy stuff. You don't have a
Sadly,
chess
I
game.
don't have like a cool 3D warrior mode on. It's just all
Chess
basic.
basic board in my head. 'Cause you don't, yeah, you can't use your brain power for adding colors to it. Because you have to keep track.
It's one board at a time.
The current
I
position.
bet, yeah, I bet every. I wonder if there's any.
There's certain players who are really good, and they can even play blindfold chess and play multiple games at the same time. So I'm would be curious how you do it, but usually when you're thinking of one game, that's the only one in your mind.
Yeah, but you have to do this operation where you move one piece. You're doing like branch analysis. Like,
Yeah.
and so you still have to somehow visualize the branching process and not forget stuff. Maybe that's like constant memory recall or something. You're always looking at one board at a time, but
And you're also because you're also looking at the future. Yeah.
then you have to backtrack.
I guess you're keeping the position in your memory, so you're remembering where all the pieces are, and then you're putting it out on the board, and then you can come back to the initial one that you started with that you kind of just keep in your brain, and it's also easier to come back to it once you play the position from it.
I feel like it's that memory recall that gets you to blunder. So I'll like see that I'm being attacked by certain things, but then because I get so exhausted thinking about a different thing, I actually forget about the entire branch of things that I was supposed to be worried about.
Well, it happens very often. Yeah, if you spend a bunch of time calculating a position, let's say, like when you're really in trouble and you're spending 15, 20 minutes calculating, you'll forget about something that you spotted, like, oh, if I do these 2-3 moves, I'll walk into a trap. because you've looked at so many lines, and then you play it, and then you see it, and you're like, oh, I looked at it, and I saw it, but I forgot about it.
It's often called tunneling, where you're just looking so deeply on one thing you forget about the rest of the board.
And it's the worst one, at least in the beginner level. There's like I don't know, bishop just sitting there, obviously attacking your like queen or something, and then you just forget that bishop exists.
Yep.
Because if they just sit there for a few moves and don't move, you just forget their existence. And it's just, yeah.
Well, it happens to everyone.
Yes. Okay, cool.
So we see a few trades happening on the queen side where he had to go for those, otherwise he's in trouble. And this is where
it gets exciting.
yeah. So knight h4 is really when the sacrifice starts, and here the two important pawns are the ones in front of the king because they're helping with the entire defense. And Hikaru's actually preparing to sacrifice his knight for just so that he can continue his attack and open up the position. Because if you don't do that here as black and don't get some kind of attack, you are completely lost on the queen side. And also, you've pushed all of your own king side pawns, so you're going to be in danger. It's one of those do or die moments.
Oh, okay. So that's what he's calling. The king is wide open.
Yeah. The king is wide open, and all of white's pieces are pointed towards the queen side too, which are also cramped.
So is the attack primarily by black done by the two pawns and the knight?
And the light square bishop is always extremely important, so you don't want to trade this in the king's Indian because it's very helpful to a lot of attacks.
Even though it's on the other side of the board, I guess it can go all the way across. Like I'm not sure what the problem is there.
Like for example, if there was another move I could have played, it was like bishop h3, where if you take the bishop, you can get rid of the king.
What?
So you click here, and then it would be checkmate. So you're kind of using your bishop to stack again, like king side pawns.
Yeah, I'll be freaking out if the bishop did that.
Exactly.
What are they up to?
Right, and that's the thing. This position looks very scary as white because all of black's pawns are starting to come towards you, and it's one of those things where humans do start to worry in these positions, whereas computers obviously can just calculate the best line, and maybe the attack doesn't go through.
So you're saying the computer might say that white is actually a slight favorite?
Yeah.
Also, okay. So then white makes a little bit of room by looking at it.
Right.
And attack begins.
I like the
the night is like the king.
And actually, white can't even take the king here because of h4 and h3 is coming in. And yeah, did I say king? Yes.
White can't take the knight because what?
So if white takes the knight here, then black starts pushing his pawn to h4 with h3 incoming, and the idea of trying to defend against this is it looks very difficult. So like,
It'd be cool to watch a chess game, to experience watching it without understanding it just for a day. I feel like you could use that.
I mean, that's what getting drunk does.
Unfortunately for chess players, it never leaves the game. It doesn't matter how
because black queen is under attack, but the king is so cramped that he can't actually take it. Or checkmated by the king. Bad way to go.
Yeah, those pawns are doing a lot of work here.
that is the king's Indian.
This is the king's Indian player.
The attack of inside pawns.
Yeah, these pawns are right. So they're the ones that's threatening.
Right, and they're also opening up the position to bring more of the pieces in. That the pawns kind of help break open the king side, but they can't checkmate by themselves. So after the pawns come in, that's when you start bringing the pieces as well, which you will.
There you go.
Yes, this is actually another beautiful sacrifice in the game.
But then puts the king in check with a pawn.
Right, and the pawn is going to be given here for free, but the idea is you're giving your own piece because you want to have more space and open up the king, which is what you're always trying to do on the other side. You're trying to remove as many of the king's defenders as you can without giving stuff too much.
And then you have a ton of pieces on the king's side. Black is waiting.
Exactly.
And then,
And notice how every single move white is getting attacked. Like they're just never getting a break. Black just keeps throwing all their
So it's funny that Black's queen has been hanging for like 3 moves now, and White still can't do anything about it.
so what?
And then again, you leave the queen hanging, and you develop a piece, the slight square bishop that's so important, and you're once again threatening checkmate on g2.
And bishop.
Again, the queen hanging.
I mean, the game is just so beautiful. The amount of calculation Hikaru put into this position.
Feels like so much is in danger.
Right.
And knight takes pawns.
Now queen is attacked twice, and he doesn't care. He takes the bishop, and he's still threatening the checkmate on g2.
And then the queen takes the bishop.
And black material back here.
So here, black is already.
Well, he ends up winning a knight here because black had to be so much on the defensive.
He's just taking pieces.
Yeah, I mean at this point you're up 2 whole pieces, so
Yeah, exactly.
And queen.
Queen. And then the rook. And there's not as much of an attack on the king anymore, but Hikaru is a knight, which is GG.
Yeah, what's the correct way of saying that? Because I played Dennis and Sagas. I played him in chess, and then I quickly realized, like from his facial expressions, that I should have like stopped playing.
Oh.
It was like it's already set,
yeah.
and then he's like this is the good time to like give up.
Right.
You're not gonna get the checkmate. Where like this, he could see like the checkmate is like 5 or 7 moves away or something. What's the play?
Usually you have to resign if you're in a position, or you should, through chess etiquette, resign when you're in a position where your opponent is definitely going to win out of respect. Like if you're a piece down, and obviously all top grandmasters do that. The only people who don't do that is kids, because their coaches always tell them never resign, and they'll be in hopelessly lost positions playing against like 2 rooks, a king, and they only have their sole king, but they're still playing on. So that's a position where it's obvious they can't win.
Because the kids might take care.
Yeah.
So that was the interesting thing about I think Game 6 of the previous World Championship with Magnus.
Was it the one where he?
Yeah, the first time he beat him, where it was like he said that I don't know how often you come across this kind of situation. He said the engines predict a draw.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's going to be a draw. So you play on hoping that you take a person into, I mean, this is, I guess, an end game thing. You take them to deep water and they make a positional mistake or something. I don't know what, like he, from his gut, knows that this is supposed to be a draw, but he still plays on.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where it could theoretically be a draw, but it could be very hard to defend because it's a hard technique to know as a human. And especially in that game, I know that Nepo was also in time pressure, which makes it even harder. So in situations like that, you should always continue. It's more where an engine would give you something like +10 or something where it's not just clearly a win, but anybody would know how to win, and that's where you're usually
So what do you find beautiful about this game? Is it the attacking chess and just the asymmetry of it?
The asymmetry, and it's the fact that this is a dream for the King's Indian, where you're able to get a beautiful attack. And there's also those 2 really nice sacrifices where Black just continuously kept putting pressure on White's king to the point where he was able to win material. And the best part of it is that if the attack didn't work out, Black would have been completely lost.
How often does it happen? Like as an attacking player, how often do you feel yourself in like I'm screwed unless this works out?
In online chess, more than I should. And it's usually when I sacrifice, I know it's either going to work or I'm lost. And those are the most fun positions to play.
But in turn, if you're doing a sacrifice, you're playing it with 100% confidence. because you're taking the time to calculate it. But yeah, when you have 3 minutes, you don't have time, so you take a whim and you follow your intuition.
Or
And you find out.
or you're very confident it'll work if you haven't calculated all the way to the end, but you've calculated to the point where you have enough in exchange for the stack and you think you can play that position.
How do you train chess? It's do you practice? Do you deliberate practice? I mean, you're in this tough position because you're also a creator, an educator, an entertainer. So, do you try to put in time, like daily practice?
I don't train chess anymore when I'm focusing on creating. I do if I'm preparing for a tournament, but back in the day, I would train very seriously for tournaments, and the way it would work is I do opening preparation for a specific tournament because that's when you really need to have those lines memorized and you can also prepare for specific opponents. And I would do tactics to make sure I stay sharp. So those are the two things I would do every single day for a tournament and then mix up the rest. Like maybe some end games, maybe some position.
So, what does tactics preparation look like? Do you do like a puzzle, like a random puzzle thing? Like,
Yeah, I would just train puzzles for at least like 30 to 60 minutes or books. And sometimes you work, and there's different kinds of puzzles. One you could train for pattern recognition where you're supposed to go through them very quickly. And that's just so that when you're playing the game, if your mind is tired, it's still keeping track of things a little bit more easily. And then there's where you're practicing your combination, and those sometimes take like 20 minutes to find because you have to just calculate a lot. It's more like making sure that you train that muscle. But Andrea's actually very good at finding ways to balance and still study while also doing something.
Yeah. So, what you're able to do both?
That's the hard thing. I was getting very irritated with content because I'm very competitive and I don't like playing chess if I'm losing. And if you're talking and entertaining, you're going to be losing core games and winning. So then I started doing more training streams where I bring on my coach. And one of the things that I wanted to add to Alex's training repertoire, so I would do daily puzzles every time I'm streaming, which helped me a lot, even if it's like, there's this thing on chess.com called Puzzle Rush, where you have 3 minutes and you just do puzzle after puzzle, or they get incrementally harder. And it's just a really good way to build your pattern recognition, especially when you're rusty. So I would do that till I hit a high score, and I wouldn't play any blitz until I hit the score that I want. But that's kind of more like the fun part of chess studying. The very important one is actually analyzing your losses in your tournament games. And first you sit and you look through your mistake yourself and try to see if you can find the better moves. And then that's when you would check over with the computer to see if you're right. So game analysis is also very important, which I try to do.
I remember to give a shout out. I listened to a couple of episodes of the Perpetual Chess podcast. It was pretty good. But whenever I listen to it, I remember it's I think they really focus on like teaching people how to play, how to train, all that kind of stuff. They do like I'm looking at adult improvement. So basically, like how to regular moves get better at chess.
Yeah.
One of the things one of the person that said, I think it's a grandmaster, but he said to maximize the amount of time you spend every day, like basically 100% like suffering. So like it's not about you should be thinking, you should be doing calculating. That's the opposite of madness. Like you should be doing a lot of time. It doesn't matter what the puzzle is or how you're doing. But you should be like doing that difficult calculation. That's how you get better.
Yeah, it really depends what you're training. Because I used to think the same, but it depends what you're weaker at. Because if you're doing the really difficult puzzles, you're training for like visualization and calculating more moves ahead than you typically would, which maybe you wouldn't get into that as often in a regular game because typically you run into like 3 to 4 tactics that are actually easier and more fun ones to solve. So it really depends.
And on top of that, as a hobbyist, your motivation is very different than when you're playing from a young age and have pretty high competitive ambition. And a lot of people who are new to chess, you could basically work on anything and still improve. So if you're focusing on something you like, you're probably going to stick to it more and be more consistent, which I think is more helpful long term.
What was the most embarrassing loss of your career?
I had so many flashbacks, but I'm so glad it's a question for Andrea.
I like that you specified. You know, it's funny.
I mean, because you said you're so competitive, and like,
Yeah, no.
I could tell just even from the way you said it, that, like you hate.
Yeah, I mean that was the reason I hated chess in high school because it'd always be like, but okay, there's many traumatizing losses. First of all, like your top three, you're like first. With their game, you shouldn't. And this shouldn't hurt my ego as much as it does. But it's always kids, or when I was a high school girl, it's the younger boys who are really cocky. And when they win, they start rubbing it in your face and yawning and looking around. When like 90% of the game, you were destroying them, and you had this one tiny mistake, and now their ego is huge. But I'll never forget. I was playing like for a chess scholarship, and it was tiebreaker for first, and I think I lost to a 12-year-old girl who couldn't even use the scholarship, but she beat me and won first place, and she got some other prize. So yeah, I was losing to that little girl who's literally like 2,300 now, so it makes sense.
Right. What do you think? What do you think Kasparov was good in that when he was playing 13-year-old Magnus? Like,
Yeah,
why?
as much as it's a beauty of the sport, any age can be brilliant, any demographic, anything. I feel like when you're adults and you're paired against the kid, it's just hard not to let it get to you. And it depends. Maybe if they're a really sweet kid, but most of the times I play kids, they're just really arrogant, and I don't think they do it intentionally because they're kids.
I mean, there is a certain etiquette thing, like you say, yawning, and in general, like
Yeah,
it's not.
For
It's,
kids, there's no etiquette.
yeah.
Yeah, the kids traumatized me too. I was playing in Vegas, and it was not even my opponent. It was the board next to me, and the kid was at least 10 years old, maybe 12 max, and he's playing against adults, and he takes out his hand, and he starts doing a fake phone, to which the kid sitting across diagonally picks up their banana and starts talking like it's a phone, and they're just mouthing words while their two adult opponents are thinking intensely at the game. And then I see the adult look at the kid, just making banana phones and stir in his eyes as he sighs.
Yeah. And they're not even good for trash talk.
No,
They're
Yes.
sport.
Just bored kids.
Yes, exactly.
Well, what was because you play a bunch of people for your channel. What was the most like memorable? What's the most fun? Most intense? There's a bunch of fun ones. You played kids before, trash talking kids.
That sounds great. They trash talk kids.
Yeah.
Nothing
you
like
got
a 12-year-old who then starts doing a Fortnite dance.
Yeah. So that actually happened.
That did happen. He is, a very young master. I think he became master when he was like 9 years old or something. And he's very good at chess, doing a lot of training. But he's also incredibly good at trash talking. And he beat me one game, and he stood up and started doing the Fortnite dance. So you gotta just swallow your pride in those moments.
What is that culture of like street chess players? It seems pretty interesting. Like I don't know, that seems to be celebrating the beauty of the game. It's the trash talking, it's having fun with it, but also taking it seriously. And you've done a few of those. Did you go to New York?
Yeah, in Union Square Park.
Union Square. What was that like?
It's such a unique place. I haven't seen it anywhere else in the U.S. where people are just professional chess hustlers, even if they're not necessarily, a top player. But they play chess every single day, and so many of them learn chess by themselves and never had a professional coach, so they are quite good at it. They're also very tight knit. They all know each other, and it's a very social thing where you're not just playing chess, it's the experience of getting to know this person who's very much a personality, and they talk to you. They could either give you tips or they could be really chatty and keep hearing. So it's a chess experience rather than just playing a game.
Do you tell them like what your rating is? Or do you just both ways to discover how good the person actually is?
Initially, I loved going and not telling people my rating, just surprising them and winning games. But now we've gone so many times that people just know us, so we can't get away with it.
One time, actually, I don't know if I should share this, but one time we dressed up as grandmothers and we had prosthetics on our face, and I think they still recognized us.
Yeah, it's probably there's other components like probably the trash talk and all that.
It was
stuff.
actually it was funny. We were talking like grandmothers, but it was the way I held. It was the way I.
Grandmother's manga.
You don't want to.
Back in my day.
No. We're not bringing.
Bon. Okay, what was your name? Where's the
Oh my god, I think it was Edna.
Edna, and I had a really.
But it was embarrassing because we were walking so slowly and Andrea dropped her cane or something at one point. The people in the park, they were to help her. So I'm like,
But yeah, it was funny because they didn't know it was us until he saw the way I reached for my pawn. He said the way you held your pawn, I knew it was you. It was like such a niche thing. That was what blew the grand.
Yeah, do you have a style of how you play physically? Is that
I think we did.
Yeah, I've never thought about that.
Yeah, I think our style is just trash talking. Its style is very. If you're talking about style on YouTube and Twitch, you definitely have a distinctive style.
what's that? It's your distinctive. Just talking shit.
But not going too far.
No, definitely. That's definitely. If it's us two against each other,
Oh, we trash talk each other so
so
and I love looking at Andrea and
Like,
watching her little nose crunch up as she's annoyed and the satisfaction I get when that happens.
How many times have you played against each other online publicly? I think I've seen a couple.
Played a lot of times. We try not to do it too often because it's repetitive, but every now and then when we haven't done it for a while, we'll go at it again.
Is that implied trash talk right there?
No, it just we play similar openings and we just start
Got
seeing the same position too often.
each other every time.
Andrea's really good at openings, so I just start playing bad openings to get her out of her position because I don't like opening theory very much. I like playing the game and getting to know games in that game. But
But the only time we're playing each other is when we're setting up in the park and we don't have opponents yet, and we need content, so we just play each other until people show up.
well, we always put stakes on the line, which
to make it more
very
exciting. Because otherwise, it wouldn't be fun to play each other.
Where's the most fun place you played? Is it New York?
I think so. And it was actually when we set up in Times Square one night, we just brought a table with us and chess. And it's not even where people usually play chess, but it was so lively. There were all of the lights out, and so many people just kept stopping by to play chess. And it was really one of my favorites.
Just the opposite of like the classical chess where it's super loud. There's music, there's cars, there's street dancers, even some naked people walking around who we got to be careful not to get banned.
Yeah.
But I honestly really like the chaotic environments for chess games. So I think it's a good way to break more into the mainstream culture and make it entertaining and appealing to anyone who doesn't know anything about chess.
That's where, and also in an authentic way because it's what we really like about chess when you're just enjoying the game, but also the atmosphere and the people who you're playing with. And that's one of the things that I think you see less when you're just thinking of chess as a competitive thing.
You mentioned a few other games, like the Bobby Fischer games, the Candidates Match, the Game of the Century, which I feel like is a weird game to call Game of the Century. And there's still like a few decades in the century, but yeah.
I mean, it wasn't an official thing. It was just a chess
Like
journalist.
a chess article.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, no, it
Yeah,
did
Wikipedia.
stick.
All I
It
do
did
is because there's that particular one was a 13-year-old Fisher, and he did a queen sacrifice. I wonder if there's that movie Searching for Bobby Fischer. Is that related? Because didn't they have a young somebody who's supposed to be kind of like Bobby Fischer played by Josh Reedskin?
Yeah, I think he ended up being an international master. It wasn't based on Bobby Fischer, it was based on another player, but I like how they told it through the lens of being inspired by Bobby Fischer.
Do you remember that game? Like, why do you think it was dubbed the Game of the Century? It was just journalists being like.
I think part of it was the atmosphere where you have the U.S. junior champion who's this 13-year-old nobody, and it's the first time he's playing in a very competitive landscape against some of the top American players. And he goes up against an international master, so somebody who's a lot stronger than he is, who's played in, Olympiads for the American team. He's having that tournament, but then he has this one game that just shows off his tactical prowess, plays incredibly well. And I don't know if this is true, but in the paper clippings of it, they say things like grandmasters will ride the board, and they would say things like, "Oh, Bobby is lost in this position. What is he doing?" So there was 13-year-old kid just playing incredibly well. And then that also happened before Bobby's started really rapidly improving at chess. Not that people knew that, but he kind of seemed like a rising star. So I think the game was beautiful, but I also think the idea of a 13-year-old kid coming out from nowhere and being a top American player was very fascinating.
And those aggressive chess and
Yeah.
interesting ideas. Taking big risks. It's cool to see if they can all do that.
Yeah.
What about you mentioned that his match against Mark and Mana from their 71 candidate match was interesting in some way. Why is it interesting to you? Move 45. I'm looking at some notes.
This is with the bishop. I think I know which one you're talking about. I wouldn't say, and a lot of these games on these lists I think are really great combinations. That's when tactics come into play, which is what we're talking about. But they're very good at exemplifying lessons. This is why you study famous games, so you can apply these lessons to your own games. I think the main takeaway from this one was they're punishing their opponent from steering away from the opening principles, which is something that we learned earlier, where he delayed the development of his king and put his queen out a little bit too exposed. So Bobby Fischer immediately punished that, and then there was just like a beautiful combination. There was like a 12 in a row moves, which was a tactic, just winning the game. But it only came from punishing those mistakes.
The mistake being
Bringing the queen out and not casting your king right away. And these were just like opening principles that now they're written in books. But before, you would study these principles by studying games.
And also, looking at some notes, his dominance during the campaign was unprecedented. So 2 top grandmasters. And that guy is getting a prize. It's incredible. It's sad that I think at in his 20s, he then quit chess. Won this tournament, but where he could have gone.
Yeah, it is sad that we lost such a brilliant
Damn,
mind
who are these
so early
bitches?
on, and
These
it's
bitches
also
are
sad, I think, what ended up happening in his life and slowly going crazier.
Is there some aspect of chess that?
Well, what is it? Oh, this is so stupid.
Like how challenging it is, the stress, the anxiety of it, the isolation. It is. And do you guys still play it, still learn the experience?
It was when I was competing a lot. I think the crazy part of it for me was how obsessed you can get about a board game where you're optimizing your entire life to beat another person and pushing wooden pieces across the board and doesn't necessarily translate to other things. And the fact that so many people spend so much of their life on it, but you can also spend so much of your life because it's so deep and so interesting. And I mean, I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything but chess. And I had that before I went to college, where I just wanted to take a gap year and focus on chess because I went to high school, we moved a lot, there's always other things going on. So I felt like I could never really focus on chess. And the one time I could, by taking a gap year, I ended up not doing it because my parents really wanted me to go to university right away. But I think maybe if I had taken that gap year, I don't know if I would have gone back to school. So maybe it was a bad thing.
I also say that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do right in sport, you have to be that level of obsessed. So I don't know if that's only chess.
Well, some obsessions are more transferable to a balanced social life.
That is
like
true.
healthy development.
Yeah, chess is a lot less.
Yeah, there's something deeply isolating about this game. I mean, the
You wanna
great
know
chess
what we
players
do
I met, I mean, they
on this
it's
night?
like it's really competitive. And there's something that you're almost nonstop paranoid about blundering at every level.
What about introduction to alien races,
A
Rabbi?
person who's really anxious about losing versus someone who deeply enjoys perfection and so on. It's just this constant paranoia about this. Maybe I'm not misinterpreting it, but that creates a huge amount of stress over like thousands of games, especially in a young person.
And that blundering is such a painful experience because you could be playing a game that you played for 5-6 hours and you have one lapse in focus and you blunder and you throw the entire game away. And sometimes not just the entire game, but the entire tournament. Now you can't place or do anything anymore. So you just feel those mistakes so strongly.
Yeah.
You guys hard on yourself? Have you been about losing before you became super famous? Where you could be like, well, fuck this, at least I can.
So I was really hard on myself, and I went to play a tournament in Canada to try to qualify for the Olympiad team. And I was like, well, I'm an adult now. I'm not going to feel emotional if I lose. And then I got there on the first day. I think I was ranked like 4th in Canada for females. And I was, this was like earlier in the year, actually. And I go and I lose to somebody lower rated on the first day. And I think it was because I blundered. And I went back to my room. I was like, I'm not eating. I'm not leaving this room. I feel terrible. And I know I shouldn't, but it just cut so deep. And then I actually ended up qualifying for the Olympiad team. But I didn't want to play because I didn't have enough time to train. And the losses are so painful that I was like, it's not worth it.
Yeah, in high school and growing up, I just remember weekends, and I think being competitive in sport again probably can relate to this. Like spending weekends crying and even like outside, like punishing yourself because you're disappointed in yourself because you fight so hard and you prepare and you study. And you're like, oh,
Full text of Toledot issue.
Once
The
again,
life
on
story
the
of
right
Jesus
side, though,
revisited. See other
studying so
formats.
hard and not
He's a
playing.
bitch. That's how we start this thing. This motherfucker was a bitch.
Revisited. Edited by Peter Schaefer, Michael Mearson, Yaakov Gorich. Texts and studies in Ancient Judaism. 143.
Did you ever
More
get
Seebeck.
that with more?
Texts and studies in Ancient Judaism.
I wrestle.
Text UND study and Zoom Antiquin Judaism.
That's an individual sport.
Edited by Peter Schaefer, Princeton, New Jersey. Annette Y. Reed, Philadelphia, PA. Seth Schwartz, New York, New York. Izan Yagi, New Brunswick, New Jersey. 143. Toledot issue. The life story of Jesus. Revisited. A Princeton conference. Edited by Peter Schaefer, Michael Mearson, and Yaakov Gorich. More Seebeck. Peter Schaefer, Bomb 1943. Current Professor of Jewish Studies and Professor of Religion.
This shit.
Princeton University. Since 2005 Director.
So fucking
Program in Judaic Studies. Princeton University. 1994 Leibniz Prize. 2007 Mellon Distinguished Achievement Award. Michael Mearson, Bomb 1973, PhD Bar Ilan University, worked with the Israel Antiquities. Authority as an archaeologist and epigraphist. Since 2004 Senior Researcher at Princeton University. Yaakov Gorich, Bomb 1966, PhD Hebrew University, Jerusalem, currently adjunct lecturer at the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, and Executive Director of the World Union of Jewish Studies. Asterisk 23G. Caret YN. NN.
Everything was beautiful to me. I thought chess.
ISBN 978-3-16-1509483. ISSN 0721-8753. Texts and Studies in Ancient Judaism. Die Deutsche Bibliothek lists this publication in the Deutsche National Bibliography. Detailed.
I'd look at people.
Bibliographic data is available on the internet at http URL. Copyright 2011 by More Seebeck, Tübingen, Germany.
It's one of those things
Master
This
Girl.
book may not be reproduced
Hop on this
in
dick.
whole or in part, in any form, beyond that permitted by copyright law, without the publisher's written permission. This applies particularly to repro, duct-ions, translations, microfilms, and storage and processing in electronic systems. The book was typeset by Martin Fisher in Tübingen using Times typeface, printed by Gold. Struck in Tübingen on non-aging paper and bound by bookbindery spinner in Otter's wire. Printed in Germany. Table of contents. Acknowledgements. 7.
And I think that's what people
Peter
are
Schaefer.
into in the self-improvement.
Introduction.
Get that from a lot of other
1.
things as well.
Michael Sokology.
When I was inspired.
The date and provenance of the Aramaic Toledot Yeshua,
Being
on the basis of Aramaic dialectology. 13.
one thing.
Peter Schaefer,
To me, that person.
Agavards and Amulos, Talagat Yeshua.
I assumed he was
27.
Like,
William
to
Horbury,
be able to play inside
the
your head.
Strasbourg text of the Talagat.
It just
49. Adina M. Yopi,
So I
Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Talagat Yeshua. 61.
Pretty cool to be.
Michael Stanislavski, a preliminary study of the Yiddish life of Jesus, Talagat Yeshua. J.T. Esmans 2211. 79. Pierluigi Piavanelli, the Talagat Yeshua and Christian Apocryphal Literature. The Formative Years, 89. Eli Yosef, Talagat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 101. Philip Alexander, the Talagat Yeshua in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 137. Suri Katan Gragas, Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Talagat Yeshua. 159. 6. Table of Contents. Michael Mearson, Meaningful Nonsense, the study of details in Talagat Yeshua. 181. Ora Limer and Israel Jacob Ugel, Judas Iscariot, revealer of the hidden truth. 197. John Gager, Simon Peter, founder of Christianity or Savior of Israel. 221. Galad Hassan Rocha, Polymorphic Helena, Talagat Yeshua as a palimpsest of religious narratives and identities. 247. Yaakov Bush, The Second Life of the Life of Jesus, Christian Reception of Talagat Yeshua. 283. Paula Tartakoji, The Talagat Yeshua and Jewish Christian Conflict in the Medieval Crown of Aragon. 297. Index 311. Acknowledgements. The essays published in this volume are the fruit of a seminar and conference on Talagat Yeshua conducted at Princeton University. The seminar, directed by John Gager, Michael Mearson, and Peter Schaefer, took place in the fall term of 2009, culminating in an international conference on November 15-17, 2009, organized by Yaakov Bush, Michael Mearson, and Peter Schaefer. Both the seminar and the conference are related to the Princeton University Talagat Yeshua project, funded by the Mellon Foundation, which is now in the last stages of preparing an edition and translation with brief commentary of all the available recensions of Talagat Yeshua. All the essays are revised versions of the conference papers, with the exception of Suri Katan Gragas' essay, which was presented at the seminar. First and foremost, we thank the participants of the seminar and conference for their contributions to what we believe marks a new stage in Talagat Yeshua research and for allowing us to publish them in this volume. Aaron Kitchuk, graduate student in the Department of Classics, helped us in editing the articles. Princeton University's Department of Religion and Program in Judaic Studies extended, as always, Princeton's legendary hospitality and made the conference an enjoyable and memorable event for all the participants. The Mellon Found Dashin generously funded the conference, and Morsi Beck took care of the publication in their customary smooth, fast and professional way. To all of them, we express our deep gratitude. Princeton, Berlin, Jerusalem, May 2011. Peter Schaefer, Michael Mearson, Yaakov Bush. Introduction. Peter Schaefer, Modem research on Talagat Yeshua, that enigmatic late antique medieval tract, whose origins are shrouded in history's mists, began with Samuel Kraus. Monograph Das Leben Jesu nach Judas gen Quellen, published more than a century ago. One Kraus analysis of the manuscripts available to him at the time, of the text's history, and of its main motifs, has had a lasting influence to this day. Almost all scholars writing about Talagat Yeshu still take him as their point of departure, and humbly add further details rather than attempt to fund amends. Tally changed the picture drawn by him. It was almost 70 years later when the next step was taken with William Horbury's 1970 Cambridge dissertation and critical examination of the Talmud issue, which was, however, unfortunately, never published. The dissertation soon became the much sought-after insider tip of Talmud issue research, jealously guarded by the lucky ones who succeeded in obtaining a copy and all the more eagerly searched for by the unlucky
It
ones.
reminds me of the quote, "Be
One
happy,
Berlin,
but never
S.
satisfied."
Calvary, 1902,
You can have a
Repair,
positive spin
Hildesheim,
and still
Holmes,
improve yourself.
1977, 2006. Krauss supplemented his monograph with an impressive array of articles, published between 1904 and
It
1939.
was actually my
CJE,
senior year of college.
SUS in
and
Jewish
I was
Legend,
really busy with
in Judd, New
work
York,
and school,
Funk and Vinyals
and
Company,
chess was kind of
1907,
like this lost
7,
love, and interesting thing
170
that
to
the longer I don't
73.
play chess, the more I kind of
Fragments
miss
Era
playing
means
it
being
casually
told
and
yes
enjoy it
go.
more.
Reg
And I start
62,
looking at it with fresh eyes.
1911,
But
28
I
to
didn't have the time to
37.
play
Mura
tournaments,
Ansika
so
Nuber.
I started
Told it
streaming
Jetsku
online
Asterisk
because it was more social than just playing
MGWJ76.
strangers on the internet without
1932,
knowing anything about who they
586
are.
to 603 and
I
77.
started slowly growing a
1933,
community and got
44-61.
pretty
On
quickly
Novella
too.
Essential.
So then it was this hobby
He
that I would
breakthrough
do
told
once a week,
you.
every
Reg
Thursday at 8 p.m.
103,
And it was one of the
1938,
things that brought
65 to
me a lot
90.
of joy.
The Mount of Olives from
Actually,
told issue.
speaking of
Zion
depression,
4,
did struggle for it.
1939,
At least 10 years
170
of my
to
life, and it was one of those
76.
things where
In Hebrew.
chess
Too
and
luckily,
streaming was such a
Horbury did
distraction,
publish an
and it brought me
important series
such
of
great
articles.
joy
See his The
that I
Trial of
just kept
Jesus
doing
in
it because I really, really
Jewish
liked
Tradition,
it.
in the
And
Trial
then
of Jesus,
I was
Cambridge
working on
Studies in
something
honor
that
of
didn't pan
C.F.B.
out
Rule,
and decided to go and take
Ernst
a risk and
Famel,
just stream full
Naperville,
time, which
Allenson, 1970,
seemed a little bit weird.
103 to 21. Tertullian on the Jews in the light of
It
the
was terrifying,
spectral
but I
X.
had taken so many
13,
terrifying leaps in the
JTS
past,
23,
and they didn't. And, you know, the
1972,
last two hadn't worked out, but I was like,
455
well,
to
I'll get it
59.
eventually.
Reprinted in IDEM.
So
Jews and
somehow
Christians
having
in
failed
Contact.
before, going
And
through failure
Controversy.
and knowing that'll be
Edinburgh.
okay,
T.N.T. Clark,
made me more likely to just try
1998,
something that was a very, very weird
176
job.
to 79. The revision of Shem
So
Tov IBN. Sheikh Evan Bohan. Separate 43, 1983 to 2137. Reprinted in Jews and Christians, 261 to 75. Christ as brigand in ancient anti-Christian polemic, in Jesus and the politics of his day. PBS. Ernst Famel and Charles F. P. Rule, Cambridge University Press, 1984. 183 to 95. Reprinted in Jews and Christians, 162 to 75. Jews and Christians on the Bible,
I
DMARC.
just have to kind of
Cation and
look
Convergence,
back over
325 to 451. In Christ-like exegesis, Mission Messiah UND Chal seated.
And that has been the most
EDS Johannes van Oort and
I
Ulrich
just try to
Wickert,
combat the
Kevin,
scariest thing about it.
Koch Peras, 1992, 72 to 103. Reprinted in Jews and Christians, 200 to 25. The depiction of Judeo-Christians in the Talmud issue. In the image of the Judeo-Christians in ancient Jewish and Christian literature. EBS Peter J. Thompson and Doris Lambert Petrie, Savinjan, Morsi Beck, 2003, 280 to 86. Rabbinic Percept. Of Christianity in the History of Roman Palestine, Proceedings of the British Academy, 165, 2010, 353 to 76 equals Rabbinic Texts in the History of Late Roman Palestine, EDS Martin, Goodwin and Philip Alexander, Oxford University Press, 2010, 353 to 76. Peter Schaefer,
Exactly.
who were
Your
less
go-to
successful.
period, yes,
exactly.
Professor
Where, like,
Horbury has
but I
finally
know that
decided
it's
to
not
put an
something
end
that's
to
clinical and
this
that's
and is working now
just
on a
a
revised edition of his
genetic
dissertation
thing
for
or a
publication.
mental thing, whereas I know some
And the
serious
third
with one of my
decisive
family
step was
members.
reached when Ricardo
And I
Disseny
did
published
relate a lot
his
of what you were saying where that really
groundbreaking
pushes you,
article
and I
La
felt that a lot of the
Tradizione
content where
Testuale
you
del
just kind of feel
Toldatschu
hopeless
Manuscritti
and kind of like an
Edisianae
existential
Stampa
crisis if I don't know what I'm
Classification,
doing, and
very
that's what
soon to
pushes
be
me to
followed
like,
by the
okay, you
monograph
have
too.
no choice but to try
Angelo
something that
Del
now you're
Ghetto.
going to be passionate about, because
For
otherwise you're going to be
Disseny,
stuck in this
with his
never-ending
meticulous
cycle.
evaluation of
So
many
it's short term, and then
manuscripts and their
it helps
classification
me
according to
focus on
different
things that I
groups,
enjoy the most,
the pilot,
content-wise, and
Helena,
also long-term
and Herod
help me just kind of have a
recensions,
more balanced
in
life, like
particular,
doing
put the
small things
research
that make
into
me
the
happy on a
Talagat
daily
issue,
basis, like working out,
manuscript
eating
tradition,
healthier,
and the
which I
transmission
notice
of
when I
its
don't
various
do
versions on a completely new level. But 25 years after Disseny, the time has finally come to take stock
Has it
and
made you better at life?
to provide the scholarly world with a full picture of the Talagat issue evidence. That is, to lay the foundations for a more informed study of Talagat issue by preparing an edition of all the available manuscripts and further clarifying the text's complicated history. 6. This ambitious task has been tackled by the
in life.
Princeton University Talagat issue
Yeah, it has both
project.
positives
We
and
have
negatives.
collected,
So one thing
transcribed,
really helps
and
develop from an early age,
translated
an
all the
analytical
available
mind,
manuscripts and
then
are now
you
in
can
the
also get,
process of
paralysis
preparing a
analysis, where you just thought
sophisticated
of everything
database
to
that
death
will help
and
us
you're
to
moving
unravel the
slowly
secrets of
because
Killer
Talagat
dimes.
going
issues,
forward because there's not a great
origins
path
and
ahead.
reception history,
So
and
it's more
ultimately
like
lead to the
I
publication
wouldn't be
of
able
a
to focus on the
synoptic
game.
edition
and
Focusing on
supplemented by
that
an
face.
electronic database on a CD. In order to place
playing
the
chess, you're watching TV or something
project
like
in the
that, you probably
context
end
of
up being
current Talagat issue research, we decided to convene
In high school,
an international conference with those scholars who have been working on Talagat issue recently or who have expressed their keen interest in the conferred topic. As always with such conferences, not all of the colleagues on our list could accept the invitation, but we are confident that the voices assembled in this volume reflect a representative cross-section of ongoing Talagat issue research. If the conference and the evaluation of the various recensions in the Princeton Talagat issue project have made one thing clear, it is the fact that there never was. Re-Racine Mental Israel 50, 1984-83 to 100. For Rome, Newton Compton, 1985.
Damn, bitch, I
See
like
also
these.
his article Du Rabbi Fonti Sol
What are they called?
Racine Mental
I like
Israel
learning about all the
55,
brands.
1990 127 to 32. 5. Further progress in Talagat issue research was made by, among others, Gilder Schlichting, Ein Judas Ches Leben Jesu, Tübingen, Moore Seebeck, 1982, Hillel I. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the
They look like
Talagat
Minnie
issue
Mouse.
literature, JTS 50, 1999 59 to 79.
Alright, let's fucking tear it up with some of these bitches.
Of early versions of Talagat issue,
Hey, everybody.
Tarbis 69, 2177 to 97, in Hebrew.
Or is it actually the
6 out of
opposite? Like, is it a source
C150 known Talagat issue manuscripts, only very few were published. In addition to the aforementioned publications by Krauss, Horbury, and Deutsch, see Abraham Barkavia, Leben Jesus, Hebrew Bibliographic 15, 1875 15, Elkin and Edler, on Fragment Aramean.
Yeah, exactly. And it
The
was
Toldat Yeskro, Reg 61, 1910 126 to 30, Louis Ginsburg, Genizah Studies in Memory, of Dr. Solomon Schechter, Gins Schechter, 3 volumes, New York, The Jewish Theological
for me. And
Seminary of America, 1928, 1:3 2938, Michael Higger, Maisa Yeshu, Torah 3, 1936,
exactly. Otherwise, you just
143 to 52, in Hebrew, Zepha, a new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus, IMM 8, 1970,
and it took time to
72 to 9,
because even if
Daniel
you
Boyarin,
have tough skin,
a revised version and translation of the Talagat Yeshu fragment,
thousands of people's
Tarbis 47, 1978 249 to 52, in Hebrew. Introduction. 3.
which is why I
The
think we're very lucky
Taladat
that we have
Yeshua
each
fact
other,
in which all the existing
it's a
versions
numbers
can be
game,
traced.
and we're viral.
7.
At one point,
Romantic search for the one and only Urtext is an idea that has misled scholars.
every day,
In many areas of Jewish studies, and, of course, not only there, and Taladat, Yeshua is a prime example of this futile exercise.
I know that I'm not the
What
only
we can
person going
establish
through
are
it.
vari,
And
foci
yeah,
or
I know
nuclei,
that most of my
snapshots
creative
as it
friends
were,
feel very
that
lonely
can
in
be
that
fixed
process.
in
They
place
don't have
and
someone
time,
who's their
but
family and their business partner
these
knows
snapshots
what
on
I
no
do.
account represent fixed
kind of
points of the
tie in
unilinear
your
and mono
self-worth to your
causal
job
chain
and
of
your
development
content, and
originating
maybe
from a
even more
given
extreme
urtext
than
and leading
other
to
jobs
all
because you also
the
are
branches of the text
the
tradition.
entire company and the
We
entire
even
product.
don't know at which
So when
point in
things are
history
going well or when things are
the
not,
snapshots begin
be careful
embodying
to not
something
reflect
that
it like, oh, I am
justifiably so
doing
might
that,
be
I am
called
better than the trends that have
Taladat Yeshua,
changed.
that
There's
is,
outside
a
things where
fully
we keep
developed
going, and
narrative
this is
deserving this
just the normal
title.
way, which is how
4.
we think about
2.
it now, and also just
Put it
about, are
differently
we
and more
enjoying
precisely,
this? Is this
there
what we
may
want to
well
make?
have been
But
different
we
nuclei,
were stuck in the camp for a
representing
while
different
with
macro
the
forms of Taladat
10x for
Yeshua at different
viewership
times and
after
places.
the pandemic because
A
people were
first
home and playing
cluster
chess.
of
And then, of
contributions
course, that
deals with
dropped down to
Taladat
70%,
Yeshua's
and you
manuscript
see that and you're
Tradat,
trying your best,
and its
and you just
multiple
kind of have
versions.
to deal with it
The
and be like,
earliest
okay, I'm
known
just going to
physical
keep
evidence of a
persevering.
peculiar
it'll get
version
better.
of Taladat Yeshua is preserved in the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza. The earliest of these fragments can be dated to the 10th century, but there can be no doubt that the narrative they transmit is earlier. One way, probably the safest way,
I
to
don't
determine the
look at
date and
reviews
provenance
for
of
that
this
reason,
narrative
and I get obsessive with
is to
numbers too,
examine the
Andrea
fragment's
does, but
language,
for me,
that is,
what I
the
try now
Aramaic
is to be more
dialect they
focused
use.
in the moment, but Andrea
Michael Sokoloff undertook this task and has come to very interesting and remarkably unambiguous results. Recently, Willem Smollett has claimed that Taladat Yeshua was originally composed in 3rd, 4th century Palestine, more precisely in the Galilee. The Jewish Palestinian Aramaic was then transferred to Babylonia, where it received an updating in Jewish Babylonian Aramaic, and was finally brought back to Palestine and converted to late Jewish literary era. Maic, 8 in constant dialogue with Smollett, Sokoloff contests Smollett's findings and concludes that Taladat Yeshua's Aramaic is a mixture of Jewish Babylonian and Targumic Aramaic, and that its vocabulary clearly points to Jewish Babylonia as its provenance. Its time of composition, he proposes, was towards the middle of the first millennium CE. An important nucleus of Taladat Yeshua traditions has come down to us in certain quotations to be found in the writings of Agabard, Bishop of Lyons, and his successor, Amulo, in the first half of the 9th century. Peter Schaeffer reevaluates these references and, providing a detailed comparison with the Aramaic fragments, confirms Disani's assessment that both share many characteristics and hence belong to the same recension, Disani's pilot group. With regard to the narrative of Yeshua's conception and birth, which is so conspicuously missing in the Aramaic fragments and in Agabard/Amulo, he argues that it wasn't part of 7. This insight is not new, but confirms what Disani wrote already in 1985. See his 2 Vangelo. Del Ghetto, 217f. 8 Willem F. Smollett, The Aramaic Dialects of the Taladat Yeshua Fragments, Aramaic. Studies 1, 2009, 39-73. 4. Peter Schaeffer. Their version and must have been added at a later stage. 9. He then puts Agabard's and Amulo's Taladat Yeshua in the broader context of the 2 bishops' statements about the Jews in contemporary Carolingian society, and concludes that the Jews in the Carolingian Empire under Louis the Pious not only were well aware of it, version of Taladat Yeshua, but made public and even aggressive use of it.
Oh my god.
Turning to the famous Strasbourg manuscript that figures so prominently in Krausleben Jesu, William Horbury locates the manuscript in an 18th century Galician Karaite milieu and then proceeds to determine earlier stages.
world wants you
of
to
the
be
text as presented in the Strasbourg copy.
Because they associate it with
He
having
finds
done a good
evidence that
job.
the scripts,
That's what people think
our
views are.
text must have been identical with texts that were current
primarily
in
because they
France
don't have
and
any other signal.
Spain in the 13th and 14th centuries and are now lost. But certain elements or microforms in the Strasbourg text lead him back in time much
I didn't know this.
earlier.
This is really powerful. This is
The
really
first
useful.
microform is the list of the
But
new
definitely
Christian
I'm gonna
festival
share my
substitutes,
because I
in the
feel like,
old
just
Jewish
like I
ones,
said,
which he
I'd rather
locates,
be,
following Daniel Stockban Ezra 10,
I'd rather be a Stanley
in 4th
Kubrick.
or early
You-
5th century
try to
Palestine or
create
Syria.
Great
Second,
art, but
noticing that
not to be pretentious, but
all the
best
Hebrew
possible
manuscripts of
create
Dissaney's
whatever
Helen
beauty
group,
that's
only Miss
capacity for
Strasbourg,
creativity that's in you.
incorporates the
I'd like to
Talmudic
maximize that.
narrative of the
Feel like
trial and
for some
execution
people
of
like
5
Mr. Beast, I think
disciples
those are perfectly aligned.
of Yeshua, an
Because
important
he just
element of
loves
Dissaney's pilot
everything
group,
possible.
which
Not
is
for
well
everything.
known.
I think there's a lot of
From
people
the
that
Aramaic
that's not
fragments
perfectly
into its Taladat
aligned.
Yeshua
And so
version,
I'm
he
definitely
suggests a
one of
link
those. And I'm still
between the
really
Strasbourg
great.
text and the much earlier version preserved in the era.
But that's also
Made
something I guess
fragments
you're
from the
trying to
Cairo
find,
Yeah.
trying to figure
Finally,
out.
he
I
proposes
get
that even
very
the verb
afraid of ever
story,
becoming someone
which
who
opens
just
the
makes
Strasbourg
junk food
manuscript
content
and which
where
Dissaney and
you can't
Schaeffer,
stop while you're in
considered
the
to be a
moment.
medieval
It
edition,
has all of your
in
attention,
fact represents a
but when
much
you're done,
earlier
it
element of
doesn't really bring
the
any value
Taladat
to your
Yeshua
life,
narrative.
which is something that I
Hence,
think the
he
algorithm
concludes that the
still
pilot
does
group of
really
the
reward.
Aramaic
making
fragments
sure
and
that
Agabard
as we are learning
Amilo
how to
originally
create better
contained a
content,
birth
it's
story
still
and
teaching that.
that the Strasbourg manuscript
Well,
echoes this
ultimately,
early version.
you inspire
One of the most baffling recensions of Taladat Yeshua is the
Yeah,
one
those are the
published
best. When I get
in
messages from
1705
people
by
like,
the
"I
Christian
played you a
scholar
year ago,
Johann
and
Jacob
my rating was
Wooldridge,
1400 and now I'm
Wooldridge,
1900. I'd
together
like to challenge you again.
with the Latin
14 year old
translation and
sending a forward
annotation.
email." Those things are
It
always
was much
very, very
neglected in Taladat Yeshua,
even just outside of
scholarship,
chess, it's empowering to see.
presumably because of its complexity and unique characteristics,
And you guys are
and Adina Yafi deserves
being
credit
yourself.
for again drawing our attention to it.
Being yourself and having
Compare.
fun and, like, growing
In the
as human beings.
Wooldridge version with the other Taladat Yeshua versions, she argues that
So
it
that's
combines some
actually
very early parts of the Taladat Yeshua tradition
the way I
known
think
from
about it is,
the earliest Hebrew
there is some
manuscripts and
benefit
even
of
the
doing
Aramaic fragments with
any type
Jaime,
of stuff.
Dibel, and very late
You
Slavic
get
elements.
to
Altogether, she
kind of like Mr.
concludes,
Beast does with
the
Flash,
Wooldridge.
right? The bigger
Nancy
Mr.
also
Beast becomes,
Dissaney,
the more effective
to
he is
Vangelo
at
del
actually getting
Ghetto,
positive
33,
feedback. Those things are
113,
tied.
127 to 218, and Peter Schaeffer,
You guys,
Jesus,
maybe you have these kinds of
origin,
things.
birth, and childhood according
What
to
kind
the
of ideas,
Taladat
what kind of
Yeshua and the
people you
Talmud, in Judea,
What kind of person,
Palestina, Babylon, and Rome, Jews in
what kind of
antiquity,
human being do you want
E.D.S. Benjamin Isaac and Yuval
Because you
Shahar,
actually are becoming a
Tubingen,
person
Mor Sivek,
and
forthcoming. 10 Daniel
set of ideas
Stockban
in front
Ezra,
of
an
a
ancient
guy
list
with
of
the
Christian
aspects that
festivals
really
in Taladat Yeshua,
really seriously.
polemics.
Because
As indication for interaction, HTR 102,
you have the
2009 481 to
I
96.
think you have less
Introduction.
of a luxury to try shit out
5.
because the internet can be
Version was
vicious and
composed in the
punishing
15th or
trying shit
16th
out.
century at the
Do you think
earliest
that's
by an
sometimes the bad thing?
unknown author or a group of authors. Finally, in this first
Yeah,
group
you
of
have two choices.
contributions,
So one,
Michael
put up a wall
Stanislavski
and
forces
say, I
his
give a shit what you think.
way through the even more
I don't
neglected
like doing
thicket
that
of
because I like
Yiddish
being
Taladat
fragile.
Yeshumanu,
Keeping my
scripts.
or my heart.
Briefly surveying the known
Well, the
Yiddish
other one, yeah, you
manuscripts,
have to
he determines that a
If-
manuscript
if
at the
you
Jewish
think through what
Theological
you're gonna say,
Seminary of New York,
you have to think,
JTS
like,
Ms.
what do I
2211,
believe? You have to be more serious
differs from the other Yiddish manuscripts in that it doesn't follow any single
It's annoying.
or stable Hebrew
But it's
text.
also actually
Rather,
shit wrong.
it combines different and often
You should be
contradictory
deliberate with your actions.
sources and displays clear traits of what Stanislavski calls the
It's,
Ashkenazation of the Taladat Yeshua
but
tradition.
some of it, it's
Mary's
balanced
portrayal
because
as a prophet
some
has
of my
gone wrong
favorite
in
people are brilliant
particular,
that
which
allow
diverges
themselves
considerably
act
from the other
ridiculously.
Taladat Yeshua
Elon
versions,
Musk, who's become a
can
good
be
friend,
read as a subversion of
is
the
a
Marian
serious
cult
human.
prevalent in the Christian society of Central
Brilliant,
and Eastern Europe in the late
allows
17th
himself to
century.
say,
A second
that's
cluster
also
of
fine.
contributions
You don't
makes
have
an
to be
attempt to
perfect.
locate Taladat
That's
Yeshua in its
it can be
broader
a
cultural
weird,
context.
giant, weird mess.
Here Luigi Piavanelli compares
It's a
certain
balance.
motifs in
I think when you start to
the
delve into
Taladat
political
Yeshua with the
topics,
Book of the Cock,
topics that
a Christian
really
apocryphal
get
text
tense for
from
people, then
late antiquity that is preserved in Ethiopic
But it's
but was
also wise to
originally
stay
written in in Greek. probably in the second half of the 5th century. This book, he argues following: Hillel Newman, 11 belongs to a roster of late antique Christian apocryphal texts that respond to polemical Jewish stories such as those found in Talagat Yeshua. In his view, this brings us if not to an urtext of Talagat Yeshua but nonetheless to a more or less well-developed first edition of Talagat Yeshua already circulating at the end of the 4th or the beginning of the 5th century CE. Furthermore, following Ernst Mamel 12 and William Horbury, he sets out to track down the hypothetical prehistory of Talagat Yeshua in the 2nd and 3rd century. Here, it is the conspicuously positive depiction of Judas in particular, which Talagat Yeshua shares, more precisely which the Aramaic fragments of Talagat Yeshua shares, with the newly discovered Gospel of Judas before 180 CE, and the
when I
book
started
of the Cock
streaming,
that leads him back
that's
into the
kind of how
2nd
everybody
century
blows up
CE.
on Twitch. You're just
He
putting in
concludes
crazy hours and you're always
with the
there. It's
not
not
so
about making the
rhetorical
best content.
question,
It's about
W,
letting people
that if the
feel like
earliest
they're hanging
Talagat
out
Yeshua
with you
stories
and just being on as
were
much
the
as
oral
you can.
product of Jewish
But
communities
I ended
that were
up
living
feeling very burnt out
probably in
because
Syria,
it's hard to be your best
Palestine,
self when you're in front of a
13 in
camera
close
for that
contact
long
and
because
connection with the group,
you
or
get
multiple groups
scared of going
of
into places where you want
Jewish
to learn,
Christians.
but you might not be the best.
Quite a different
So it's
picture
harder to learn
arises
in
from
public
Eli
and do
Yosef's
something that,
article.
like, yeah, we're better
Taking
than 99%
seriously
of our viewers at chess.
the
So that's a
fact
lot
that
less
Talagat
scary
Yeshua is a
than
fully
trying to
developed narrative,
play a
as
game that you're
opposed to
bad at
the
or discuss topics that you're
fragmentary nature of Talmudic references, with its own textual autonomy, as 11c above, and 5. 12 M's Famil, Christian Origins in Jewish Tradition / *NTS 13, 1966 to 67, 317 to 35.
Really even have
Read.
time for much
Printed in
private life
item,
because you're
Judaism.
streaming every hour of your
Line
life.
shrifted,
People want it,
2
like,
volumes,
the
to
appeal
Vinton,
of streamers.
Moore Seebeck,
It's called like parasocial. You
1986,
feel like they're
1
your
colon
friend.
2 20
They like
38.
it because they want you
Idem,
to share
Origin
everything about your
Contra
life.
Celsum I-41
Really,
and
the
the
main
Jewish
challenge for
Tradition,
me
asterisk
at first
JTS
when trying
19,
to prioritize
1968
quantity
211 to
over quality, which
13,
I'm not doing
reprinted
anymore, was realizing
in
that I
Judaica,
can't turn everything I'm
194
interested in and
95,
every passion
idem,
into content.
Jude de Celsus,
Before
in
I'm
Judaica,
like, well, I must stream more, but
265 to
I like
83.
music, and I like playing
13
piano,
here
and I
following
like reading
Smolik
into
rather
these
than
topics,
Sokolov.
and I like fitness,
6.
and then I try to live stream
Peter
more of it.
Schaefer.
At
Opposed to
some
the
point,
genre
it's
of
like
Midrash,
just enjoy
he
your
determines
time
that
off
these
for those
features are
hobbies
typical
and
of
prioritize what you're good at.
the early Hebrew narratives
And that's
first
just gonna
produced
be
in the
better
Middle
for the
Ages.
channel overall.
The
So that was a
emergence
learning lesson for sure.
of
It's nice
autonomous
'cause there are
narratives
some
that coincides
intersections
with
when I
the
have
emergence
tried
of
new
works
things
devoted
that I really enjoy and it
to
pays off. So
specific
that's
disciplines, such as Midrashi
It's more like
Sirat
you can be
Hadabrat and the
yourself, but
alphabet.
only specific
Of
parts of
Ben
yourself online.
starts in the 8th
and
century and originated
The
in
rest,
Islamic
sometimes
Babylonia.
it's nice to just keep private
This,
and
Yosef claims,
feel that you
is the
just
cultural milieu to which
give it
Talagat
your
Yeshua
100%
belongs.
freedom.
It was
Yeah,
written by
I
young
feel
Jewish
like,
scholars in and around the
I try
Babylonian
to be the
yeshivas.
exact same person.
In Jewish Iraq in the
Podcast
2nd, 3rd
is
century
private.
of
I
Islam,
really don't like
he bolsters
hiding
this
anything.
underlying
But you're also a generalist,
hypothesis
right?
with a
We're not
number of more
equals all
detailed
topics. For
analyses.
us, we built our
Talagat
audience
Yeshua is
off
a
of very
typical
specific things. So people
Bold spoke
sometimes
whose
feel like,
different
even
versions
at
are
the
not
start when we started
textual
playing Let's
mutations
Chess,
of
like,
one
I
text,
suck
but
for chess. Why are you
rather
not playing chess?
autonomous compositions
Exactly.
belonging
People
to
are
different
tuning in for an
communities.
interesting
It has
conversation
a
on a bunch of topics.
well-defined
The more you know
hero,
yourself, the better
who,
it is. But
however,
it is very
is
hard
not a
to build
victim
your
but a
brand
villain.
on one
Like the novella, it displays an unexpected turning point for when the conflict drastically changes the protagonist's life, the theft of the ineffable name and its successful magical use,
checkers.
which, although well known in Jewish folklore as early as the rabbinic period but
Maybe poker.
of considerably greater interest in Judaic Babylonia, becomes the hallmark of Jewish superiority to Christianity. It exhibits a novella-like interest in the erotic,
That
and
is
it is
actually an
critical
idea
of the
we've had,
hierarchical norms
playing
of Jewish
chess while also
society.
doing a podcast and talking
In his
with people.
article, The
It's kind
Talagat
of like
Issue
an
in the
icebreaker.
Context
We're also
of Jewish-Muslim
focusing on the game
Debate,
at the same time. But
Philip
yeah, we
Alexander
are
addresses
slowly
the much
evolving. We're
neglected
doing
question of
things.
Talagat Yeshua
One thing we
within
wanted to do is spend
the
less
Islamic
time in front of the
context.
computer. So
That
now we're
is,
doing a
it
chess
sits
travel
on
show where
Laban
we
not
go to
only in
different
the Jewish
countries,
Christian,
look at the chess culture. So
but
it actually
also in
feels
the
like we're
Jewish-Muslim
doing
debate.
things that we would
In
want
other
to do and
words,
explore
locating
anyway.
Talagat
And maybe
Yeshua
it's not as much
in the triangle
idea
between
space.
Muslims,
Both
Christians,
enjoy and do
and
a lot
Jews.
in our own
He
free
asks
time,
where
but
the
in the
tract
sharing
stands in relation to the Muslim
that we
gospel and what this might tell us about its
We're going to Romania
circulation among Jews in the Muslim
on
world.
September 9th, and I think
After a
this is the
meticulous
most
discussion of
exciting for me
the
because
physical
we're
evidence
going
of
back
Talagat
to
issue
the
manuscripts
country
in the
where our
Muslim
entire
world
family's
and
from, where
the
our
track's
grandmother
relationship
taught
with
our
both the
dad,
Christian
taught
and the
us
Muslim
how to play
gospel,
chess. It has a very strong chess culture, so
proposes,
it'll be very
having originated as an
interesting to go back
anti-Christian
and
tract
see
in Aramaic in
how
late
it is
antiquity,
back then.
presumably in the
And
Galilee,
Romanians,
that is,
like,
as a Jewish
so rare when it's,
anti-gospel,
like, a famous
Talagat Yeshua
accomplishes something,
was taken to the
which is
east,
why, like, right now,
where
like,
his was
the Jesus
reworked and
thing
played an
makes
important
good
role
sense
in
for a bad or
the
good,
Jewish-Christian
exactly.
debate
And
in
there's
late
like something very
Sasanian
special
Babylonia.
about Romanian
With the rise
pride.
of Islam,
And when we meet
it
Romanians
gained
in
new
the
life
US,
in
like,
buttressing a
it's just an
distinctive Jewish
amazing
identity not
connection.
just
And like I hear
against
the way my dad talks about, like,
Christianity,
for example,
but now also
Nadia,
against
who
Islam.
was a famous Romanian
In the
gymnast.
following
It's like,
contribution,
yeah, like Romania,
Sari
we suck
Ketan
at
Grivitz
everything, but
explores
like
the ways
she
in which
won the Olympics
Talagat
for
Yeshua
fitness. Every
employs
time
tropes
she
and
was doing
images from the
gymnastics,
Book of
it's
Esther and
very rare
attempts
that they make it to that
to
level of
place these
success. Not
literary
because they're
allusions
super
into their
successful,
broader
super famous, but it is
socio-historical
really cool to
context.
meet other Romanians through chess
She
because it's a very special bond.
proposes that the
You-
parallels with the Book of Esther not
like
only
it's a
serve to
community
highlight
and like you belong.
specific common motifs, but in fact relate the overall
Let me
narrative
ask you your
themes of the
opinion
book.
since you mentioned it.
Of Esther to Talagat Yeshua. Hence,
Women
the
successful
association
women
between Haman,
creators,
Jesus,
Socrates, and examples of
Purim, and anti-Christianity can be traced as early as the late 4th/early 5th
galvanizing public attention.
century. A certain nucleus of Talagat Yeshua must have been present at this time. In a last step, she ventures the tentative conclusion that Talagat Yeshua even might. Introduction. 1. Have been used as a type of Megillah, that is, to be recited and performed, similar to the use of the Book of Esther on Purim.
I think it's
As for the date of
double-edged
this public
sword,
purport,
and most of these things
Mance she
are
discusses
not
the 9th of
black and white
Teves,
as they
Christmas,
seem.
Easter, and Purim as
just on
possible.
one hand, I don't
Days,
agree
with Christmas as the
beliefs.
most
I think
likely
he said a lot of
candidate,
things that are
at
very
least for the
hurtful
later
and that
sources.
influence
Most of the
people's
contributions to the
opinions.
volume focus on the exploration and
At the same time,
explanation
talking
of
to
certain
someone through
motifs or
that
subjects in
and trying to
Talagat
get
Yeshua
to the root of it and
Michael
how much
Mearson
of it
boldly
he used just as
tackles
social
some of the
media
most
tactic
conspicuous
to
ones
maybe
related to
change
Yeshua's
the
death
opinion
and
of
burial.
people who have
The
been so
fork on which
influenced by
Yeshua
him
was suspended,
for
the
something
cabbage
that's
tree on
maybe
which he
more
was
understanding towards women,
hanged,
things like that.
and his burial
Could
in an aqueduct.
do some good,
The
but at
fork,
the same time,
Jurka,
platforming
as
someone
opposed to
like
the
that
cross,
and giving them more attention
is peculiar
also
to
signals to
Agabard's
other
version
people
of the
about the platform
Talagat
that it's
Yeshua,
okay.
and
So
Mearson
it's
suggests
kind of
that,
weighing the pluses and
at
minuses. It's a
Agabard's
very
time,
tough decision.
the fork
It's
as a
not
tool of death penalty had long
And,
since replaced
the thing about the internet,
the
you
cross.
make the wrong decision.
In using the term Jurka, Agabard therefore deliberately ignores the
Personally,
tradition of the
it is
crucifixion and
funny, like,
displays his
I think the
acquaintance
Holy
with
List
Roman
thing is
legal
just a
and
growth hack, and I've seen other
punitive
people do it where, like,
practices
you
as
just
published
say
in the
kind of
6th century Corpus
I don't
Juris Civilis.
honestly, I don't really listen to this content. 'Cause it
Cabbage
doesn't
stock
really
is the
sit well,
most
but I think
bizarre
he
of all
knows that by
Talagat
saying these
Yeshua
dumbest,
motifs, claiming
most
that all the
controversial things, that's like
trees
the
which the
rise of
rabbis
Judaism.
cried out to
And I
hang
think
Yeshua
at
upon them
surface level,
immediately
like,
broke,
he can really hold it
thanks
up,
to
but
Yeshua's
that's why I
magical
honestly
powers,
enjoy tuning
and that
into
only
a
the cabbage
conversation
flagged,
and really breaking down
because
the core of those beliefs.
Yeshua forgot
I
to
think, like,
include it
the
in his
young
curse
kids
of
who
the
look up to
trees,
him and actually
finally
hear
accepted
someone
his body,
challenging it could
and
actually
did
be
not
helpful
break.
for people. But
For
at the
the
same
first
time,
time
I
taking the
think
cabbage
it's a
stock
lot about
seriously
listening
and not
to your podcast as
trying
well.
to
Like,
explain
they
it
don't,
away.
if they don't know
Mearson looks
you and they
into the
don't know why
botanical
you're
makeup
doing
of
him
the
and they don't
cab
listen, they'll see that
page
and
and
then
finds
100%
out that the
think
wild
it's for the
cabbage,
other reason.
contrary to our
But I'm
modern
also
perception,
afraid of a society where you can't have
its second
discourse
year
with
shoots
people
out
you
an
don't
unusually high
with
stem,
people
and
you
that,
disagree with.
for this reason,
And even
it
though I
was
don't like Andrew Tate, I think the
considered,
fact that he got
as
banned
early
from
as
all
the
the
4th century
platforms is
BCE,
kind of
to
scary
be a
because
tree
it
herb.
sets a precedent,
More
and you always have to ask yourself, would this be
importantly,
ethical if I
he
was on
points
the
to
other
the fact
side?
that the
And
wild
even
cabbage
things
could
with
be
a president like
identified with
Trump, even if, let's say,
the
you're
wild
somebody
mustard,
who
and that it
was
is
on the left,
precisely this
if that
plant
would have
that is
happened to a
mentioned in
leftist
Matthew
president, how would you feel? That's morally
13:31f
ethical.
as the
So
smallest of all seeds which grows
that is
into the
something
greatest
that I
garden
think is
plant,
important. We try to find
and
ways
becomes
to
a
have
tree.
conversations and
Hence,
reach
while
some
in the New New Testament, the wild mustard slash. Cabbage signifies the triumph of Christianity. In Talagat issue it is used to say, neither Christianity's ultimate failure is just humiliating death on the cabbage tree.
It's also
As to the other strange peculiarity of Agavart and the Aramaic fragments, Yeshua's burial in an aqueduct or a water reservoir, Mearson suggests that it is a faint echo of the aqueduct built by Pilate that not only was paid for by temple,
That's
Money but cut its way through a cemetery that was in use during that period.
a billion
In his conclusion, Mearson first draws our attention to that fact that Taladat Yeshu indeed contains many traditions that at the time when they coalesced into their literary form were no longer understood by the scribes and their readers but sometimes can be traced back to their late antique origin and, second, warns us not to mistake the date of a specific detail or motif in Taladat Yeshu for the date of the composition as a whole. For Olimer and Israel Yuval turn to the enigmatic figure of Judas Iscariot who, thanks to the discovery of the Gospel of Judas, has attracted much attention. They compare the image of Judas in Taladat Yeshu, the legend of the finding of Peter Schaeffer, the cross, and the golden legend and start from the basic assumption that Judas represents the Jewish people and that his behavior represents the Jewish attitude to Christianity and its Savior. Always presented as a subversive figure, Judas can act clandestinely either in order to destroy Christianity and to save Judaism, or, vice versa, to destroy Judaism and to save Christianity. It is obvious that 7-up. Taladat Yeshu is a prime example of Judas in his first capacity, presenting a clear counter-narrative to the New Testament, in burying Yeshu in a cesspool. Judas mocks the cult of the Christian holy place by transforming the Holy Sepulchre into a latrine. The authors suggest that this motif reflects a Jewish answer to the Crusader experience, the late Woolrich version, created in a German-speaking environment, transmits a curse in which Judas curses Yeshu, not the other way around, and makes fun of Yeshu, and the version published by Krauss 14 even describes a pogrom perpetrated by the Jews against the Christians in Jerusalem. The authors argue that this motif, rather than echoing the famous slaughter inflicted upon the Christians by the Jews in 614 CE after the Persian conquest of Jerusalem, is a product of medieval Jewish fantasy. In the legend of the finding of the cross, a Jew by the name Judas discovers, on Queen Helena's request, the location of Jesus' cross, whereupon he converts to Christianity and, renamed Kyriakos, of the Lord, brings about the convert, Zion of all Jews. In Taladat Yeshu, Judas, knowing the location of Yeshu's body, reveals it to Helena, not in order to support Christianity but, on the contrary, to refute the Christian claim that Jesus had been resurrected from the dead, that is, to expose Jesus as a swindler and impostor. The authors suspect that Taladat Yeshu was familiar with the legend of the finding of the cross, which became known to the Jews in the 15th century. Finally, the authors point out that the much more negative image of Judas in the Golden Legend, appearing in Europe in the 12th century and broadly disseminated, where he is depicted as almost pathologically distorted, doesn't find a response in Jewish sources. They attribute this striking fact to the worsening of relations between the Christian majority and the Jewish minority during the High Middle Ages, when the Jews preferred to ignore their Christian neighbors rather than to answer them. A similar subversive role is played by Simon Peter, the primary founder of Christianity as an authentic faith for the Christians, and an underground double agent of the rabbis who ultimately saves Israel by bringing about the final separation of Christianity from Judaism for the Jews. John Gager follows the traces that this strange figure has left in Taladat Yeshu and related Jewish sources, Megillat, Ta'anit Rashi, Rabbirothschild, the Nishmat prayer, Machzor Vitri, and finds the blueprint of Peter the false believer and double agent in no less a source than his. The Gospel of Mark. Then, addressing the question of how Taladat Yeshu as Peter became a refined poet of liturgical texts, highlighting he refers to the apocryphal 14 Krauss, a Nouvelle Recension, 65 to 73. Introduction. 9.
and I am
Letter
trying
of Peter
things
to James
with
that
as
serves
good
as an
intentions as
introduction to the
possible.
homilies which
And I just try to learn everything
are
that
part of the
happens and be like, okay, what could I
pseudo-Clementines.
do better? What
It is there,
is just part of the
he
process.
argues, that we
Well,
encounter
let's
a
start some controversy.
Christian
Who's the
text
greatest
with
chess player
Peter
of all
as
time?
the author of liturgical compositions and as the fierce
Magnus Carlsen is the
defender
greatest
of Judaism, a Peter who embodies the main message of Talagat Yeshu,
Alex.
to reclaim
So,
as Jews the
whenever
major
I hear
figures of
this
foundational
question, I
Christianity.
interpret it in a very
Finally,
specific way
in
where it's not who is
Appendix,
the most
Gager
talented chess
summarizes
player
his views
or who has the
regarding the
most impact on the
notoriously
chess
difficult
world, but
data
who is the greatest
problem of
at
Talagat
playing
Yeshu.
chess. Where
We
if
must
you were
imagine
putting
smaller
all
as
of
well
these
as
players
larger
at
blocks
their
of
peak, who
materials
would be
that
the
show up
best. And
in different
you know, we're
versions
kind
and
of
traveled in
living
separate
in
channels,
a world where
individual
obviously humans are
elements in.
becoming more like cyborgs.
These channels
and
reach back
tools
as far as
make
the
them a
early
lot more
2nd
powerful.
century. As to the
And
Simon
the
Peter
computer is the most
complex in
powerful
Talagat
tool for
Yeshu,
chess that we've
one
ever
version
witnessed.
took shape somewhere
And the top
between
players now,
the
someone
5th
like
and the
Magnus
7th
Carlsen or
centuries in the
Derek
regions of
Trump,
Eastern
if they were going to
Christianity,
go
Syria,
Google, like,
to
you know,
Babylonia.
even Lasker
The bits of
or Bobby
information
Fischer back
gathered
in
by
the day.
scholars should not taken,
Lasker, he was world
however,
champion for
as
27
evidence
years.
of a
He's the
single,
best in his field
stable,
by
and
far.
integrated
Would he be able
Talagat
to
Yeshu
stand up to
narrative,
someone like Magnus Carlsen who has
but
had these tools?
rather
I
as
don't
pointing
think so.
to accounts with different
So
elements at different
most chess
places
players have
and
said Gary Kasparov,
times.
and I
In
think even
particular,
Magnus has said that
we
in the
must
past.
pay attention to
But
the Eastern
I
and
like to
Western
think of it
setting
as Magnus was
of
peak and
certain
Gary at his peak,
motifs,
and because
with the
Magnus
Peter
was able
story
to live
most
more in the
likely
computer
originating
era,
in the
I
West.
feel like so far he's the
Most
greatest of all time.
importantly,
Some studies
we
say
must
things like
dismiss
how
the
there's
notion of
rating
the Talagat
inflation,
Yeshu
but I
urgency,
looked into some of
that
them
is,
and
of
they basically
single
calculated
point of
his
origin for the Talagat
play
Yeshu
over the
composition.
years. And it seems
Another
that there
figure
hasn't
who
been
plays a
inflation.
prominent
He's
role
getting
in
better and
Talagat
you have
Yeshu is
better tools
Queen
at chess.
Hel.
And also, like,
DNA,
one of the cases
but her
where
identity is blurred
I
and
was gonna say,
encompasses at least 3 women
disagree
bearing
with that.
the name
Good,
Helena,
make it
or
interesting.
its cognates,
I think
namely
I
Queen
would
Helena
judge
of
the
Adiabene,
greatest, like
Helena,
greatest player of all time
Augusta the mother of
in relative
Constantine,
to
and
the
Helen
time
the
he
lover
lived in
/ spouse of
Magnus,
Simon
although
Magus.
he is
A fourth
technically the
contender is
strongest
the
chess player in
Hasmonean Queen
history. That
Salome
is because he
Alexandra,
had
although she
computers to study chess
doesn't
with.
bear
And
the
of
name
course,
Helena.
if you compare him
Galit
to like
the son
Gary
Rokum
Kasparov,
pursues this
he plays the
polymorphous
most like stockfish.
figure as
But
a
Gary
prime
Kasparov at
example
his
of both the
time,
variability
he
and the
beat more
inconsistency
players of
exhibited.
his skill level than
In
Magnus
Talagat
did.
Yeshu,
Magnus was more
reading
often
Talagat Yeshu as a
of course held
palimpsest
above
and arguing
computers
for a
more. So I'd say actually
discrete rather than
because
related
Gary
and coordinated
lacked the
existence of the Talagat
computers to
Yeshu
study
versions.
chess, and
Of the
overall
3
because he was
Helenas,
better it gets
the Helen of Simon
players of
Magus
his
is the
skill
least
are
significant in Talagat
nice.
Yeshu,
Yeah, but
whereas
it's the case
Helena
that
of
people think
Adiabene
more
and Helena Augusta are almost
me,
equal comp.
what I would say.
Petiters as
But
regards
also,
possible
like, he plays a
historical
lot,
references.
and he
Both
doesn't-
share, however,
he plays a
with
lot
each
blitz,
other, and to a certain degree with Simon Magus Helen,
he gets
the
drunk,
explicit
like, he's
connection
really putting himself on
with
the field,
Jerusalem,
and
certain sexual motifs, a strong association with conversion, and great generosity for religious institutions. Yet, ultimately, it is the imagined map of Jerusalem that his son Rokum identifies as the birthplace of the composite hell. DNA figure presented in Talagat Yeshu. The central role of Helena as a palimpsest. In Talagat Yeshu, the son Rokum concludes, may be understood as an encoding of the palimpsest Jerusalem, with the polymorphic Helena subverting unanimous, and all too self-confident statements of its ownership. A last cluster of contributions deals with the reception history of Talagat Yeshu. Yaakov Deutsch summarizes the Christian reception of Talagat Yeshu in the High Middle Ages and the Early Modern Period, pointing out that, ironically, 10. Peter Schaefer, Talagat Yeshu is the unique example of a Jewish text the information about which in Christian sources is richer than the information in Jewish sources. He begins by stating that it is highly unlikely that prior to the 9th century there existed a composition that included most of the stories appearing in the modern scripts and printed editions known to us from the Middle Ages and onward, and that the motifs scattered in earlier sources served as building blocks for the Talagat Yeshu literature rather than being evidence of a composition Talagat Yeshu, the earliest version of Talagat Yeshu, which, however, does not contain the birth narrative, can be found in the pilot group of the Aramaic manuscripts, to which Agabard and Amulo are closely related.
I
The
think
next
it won't
nucleus in
change to
Christian
being the best player in the
sources
world.
appears in the
And for
13th
someone
century in a
to
collection of
replace him,
Hebrew
even let's
passages
say like Nepo versus
from
Sting,
Paris and in the
even
writings
if
of
one
the
of them
anonymous
win and
Apostle,
write some
ca.
stance does lower the merit
1260,
because now
followed
who has the world
by
chess
the famous
championship
lengthy
title isn't
quotation
actually the
in
best player in
Raymondus
the world.
Martinus
And that
Pugio
has happened
Fide,
before in the
around
past, but still gonna take them the
1280,
same effort to
which
prove
corresponds to
when
the
they would pass
manuscripts
in
of
like
the
10,
Helen
20
group,
years
but
to
in
become stronger
contrast
than Magnus. So I don't think
to
it
them,
changes the skill
lacks
up
the
of
birth
athletes
narrative.
to become the
Another
best chess
Latin
player in the world.
translation was
I
published
think for
by the
chess fans, it's very
Viennese
disappointing,
cleric
but
and
I think
historian
that overall,
Thomas
on a grand
Eppendorfer,
scheme of like the
d.
public view, people who don't really
1464,
so like
with
what
the
makes
number
the popular culture
of Christian
when you
references to
think of
Talagat
what
Yeshu growing
names
rapidly in the
people
14th and
who don't play chess like Bobby
15th
Fischer did it.
century.
Most people
Parts
know
of
Kasparov
Talagat
and
Yeshu
Magnus.
were
It takes
printed
the
for the
same
first time by
ability and
Chris
talent. That doesn't change.
Tien's
I think
scholars
it
in
does change though if
1470
you're
and
playing a player
1520,
who's not as
followed by the
strong.
first printed edition
But
of the full
I see your point as well.
text
I
with
know
Latin translation by
Alex,
Johann
I heard you
Christoph
ask Magnus,
Wagenseil
what
in
is
his
your
notorious Tila Igna Sagni of 1681 and by Johann Jacob
His
Woolbreach in
answers are
1705.
which
Briefly
he's not
contrasting
saying
with this picture emerging from the
scored the world
Christian sources, the
championship. He's
available
more
Jewish sources,
of a
Deutsch
process that
notices
doesn't
that the
determine
latter
best
up to
way.
the 17th war,
Like in this
even
two
18th century, only rarely refer to Talagat Yeshu
small number of games.
conspicuously, with
He's
only one
he
exception,
doesn't mind
IB
losing.
and
He's really
Shapratz even
fascinated to
Bohan.
a better
All of
player,
these references belong
or somebody who's his
to the
level.
Helen group of
He's more
manuscripts
anxious about losing
from the combined Christian
to
and Jewish evidence. He concludes
the
that the
player
Helen group
because
was
of
created
his
sometime during the
now. If like
12th
poker
or the
players have
13th century and from then on became the dominant version
that's the series
of
poker.
Talagat Yeshu. He doesn't find proof that prior to the 12th century Talagat Yeshu was a comprehensive narrative that described Jesus' life from birth to death. The latest version of Talagat Yeshu is the one known as the Herod
and
group,
also play shorter
with
games
its primary witness in the text published by Woolbreach in 1705.
pure chess. Actually,
The last paper by Paula Tartakoff adds a very different perspective.
like
The fun.
much more variety.
Shindet Talagat Yeshu served in the context of Jewish-Christian relations in the
Intuition, all that kind of
Crown of Aragon in the mid-14th century.
I wish
She analyzes the story of a Ser,
in a place
tame Jew by the name of Alatzer who converted to Christianity and took the new name Pear. Pressed by his Jewish friends, Pear publicly renounced Christianity and, tied to the stake and already beginning to bum, was rescued by the Inquisitor. He then renounced Judaism for a second time and denounced his Jewish friends for having re-Judaized him. In the subsequent inquisitorial trial, Talagat Yeshu played an important role as the Jews' major tool to convince Alatzer/Pear of Jesus' true origin as a bastard conceived through adultery. Tartakoff at places. Introduction. 11. This trial in its historical context and argues that the Talagat Yeshu narrative was indeed used in the medieval Crown of Aragon not only to re-Judaize apostates, but even to force a repentant apostate to unveil Talagat Yeshu in public and hence to instigate open confrontation with Christians. This result, in turn, deepens our understanding of the text.
No, we're not gonna start talking about that. Shit.
The person that's the underdog has the best night of their life, but the person that's been dominating for years always slips up. That drama from a human perspective is beautiful. So I still like the championships, but then again, looking at all the draws, looking at like, well, the magic isn't quite there. So to me, when I see faster games of chess, that's much more beautiful. So that I don't understand the game of chess deeply enough to know. Like, does it have to be so many draws? Like, is there a way to create more dynamic chess? And he talked about random chess with the random starting position. That's really interesting. But then, of course, that's like, then you do have to play hundreds of games, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I think it's great that the world number one is struggling with these questions, because he's in the position, he has the leverage to actually change the game of chess, as is publicly seen, as is publicly paid. So it's interesting. He's still young enough to dominate the ground. So I don't know. I Kasparov, the fight between nations. I hope they have the world championship, and I hope he's still a part of it somehow. I hope he changes his heart.
And comes back.
Some kind of dramatic thing. I don't know. But his heart is not in it. And then that's not the thing, right? Yeah, it is that the thing he wants is a great game of chess against an opponent that's his level or better. And that's so good that he's coming from that place. But I hope he comes back smart, because the world championship is a special thing in any sport.
So you do wish that the person who wins the world championship is the best player in the world?
No. I hope that the best people in the world, the two best people in the world, are the ones that sit down. But the person that wins is the person that's the magic. Nobody knows who's going to win. I think Linus is so he really wants the best person to win. Like the that's why he wants the large sample size. But to me, there's some magic to it. The stress of it, the drama of it. That's all part of the game. Like, it's not just about the purity of the game, the calculation, the pure chess of it. It's also like the drama. It's like the pressure, the drama, all of it. The shit talking gets to the mind games. And
this is a part that's fun to watch, but less fun to be played.
But that's why it's great. We can melt it. We can rise under the pressure. We can melt it. There's a lot of people who look up to you, like they're inspired by you because you've taken a kind of non-linear path through life. Is there any advice you have for people, like in high school today, that are trying to figure out what they want to do? Do they want to go to Stanford? Do they want to pursue a career in industry, or go kind of the path you guys have taken, which is have the ability to do all of that and still choose to make the thing that you're passionate about?
These girls
I
are
always
done.
like the calculated risks approach, where when you're younger, it's okay
They're
to
Canadian,
take
though.
more risks,
I don't
you
care.
have a lot more time,
Fucking
but
Pamela
there
Anderson's
has to be a
Canadian.
reason why you're doing
Fuck.
that particular risk. Is it something that you've spent a lot of time already really passionate and working on, or is it just something that's trendy, you want to do it because you don't have a better option? And that's actually similar to what Andrea did. She decided to go streaming instead of school.
Yeah, it was the reason I got into streaming was I was initially going to go to college, but the pandemic, it was right at the beginning of the pandemic.
Itself, since we need to take into
And I
consideration
never
that the
thought, ever since I was 12,
Holocaust narrative might have been molded to suit particular goals and
nowhere else.
hence been subjected to a creative process shaped by the ever-changing circle. Stances of Jewish life. It goes without saying that many of the questions raised by the enigmatic and elusive text Talmudic issue have not been addressed in the pages of this volume, let alone been answered. But we hope that, in presenting the papers of our cause, appearance to the public, we at least succeed in reopening the scholarly discourse and encouraging new questions and answers. The date and provenance of the Aramaic Talmud issue on the basis of Aramaic dialectology. Michael Sokolojade. The publication of the Aramaic text. While a late Hebrew version of Talmud issue has been known for centuries, only very little of the original Aramaic version was available until the late 19th century. The first published Aramaic fragment appeared in Jim P.S., a polemic work of Semper V. and Safrad, who lived in Spain in the latter part of the 14th Th. II in 1875. Abraham Arkav published the page of an Aramaic verb, Zion. 3 in 19. Samuel Krause, in his comprehensive book on 7Y, published 2 pages from an unidentified pyrogenizer manuscript. 4 in 1911, Elkin N. Adler published a fragment from his personal collection 5, which Krause republished the following year, together with an additional fragment belonging to Adler.
How are you, Vardag?
6 inches. 1928, Louis Ginsburg published a large amount of the Aramaic text from two
Very fun.
manuscripts in the Schechter collection. 7 in 1970, William Horbury Reed
I don't want to see it.
published the
but
first
getting
page of
it up.
Ginsburg's
I would
first
love
fragment, which the latter was unable
I would get
to read,
Horrible.
together with many corrections to the
It
other
ended up
pages
winning,
of this
but
fragment.
seeing her get hit, I
8 inches.
thought it was
I just
One
there's
for our
no
knowledge of this
bullshit, no
composition
like
until the
whatsoever,
20th
and then
century.
coming from
CLJ.
the content world where you start,
2. The
like,
text
waking up
was
6 days a
reprinted
week
in
at
LJ
6 a.m.
147
every day,
from a
like,
now
you know,
lost
like, real
manuscript,
professional
formerly
acting,
in
like,
Breslau.
it's such a unique
See.
experience, and also like
Now,
really like tests
Jose Vicente
how much you
Nicholas,
can like commit
and
to this
Sem
and
Job
progress.
IB
And I
and
think
Seth
that's
Rudd,
really what
La Pietra de
Did
To,
you ever end
Una
up doing a
Obrada
marathon
Con,
with David Goggins?
Traversa Judeo Cristiana, Introduction, Edition Critica, Traduction y Notas al Libro y, Madrid.
You're ready to
Constio
did you do
Superior de
leading up to this?
Investigationi Scientificus,
Look up
You're
the
just gonna go
1997. In light of the Aramaic texts from the Cairo Geniza, it is clear that the author had a much longer Aramaic text similar to them, but that what he cites was an abridgment. 3C Abraham Markave, Laban Jesus, Hebrew
I am
English
streaming
Graphic
live
15, 1875-15,
11 different
from St.
YouTube
Petersburg,
channels.
EBR. IIA 105
And I am sponsored by a
64,109
whose logo is Sonic the
microfilm
Hedgehog.
Hebrew scripts, Jerusalem. 4CL7 143 to the power of 5C Elkin and Adler, on fragment Paramin Tolga Yesko, Reg 61, 1910 126 to 30. JTS 2529, Adler 2102. 6C Samuel Krause, fragments Arameans to Tolga Yesko, Reg 62, 1911 28 to 37. Equals MSS. A. B. 7CGS1, 329 to 38 publication of 2 fragments, 1 TS miscellaneous 35.87, equals Miss H, 2. TS miscellaneous 35.88, number 19,674 in the Institute of Microfilm Hebrew Manuscripts, Jerusalem. 8C Horbury, 116 to 21. As anyone who has ever dealt with Ginsburg's edition of the frag ments of the Palestinian Talmud from the Cairo Geniza can attest, his copies were notoriously inaccurate. 14. Michael Sokolov, 1977, Ziesbach published an additional page belonging to the first manuscript, published by Louis Ginsburg, 9, and Daniel Boyarin republished it a year later, with many corrections. 10. Finally, in 2000, Yaakov Deutsch published 2 new Hebrew texts of Thai which differ from the medieval version, and which are, in fact, a translation of the Aramaic original. He included in this article a composite republication of most of the previously published Aramaic material. 11. Previous discussions of the Aramaic language of the texts. In their publications of the Aramaic texts, Arkavid and Krauss made no attempt at analyzing the Aramaic language of the text in order to determine its date and provenance. Ginsburg, in his introduction to his publication of the Thai Aramaic text in GS1, was the first scholar to relate to these issues, and he correctly pointed out that the Aramaic language of the text was linguistically a composite of Ta and JBA. However, as will be seen further on, in spite of this, most of his specific lexicographical and philological comments were either incorrect or unfocused. 12. The present writer added several linguistic observations concerning the land page of the text in notes to Boyarin's article. However, the most thorough attempt by far to analyze the Aramaic language of this composition is to be found in a recently published article by Willem Smollett. In order to understand Smollett's suggestions for the date and provenance of Thai, it will be helpful to first outline briefly Jewish Aramaic dialectology during the first millennium CE. Aramaic was divided during this period into two major dialect areas, which are termed MWA and Maya, each of which was further divided into dialects along confessional grounds. The two major Jewish dialects, JPA and JBA, are known to us mainly from literary texts of rabbinic literature, and to a lesser extent, also, from a body of non-rabbinic and epigraphic texts. 9CZ Font, a new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus Asterisk Tarbis 46, 1977, 319 to 22. In Hebrew, Hexagon is TSNS 298.56. 10C Daniel Boyarin, a revised version and translation of the Talagat Yeshua Frag, meant, Tarbis 47, 1978, 249 to 52, in Hebrew. 11C Yaakov Deutsch, new evidence of early versions of Toldat Yeshua Tarbis 69, 2000, 177 to 97, in Hebrew. Deutsch reprinted in this article the texts published by Ginsberg Forbier and Bach-Boyarin, and in the present study, Aramaic Thai will be cited according to the page and line numbering of this edition. 12. It is the opinion of the present writer who has reviewed all of Ginsberg *''s philological studies that his philological conclusions were on the whole erratic. 13C Smolik, Aramaic dialect. Smolik has been working on this text for the past few years. In the framework of the project Late Aramaic, the literary and linguistic context of the Zohar in the Zohar Workshop centered at University College, London, CHTTP/URL. ac.uk Hebrew/Zoharos. PHP. Date and provenance of the Aramaic Talagat Yeshua. 15. In addition to these two literary dialects which were based on the vernaculars of the Jewish communities of Eretz Israel and Babylonia, two other Jewish
There he is. How you living, pimp?
One time.
You ready to get your ass kicked at something? Go, dude. We've missed you. I thought about you earlier today. Both. Dude, Zoot and I have been playing golf every night, and we also got into a new game. We got into Uno, and we are fucking really intense about Uno. When we play, I ask him to contact you, and he does. Or he says he does. While I set up the game, he's never contacted you. All right. Okay. Well, I know at least it was one time. And well, I've missed you. And what did we do? We've gotten really into fucking Uno. Hey, you want to play me 1v1 for old time's sake? In anything you want. Yeah, we can do archery. What's that? You can. I think it's just all manual. I could be wrong, but you just choose. Yeah. Oh fuck. All right, how many did I get? 33. I don't think that's very good. I remember like 40 was really good. There you go. You need an 8 to tie. Oh, and he just fucking blows me out of the water. Shitty. There you go. No one's had a bullseye yet. We are rusty. Dude, ever since that one person beat me or put up like 160 points, I'm like, oh, this is over. The thing that I remember about him was how quickly he could that's what it was. He could move it so quickly. It just moved very, very fast. Like, you know how it takes us a while to move the thing over? His thing just went like instantly. I'm at a major disadvantage with you having an iPad. Yeah, I think I made a mistake. I mean, I kind of forgot what we used to play. Oh, that's ugly. Still no bullseyes. Oh shit. Oh, nice. I to tell you the truth, I would normally have messaged you. I really mean that. If Zoot had come in at normal hours or even like at this time. Oh shit. Absolutely at 4 in the morning. Just in time. Excellent. Oh, that kicking ass, taking names, baby. Like that thing they eat in China. It's like a fucking like armored. Yeah. Oh, can you send me that one though? The pangolin swap on the anteater team. I think that's. Does everybody remember when Riser had an invite? There we go. Watch Caspian see where Riser hits this ball. He's gonna hit it right off the little corner. That's exactly where you do it. That's a really good shot. Better than mine, but I'll still take it. Many times I hit the tree. Oh, that's a. Ooh, interesting. Riser. Oh, go ahead. What a fucking shot. That deserved to go in. Oh, dude. Fucking. Oh, what a great piece of advice. Thank you, Caspian C. Riser, seriously, when Zoot and I have been playing, it's been at like 3 in the morning Pacific time. Like, there's just I'm not gonna wait. There was one time. There was one time that it was at like a normal time, and that's when I had him message you. I cannot believe I tied you guys. I'll take it, especially not getting that automatic 0. Why do I get to go first? Dude, fuck you. Word dog, 100%. They won't let that thing. Oh, it's gonna make it tough shot for see. That saved me 2 points. Or yeah, I saw it. It looks like a yeah, it's really cute. Right, dude. number 2 thing on that list is the Siberian tiger. So that's once they do the woolly mammoth, then they want to do the Siberian tiger. I misspoke. The Tasmanian tiger. Yeah. I really like that Riser did not have an absolute perfect shot like normal. Oh, this might get in. What up? How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Your neck of the woods. What's good in your neck of the woods, my man? All right, how was it? Most people do. Dude, that's how you get kicked out, man. There you go. I don't understand why people think that's funny. Right. When it says you have to be 18 in here and they're just okay, troll all you want. You don't have to do it in here. That's not funny. Well, you can't do things against the terms of service of Discord, which that is. You have to be at least 13 to be on this fucking site, or to use this, and then you have to be at least 18 to be in here. I just want everyone to know my shot is terrible. Perhaps. Oh, no way. Look at this shot. Somebody take out that fucking gnome right in front of the hole. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, wow. That was almost perfect. Caspian Sea going for it in one shot. Wow. I do not like this hole. Oh, my family's meeting. I just recognize that what I'm doing is very important. I don't have time nor the money to be able to do that kind of stuff. I mean, relatively. Gotta keep a lead up. I'll take that shot. Riser needs to hit the shot. Make this. It's in the hole. One championship. So the way that Zoot and I have been playing, I try to beat him 5 times straight. And when I do, then we play Uno. Yeah. Do you want to play Caspian Sea? Okay, so I'll just tell you some secrets to it. If you want, I mean, take it for what it's worth. But yeah, like, well, I don't know if you've played a much Uno in the past, but it's not exactly that, or maybe it is. I don't know. There's okay. So you'll get what is Zoo calls them premium cards, but I think they're called special cards. Waiting for other players. All right. So the one that has like a knockout, like a circle with a cross, like a uh, like a crossing circle, is a skip. One has verse. Uh, that's okay. Uh, okay. So the big things are if you have like a draw 4 for someone else, like where it says +4. If you hold that until the very end, you can't lose. That's kind of something we figured out. Or like one that changes the color, you can't lose. So basically, it's not a bad idea to hold on to the special cards until the end. That reverses the way it goes. Yeah, you have to play a 2 or a blue. If if not, you just draw another card. So this is a skip. So then, then it skips me, I guess. Okay. So I haven't played with 3 people, which normally when I play with Zoot, it skips and it goes back to you, but I guess it skipped me and now it's it's my turn. All right. One other thing, if you have a card that's like makes somebody else have to take extra cards and they have one of those as well, then they can reverse it on you. So if you have one that's like +4 or +2 and then somebody gives you a +4, you can reverse it on them and make them have to take 8. Yeah. So, well, you guys are okay. So, like there, if Caspian Sea would have had a +4 himself, he could have doubled that up on Riser. No, it would have been like, okay, so you put a +4 on him. Now, see how it just did 8 on him because you had a +4, right? It doubles up. Wow, Riser gets his first fucking win. right off the bat. I shouldn't give you guys any secrets. So like no one's had to take any extra. Well, no, you got right because we had each put down a +2. Well, because you put down a +2, and then Caspian C put down a +2, and then so like you must have. So you have something to block it. So then they all go to Caspian C. Caspian. Holy shit. Damn, it's good. See, you can fuck him. There you go. By the way, you can also just take a card. You don't have to play that. Okay, then back to fucking golf, dog. I'll whoop you. Catch me. Right. They're not twitchy enough. Oh. Okay. Did you answer his question though? His question. I don't think so. How is that not gambler's fallacy? How is that not gambler's fallacy? Okay, but there's no increased odds of it happening. Make it. Make it. Make it. Make it. Make it. Make it. Oh, what a great shot. How did you get more momentum going that way? No. Oh, wow. What am I doing? No, I actually just was thinking like it was gonna be uh, hard for me. This is my favorite hole. Stay low. He was gonna try to fuck me. Wow, you still did, and it turned out okay. Be the shot. Hey, Riser, did you see that Tiger Woods' son got a hole in one? Charlie? Yeah, in real life. No, in real life. He's only like 12 years old. Um, what would you do? Wow, Rabbi's taking L's. In like, yeah, Fuck. Everyone hates this hole. Oh, what a great Riser. Riser has one. Caspian Sea is looking to get his first win on this next game. Here we go, folks. Nope. Riser is very good at this hole. He's also good at that similar. There's a similar hole with a big spinny thing in the corner. Oh, wow. He's changing it up. Oh, what a great shot. Great shot. Dude, I might have to do the same thing. Oh, shit. Too hard. Caspian Sea, if you didn't know, Riser has an iPad. If you're wondering, why is he so fucking good? iPad. Oh, what a... Ooh. I think it, hit my... Yeah, we are. We just enhance performance. I love this hole. It's not. It's your iPad. Because when you play with a phone, you suck. One time you said you find your iPad and you started playing with your phone and you were not good. Oh. He protects me. No way. You got fucked. All lip, no hole. Uh-oh. Riser is leading. Here we go. Here we go. Not what I wanted. Not the shot. Riser, you're going to be able to hit it in the field of downward slope. He got it this time, folks. All right. Oh, what a shot. It's $40? Yeah. What a good shot. They take advantage of our socioeconomic classes. Oh, fuck. Go, baby. Go, baby. Oh, dude. Riser's making a comeback. Hit his ball. Don't hit my ball. Don't hit his ball. Oh, I opened up the thing. What a beautiful shot. That was red 23. Come on, baby. But I hate this hole. What a fuck, dude! Just got the win. That fucking bullshit. Go in the water, hit the trees. Short. Hit my ball. You did. Stop. Oh, I fucked. Make it. Yeah, not playing. If anything, it's probably sports betting, which I don't know. Do you guys do sports betting? I have. I saw something really interesting once. I was I was at a sports book with my uncle in Las Vegas, and we were just. Uh, my uncle had these poker machines that he would only play at. They were only available at the bar, and he always said if they ever got rid of them, he wouldn't gamble anymore. But he would win like $10,000 quite often. I wouldn't say he necessarily did better than the house, of course, but he would win like $10,000, and then he would buy people in our family things. And so one time he was just playing that, and I was sitting next to him, and a guy at the bar started having a heart attack, and I got up and I ran over to, and I told the staff that they needed to call an ambulance immediately. And all of a sudden, like all these people crowded around him, and the guy had a heart attack, but he survived. But it was just like something that we were not expecting, that someone would be having a heart attack in the middle of a casino. And I remember my uncle was like, normally people just let people do their own thing, but you noticed that and started telling the bartender they needed to call. So it was not something like a fist fight. I don't know if I saved his life, but he definitely got aid a lot faster. I mean, I think that people would have figured it out. But my uncle certainly thought so. My uncle was like, "That's my nephew. He saved this asshole's life." And I have one other story. No, I know. I know. I did. He would get. He didn't say that. He said, um, there you go. Um, the other, um, the other story that I have, I don't gamble. Just I don't generally gamble, but um, when I just turned 21, and my uncle was turning 50, and he was throwing a really big party, and um, so like all my family from around the world went and um, came to Las Vegas, and we were having a really good time. And um, I remember getting pretty drunk because I just turned 21, and my uncle's like, "All right, let's play some craps. You know how to play craps?" And I'm like, "I have no idea." And he's like, "Even better." So he's like, "I'm going to give you $20, and we're just going to see what happens." And I turned $20 into $2,600 over the course of like an hour. And it was just one of those things where I just kept throwing the dice, and people started just like in the movies where they get around the craps table, and I kept saying like, "Well, what do you want me to roll?" And they're just like, "Shut the fuck up. Don't put the heebie jeebies on yourself. Just throw the fucking dice." And it was amazing. I remember I got super drunk. They kept bringing me drinks because they're like, "We want this guy to just keep his like looseness going." And I remember my uncle was like, "All right, so we're gonna cash out." And he's like, "Okay, so you've got to tip the teller or whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, like how much do we tip?" Like 15%, 20%. He's like, nope, $500. So we tip him $500. And then we went back to his house, and I just remember calling my friends the next day and being like, you're never going to believe we turned $20 into $2,600 and then stopped. And it was just like a movie where we must have had, I don't know, 25 people around the table and everybody's betting on whatever I'm saying. And it was like it was definitely a rush. And so when I tell people that, yeah, I made like, I don't know, $2,600 at a casino, and then I never have gambled ever since. They hate me because they're like, you're the one asshole who actually made money in Vegas. And it wasn't like we used a lot of money, remember. It was just $20, and it was just kind of like, hey, we're gonna get going, but let's see how you do. And boom, I fucking knocked it out of the park. And I still don't know how to play craps. Wow. I am thinking about it. Well, like I've spent some like not an entire year of my life in Las Vegas, but I have family in Las Vegas, so I go and visit them not quite often, but occasionally. And I used to go there for spring break and stuff. And I was there with a friend of mine, and we were on the strip, and this was in 2007. And all of a sudden, well, so like Las Vegas used to not have sports teams. It was actually like a very taboo for them to have sports teams or any sporting events because gambling was, legal and everything. And so we were walking down the strip, and all of a sudden all these people start running back towards our way, and we didn't know what was going on. But it turned out there was a shooting with an NFL player. His name is Pac-Man Jones at the time. uh, Hey, happy holidays to you, Mike. How you doing? I'm living the happy holidays to you. I hope you're having a great day. What's good in your neck of the woods? Yep. Okay. Well, it happens to the best of us. Anyway, I was just telling a story about a shooting on the Las Vegas Strip that where I was, and then another cool story. There was when they implode these casinos, they it's like a big event. So I've seen the Stardust imploded, and it was really cool to see. Yeah. Yeah. And there's like a huge cloud of dust that takes over, and it was very cool to see. I'd never seen something that big be taken down so quickly. It's just like one moment, it's a huge building that literally looks like it could have people in it, and the next minute, it's dust. Yeah, right. One of the cool things that they did, like they didn't have drones back then that they were being used for these things, but they took fire and they had like a countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 on fireworks on the building. And then it hits, zero and the thing comes down. Yeah. And they had this like huge, huge cloud of dust that, I mean, it looked like 9/11. It just came over you and everything was just like pulverized. And so everybody runs away from it, and it's fun. I don't know. When's the last time they did one of those, Caspian Sea? Do you remember? Very well could be. Very well. There are, yeah, exactly. And then they have to clean them all, like the exteriors off, or perhaps wait for it. But yeah, it's pretty wild to see that. And I had only ever seen them on television, which is still something to see. But for them to go as quickly as they go, it's wild. I don't know. Go ahead. They just closed down the like last summer, I want to say, the Flamingo. Uh and but I don't think they imploded it. It's just I think somebody is going to just use the land for something. Oh, no, we did not. So the family that I have there, they're locals, so they know that that's just like a den of thieves. So they have like, yeah, they're they're local casinos that they would go to. My uncle lived in I don't know if you know where Stallion Mountain is, but it's like near Samstown. Yeah, and so um at the time, yeah, exactly. It was a major um sports book because they had just opened it. But yeah, I mean, they all kind of try to one up each other. I think I've been there a few times when it was like, oh, this is the biggest one in the world, and then like Caesars will build theirs, and this is the biggest one. Jam Grand will, redo theirs, and then this is the biggest one in the world. I have not been uh since they, yeah, I would say it's been, I don't know how long it's been since I've been to Las Vegas, but really, there's just not. I don't know. I don't like. There's like a change in people's morality when I get there. I even just see it on the billboards. Like LA doesn't have billboards with just like women in bikinis and like call that kind of stuff. It's like I don't know. Well, yeah. I mean, the insurance. Well, it, yeah. I know. It's just I know that there are like children who grew up there. I mean, I have cousins who grew up there, and I just know that it kind of creates a, yeah, like in front of kids' faces, and I don't know. LA doesn't have that, um, so I absolutely, and it's on the ground, and it's I mean, yeah, and then I don't. I mean, I know how it works. Yeah, so basically, absolutely, and the way that those systems work, there's like as I understand, like they generally use immigrants and they have to sit in the sun for like in the hottest temperatures, and they're just what do they call them, like flappers or clappers or something, slappers, and and I don't know. I watched a documentary on it a few years ago, and they're not they're not stickers. They're like baseball cards with hookers on them. Get your attention. Yeah. And if you're like 21 years, it works beautifully. It works beautifully because it wasn't that easy. Like now it's easy. You can go on the internet and get anything you want. But 20 or 30 years ago, or even before then, it was you didn't have that access. So you were using like 800 numbers and like calling random numbers to get women to you. And the other thing is it's prostitution is illegal in Clark County, so they have to either promote brothels outside of the county, or it's just kind of a thing like have a private dancer in your room. Right. And the city changes. I know I've been like at different periods, and there was like a time when Vegas was very family friendly, and it was like going to Disneyland, like going to Las Vegas with pools. We stayed at the Treasure Island when it was like in its heyday, and they'd have like like ship pirate show. It was amazing, and I remember it was like yeah, I mean, I of course had been to Disneyland multiple times, and Disney World, and exactly, exactly, exactly. And so there was a period of time when Las Vegas was doing its best to be family friendly, and then it changed. Then it went into the what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, which backfired in a lot of ways, because people would just just destroy the town, and then be like, well, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and they would. But the saying was, yeah, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but I have to live with it, was the locals kind of phrase. Um, and it just Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. I'm watching Lex, but I always do that Canadian accent when I watch the beginning of it. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. For the most part, at least Canadian people who I've met, I can't always tell that they're Canadian, except if they say a couple words here or there. And then it's like, oh, okay. What about A? Sorry, A. Has 2 dimes on from Canada. Just for a moment. They're chess. They're like chess grandmasters. They're not that good, but they're really good. Hold on, these bitches are hot. They're not like the hottest chicks of all time, but just for a moment. These Canadian ones, they're beautiful. Just for a moment, you'll see them. I mean, to be like you expect, like, I don't know, chess people to be like super nerdy looking. I mean, generally they are, but these bitches are hot. No, they're not that good, but they're pretty good. They're like chess influencers. I don't know. I fucking love Lex Friedman's interests. We're very aligned in things. Like he likes AI, he likes big data, he likes robotics, he likes like interviewing the interviews of like really big politicians. He had Benjamin Netanyahu, he had the president of Argentina on, he had just some really big people. And then he has these chess people on. He has like people on. He does really good debates too. I think I do like chess a lot. I do play it. We used you and I used to play. No, we played more than 2 games, and I came to the conclusion that you and I are just about equal in chess. It just depended on who went first. Okay, well, I didn't know you became obsessed with it since we last played, but um yeah, I mean, I play sometimes influencers on Kick, like people who play on Kick, and I'll play them, and then that'll be on video and stuff. He I don't know if he's had the chance. So do you play on chess.com? Very nice. Do you know your rank? So you're getting pretty serious. Well, I like chess. I find it kind of can take up a lot of my life, and I don't want it to. I like listening to people talk about chess and strategy, the way people cheat. I find that to be fascinating. He had Lex Friedman had on the other day. Well, he had him on a long time. I don't know, a few months ago, but I watched it the other day. What's the big YouTuber? The big, what's the biggest chess YouTube channel? Do you know? Gotham Chess, that guy. He had that guy on, and it was fascinating to hear like what he has to go through from just like just determining if people are cheating and all the different ways people cheat. I think that's almost more fascinating to me than the actual games because people just become so obsessed with just winning that there's the discussion of anal beads being used at length in that interview. There are like, the use of different computers, how AI now is basically better than any human will ever be at chess, surpassed as good as even Magnus Carlsen. And then you get into the drama that occurs where like he was so Gotham Chess was saying that he played someone in Indonesia, and this person like um didn't have like a very good score or something, and this guy just ended up whooping him. And he reported the person to chess.com saying like I think this person is cheating, and chess.com took down that person's account, which to me kind of seems like a piddly or whatever. But then all of a sudden, I guess this Gotham Chess didn't know that Indonesia is like the fourth most populous country in the world, and all of this hate came on him from Indonesia, where he had to like, well, actually, this is how I learned about some of this stuff. He had he had to pay. Well, let me think. How he already had somebody who promoted his channel, and he had to tell that company to do like location blocks, which really kind of opened up my mind to how these big YouTube channels work. Basically, they use a third party that is in really good graces with YouTube, and they allow these people to do a lot, like have a lot more features that a normal YouTuber can't use. So, like what? Normally, you can't geo block people. Like, if you want to watch my videos, you can watch them anywhere in the world. I don't have a way to like say I don't want these people to be able to watch them, but with that third party you can do that, and you can like focus on different segments of the population, all these kinds of things that YouTube does not allow. And I don't understand why YouTube doesn't allow it. I know like Facebook allows it. You can do that kind of stuff with Facebook. You can do that kind of stuff being like a cam model, but at least on YouTube you can't. It's just interesting to hear. And I think Lex Friedman is an intelligent person. He seems to me to be a good interviewer, and he's grown on me. When I first saw him, on the way that I was exposed to him was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I just wasn't super impressed by him. But the YouTube algorithm kept feeding me his videos, and especially when I fall asleep, I'll like fall asleep to Joe Rogan or something, and then I'll awake and it's like I have watched like 6 different Lex Friedmans. So I started kind of getting into it, and then all of a sudden, uh, I've been watching his stuff on like repeat. The other reason why I watch his stuff is he has just one big playlist that I can just play, and it will just be podcast after podcast after podcast after podcast, and it doesn't stray from that. And I like that. I don't like it when I'm watching the same podcast all day, and then it all of a sudden thinks that I need to watch how to learn English. I get this all the time. It's like I don't understand this. Like I don't understand their algorithm, and or it'll just show me like a different. I would say most of them do. His is just, well. Another thing is his don't. I feel age badly. Like Joe Rogan's podcast, I feel age pretty badly because he talks about a lot of like he'll yeah, thank you, current events, or like things we already know the answer to. Like when I'm watching Joe Rogan and he's talking about something that's happened in the past. It's like, now I'm going to waste 40 minutes listening to this topic and I already know the answer. But Lex Friedman's don't age as badly. Caspian C and I were talking about this the other day, where like we noticed that podcasters a lot of times, unless they're a current events podcast, they do their best to make their podcast timeless. Um, you're right. There are a lot of podcasts, the big ones that just have one playlist that you can play. But like at least with Joe Rogan, if I'm not watching the most recent few of them, then it kind of becomes delayed information. Riser, what I want to know is what do you think of these drones, dog? You're the most skeptical anti-UFO person I've ever met in my entire life. I want to know what you think about these drones. There's like a huge, yeah. I've been looking. I've been looking since they've done, and I haven't seen anything. I know they were seen in Temecula and like a little south, like off the coast of, but like in New Jersey, they're shutting down airports. They shut down an airport in Japan. They shut down airports in England and I think Germany as well. And that's just what I know. There's just been a huge no, they don't. I don't know where you are. They don't shut down American airports unless there is like a homeland security threat. Well, they call them drones. They're like the size of an SUV. They're huge. And I mean, I've seen them do all kinds of interesting things. That I've seen them from planes. I've seen them from the ground. And this isn't just like 2 or 3 videos. This is like 300 to 500 videos of just like, we don't know what this is. They're over New York City. They're over New Jersey. They're kind of popping up in random places. They do track them with their own drones, and these things shut down those drones immediately. They kill all of the battery power, and then they fall to the ground. I sent there was an article in the Wall Street Journal today about these drones, or I guess it was yesterday now, that President Biden has uh, requested information about these and contacted the Department of Defense 4 times, and he's being told that basically he does not have a need to know what they are. Well, that's what you would think, but they usually don't brief. Right. Well, and that's the thing. They call them drones, but that's kind of a bad name for them because it's confusing with normal people drones. But the state of New Jersey and New York have put a ban on all residential drones or commercially available drones until mid-January. And these things are still all over the place. I mean, they had a meeting in New Jersey with every mayor of the state, like 100 and some odd mayors or something like that, maybe of every major city in New Jersey. And they're like, we don't know what these things are. They've had briefings on from the Caspian Sea. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I mean, they don't have an answer as to what these are. If you've seen the interviews with people, They say that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what these things are. They say there's no credible. They say there's no credible. I would say they look more like human technology, except for a couple things. They don't have any thermal signature or any radiation signature or radio signature. Yeah, so that means that they're basically not human. If they don't have, or they're, and they've also gone through all the things like they've asked the people of the Department of Defense and the White House. So are these man-made? They say no. Are these from another country? No. Are these some kind of classified contractor? No. But we can't tell you what they are. The only reason why I say I think that um they look the only thing that I think about that makes me think that they're human, or no, I shouldn't say I don't think they're human, but makes them look human is the lights on them. They use red and green lights. And that's generally what. No, it's. I mean, the argument is that they're just cloaking, so they. But I mean, the way that these things fly, they fly in these huge packs, and then all of a sudden it'll move like 200 miles in the air over the course of like 1 second. It'll just move faster than anything that we've seen, like faster than any plane can go. And then they'll be flying in the air, and then it'll just shoot up into the sky 50,000 feet in like the matter of seconds. They say that, I mean, they are non-human. They're like non-human crafts. Basically, any human would get killed in these things. And I don't know what they are. It's really, of any time that they would have disclosure, it's with these things, because at least in the United States, this is front page news. It is on every. Well, they did address that to some extent. They're like, hey, are these like Amazon delivery drones or Google? And they're like, no, it's nothing like that. And the thing is, they're just like, the big thing that they say is there's no credible threat, but we don't know what they are. They've tried. No, I see it as what's known as soft disclosure. It's been happening for like at least 80 years, where little things are leaked out, and it's just the people in the know what's going on, and they are so. It is. It is, because this isn't the first time that this has happened in the United States. It happened in the 1950s above the United States Capitol, and it happened recently over. Not necessarily. I mean, well, it's the biggest one that we've seen reported. It's just the fact that people have cell phones, so they can record it now. In 1960, they couldn't record it as easily, so it would just be like, "Hey, there's a huge UFO flap." But it happened in the 1950s. It happened at least in the 60s. It happened certainly in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s had the Phoenix Lights, and most recently we've seen these these this wave of drones that have happened since like November 16th. And it's really interesting. There was some guy, I don't know who it was, but who predicted this. He said like years ago, December 3rd, 2024 will be like a date where we will have like an invasion or something. It's not like that specific. It was December 3rd, 2024, but I don't know if he said we'd have an he said that's when disclosure would happen. And yeah, and it has been very, very accurate. And these things are every single night, and to the point where commercial drones are no longer allowed to be flown in New Jersey or New York. That they've had huge meetings with the mayors. That the president of the United States is not getting answers, and but I don't know what they are. And anyone who tells you that they know what they are, I want to know their source. Just go to right now. Just go to Reddit. It's r. So I could tell you the address if you want. It's reddit.com/r/UFOs. Just go. I'll look at it with you. It's okay. So right now they have 4 orbs plus a drone, and that's the thing too. There are orbs as well. So that happened 6 hours ago. There's another one 2 hours ago. UFO sighting over White Sands in New Mexico. There's another one. Right. Orbs in Michigan. They have Toms River, New Jersey on 12/24 at 6 p.m. They have a bunch of them flying in the sky there. The Bronx, they have them flying over the Bronx. This happened 5 hours ago. I mean, that's the thing. Normally, the UFO subreddit will be like one good sighting every 3 days. This is like 25 good sightings per day, at least. They have another one 5 hours ago. Another one, let's see here, 13 hours ago. I mean, these are over major, like this one's over Dallas, Texas. These are over major cities. You're not allowed to just fly over these cities at this low in altitude. In Germany, they had 149 incursions on German airports this year. Here's what they have one out of a plane. That's the other thing too. I've seen a bunch of them where people take them out of a plane and you can see it. Normally you're not allowed to get that close to a plane with anything, and these things are just like trailing the plane or just running parallel to them. Right. I've seen a few videos like that. I see the one that you're looking at that was like 17 hours ago. Um there's another one for so there's one 2 hours ago in Arizona, 29 minutes ago in Rotterdam. They're flying over a city. And that's the thing. A lot of like people are people will be like, "Oh, these are only happening in the United States." No, they're not. They've caught the attention of the United States, but they've happened over England. I mean, I think remember Riser, I showed you that one that was like a ball right off of the ground that caught a lot of people's attention. You may not remember, but like it was taken from a plane and it was like this ball that was like 2 inches off the ground. It was like a blue ball. Yeah, exactly. That happened like I don't know within the last 2 months, and ever since then we've had just at least in the United States tons of, but really just anywhere where cell phones are available. I've seen them in China, dude. And not only that, but if you know who Rosie O'Donnell is, she spoke out about him. Dane Cook spoke out about him. Joe Rogan spoken out about him. In fact, I want to watch this. Joe Rogan had an expert on it today at launch. I just didn't watch it because I've been watching this chess one um, on Lex Friedman, but let's see what Joe Rogan has to say about it. All right, so he is Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Oh, expert in a lot has been going on.
To him by Brian Graveson.
Oh my God, I'll tell you the funny story about how I ran into him.
You ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, right?
So the lobby told me they're all, don't use this one elevator, it's really rickety. And it makes a lot of noise and it's not very reliable and just don't use it. So I didn't. And then I was leaving 24 hours later to come down and get some coffee. And I was like, fine, let me take the rickety elevator. I was like, they told me not to take it, but I'm going to take it anyway. So I pushed the button. I'm standing there. Here's the door's open. I look, I see the shadowy figure in the corner. I'm like, Ryan Graves, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know. What are you doing? I was like, are you doing what I think you're doing? He goes, yeah. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that?
Yes, he did. Told me ran into it.
Oh,
He didn't tell me
so-
the whole story about the rickety.
Yeah. And he was like this shadowy figure up against the corner, like kind of just, I'm looking at him, he's looking at me. It was really fun.
We talked a lot of nonsense about aliens, but we also talked about the technology that he knows is state of the art when it comes to drones.
Yes.
And that some of these ones in New Jersey, they're doing things that you can't really do yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. Because
Yes.
it's like, okay,
And they're the
is
size of SUVs.
right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that the mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck?
50 of them.
What do you mean? What do you mean 50 suburban sized
So check this out.
UFOs are coming out of the ocean?
It's really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on Signal for a long time. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO Virginia. And but he was anonymous. One day, he's really knowledgeable, and he was sending me stuff that was really helpful. Like, you should track down this flight. It happened. You're going to this airport. Go to this base. And I was like, finally one day, I was like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? He goes, I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. He goes, and I'm also an experiencer. I had an experience back in 1981.
Oh,
So
what happened to him?
he had a UFO encounter. It's in the movie towards the end. But anyway, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. I was like, I really like to know how you did that. I was like,
Do you know what kind of a budget you would have drones running in the sky all over? How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers?
it's exploding all over the place, and it's getting better. I've heard California, I've heard Europe now, bases in England, New York, Jersey.
I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Right, Patterson Air Force Base. They had to shut that place down.
Yeah,
That's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking, what's going on?
You know,
who fucking knows?
I was super busy. I had the release of the film going on, and so I was like trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up, and it was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world are pouring in, like, what's going on with these drones? And I was like, it's probably something conventional. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I was going to keep on focusing when I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. Then a buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple of years ago. And he said, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. And I was like, well, what do they look like? What do they behave like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that quickly kind of eliminates, something non-conventional in terms of propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make any noise and that would go silent.
What kind of noise it was making?
Like a propellers drones would make, but loud, and they have a loiter, but they're big and have a loiter time for hours. The average drone, like I fly drones for my films, is like you're looking to get 25 minutes. These things are like hours.
Yeah, 5 hours at a time.
They go dark when they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on FLIR at times, and then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shaped. Then I heard about the ones that really got me because I contacted Christopher Mellon. I was like, Chris, what is going on, buddy? I really rely on him for good information. He's like, I really don't know, man. It's a real shit show. And the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional, some of them are misidentified conventional crap, but there are other ones coming in off the ocean that are up to 50. The Coast Guard and police department are reporting that truly remain a mystery. And then you had Schumer at a press conference just like it was yesterday. And then he's like, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. He goes, well, the drones. He goes, you wrote the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Why don't you just use UAP? I think using the word drone because UAP is almost too scary. Like invasions happening.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous phenomenon?
Yeah.
So couldn't that be kind of anything? It doesn't even fly.
Well, that's the thing, because it used to be unidentified aerial, unidentified flying object. Then it was UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then they're coming out of the water, right?
I feel like this is.
So they said anomalous.
Why don't they just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with other only, and they wanted to take that, remove that baggage, and make it a little less scary. That's my personal opinion.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes an identified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean it's alien. True, right? Like think of
people probably jumping out of their windows right now if they said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember World of Worlds? Right. People were like, that's actually a very good point. So I think they took down, I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. The fear factor is good.
Yeah. I can't help but cringe when I hear that word.
Oh, sorry. The fear element.
Sorry. It was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was recurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky. People have always seen things. Who knows what they are? Whether or not they're, a lot of people see Starlink.
Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day start?
A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there have any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that
something like that
is
mid-November. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines and chaos, inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need, straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
So, this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003. And this is not anonymous, but this is about incursions over, listen to this. I promised this individual that I met at Seoul conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Nusatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers and I witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event is known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned in the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved Boeing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object, roughly the size of a football field, hovering over a missile defense system. The object was silent and had no visible propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished over the hills. I retained official Air Force records of the event, including the blogger form entry, which includes the names and contact information of all the witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, Aero, and the FBI. Aero's a new task force, all domain non-militia office.
After the initial event, several other UAP incursions took place in Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters, and I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. Now remember, this is not anonymous reporting here. They include a football field-sized craft that terrified security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable rate of speed. A brightly illuminated silent object that landed on the base flight line before accelerating instantaneously, disappearing into space. A huge triangular-shaped craft larger than a C-130 that hovered 50 feet over a police officer before it drifted slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, that hovered over his house on the base. The object made no sound and had zero obvious means of propulsion. And he says, my experiences with UAP were awe-inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over our bases and our neighborhood, but I do know UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursions that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant Jeff Usatelli. Crazy, right? I mean, we're talking objects the size of a football field.
It's bananas. And then they take off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
Straight up into space.
So this was it. What was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names they submitted to the new head of Aero.
That's interesting because that coincides with Tic Tac.
It does coincide.
I wonder if that's like, vacation season. It's like every few years.
Let's go check out what those guys are up to.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a real pain in the ass to get here. Maybe it's one of those things like you can go to Australia, but it's too pain in the ass. It's 16 fucking hours on a plane. It's a long flight.
Oh my gosh. I went to South Africa one time and that was like 22 hours. Yeah. I was like, this plane's going to run out of gas.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like one of those things. It's like you can do it, but it's a pain in the ass. So maybe they only travel to Earth every now and again.
How could these incursions have taken place and like here we are 20 years later, we're only now really ready to talk about them?
I think the reason being is if you don't understand it and you can't protect people from it because it's so beyond our capabilities that it's just describing it accurately removes all confidence that our government has everything under control. That's one reason why. And also, if you have no answers, you don't know what the hell it is.
That's a very good point, yes.
If you don't know what the hell it is, what are you even going to say? Hey, there's something that came. We don't know what the fuck it is. It's as big as a football field. Yeah. Shot off of this guy. We have no idea. They'd be like, what do you mean we have no idea? Hire someone who understands this. And then they'd be like, fire him. Get him out of hospice.
I remember like 20 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, totally naive, still naive. But I was meeting with a general, and I said, God, it was so amazing. This story is like so unifying, and we had this kumbaya moment and discovering that, we're not alone in the universe, and wouldn't that be amazing, and blah, 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 the implications for all of humanity. And he sat there almost chuckling at me. And he looked at me, and he goes, you got it all wrong. You got to see this through our lens. And I was like, through your lens? He goes, yeah, the military's perspective. I was like, okay, tell me. And I never thought about this before. You just mentioned it. He goes, okay, imagine this scenario. We sit there and we say, my fellow Americans, it's been brought to our attention that there are craft of unknown origin whizzing around with impunity in our airspace. They exhibit a technology that's likely as advanced for anything that we have. We don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. Shall they turn to be hostile? We have no visible means of defense against them. Thank you and good night.
You're fired. You're fired. And someone like Trump will come along. I'll make a deal with the aliens.
Yeah. You see that predicament? Yeah. Like people always go, why the secrecy? Duh.
Yeah, you have to have secrecy because you got to imagine the job of a politician in general, right? Like you have to pretend that you're going to be able to handle situations that you well know you're not going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
If you're running for president, you're not going to fix this economy. All right? Stop. Just stop.
Everything's going to come away with the magic wand and it's all going to be taken care of.
You're not going to implement electric cars over the stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up. There's not enough batteries. So if you're lying about all that, you're probably going to lie about whether or not you can handle the alien threat. I will unite us. I will unite us as a planet so we can deal together with the alien.
Yeah.
Let's do all I have to do is just say some bullshit like
And then
that.
someone probably bends his ear when he gets involved and he's like, yeah.
A good speaker,
About that
like
disclosure.
J.D. Vance, like a guy like that, very bright, young, energetic speaker. He convinces people he can talk to the aliens. He can convince people. He can convince people that he can unite us all.
Have you seen the program?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there is.
Explain it to everybody.
Okay, so the program basically, it's funny because the last time I was on the show, we were talking about an alleged crash retrieval case that took place in Virginia, Brazil
Yes.
in 1996.
And you're a doctor.
Yeah, moment of contact.
Amazing. Amazing doctor.
We're talking about that, and I came off the heels of doing the phenomenon, touched a little bit on a potential crash retrieval program, but then it was like, then it was the crash retrieval over in Virginia, Brazil, and then I got hyper focused on that, and then I had sort of was a personal journey for me was okay. The elected officials, what do they know, and when do they know it? Do we have a crash retrieval program? That's what I set out to do. And then 3 months after I was on your show in April of 2023, the highest level intel officer, David Grush, testifies under oath that there is a crash retrieval program and that the government does have definitive proof that we're not alone. So he kind of opened the door for me. And a lot had happened since the release of the phenomenon and moment of contact. There was all this legislation. There was the first congressional hearing. There was behind closed doors meetings with a number of intel officers and witnesses, and then you had the second congressional hearing, which was David Grush, which was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah.
Right. And then just recently, just a couple of months ago, we had the third congressional hearing, which I actually, funny enough, got to attend. So the first time in my 30 years investigating, I was actually sitting behind people while they were testifying under oath about the legitimacy of the phenomenon, as well as there's a crash retrieval program. I mean, people have to understand that feel like maybe these things aren't happening fast enough. Just a couple of years ago, they didn't even admit that the phenomenon was real. Now there's people testifying under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. So drip, drip, drip. Things are happening. They're not putting the back in the ball.
Do you wonder at all that you're being mind fucked? Do you wonder at all that this is a massive psyop and this is all just to cover up some very advanced American weapons technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience, don't take it from me, but the United States Air Force investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, right? During their official passes, Project Blue, Project Sign, Project Blood, Project Greenbook.
If you haven't seen it, folks, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Hynek has a cameo appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I heard that.
Yeah, so
I don't remember who he was, though, but wasn't he a French guy? Didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée.
Jacques Vallée.
Has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. Jalen Hynek, who is the scientific advisor of Project Blue all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance, smoking a cigar during the encounter. And that's
That's right.
That's
That's
Dr.
right.
Hynek.
That's right.
Yeah.
Smoking a pipe.
Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases right down to Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files. Even the description of what the entities looked like. Close encounters, again, close encounters of the third kind. This is the United States Air Force documenting this stuff.
Yeah.
And he took it directly out of Project Blue Book files and made a movie out. And as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he has Dr. Hynek have a cameo appearance in the movie.
You know what?
Most people don't know that.
It's a fantastic movie too.
It's a great movie.
Because it's a movie that's filled with. It's not like standard UFOs land.
Yeah.
There's some play going on. There's some weirdness to the way they interact with us. That sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience. They experience interaction, very strange interaction. And when they had those little flying things that were flying around, that's all straight out of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I remember I had a buddy of mine who was a pilot over in Europe in the 70s, and he used to come to family dinners. He was always talking about it. I was like, yeah. And then later, when I started getting interested in UFOs, I was like, cool. Tell me about that UFO. Right over, he goes, just like it was on the posting guys with the third kind, Steven Spielberg's movie. It's like, they took those files directly, Project Movie files right on the big screen.
That's what the Foo Fighters were, right?
Yeah, Foo Fighters too, little orbs.
Yeah.
These orbs.
Fighter pilots are flying around. They're seeing these things with them.
But let me ask you, this is why that I don't think it's a psyop.
I don't think it's a psyop either.
Well, the reason why I don't is because, okay, I don't just believe Rush because he testified under oath. He's a high-level intelligence officer. Well, that's very impressive. I believe Rush because his claims align with my personal research in the field. Remember, I've investigated crash retrieval programs, crash retrieval cases, right? Mm-hmm. And so when I put out Mode of Contact, well, actually, when I went in to put out Mode of Contact, people were going, James, you just dropped one of the biggest, most successful UFO films in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a much broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with alleged crash and live aliens walking around town at Virginia, Brazil? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? You got access to like Harry Reid and all these intel insiders. Now you want to do that? You're going to tarnish your reputation. It's a bad.
Who gave you that?
A lot of people did. They were.
I wish you called me.
Well,
you can handle
you probably heard about Moment of Contact and then you thought, oh, this sounds too crazy. And then next year you watched it.
No, I thought, I always think a crash and contact sounds crazy.
I know.
I always
it
think
does.
I always think that. But I would have never told you not to do it.
Oh, okay.
I would never told you not to do it. You're really good at this. You're really good at explaining.
But you look half the town talking about it.
Well, that's an incredible story. It's an incredible story.
It's a phenomenal story.
It's one of those stories where you're like, everybody's in on this. This is crazy. Everybody's telling it. There's not one contrarian that comes out and goes, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism. Not one person. Come on. There's always some hater. There's always some hater who wants to ruin your gag.
I remember.
You know what I mean?
I remember when I was making Moment of Contact and I wasn't done with it yet. Lou Elizondo was like, he's like, James, he called me up. He goes, I need a copy. I was like, the film's not done. I don't care. I need a copy. Give me a rough cut. I don't care. I was like, okay. What's the urgency? He's like, you don't understand. We've watched this right now. So I was like, okay. So I gave them copies, and I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 million years that I think we're going to be having months after the release of Moment of Contact a congressional hearing under oath that was a crash.
What year did
Biologics
Moment of Contact come out?
It came out at the end of 2022.
Do you think Biden watched this? Do you think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
He's been so dismissive of it all. Obama said a lot more about it.
Why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
He's like, go talk
he's
to
in
Obama
orbit right now around Saturn.
That's the best you can do.
He's like Dr. Manhattan. He's on the moon in a glass house.
Okay, let's see. Biden, if you're listening right now, you have nothing to lose.
He's the president of the United States. So release the House.
He's never running ever again. Exactly. He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any president ever, other than
pardon. To the advice at the end of the program by Senator Harry Reid, now the late Senator Harry Reid, and I said to him, what advice would you give the president? It could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that. And I really hope that President-elect Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the lying. I think we're way beyond that.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump, he was very cagey.
Was he really?
Very cagey. I've seen some things. He told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically, like, confirm or deny. No, there's no eyes. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like, you're not, you're going to do it to an actor or something. Shut up. You're not going to know. So just, Daniel Day-Lewis told you that he just ate a baby. You fucking believe him. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, this idea that, like, what did his eyes tell you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends on the person. It depends on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a lie, like, something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. But I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no-nonsense type of guy. This is why. You kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
He's always done that in his career, right?
Yeah.
Manage being on The Apprentice while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right?
Yeah.
So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with your buddies, smoking a cigar, going, "What do you think, man? I mean, if I was there, man, I would do what they're doing." I wouldn't even. There's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
But you got objects of unknown origin, flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over nuclear silos.
Well, now I think he's much more interested because
that's a matter of national security.
I mean, it is now.
What the hell are we seeing? And they're going, we don't know what they are, but everything's fine.
Well,
he's totally safe. There's no national security issue here. We don't know what they are, but you're fine. Don't worry. Remember, what was the Steven Spielberg movie with the shark, the great white shark?
Yeah, Jaws.
Jaws.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
The mayor's like, keep swimming.
Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. Everything's safe. People are getting bitten half.
That's the perfect analogy. Dude, that is the perfect analogy. That is it.
Everything's fine. Go about your lives.
They're definitely not sniffing drones. Come on. Sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear material was stolen off a cargo ship? Whatever. Guys.
All the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get a lot of it because of obviously what I do.
Of course.
And people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second, it's on the ground, but no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that they don't know, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is. And here's another really funny thing. I actually in the program that I did now, I hope you get a chance to watch it because it's crazy. It's got
tell people what it is.
Okay, so. Basically, I was just talking about earlier.
Tell people the title.
It's called The Program. It's going to be on Amazon. It just came out. It's at #1 right now. It's on Amazon.
When did it come out?
Yesterday.
Oh, beautiful.
I know. It came out yesterday. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple TV, and you can Google because the algorithm is just starting to catch up with it on Google right now. Everyone's like, nice. I can't find it. Look up The Program and then Google James Fox UFO documentary, The Program. You will 100% find it. It's being also made available internationally. They're working as fast as they can to get it up. It just went up yesterday. It's the most independent film from start to finish that I've ever made. And it covers what happened, because everybody thinks the government suddenly had this epiphany to decide to be more transparent to the general public. That's not what happened. What happened is there were a couple of intel insiders in the Pentagon reviewing some of this classified data, so-called classified data, and resigned in protest of excessive secrecy. They found a loophole. This is Lou, probably Jay Stratton, I don't know for sure, definitely Chris Mellon, and they walked these evidence tapes out of the Pentagon through this loophole. They bent the rules a little bit and onto the front page of the New York Times. Right? So that happened, and it was exploded. You remember that. And since then, there has been this unprecedented push by a bipartisan group of lawmakers to find out what the intelligence agencies know and when they knew it. And so that started happening behind the scenes, right? So it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then 2022, they're like, we're having a congressional hearing. Congressman Andre Carson, Wisconsin, I'm not positive, he spearheaded the first open congressional hearing, public open congressional hearing. And in that congressional hearing, they acknowledged the fact that the phenomenon was real, it was slowly introduced, and we were not getting told the facts. There was a document that came out called the Wilson-Davis Memo, and that was about the discovery by a former DIA guy, Admiral Wilson, of the crash retrieval program. It's like maybe 20 plus years ago. And none of the names or anything that document were redacted. I cover that memo. And then 2023, another congressional hearing. This time it was David Grush talking about the crash retrieval program. It's been a steady progression. And so a lot has gone on.
What up, baby? How you?
And that is what this film does. It covers behind the scenes.
That's correct.
Bipartisan.
How's life in your neck of the woods, Rumble Pack? Excellent. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day. And if you need anything, you let me know, okay? Please do. We'd love to have you, my man.
I actually had a drone up there. I know, and I had my phone attached to my drone thing.
Amazing. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, you to the moon, baby.
Flying the drone, and there was a huge window, and I saw this window, and I was like, that's gonna make a beautiful shot for the movie. So I'm up there flying it, and then the turbines are going round and round. I can't quite tell how close my drone is to them. So I'm paying really good attention, and I'm getting close to these big turbines, and all of a sudden my phone is ringing, and it's you. I'm like, oh my God, I can't not answer this. I got to answer. So I answered while my drone is.
Oh no.
And we talked briefly, and he said, hey, can you get me in touch with David Grush? I said, yeah, I got a guy I can put in touch with. That's Jason Sands. And I guess you and Jason Sands talked about this alleged encounter in 1994 with this entity, alien, we were going in the desert.
Yes.
So that was a crazy story. But in any case, so when you watch the movie, you'll see the drone flying dangerously close to these, and that's funny little inside thing. So I was on the phone, crash, but I was on the phone with you when it happened. But when you watch the footage, it's like, wow, that's really close.
Is that guy public with that story?
So
because otherwise I would discuss it.
Yeah.
Because it sounded so nutty.
No, yeah. So here's what happened. This is funny because when I was in Washington, D.C. with Mellon and this gentleman, Jason Sands, I'm using his name now, and Mellon looked at me and he goes, this guy's story is wild. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, really wild. We're sitting down having dinner. Chris Mellon orders a drink. He had a tequila, whatever. Anyway, and we were all having dinner. And Jason Sands starts telling the story about this alleged encounter in 1984. And it's one of the craziest stories. I've been doing this for 30 years, and this story is nuts. Okay, you remember it?
Yeah.
So
I went like this to my phone. Was telling me like this.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too. So I'll get it.
Wait, what
insane. Yeah. So I will. We'll get to that in 1 second. This is the reason why. Well, that's the reason why I get discussed it publicly. I know. The reason why I get discussed it publicly is because he was going to appear anonymously, and I was debating on exactly how to go about doing this because I was told because you got to see from an individual, you don't have his identity. Hey, I was in DC. I pulled him down. I said, he was worried about his security. He was a whistleblower. He already testified to a number of Senate Intel committees and Service Committee, and
all about UFO phenomenon?
Yeah, about the UFO phenomenon. They're part of the UFO task force. They found him, and he was giving them information and reporting on things. And so he goes, I'm really fearful. I don't know if this witness protection program is going to be that helpful. I'm just worried. I said, you're concerned about the story getting out, not getting out. If you want, I'm here. Come to our studio. We can film you on camera. If anything happens to you, it can be released. And it can be a little insurance policy for yourself. He goes, that sounds great. So I did a whole film. And then I'm periodically posting clips or just still frames and updates on the movie as I make it, as I do on social media. And I posted this one scene, and it had a clipboard on it in the scene. And on that clipboard, if you zoomed right in, it had his name. So I posted it by accident. I posted the damn thing. And my phone starts blowing up 10 minutes later. You just revealed this guy. What are you doing? Take it down. Take it down. Take it out. Too late. So it was out there. He's getting all kinds of heat. So as a result of it, I'm giving the truncated version. He basically had to go through the adoption process, which is basically pre-publication of authorization of what you can and cannot say. Excuse me. So he basically talked about a number of cases that were in the film. We had to blur out one particular word, which the movie it's blurred out. We had to do that. That was adoption. So it was winter of 1994. There was a unidentified flying object that was picked up on the base. Old school UFO. Oh yes, sir. It was a UFO. It was picked up on the base. It was recorded by sensory data. It was picked up on camera footage from different locations. And it looked like it was a weird shape. It was like an unusual shape, and there's people talking about it. It's in the movie. And the film footage that leaked from the base is in the movie.
It looks like flying.
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of bringing some spots, and yeah, you'll see it. So
it's in the program.
It's in the program, yeah. And then you hear all the voices. I actually have the voices cleaned up. You can hear people talking about what the hell is it?
Is there a clip we can see online?
Just
so I can check out what it looks like.
Damn, sorry.
Could you maybe just say the actual name of the incident? Maybe
Try and find it. It's Nellis Test Range UFO 1994. See if you can find it.
people put stuff up
It's
so
long.
quick
It's really bad. Yeah, true. Good point.
because it's on Amazon right now. People put clips up so
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's other things on there. So in any case, so that video, that's terrible. There's much better footage of it. Yeah, there's much better footage in my movie. I had it cleaned up. But yeah, that's it basically.
Can I see it again? So that's what it
Yeah,
looked like.
way better. Yeah, there's some. So
What is it? It's like Tammy.
very weird shape.
Tammy, you know what that looks like? It looks like Howard's creation, doesn't it?
It's weird.
What is it? What does he call that again?
But it was
Those things that lock together. Those, the flying drone thing that he created. Linchpins.
yeah.
Terrence Howard created this fascinating concept for like a drone, where colors going all these different directions and sync up, and they link together, and it looks like that.
Oh yeah. So anyway, so it's footage. People talking about it. What is it? We don't know. It's unidentified, and it flies around the base. And that leaked, and the names of the witnesses leaked. 3 days later,
Can you explain? I'm sorry to keep cutting you off, but can you just say what it did, like how it moved?
it was like didn't have any visible means of propulsion. It didn't have any wings. Didn't have propellers. It just looked like an object, a round sort of object, weird shape, almost like a helmet or something, with things coming off of it. And it was just moving around the base.
How fast?
Slowly.
Oh,
there it is.
Footage?
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So
it.
this is-
That's exactly it. Yep.
It's definitely not a big balloon.
You hear everybody talking about it. The audio that goes along with it, and I had it cleaned up. They're all talking. Nobody knows what it is.
So this is Zoom. Is this why it's moving around like that? They're trying to keep it in focus. And
It's all.
zooming out?
It's all. Mr. Sands explains all of that in the film, the program. He talks about it. So anyway, so this leaks. People's names, witnesses leaks, and 3 days later, he's in a convoy. Gesundheit. He's in a convoy, and it's early in the morning, and there's 3 jeeps, in convoy on a dirt road heading out Nell's test range. And they see what looks like maybe somebody was involved in a plane crash. There's somebody that was struggling out in the middle of the desert. It was early in the morning, wintertime, and they're looking at this individual like, oh my God, is that a person? That individual needs some help. That individual looks like they need some help. They look cold. Their skin had a slight blue tint to it. And they're looking at this gentleman, and they're like, hey, stop the convoy. This person needs help, medical attention. Maybe they had a plane crash, and so we're going to help this person out. And they pull the convoy over, and this individual comes up to the car. Jason Sands gets out the right side of the door, and as he's getting out, somebody in the truck screams, he's got no effing ears. And Jason says he turns around and he looks at this guy, and he had the same kind of uniform that they had on, but the uniform was just immaculate. Like there wasn't any dust on it, dust on the boots, and he was thinking, that's weird. This guy's got no ears. This guy's some kind of mutant. And he looks at him, and he said his eyes were a lot bigger. It's all illustrated in the movie. And then he starts talking like he said it was like a snake bite him, and he was just paralyzed with fear. It was really scary. What am I looking at? Is this a human? Is this an alien? What is this? And he starts talking to him in gibberish. But he said he started to understand, like telepathically, everything this person or entity, being, creature, or alien, whatever you want to call it, was saying to him, and he was looking for some kind of metal. And he didn't know tantalum. And Jason said, I don't know. I don't have any titanium. He's like, no, tantalum or something. And the conversation goes on for a bit, and then the guy just wanders back off and gets into that little craft, and very similar to what you just saw there, and flies away. And so he's sort of stair-step away. And everybody's came out of this comatose state, and off they went. And we have the names of the other witnesses that were on duty during the encounter, the alleged encounter. People are going to criticize it. Some people on the close encounter of the third kind. But this, Jason Sands says he's willing to do it. a lie detector test, like public. He's willing to testify under oath and that everything he's saying is true. We have a date, we have a location, we have the name of the other people, to the officers. So what I'm hoping is, despite the level of criticism I'm going to receive for reporting on this, is that individuals that have more information on this are going to be inclined to come forward. I also met with people at Senate Armed Service Committee, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, in the House, and they said, Jason says is who he says he is. He checks out. He's named previously classified programs. He's identified. The guy's legit. His credentials check out. And so I opted to go ahead and with the hope that more information will come out.
Listen, man, there's nothing wrong with reporting on a story like that. There's been a bunch of them. It's not a small number of these things where people have experienced this. And imagine if it's true.
If it's true.
They're not all liars. I can't believe they're all liars.
Oh, yeah, it's
but imagine being that person who had that experience and not have anybody believe you. Not only that, but you actually ruin your reputation and your career to talk about this experience, which is the reality. It's one of the things that stifle discourse on this until I think the New York Times really broke the ice. I think in 2017 they published that. All of a sudden, serious people who were unwilling to talk about UFOs before, just for the ridicule.
Yeah.
Now you've got the gimbal video, the Go Fast video, you've got fighter pilot Commander David Fravor. You have these people discussing these things openly. Like, okay, this seems like something a serious person can discuss now. And so but actually reading one, talking to, it's like the Virginia story. Like when I told people the cop picked it up and carried it in the car, the cop died from some horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure.
He was rubbing himself down with rubbing, according to his people. Greasy stuff on my skin. And himself down, stench, smell, grease.
Yeah.
And then I interviewed the doctors. There's a couple of actually going back to Brazil next month. There were a couple of forensic pathologists who would come forward and cover, kind of update the notes. So it's an ongoing investigation.
Wouldn't that be the best protection from an alien planet's bacteria if you had the most vicious bacteria on the surface of your skin? Right? Imagine if you go to another planet and the way to mitigate the effects of viruses and bacteria on the planet is to have skin fluid that's like unbelievably toxic. Anything that comes near you just cooked.
Yeah, like a skunk. Right. Have you ever had skunk?
Oh yeah, I've got my dog once.
I took this guy's garbage. He's like, hey, I was in the garage, flipped up the thing and dropped it in there. So I kind of hung over. We had a party the night before, and I went out to the garbage can, and I heard like some rustling in the garbage can. I didn't really think anything of it. I lifted up the thing, and I heard some rustling again. So we showed it down inside, and the skunk just turned and got me right in the face. Now, I held my breath, and I closed my eyes the last second, and it went right through. It penetrated my molecules. It was so powerful that it was paralyzing. Absolutely paralyzing. Imagine just the smell. That's their way of defense. It's just the stench that just goes through your body and just paralyzes.
That's crazy.
Anyway, you got it in a month, huh? I got it right in the face.
How long did it take for you to sneak? Because you smelled
Probably 2 weeks. It was 7 weeks. Yeah, and I tried the tomato.
I think they have special soap,
Yeah.
just for skunks. But when my dog got zapped,
God.
she got zapped in like 1980. I think it was 1980 because I was living in Jamaica Plain, and she went out in the backyard. I think she thought that it was our cat because we had a cat that was black and white, and she just ran right up to that skunk, and it took her right inside of the body. She tried to turn away, but it got all over the body. She was wet with skunk. Oh yeah, so somebody asked me how to take it inside. I had to do it. It's my dog. I had to like cover her with potato chips and wash her down. She gets stuff. The whole house.
It's so funny because I was getting ready for a road trip just a couple years ago, and I was like, "Did you cast this with a helicopter?" So we got out, it's 9 o'clock outside, and I hear him like, run. And I thought, oh my God, somebody just ate it. Oh my gosh. I ran out to look for him. I was running in.
It's unbelievable. That smell is just like
It's so incredible. The way someone explains this to me, like animals like bloodhounds and bears, they have insane sense of smell.
God, 100,000 times stronger than ours, right?
Right? They can pick up parts per million the way we pick up skunk.
Really?
Yes. So think about that. So if a skunk is hit by a car like a mile away, you smell it. Have you ever driven?
I can drive over my car smells like
Yeah, if you're in the neighborhood where skunk out there, you can smell it. Yeah. There's some strange reason like they carry bears with dogs. That's how they smell everything. They're like, oh, like they can smell things that you can't even imagine they can smell, especially in the bloodhounds. And then a bear can smell like what is a bear's ability to smell above the bloodhound? It's something crazy. My friend was miles, insane, miles away. They can smell blood miles away. Yeah, I remember, look at this, 300 times. This is crazy. Bears is the best sense of smell of an animal. For example, average dog sense of smell 100 times better. A bloodhound is 300 times better. A bear's sense of smell is 7 times better. A bloodhound or 2,100 times better. Unbelievable. That's why they say you can't up in a tree or something. 100% you have to. You can't have it. When I was a kid, you went camping with the bear program. Wow. Yeah. It was just like regular.
You have like a in your pocket to be in bed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. 100%.
Remember when I was a kid at camp? I don't have any food. I was like, no. They were really happy. These guys make us a bear's not going to put it. Of course they will.
Look at that soft out layer in this side. They're going to look at that tent like it's trapped in there. The meat is trapped on the tent. This is crazy.
What was that one movie called where they got the grizzly bear or something?
Yeah, grizzly bear.
And they came and got him. Really? Wow. He said he can't do the grizzlies.
It's a very complicated movie. That's a
word. Yes.
It's a really
funny. And the camera was rolling. And they played it.
Sort of. The camera's rolling, but the lens cap was on, so there's audio.
Which is audio.
Yeah.
I think worse.
Audio, by the way, if you use audio you hear on the internet, that's not the real one. The real audio is on they need to destroy it. It's no one should. It's long, because bears don't breathing. Like a salmon, they'll kill salmon. Just put their paw down and pull and chunks. That's what they do with people too.
That's terrible.
Well, they don't have any predators, so they don't have to kill things and then worry about something taking in front of them. You're not taking shit from a bear, especially a grizzly bear. You're not taking shit from a bear unless you're a bigger bear. So all the other animals have to worry. Like mountain lions kill quick because wolves will steal from mountain lions. And apparently, the area wolves have been introduced. It's actually become a problem because mountain lions are killing much more than they normally. Because mountain lions will kill like a deer a week, something like that. They're a lot of meat. Well, they're big. A big mountain lion is 150 pounds. And they're a big cat. Their cats are they're obligate predators. All they eat is meat. Bears eat very much, not cats. So the cats are killing more. Wolves scare the cats off the kill. So if the cat's on the kill and a bunch of wolves show up, the cat will just get out of there. Like, fuck
why?
This.
Because he's able to defend himself against the wolves.
Exactly. Because wolves hunt in packs. Wow. So there might be 13, 14 wolves on one cat. The cat will just get the fuck out of there. Cats run dogs, right? Like, they have a fear of canines, and I think it's from wolves stealing their food. So, that's how they hunt cats. The way they hunt them, you have to tree them. Because otherwise you're not going to find it. If you find a mountain lion in a tree, you have to get the dogs to go from the tree. So they run the tree, they shoot them in the tree. Yeah. It sounds cool. But listen, they have to do that to manage the populations. If they don't, these dogs, that's what you get in San Francisco. California still kills mountain lions. They kill as many mountain lions as they would if they gave tags out to kill them. Because you have to kill certain numbers of them for depredation. Because they'll start killing livestock, killing dogs. In the Bay Area, the problem cats that they wound up killing in San Francisco, half their diet is pets.
Really?
Half their diet. Half their diet is cats, dogs and cats. That's half their diet. Half of their diet. So you manage, 100+ pound cat, and he's running around eating dogs. You leave your dog in the backyard. Happens all the time. It happens.
Really?
Yeah, my dog. Yeah, it happens. Oh,
Little guy.
it's terrible.
I'm not going to protect my little feller.
Yeah.
One time I was hiking up this mountain, and I had my son with me. He was in this little pouch. That little pouch. He was probably 2.5. And I was hiking this mountain pretty days. It's funny actually, 'cause I went up there. I was like, well, this is why people take the fights on. This feels amazing. I can find this. But anyway, I was going to, and I had my dog, my little Duke, and I had my son walking up this mountain, and I come around this to the left hand side. It's pretty exposed, not too many trees, some bushes, and it's a hot sunny day, and I see this leg of a deer, just fresh kill, off the ground. Damn, what the hell? Look, wow, that's fresh. Huh. I kind of keep going. I'm on the corner, it's a long straight way to get up like this. And I see what looks like a big, greyhound dog, kind of brown, kind of walking kind of back and forth like this with a tail. And I was like, man, who the hell is this greyhound down here? What the hell is it? That's a mountain lion. I was like, holy shit. And the mountain lion turns around and looked at me. And I had my kid. I was like, shit. So I grabbed my phone and I turned around and I started running. And I knew that I shouldn't be running. So I'm running. I shouldn't be running. I shouldn't be running. I know I shouldn't be running. But I wanted to get her down the corner and get it out of line of sight. And then I go, well, if it comes up on me, I'm going to have to throw my tail. I was like, I look at Duke and I'm like, if it comes down to it, Duke, you're going to have to throw the tail. It's a horrible choice, but I had my son afterwards. I remember with my dad too, and I was looking at my dog and went, oh man, this is a horrible decision to make. But it comes out, we have to sacrifice. Buddy, I love you. But it didn't come out. But I remember running like you're an idiot, man. Why are you running? You can't run. Well, that's the problem with bikers. They get got because when they pass by a cat, it's almost like rolling a pole past a kid. They are predators. And they'll catch one. Oh yeah, they get people on bikes. Yeah, that's happened a few times. They get people on bikes. They get joggers, people on bikes. They think you're running away from them. Could you imagine me running for you, having something like that chase you? Yeah, I can. I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but I've seen it. I've seen 3 of them in my lifetime. One of them scared the shit out of me. I saw one in Colorado. I saw one in Montecito, Santa Barbara area. It was small. Those are small ones. It was 50, 60 pounds. And then I saw with a buddy of mine, my friend Colton and I, we spotted one under a tree that was 30 yards away. We were in a truck and it made me shit my pants. Wow. It was so big. This one was really big. This was a mature male with a big pumpkin head and huge forearms like a fucking bodybuilder. It was freaky. It was freaky to see because, it was, first of all, it was dusk. So the sun was going down and the lights of the truck, even though it wasn't quite dark yet, lights of the truck were making his eyes glow. And you can see it with the naked eye. I put my binoculars here. So I've got this 10-hour binoculars on the face. Well, he will jump right through. Let me tell you a really cool story. That's a UFO, the best UFO picture I think it's ever taken. You have it? Yes. No. Okay, so can you find the program trailer on here at all? Or? Yeah, for sure. Right. We're going to try. I'm going to tell you about that. Is this the trailer? Yeah, let's watch the trailer. Right, let's watch the trailer. Exposing the secret government program investigating UFOs.
That story is kind of a catalyst for a lot of things that have happened since. Members of Congress started to ask questions.
That we can't explain.
Here we are having a meeting.
Do you believe that our government is just for WAPs? Absolutely, based on 40 witnesses for 4 years. You're telling me these people have come forward and craft of knowledge.
That's correct. We have sources who have a that there have been crashes, but there have been crash retrievals.
Do we have the bodies of the pilots piloted the craft?
Biologics came with some of these recordings.
Were they human or not?
Non-human.
I'm saying because we are the American government, and we are open, and we'll be open about this. It's been revealed.
Non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence is interacting with humanity.
It's only part of the story. Pentagon, CIA, some are risking everything.
Have you had incidences that caused you to be in fear for your life?
It's personal to uncover the rest. What is being done to verify the assertion that the U.S. government has agents of non-human intelligence in their possession?
That kind of revelation unearths people's beliefs. I would go to jail for things that I've been exposed to in the program.
Bro, was that Mick Jagger? Was that other guy Mick Jagger?
It's the amazing.
Hal Puthoff?
Oh, yeah, Jagger. Doesn't look like Mick Jagger. That's Gary McKinnon. He's the biggest computer hacker in history. He almost went to jail for life because he was like, I'm afraid of files. So he hacked into the systems. NSA, CIA, DIA, where is it?
Yeah, you want to see that really cool picture? The first oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's the only one. It's funny you say that because I totally saw it. I'm like, wait a minute, that does look like a rock star. He is a rock star in the UFO community. It's coming up. You'll have to pause it quickly when it hits. But Gary McKinnon took it upon himself, a computer hacker, to find out if the government had proof of alien visitation. And he spent a couple years hacking systems, and he found he got paid. There it is. That's my Jack.
Isn't it does look like Mick Jagger. Just like always show that clip. You know, like they do on horror movies where the grass is not that good. It's real quick.
Yeah. But so, well, I was going to tell you, there's a photograph of a jet circulating. Can I go into a little bit of detail? Because everyone's talking where's the good evidence? Where's the good photograph?
Yeah.
It's there we go.
But this was a lost photograph that was recovered.
Yeah. Okay, so I heard about this in the late 90s. Okay, so there was a guy who investigated part of the UFO desk at the Ministry of Defense in the late 90s, mid to late 90s. Maybe it was latest for 2000. But in any case, and I was interviewing him for a number of things, from Out of the Blue, saw before I did the phenomenon, and I asked him, hey, man, you were part of the UFO desk again. What was the best case you ever saw? And he goes, oh man, 19. He didn't give me the town, it was California, but he said Scotland, there were two poachers. They called them hikers, but they were actually. And so, if you maybe think about this, we'll talk about it earlier. And he said, it was late in the afternoon. They were at a place I now know is called California, and they came upon in this relatively remote area. I know I got to the game spot. This is the movie, but and they came upon this diamond-shaped or disc-shaped object that was quite large, that was hovering silently, really close. I mean, close. And they were scared to death, and they were kind of hiding out behind this tree. They're looking at this. What? And we looked. I was looking silently. Remember, this is excellent. And one of them. And just as he was considering taking his camera out, a military jet turns out it was a Harrier jet. They came out and cleaned all and as it did so, the guy must have the courage to come out of the tree and he snapped 5 or 6 photographs of this object suspended in the air. And it went, so this is here, and the plane is running. Click, 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 click. And the reason why I know this is because the individual kept this officer, David Clark, for uncovering this because it's the most amazing thing ever. And the hotel keepers just outside outside the town of Calpine, Scotland. Came back and they were like telling their coworkers, God, we kept this thing that it was. So they go to the local newspaper and they're like, hey man, we filmed something in the sky, and this prints of it. It was 35 minute film footage, right? And they're going to go with their story. 2 witnesses, broad daylight, a UFO, points of reference with a military point out, 6 prints. That's pretty solid evidence. So the local newspaper was like, they're about to go public with it, print the story, and they're like, well, we get a statement from the RAF. So they contact press officer Craig Lindsay, and they're like, hey, what do you make of this UFO these guys took? And the guy, Craig Lindsay, goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen the picture. You haven't seen it? Well, let me send you a print. The newspaper sends him a print, big print like this, the one you see today. And he's like, holy shit, the hell is this? He's already a press officer, Craig Lindsay. And so he starts getting in touch with the MOD, and he goes out and he investigates this. He goes out to talk to witnesses. Tell them. And he goes, well, tell him what happened. And he goes, well, what kind of noise did it make? They say it didn't make any noise. No, he goes, no, that's impossible. We have an object that can hover like that in the sky for that period of time, 34 years ago. It didn't make any noise. And the witness said no. So he was like, this is crazy. So he takes a color Xerox machine and he sends it to the MOD in London. He says, hey, there's a case that you might want to check. You might want to look into. And here's a Xerox. It's really crappy. It's just a scanned Xerox, like a fax machine over in MOD. He said he went from the office where the Xerox machine was, and before he could get back to his office, his phone was ringing with MOD. And the MOD stepped in, took over the investigation. They said, you can step down to Craig Lindsay. He steps down. He keeps the print, right? He steps down. They take over. Witnesses gone. 5 or 6 prints gone. The story gone, right? So 30, about this case in the book called Open Skies, Closed Month. And I talked to him about it in the late 90s, talking about it again in 2000. It's like, Nick, especially 2007, tell me about this photograph. We had a poster on the wall of the MOD, and I was like, well, where is it? He goes, well, I don't know. I don't know longer at the UFO desk. I said, well, they didn't just throw that away. Why don't you get in touch with the people who were there and find out? He's like, oh, well, inquiries. We killed the story. It was like, so I was pretty frustrated. So discreetly for over a 20-year period, I was making inquiries because I don't like to let things go, right? It was like, this picture exists. Well, yeah, let's get it out there. But the story went dark. So David Clark found Craig Lindsay. He found Craig Lindsay, the guy that kept one of the prints. He said he got a declassified government document out of the MOD's office that had redactions on it. And one of the things it said was, it was 1990, it said, RAF press officer in Scotland, blacked out, said that blah, 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 blah. He's like, who was the RAF press officer in 1990 in Scotland? Craig Lindsay. Boom, contacts Craig Lindsay. Then he started communication going. And then after from redactions. Yeah, so redactions, right? And so this whole dialogue starts going, and they're developing and then he goes, well, gosh, I guess I might have him through that. He ended up keeping one of those prints which he had. And that story broke probably 2 years ago. David Clark, again, you deserve accolades for this. And so I flew to England, David Clark, his crew, people that did the analysis work. Then I went up to Scotland. I met with Craig Lindsay, our press officer, gave me the first and only on-camera interview about it. What astonished him about the analysis work they did on it, what the witnesses said. But we didn't have the witnesses, the people that took the photograph. We didn't have them. And I was going to report on this anyway because, wow, this is the picture that we've all been waiting for. This picture is phenomenal. But if you don't have confidence and you don't have the background story on it, it could be AI, it could be right, it could be a hoax. Some people call it a reflection. Not a reflection, not a hoax. So I'm ending production of the program, and I get a text from David Clark, and he goes, something big's about to happen. And I said, what? He goes, just sit tight. I can't go over it. Something big's going to happen. There's a new development. This is just, well, I'm coming out with it. So he teased you. He did. He did tease me, but I was like, well, I'm almost done. If this is something I can do a movie about the case, please let me know. So long story short, this guy, Richard Creams, who was one of the hotel crews, worked in the kitchen with the photographer, with the two people who took the photograph. And Richard Greaves, he poured up. When I called him, he didn't call him. He didn't listen. So he kept putting it off, and finally, I was like, I wanted to be persistent, but I kind of annoyed the guy to the point where he's like, hey, you know what? You're being annoying, you know. But I got right into that point, right? Where I was like, I was wrapped in the movie's done, I want to get this movie out. All the people that participated want to get out. And then I finally sent him one final text. I'm really sorry to pester you, and I know you're probably really busy, and I really appreciate the fact that you've said that you'll give me an interview. And then probably about 10 o'clock that night, they ended up funding the film up in Southern California. He was like, I'll just get up, I'm ready to go. I was like, okay, grab a camera, roll it, let's record this. And he revealed that he knew the witnesses. He worked with them in the kitchen, all the specifics out of the names. And then he said that 4 nights after they took that photo, they were all in a secret break hotel early evening, pissing. He said a car rolled. There were 3 guys in it. Tried 2 men in suits in the back. They roll up. They come out. They say cigarette breaks. They pull the 2 witnesses aside and they grilled him. You got to hear it directly. Richard Greaves said that when they were all the people that were not involved in the incident were told to go back inside the hotel, which they did. And they looked through the window and saw in the pissing rain, for 10 or 15 minutes, pissing rain, and that these guys, they came back inside and they were white. So he literally goes, they came back inside, they were white as a fucking ghost. And we all get a good laugh out of it. But and then they started drinking heavily, and within a couple of weeks, they vanished without a trace, and they've been gone. So we report on this, and yeah, that's a replica. That's a replica. That's a replica of Nick Brooks did for some series talking about it, and that was before the real photograph was found in print.
Let's see the real photograph.
Yeah, I got it. There it is. Yep.
Okay, so show the fake one more time.
Yeah, that's
so.
So
Was he just recreating what he remembers? Yes. You see the real one again?
Pretty damn good.
Not bad. Not bad. So a bunch of bullshit back.
I went to the exact location. That
all bullshit in there. Beautiful hills.
I know. And that fence is still there. There was a
back row.
Yeah, that fence is still there. I took it.
So what is that jet in the back?
Harrier jet is what I'm told. They're 99%.
And was that Harrier jet trying to figure out what this was?
Well, like I said, in the other prints, according to Craig Lindsay, the RAF press officer, he said the other 6 prints or 5 prints had that Harrier jet in a different position. So he said it was the Harrier jet flew around checking it out.
Yeah, where are those?
You have it. Well, they're like the team. They're gone. I mean, the guy told me that they sponsor because very few of the Of course they do. Of course they didn't tell them. They killed him. That's a really bad copy. You're looking at a really bad trade.
Did you zoom in?
I've got a much better.
You got it on your. This image it's weird.
Yeah, it's hard to see what you're looking at. It's yeah. Well, let me show you a copy of it. Scroll up there. I got the original print. This copy, but people talk about the more compelling data and the links. So this is the photograph that I took at the site, and I did that. Okay. See how similar? Right? Yep. And here it is. Here's the print. I can text that to you guys if you want.
Yeah.
I'll text it to you.
It's very, very interesting.
I mean, again, I think it's one of the best photographs because you're not dealing with just a UFO. You've got a military jet in the background. And if you have a date location, guess what? That pilot's still out there. That pilot probably got it on radar and probably got gun cam footage.
He's still alive.
Well, he would have been probably young, probably
Sure.
He would have been in his 34, maybe in his 40s. That was 34 years ago. Right. So he's still alive. They're pretty fit. Right?
Yeah, maybe 70s.
Okay, I'm gonna text this to you right now. Here we go. Boom. Have that. Do I get you all of them to you? And here I'm Craig Lindsay. This is Greg. Okay, this is the guy that kept it. You did? I wonder if it's because I had my phone.
Yeah, take it on. I told you.
Okay. Oh, you did?
Try to explain to you.
Oh, sorry.
Stop now. Otherwise, I won't actually send it.
Oh, it won't. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go.
It's like,
See, I know. It's so bad. I know. You were telling me how to do it. I was like, I haven't done that before.
It's funny. People that don't understand it.
Tell me if that goes through. Okay. Great.
You need me to send
Okay, you do it. Yeah, there's that one. There's left to right on it. But, it just goes to show the links that the Intel community, the Ministry of Defense, the DoD go to hide the more compelling photographic data. Because it's so easy to complain, like, oh, well, if they were real, there would be. Well, there are.
Joe Exotic.
I
Yes. Drones that I don't know that they're commercially available.
Did you get all the ones?
But you can have a drone up for 24 plus
That
hours.
didn't.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So weird.
Am I saying to the wrong telephone?
Let me see your number. Number you have. You might
Okay.
have my-
Well, I definitely have it on stick. Here, you do it. Here, you take over. You drive. Because I'm currently failing this one.
What I sent you to you. So people get weird.
Oh, I can tell you that.
I found some drones that these companies say that you can take off anywhere, even taking off like small platforms in the ocean. They can stay up in the air for 14 plus hours. They're small and they do have propellers. I will say that.
Yeah, like I said, it's not, the question is, are all of these drones, explained by aliens? The answer obviously is no. The question is, are any of these bona fide UAP? And there's definitely something to suggest that's the case. But again, there's always misidentification of more conventional stuff, right?
Right.
And there's always, and then there's a stubborn 4%. I'll give you an example. This is something that I've discussed a little bit. Do you find it okay? Okay, good. I'm finally done. I don't need to look at that.
Yeah, it's just your 5G is very slow.
Oh, really?
AT&T would
Oh, they just say Verizon.
yeah, Verizon too.
Really?
It's just real slow.
Do I have what do you call it?
Actually, I accidentally sent myself these are the ones that the guy holding it up to.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's good.
So, Steve Jones.
So let me tell you a little story, pretty cool, which I never thought this would happen. There's a guy, Carl, who's Carl Search, and he participated the very last in my film. He's in the trailer, and he asked me the high level. He had been investigating UFOs ever since the New York Times article in 2017. So he was part of the scene 2017, 2018, telling 2017, 2018, 19, 2021, 22, 23, 24, and then he stepped down. And he came through some intel folks. We got in touch. I said, hey, man, my film's almost done. It's in one film. He decided to participate. Up we went. We became friends. We were talking. And he said, hey, I could probably arrange it because there's some mutual interest in UFO cases and evidence that I've been going after as a civilian. But he goes, hey, I can go count with the heads of Arrow, John Kozakowski, and this other guy, Air Force Special Investigations. It's just a couple weeks ago. So I went to the commission, which was incredible. And people say, oh, it's big nothing. You know what? It's very exciting. Testifying to this crash retrieval program, seen a rear admiral behind the Gallaudet saying that they're it's pretty fascinating stuff. So I had to apply for a security background, which was 48 hours. And then I got approved for that. And then they showed up in a wing across the street from the Pentagon. And I attacked in their kind of excited. I had never had this kind of experience before. These glass two type things lined up in a row. Right? Only one person could in. Doors open, it's like Star Trek, and walk in, close, another one open to the other side. Then I had to get my phone and everything outside to go into the skiff. It's a sense of information. The skiff, super top secret, whatever. And I got to meet the new head of Aero. I was like, I can't believe I'm really the beast. This is crazy. Like, how could I? I'm a civilian. I don't belong here. But we started talking, just very nonchalant. And I said, hey, you guys got to. I said, we're not going to pay. The story's not going to pay. And I said, and what's really dealing with? Obviously, the vast majority of UFOs can be and have been going away under conventional terms, right? And there's a stubborn 15-20% that really define the conventional explanation, not because of data, because they truly can't explain things too. And you don't know many people. These objects, technology is just light years advancement. Yeah. And it's been well documented since the 1940s. Also, some people say, wait, before that. Modern day question. So there's two stories. One is someone's been in possession of this revolutionary technology for 85 plus years and kept it secret. Or two, right? And it jives. So I said to them, very candidly, probably tell you the small percentage of any job. What's the plan to tell the general public? This is just a couple weeks ago. And he looked at me and he goes, James, I can't part my hair without approval from the DOT. And you can look. And that was him telling me, hey, this is structured in a way that my hands are tied. I can do things in the world, but I can't do the general public without the DOT. Yeah. So that's what's happening right now. And one of the reasons why we were so fortunate to get the number of I say whistleblowers, potential whistleblowers, who people come forward in the program. They were super frustrated. The previous head of Aero was a guy named Sean Patrick, which basically just kind of blanket, denied pretty much almost everything. And people were that just like, yeah, kind of like, yeah, but
Again, it brings us back. Everybody's right. Well, I think now also with the internet, there's ways to get information out that's much quicker and cleaner.
No question.
Trusting a reporter, and your life's in danger, reporting threatened. Yeah. Now things just gotta get out.
So cool. I've thought about this. Going back, I thought, obviously, additional evidence, testimony, going after the photographic stuff. Those of you out there that are tired of hearing about it, I spent 20 plus years in search of the photograph I featured just now. That one, background storyline, Providence, that sort of thing.
Jimmy, go look at the one person.
It's a better version. Yeah. And so I just because you can't after a year or two haven't successfully obtained stuff. This is a better version. Yeah, it's a better version. You can see the regular film footage.
It's weird. So it looks like there's something in the back.
It does look like that.
Probably something for jets and stuff.
Let's just say
everything was silent.
Silent. That's what it didn't make any sound for an extended period of time. It took off straight vertical like this. Straight up.
Fast?
It's going faster, and then. Yep, that was great. And it's so to Richard Greaves in Scotland, the Americans.
Of course, we can.
Yep, they showed up and they intimidated the shit out of the witnesses. And I know people criticizing me for reporting on these alleged men in black, but it's not me saying it, it's the witnesses who are saying it. And I did it full bore for the first time in mobile contact, because I remember hearing these stories for decades. And it was like, everyone was going to think I'm crazy if I report on this. This lady, mother of the two daughters, and stuff, had this business and intimidation. I was like, screw it, I'm just going to report on this. I'll just take the criticism. And then wasn't expecting this to be the case with this program. Lo and behold, it was. But anyway, it's a huge story. In my opinion, Genie back and forth. It's coming out and it's drip. I have to remind you all, if you're feeling impatient, that we've had 3 open congressional hearings in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
He hadn't had it over 50 years prior to that.
it's definitely, even though it's still difficult to get information and figure out what's actually going on, there's way more open mainstream discussion.
And it's frustrating at times. I get it. You know, people are like, oh, well, why can't they just like, why can't David Grush just tell us? You know, well, why can't the DOD has stripped David Grush of appearances and won't allow him to get into his scams? It's one of the things that I talked to this guy, Brian Benner, who Politico, and he goes, if Congress finds out, you know, the hell is it? You're going to find out. They it's going to leak. So they've been doing everything they can, in relation to the DOD, to prevent Grush going into a scam. There's Congress to release and reveal the classified details necessary to verify his claim.
If you've been doing this under wraps for 60 plus years, whatever they've been doing, would you really tell POC? Would you really call Bruce about it?
Well, I mean, members of Congress with the proper clearances and feel like they want to have that information. I mean, you got
nothing wrong with her.
Yeah.
Pick a young one.
Well,
you're going to give them all that information.
Exactly. They don't want them to have it. There's no question about it.
I mean, that's what I would imagine. It's probably why they won't let Grush get into his gift.
So here's another thing I'd like to mention is that David Grush claims that he gave even the street address to the ICIG, which is Thomas Monaghan. That's the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So I'm asking members of Congress to support our efforts for Chet, who's been amazing across politics. The guy's phenomenal. He's been really pushing for transparency. He's a super solid guy. You got Mace. You got Muskowski. This is from Florida. Garcia from California. AOC in New York. Luna. And then, of course, you got the Senate side. You got Rubio. And talking about where the stuff is. Rounds. Schumer. And if you look at the NDAA, you can see the language inside. I mean, it's phenomenal what's going on. And I think that our elected officials that are really pushing for transparency need to hear from us, need to hear from the citizens and know that we support their efforts and that we have their backs and continuing to push for transparency, to push to find out what the hell's going on. I mean, imagine if it's true. Imagine if we have spaceships and we have biologics, bodies, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That is not just implications for the United States. That's global implications. I mean, the impacts, the ripple effect it would have around the world for that conservation to happen.
No doubt.
It would be huge.
Well, the human race deserves to know. It shouldn't be unelected officials and Defense Department people that know about this stuff. That's crazy.
I totally agree.
Unless this is what I had a conversation with Ryan Graves yesterday. The way I would argue, if I was a military person, I would say this is a national security interest. And we are trying to back engineer this stuff. We're not successful. If China steals our data, if Russia can back engineer one before Iran gets one before us, you're fucked. Because these things are insanely sophisticated.
We would obviously recognize the technology. That's obvious.
Why would we not?
The basics. I mean, if you could put a group on one of those things, I mean, the exhibited technology that people say, people that have witnessed this stuff say it goes from a stance on that side to believe it. What was it? David Fravor said that it went from space,
50,000 people at sea level,
to sea level in 1 second. That's insane.
We talked about it yesterday.
You did? Yeah.
Insane amount of speed. And the way Ryan explained it in terms of like the amount of force you need is equivalent to how many nuclear bombs did he say? Something insane. Like the entire nuclear arsenal has to be to generate that kind of power. Whatever it is, it's if
a Boston meme?
Are true, it's doing something that we don't understand. So if it's ours,
yeah,
I kind of get what it wants. My thought once was, what if this is not weaponized with our current technology? Like, what if these things are our drones, but they don't know how to put a weapon on it yet? Like, because whatever you do,
I have a
speed.
I have a problem with that theory. The problem I have is that the United States government has documented close encounters of the third kind, beings connected.
Right.
That's their own files, right? It's not
you little bitch.
So it's not just these objects exhibiting revolutionary technology for these 8 years, right?
Oh, man.
Visible means propulsion, objects outside of the right? Vehicles on boom. That kind of But you also have reports, credible reports of beings connected to some of the craft. And that's documented all around it. So that eliminates, right? It's true.
So well, yeah. Just because something's written down somewhere doesn't mean that someone didn't write it down as a psyop. Someone didn't write it down to discredit other people with a ridiculous story. One way to discredit a credible story is to attach it to a bunch of ridiculous stories, right? So if I was going to hide some sort of technology, one thing I would do is connect it to a bunch of kooky stuff, a bunch of psychic stuff, and remote viewing, just a bunch of things that people are very easily dismiss. UFO abductions, UFO encounters with an actual being. Right, but put a bunch of stuff in there that like makes people go, what? Is this real? And just enough so that you can hide the real stuff.
Well, you know,
and again, I'm not
yeah. And again, like I said this earlier in the show, I'll say it again, it's like the reason why I believe David Grush, who testified,
why I believe David, he doesn't have first-hand experience.
But the reason I know, but the reason why I believe him is because it aligns with my research in the field. Remember, I spent over 12 years investigating on and off Buddy Morgan in Virginia for some that UFO crash case, and really found out at the last minute, the last time I was there, that the Americans were involved. So I was like, my God, the rumors are true. Like, you know, the Americans really are. Do you see? Like, I obviously looked into Roswell for years. I went to Roswell for the 50th anniversary.
This is not the deal there. You want the aid? We get the aid. We give you the aid. Crash you, you fucking call us. Yeah. Stay out of there. Don't be carrying that to the hospital. Leave it to us, and then we'll just scoop that up and shut the fuck up. What do you think about that? One of the craziest stories is that there's a building somewhere. It's an enormous building that was actually built. UFOs too big to move. You heard the story?
It was reported on News Nation with Ross Culture. And is it? He's got an accent. He's got a great accent. He's got an Australian. Not quite British.
We believe
but it's close. But it's close. There's something about a British accent that just adds credibility to anything.
Hey, some guy from so we got this fucking car. Put it over here. This spaceship's so fucking big.
Yeah.
Built a building around.
But they now here's
what is this building? And where's it supposed to be?
I don't know.
Oh, you're holding back.
No,
I really scared.
Nope. Oh, I haven't been, but I don't have the same connections on that. But I'll tell you a case I do think needs to get looked into.
Oh, you see, you're gonna move us around.
Yeah. This is a craft. So there's a memo in the program that was through the doctor process was released. Unfortunately, some of the names were redacted. Christopher Mellon obtained it. It was from correspondence he had with high-level government officials back in 2020. It just got approved for release, I don't know, maybe a year ago. It featured in the doc. And in it has the names of not just the gatekeeper, but other people that were named who found the gatekeeper to the Crash 2 program. I'm told that other redacted versions that have been handed to select members of Congress and people that are investigating through official capacity of the government. But in it, they specifically mention a case, not crash, the landed case happened in 1953 in King, Arizona. So I had made some inquiries with aerospace folks that I've been meeting with quietly, and I'm like, what's this case that you guys keep talking about with the King in Arizona? They're like, oh, it's like, it just landed and left. I was like, well, how do you know they landed? What do you mean landed and left? And they were like, oh, the doors were open and nobody home, and they walked off. I said, you mean somebody just flew this thing down and landed on the ground in the desert and came in Arizona in 1953, and they left the doors open? And they're like, yep, that's pretty much what happened. So
they left the craft there.
Somebody just flew it down and the craft on the ground. I was told that, and I wouldn't be repeating this if I didn't think there was some serious credibility to it. Apparently,
doesn't that align with Diane Crystal, Gary Nolan started describing these things as donations?
Well, the individual that I talked to was so funny because this individual was like, not a scratch. I go, not a scratch, not a scratch on the. No, it was perfect. Didn't have a scratch. I was like, oh my gosh, this sounds like somebody who's more than just heard about this. But one of the aspects of it didn't have a scratch on it. So I think it's a case that I think that
So
people
the
should definitely.
first-hand witness said it didn't have a scratch?
I don't know if it was the way they described
This is the problem. This is the problem I have with all this stuff.
But here's the thing.
If you were Travis Wall,
Yes.
okay,
Love that guy.
I love that guy too.
Fascinating.
I really enjoyed. We got a bubble. It's a Travis Wall bubble.
Oh,
Guess what? The guy from Travis. That's him staring at the sky
Oh my goodness.
when he's a young
I
man.
went to location.
So that is, I'm interested in that because that's a first-hand witness.
Yes.
Right? That's a guy
Yes.
explaining his bizarre experience. He's told the same story for whatever, 50, 60
Forever.
years.
1975.
Whatever it was since he got inducted, almost 50 years. So this guy was there. That was his story. I'm interested in that. When I hear a guy told a guy that this is what happened, this is how he described it.
Super frustrating.
So talking to Jay Sands.
Yes. First hand.
Yeah, first hand was. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah. Face to face.
Tell me what it was doing. What it was like. He
That's
said he
nuts.
thought it was an adolescent too. He didn't think that it was a full-grown one. He thought it was young.
Well, he's got an illustration of it in the documentary. I tell you, it's one of the great. I remember after
Can you imagine?
Well, I know. I was like, this is true. I was like, this is crazy.
Can you
Face to
imagine
face,
being that person?
This is something that we didn't feel in the documentary. Really funny. He thought that this individual was suffering from frostbite or what's happening. You get really cold, hypothermia. Skin had a boot into it. He took his jacket off, and he very insistently put the jacket on this individual because he was thinking this person's really, really cold. He's been out in the desert, probably had a plane crash, whatever.
Right.
And so he's putting his jacket, and the person was kind of resistant. Jason said that I insisted. I took one layer of jacket to put around this individual, and that individual left with the jacket on. So we jokingly say, where do you think your jacket is now? He's like, probably up there in El Zatari or God only knows.
Or right here.
Yeah. Or
This is the thing that gets
Or right
me.
here.
Logistically.
Yes.
Okay, if these things are coming from the ocean, just logistically, you'd have to have a large ship. So we were talking about this with Ryan yesterday,
Yeah.
and I'm saying, like, if they had a battleship, we'd be able to see that, right? Like 100%. He says, so it'd have to be a submarine. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, what if there really is some sort of a civilization underwater that has existed, coexisted with us forever?
Did you hear about the testimony by Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet just recently in Congress?
Is this the one where the thing's moving underwater?
Yes. Yes. 40.
Explain what he said.
I have all that you can look around. Yeah, what I can remember basically is confirming that we have objects that are exhibiting a technology underwater that defies any conventional explanation. Things that are just virtually impossible. Like so much faster than the fastest submarine or anything like that. And they're really big.
Yeah, it's moving as if there's no resistance underwater.
Yeah, and then
it's moving like a fighter jet would in the air. It's moving like that underwater.
Transmedium or something.
Yeah,
but confirmation. I mean, that's. And I actually spoke to Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet on a couple of occasions recently, and I thanked him for coming forward and testifying. And he said, I felt an obligation to do so because a lot of my men, the pilots, were coming forward, and I wanted to back them up. And so that's why he stepped forward. And
well, if you're coming here from somewhere else and you wanted to hide in plain sight, you could hide in the ocean. Especially if you have the technology to like completely negate any of the effects of the water and the pressure.
At least this place on Earth.
Yeah, we can't get to it. We don't have the technology yet. They know we don't. They know it's really hard to get a submarine out to wherever the fuck they would be.
To the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Cameron.
I would never do that.
He's a wild boy.
Isn't it like 5,000 feet down?
That's something bizarre like that. I mean, that's those poor
Would
folks.
you go down there by yourself?
No, definitely not a homemade one, like the one that people died in. Yeah, but there's another thing about that case. When the people went down that submarine, apparently, I guess it's the Navy, has some sort of very sophisticated underwater audio sensors, and they heard the explosion. They knew about it immediately
and didn't report.
Well, I mean, I think the problem with reporting on it is that you have to report on your technology. So
yes.
I don't even know if this has been confirmed, but this is what I know.
Methods and means,
well, it's got to be top secret. Like, it's got to be one of those things where if you're going to reveal you heard that, you have to have clearance to do it. You probably have to run up the ladder.
One of the reasons why we know about overhead the satellite imagery of UAP is because of Radcliffe, who was former head of OTNI. And he came forward, and I remember it's funny, actually, classified. And Christopher Mellon participated in this latest production with me because Radcliffe revealing it on Fox News. And Radcliffe basically says, yeah, we have overhead collection satellite data of UAP that are pretty fucking far out. And that happened. So they're talking about this. But getting back to your point, because I know you said you were frustrated. You're like, oh, yeah, it's just another anecdotal piece of evidence, a piece of testimony, third party, not firsthand.
I'm not saying I'm frustrated.
What I'm saying is I totally agree with you. I'm frustrated. As somebody who's been chasing the story for 30 years, I too want access to the better, more complete data. That's why I chased that photograph initially early on for as long as I did, because I hear about something about it. But I want to remind your audience, you can't go after something without knowing that it exists. So you get leads, we're learning more about the programs, we're learning how these programs are hidden, these WOOS apps, they're waived, unknowledge special access programs, probably hidden somewhere in the deep. I know it sounds crazy, but at least some guidance to where are these things, where they might be found. We reveal there's a gentleman in the film called Maybe X. And people are like, another person testifying anonymous. Well, yes, true, but he gives us specifics on telling members of Congress where to look to find specifics. JWIX, what is it? This is where to find the more compelling data. I want to read this because it's important that people know that. He's saying, look, I've seen it, and this is where it is. It's called the official UAP data is kept either in SIP or Secret Internet Protocol Router Network, or JWIX, Worldwide Intelligence Communications System, that's used by the DOD and only available to SCIF. And SCIF is a sensitive compartment information facility. So, is it frustrating to hear that people criticize, oh, it's just another person? But he's saying, I've seen it. It's phenomenal. He gives descriptions of some of the stuff he saw, and he's telling members of Congress after clearances, this is where it's being kept. So those are very good specifics. And again, I remind you guys, like, okay, so just be patient. This is not a 100-yard dash. We're running a marathon right now. And also, we are.
We're trying to get back to what I was talking about earlier. Logistic. If you're letting something go from the ocean, if you're flying it out of the ocean, logistically, you would have to have some sort of a large craft out there that's going to house these things, or it's going to launch from. Right? Yeah. It is actually. Yeah.
Oh, you see, the drones you're talking about.
Right. Yes. So either they're ours, and if there are ours, how do they hide the fact that there's a battleship there? Is that possible? And if it's from a submarine, how do they develop a submarine that can launch 50 car-sized or SUV-sized drones from?
Yeah, that's one of the things that Christopher Mellon said to me this morning. He goes, that's the one element or aspect that it really is a head scratcher. Because
this is the question.
50 of these things falling off the ocean. That's just confirmed.
Right. But here's the question.
Yes.
Is it possible to classify the location of a U.S. battleship that's capable of having these things?
It's so big. How could you
how big would it have to be to launch 50 drones?
God, you're talking, I don't know.
That's the question.
A lot of drones, especially the size of a fleet. We're talking about drones the size of an SUV.
Right. So let's imagine. So when you take a ferry, how many cars can a ferry fit?
I take a ferry all the time.
A big, like a legit one, like a 50 cars.
The one that's medium, I put 25, 30, maybe 40, 45.
Okay. So couldn't you do that with drones? Couldn't you have something that's a little larger than the average ferry? You wouldn't need a battleship.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that in those areas? Why would they have everybody scratching their heads? All these press conferences. You're talking about the head of a gang of 8, okay?
But if they need to control those guys, if they are really looking for a nuke, okay? Let's imagine that this story about a Ukrainian nuke from the time when they disarmed them. There's one that's unaccounted for. This is one of those stories that's on the internet. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah.
That it's unaccounted for, that they think it's headed to the United States. If you were trying to find that thing.
Like a dirty bomb?
Yeah, or like just a regular nuke. That if you're looking for gamma rays, could devise a drone that could search for that, and you'd fly it over an area, and you'd care whether people freaked out because it's more important to find this goddamn thing, right? So if you have this technology, there's some skunk works
You can't do it
technology.
from space.
No, I don't think so. I think you have to be there.
Certain proximity with
I think.
to pick up whatever. Did you take this up with Brian Graves?
Yes.
What did he say?
You mean he doesn't know either?
No, no.
He doesn't think so.
Everybody that I trust,
That's the issue.
people in the FBI, people that I communicate with often, I'm like, what is going on?
It almost seems too sexy. The United States has that ability, and they're just flying these things around, and that they're doing it for that specific reason to find a nuke. It's like that we have this kind of technology that none of us are aware of. We have these drones that can shut off when you come close to them. The lights shut off, they disappear. They avoid tracking the RF signal doesn't show up. They cool. They have some sort of cooling mechanism in them, so it's difficult to see with infrared. I don't understand any of that. He was saying that's above what we can do right now. And he's saying they're not moving in a way necessarily that's not possible with drone technology that is mainstream, but there's some aspects of the way they what they're doing that doesn't lead them to believe that this is current state-of-the-art technology.
There's no, they even I had some people tell me, like, even if it's conventional, it's highly advanced conventional.
Right, but in China has highly advanced drones.
Yeah.
We were talking about this as well. The bottleneck in America was the FAA. The FAA put a lot of restrictions on the manufacture of drones, how you can do them, what you can do. China doesn't have any of that, so they're full steam ahead with innovation. If you look at what drone manufacturers in the United States have been able to do, and then imagine untethered, if they weren't fucked over by all these regulations, got in the way of innovation. Because obviously you have to have them because you have some commercial drone that you can buy that can move 500 miles an hour and fly through the air and stay up there for 6 hours at a time and film video of everything, anything. Well, and you can't control it. The radar screen, you can't find it with infrared. That's pretty nuts. So I would imagine that would not be a thing that would want in the hands of the average American person.
But why did it just start happening fairly recently? What I was saying,
I'm saying it was Chinese. It was Chinese. If they're under IR regulations, that not only do they have the help of the government, they have financing behind them, they have imperative, they're told what to do.
They're flying it over Langley, they're flying it over.
Wouldn't you do that? Just to fuck with these people?
What's the golf course that Trump has?
Yeah, it's a golf course. Yeah.
What's that called? Westminster? They're flying over that.
Yeah.
The president-elect. So it's
Langley
like
Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems in last year, December 2023, says Sabrina Singh, Pentagon spokeswoman. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate, but they didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent. It's something that we have kept our eye on. Thank God you're keeping your eye on.
Yeah, we have no idea what they are, but they're fine.
Right, so this has been happening. This is the third year in a row. This is happening right around Christmas time.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I wanted you guys to hear that account by the guy at Vandenberg Air Force Base. This is not anonymous. The guy's giving his name.
Right.
He's talking about objects that are the size of a football field.
Yeah.
Hovering over a silo, house control area.
That's also the Phoenix Lights. They describe them as a football field or larger.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I interviewed a guy. There was a case that happened right here in Texas, Stephenville. Ricky Sorrell's one of the best witnesses. I love the guy. Okay, he was a hunter. And he's like, James, it's like, you could have landed an airplane on this. He said, you got to be kidding. He goes, no, man. I goes, I stood under this. He goes, it was so big, I was standing under it. He has a rifle. And he's standing under it. He's looking up, and he's looking to the left. He's looking to the left, right, back, forward. Can't see the edge of any direction. So he grabs his hunting rifle. He was hunting here. This is 2008. Grabs his hunting rifle. No, well, so he holds his hunting rifle. His rifle up, and he's looking at the scope, and he goes, James, I'm a metal looks like. And he's looking at the scope, and he goes, man, there's no rivets, there's no seams, there's no weld marks. He's like, there are these belly reverse recessed cones. They're like bigger and then like smaller. There's the belly of the gap. He's looking up at his fingers on the trigger, and he's like, man, wasn't that how it would happen if I just pulled the trigger here? I bet it would ricochet off or hit the belly or something. So he's looking at it. He's just about to pull the trigger to check it out. And he goes, maybe this isn't such a good idea. I interviewed him in 2008 down, and then about a year later, I was doing some follow-up interviews for a film I did. I saw, and I had this gentleman walk up to me, and I was filming in the downtown square in Stephenville, or it might have been Dublin. And this gentleman looks at me and he goes, "You Mr. Fox?" "Yes." And he pulls out a badge. He shows me his badge. And he's like, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" I was Officer so-and-so. And I was like, "Jesus Christ, what the hell did I do?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." We walk off to a cafe and he goes, he's looking at his back. He had his back to the wall of the cafe so he could see everybody coming in. Really paranoid. And he said, "You know Ricky?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I can tell the truth." I said, "How do you know?" He goes, "Because the whole police department saw it." I can't remember the whole police department or Stephenville. It's Dublin. Police department. He goes, "Yeah, really?" He said, we were sitting over there patrol cars. This object was a floating department store. I mean, it was absolutely colossal like city. Check out my radar gun. Looked at it. It was doing 22 miles an hour. And then he said it dropped off. One of the officers, I don't remember the name of the gentleman, took his dash cam, and he flipped it up and he filmed it. And apparently, one of the biggest mistakes this individual made, this police officer made, is that he didn't make a copy of it because the local Air Force Base requested that film footage and got it. And so I've been telling people to go after that. So my point is, this object was so big, claimed that the first-hand witness would land an airplane.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that? Those are the cases.
You see that. That's the thing. Like if you see that, do you tell people? You sound like a kook.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
if I saw it, if I was outside in the desert,
yeah,
if I was something so big, inches of it, flew overhead. I don't know what I'd say.
He said it took off. It's like this. He goes, "James," and Ricky didn't want to give me an on-camera interview for the longest time. He said, "I'm not coming to Florida. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going public." I worked on it for 8 months. Finally, I got the green light. Flew back out to Texas. Got him on camera. Put him in the movie. Took off. It went from this, went straight up. And he goes, "James," I said, "describe the accelerator." Well, I'll tell you, the best way I can describe it is that had I blinked, I would have missed it. That's how fast it took off. So I went from here, like that. He had helicopters hovering over his. I know this sounds crazy. People are like, "Oh, this," but he had helicopters flying over his property for a while. Right around the time I was trying to get him to go on camera. We came out with under a shotgun late at night. His helicopter spotlighted. He ended up calling the Air Force Base and said, "Stop flying over my house at night. We suggest you stop talking about what you saw." And so he kind of spooked. And about 8 months later, he finally decided that he was going to go home with this story. But everything to lose, nothing to gain. You get this countless reports of these cases, and around the world. Right? It's not just the United States. I've demonstrated time and time again.
But there's more in the United States than anywhere else, right?
Well, I mean, one of my favorite cases, Brew is Zimbabwe. That's an amazing case.
Right. There's more sightings in the United States than anywhere else.
Seems to be an attraction, almost like a moth to a flame with nukes. Somehow they're interested in our nuclear capabilities. And I remember interviewing Salas, who was the launch control officer. He described something at the Australian Air Force Base in the 60s. These UFOs were witnessed on the base, and then all the missiles started getting shut down. And I remember saying to him, like, "Well, what's your take on her? What kind of And I could realize why this individual was a launch control officer, because he was so measured, so calm, and so cool. And he goes, "Well, James, the message I got was very clear. It's almost like taking matches out of the hands of a baby." About the news.
Yeah.
So, with the phenomenon, what they do, right? And it says some things. And then they've done some pretty brazen events, right? Around the decades. But you also look at what they don't do. Because if the phenomenon wanted to end this, see once and for all they'd have to do is have a basic day parade or the next big Super Bowl is game over. They don't do that. They've done some pretty brazen things, right? Case in point, March 13th, 1997, over the state of Arizona, the governor, I signed that massive, there were a number of witnesses, that the main one was this big boomerang shaped craft, and even the governor said it must have been at least a wingtip that floated. And I actually interviewed people that worked at Luke Air Force Base at the time, and they said that they scrambled jets to intercept this thing. And I interviewed a number of people that saw that craft. I mean, they stood on their light down in their lawns and watched it float over the top of them. And apparently, according to this individual that I met in the late 90s at Luke Air Force Base, they scrambled a military jet to intercept this thing. He came up on it, could have landed on the thing, it was so big. And it went from moving very, very slowly to accelerating to warp drive. Boom, just gone. When the jet came back to base, Luke Air Force Base, they had to carry him out of the plane because he was so shaken.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Can you imagine having to keep that secret?
No.
Can you imagine? Could you imagine?
Well, the governor was at the line, right? The governor had to stand up with a rope, a guy in
the 5,000. Yeah.
And then, well, then afterwards, once he left office, they talked about it.
Yes.
They talked about seeing it.
Yeah. I got
why he had to do it.
I interviewed him. I was the one who got him to break his silence after 10 years. And he told me, and I don't necessarily know that I fully believe it, but he took, because initially when it happened in March, remember, the vast majority of people out under the night sky to get a glimpse of the coming. So it was witnessed all the way across the state of Arizona, and even in Nevada, southern Nevada. And there he is. Mike told me that it was growing hysteria. But initially, he had set out, and he said, we're going to find out. He contacted the Air Force Base, the Pentagon, and all these various services, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. And then, I don't know how much longer it was later that day or the next day, he held an unscheduled press conference. And that's when he had his aides dressed up in an alien suit and made a mockery of it all. And I can assure you, pissed the hell off his constituents and witnesses all across the state of Arizona. They were furious. And I confronted him 10 years after, because I was pissed off. I was investigating that case when it happened in the 90s. And I interviewed a lot of really good witnesses. And he said the reason why he did it was because of growing hysteria. And he wanted to calm down the hysteria. But did he get a phone call to say, hey, prove the story? I lead in that direction. Never, even when we're having cocktails, he's never confessed that that happened. But it itself was suspicious the way it all went down.
It's a little weird, especially considering he actually stood up.
That could have been a turning point in the phenomenon, era. Right? Like suddenly you get this massive sighting, which would happen today. We would have been covered by everybody's phones and everything. But if the governor had before said, yeah, the thing is, I'm a former captain of the Air Force on a pilot, and I saw it. I don't know what the hell the thing was.
Is there any footage of the actual thing, the triangle boomerang?
There's some footage floating around, and I featured some, and I know what I saw. You got an object in the night sky with lights that, and at the time, in 2009, I did some kind of enhancement through the software, it's a lot better nowadays, of it looks like a big, I can draw it. Yeah, but angular. It's like this. Like this. And my drawing like
that.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that our left, that's
yeah, and there was
right.
So
right.
Yeah, and here's something that kind of throws off the trail here because, excuse me. The object came down with the state of Arizona and went from north to south.
Is that legit?
On the right there? I honestly, I can't say. I'd have to really do a deep dive into it. Let me tell you what happened, because this is brilliant. So what happened was this massive object from around 5:30 at night in southern Nevada, and then it drifts down very slowly across the entire, from north to south, across the entire state of Arizona. And right around 7:30, 8:30, the Gary Goldwater Mountain Range, which is the direction it was heading in, the military decides to drop it. And so people were like, oh, there it is. There's some, and a bunch of people flew. Very tactic, brilliant, because why the military decided to drop flares in the shape, somewhat in the shape. So I think that some of the footage that you've seen out there is military flares, but there was an effort. I don't know if you want to get into it right now, but there was an effort by the so-called MIB, the MIB, Men in Black, whatever unknown government agency they come from, that took some footage that I was learning about during my investigations and things, and then you're looking crazy. Well, so the first time I really heard a really credible report of what I did, I decided not to report on it, was when I was in touch with a woman who was counseling Francis Baldwin, who was one of the few officials in Phoenix area that was saying, hey, let's investigate what these people claim to have seen. She's not saying aliens. All she's saying is, hey, these people have a right to know what's going on. Let's launch an investigation. She was lammed over the media, made fun of, ridiculed. But as a result of her inquiry, public inquiry, getting out there, one of these individuals reached out to her. And I know this because I know her. I heard that story. And he was a Vietnam vet. And he was on the roof of his house with a tripod and a camera. He was trying to film the mailbox. And he had walkie-talkies, and he was monitoring the truck drivers driving up Interstate 10 in Tucson and Phoenix. And so he's monitoring this, and he hears these truckers talking about a massive UFO. And he's like, shit, that's heading right towards my house. So he's like, I'll film. So he had a camera all ready to go, and the object went right over his house, according to him, and he filmed the whole thing. He goes, yeah, I filmed the whole thing. It's pretty spectacular. And I know that you're launching an investigation, Francis Baldwin. Would you like to see it? He said, yeah. So they made arrangements where he was going to drop it off at her office. Either later that day or the next morning, two representatives, and it was July at this point, it was very hot, two men in dark suits showed up at his house, and they said, hey, he was apparently relieved that's all he wanted. He said they were quite menacing looking, didn't really say a lot. They said, we're from Francis Baldwin's office, we're here to pick up that footage. So he gives them the footage. He said the only question they asked him is, did they make any copies? And he said, no. So they take the footage off the gun, but he doesn't hear from Francis Baldwin. He's like, what the hell? So a couple of days go by, possibly up to a week. He calls her up and he says, and Francis will tell you this so valid what I'm telling you. He says, hey, what do you think of the footage? She goes, well, what do you mean what I think of the footage? I never got it. You were going to drop it off at my office. You didn't show up. He goes, well, then you had two men from your office. And pick up, she goes, I didn't say anybody from your office. And I know at the time, in the late 90s, I heard a couple of stories prior to that. I thought, this is too out there. This is too outlandish. No one's going to believe this. I have no proof of this other than her testimony. Screw it. And I didn't report on it. But hearing those pieces over and over and over, it's like, there we go. Once again, the so-called evidence that could prove or disprove one way or the other. Truly extraordinary took place in the skies over Phoenix back in 1997. But there is still it's slipped between the cracks. It's out there. You just have to do due diligence. I don't have the time to sit through those images that we're looking at. Yeah, I don't know what's AI generated or whatever. But what could have been a documentary, like a recreation? I know when I saw pictures of some of the footage, I covered that case extensively. So if anybody's interested in the Phoenix Lights case, that. But I can tell you, how many people saw it? Oh, thousands. I talked to another woman, Stacy Rhodes, and her daughter Emily, and they said they were driving on Interstate 10. And she goes, look, James, let me tell you how big this thing was. I said, how big is she? First of all, there were people stopped on the freeway, just like stopped as this thing was like close encounters, floating over. She goes, I could have held up a newspaper like this and looked to the left, looked to the right, looked to that, and she said, I couldn't believe this thing, how big it was. It didn't make a sound. It was gunmen. It was witnessed by, that's what I said, there's some events that have happened over the decades that are pretty brazen. That's one of them. Hudson Valley is pretty brazen. That's just really it's true. Well, when you get thousands of people say the same thing, if you see thousands of people saying the same thing, including the governor, so invested in it, and you go, what happened? The governor. Yeah. The governor. The same guy came out with a fucking guy dressed up like yeah, I know. We got him to come clean too. Yeah, but so he's pretty incredible. Well, he bullshits. He does. He bullshits. He definitely bullshits. He definitely bullshits. So there you go. But, so when someone bullshits about that, they bullshit about it. But true. Yeah. But I mean, again, just my devil's out. No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and he hasn't been a lot. It's good to talk about now. There's no smoke without fire. There is so much evidence in terms of eyewitness testimony and radar some photographic, much as we'd like, that something truly inexplicable is taking place in cyberspace, right?
For sure.
Something that, after careful examination, something that, not because of a lack of data in some instances, but that after careful analysis, research, investigation, that comes out the other end and says, I can't explain this. This is going to have to be one of those unknowns, or falls into that 15% category of cannot provide a terrestrial conventional explanation for. And those are the cases that I so desperately have been going after for a long time.
So is all this disclosure, all these discussions on television now, and all these meetings and hearings, you think we're on an accelerated path? You think this is all good, right?
I'm good.
But do you think that there's a real possibility that within the next few years that they just completely drop all the bullshit and come clean about this stuff? Or would it take some sort of extraordinary event where they had to admit it? Something much bigger than this drone thing?
Well, in some respects, there has been. I remember I interviewed this guy named Pope at MOD years ago, and I was like, this is a time when we were pushing for transparency. France was releasing previously classified documents on UFOs, les ovnis, as they say. And the MOD, so they were releasing previously classified documents, slowly putting it out there. And at the time, it was rather exciting. We just did a big event on National Post called Gaze and Kane, and it was like this whole movement. It was like, oh my God, it's happening, right? But it kind of petered out a little bit. And I remember asking this guy that used to work at the UFO desk at the MOD, and I said, Nick, do you anticipate any type of disclosure? This is like 2009 or something, 2008, 2009. And he goes, James, no. He goes, it's going to be disclosed with a small deal, not a big deal. It's going to trickle out slowly. You condition people, get prepared, test the waters. We explore the program, and I've never done that. It's the politics of disclosure. It's a formal. It's just suspend judgment.
What a sizzle.
That is real.
It's really impressive.
There really is an NHI, intelligence aspect to the phenomenon, right? Let's just suggest that's real. Now, how do you disclose that to the public? What about the impacts on organization? What about the impacts on financial institutions? What about the fact that we'd have to confess that we don't have full control of this? I mean, those are real considerations. And it's not just the United States, right? This involves the planet. This involves all the planet.
I wanted to ask you.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I
more complicated, more complex than you think.
Oh, I totally. How does Russia handle these things? How does China handle these things?
Well, there's a case in China that happened in 1994, right around the time of Rome, Zimbabwe, also in 1994, called Meng Jiao. And it happened in the Black Mountains, and it was a landing, alleged contact, was kind of the third kind. Funny because it happened right at the same time of Africa, similar message that was conveyed. I went to China, I met with an active general in uniform, talked openly about the UFO phenomenon. They were pretty open. I went to Russia in the late 90s, and that was right before Putin. It was right at the time when Putin was coming in, and that was a period of openness to Star City, Russia. I interviewed a cosmonaut, Popovich, a number of generals, and they were very open. In fact, they said to me at the time, if you're here to discuss whether or not the UFO phenomenon is real, the doors are over there. We're here to create an international coalition, an international exchange of information, and to talk about the implications of the phenomenon, which I thought was amazing. This is like 25 years ago, right? So now I don't know if things have changed since it's been in the office, but that was in the late 90s. We lived in congressional hearings in Brazil. There's been an effort. I mean, shit, they had hearings back in 1978 at the United Nations at the legal public, So there's been an ongoing effort for this level down. I just think it's different this time. To me, it feels like they're not going to. There's too much momentum behind it at this point, and there's so much legislation. There's too much that's come out, and it's too important. Look, whether you believe it or you don't believe it, if you can just imagine for a moment, if it is true, if the U.S. government does in fact have irrefutable evidence that we're not alone in the universe, that's so significant that we all have a right to that information, and that we should continue to support this unprecedented push for transparency with our elected officials and get to the fucking bottom of it. Why not? Right?
Yeah, I think everybody, the general public don't disagree with you about that.
Yeah, and then the administration's coming in, there's Radcliffe and Rubio. Rubio knows a lot. I know that.
How do you know he knows?
Because I've talked to people that have deeply attended with him during the first. No, I have not. No, I have not. But I talked to people that were in the room when he was being raped from first hand. I'm told that there were, I'm going to say, right around 12 first people that have had behind closed doors meetings, first hand people that are concerned about their secrecy, concerned about their safety, concerned about the implications of them coming forward and going public. That they're not quite have this goes from a very good source of information. That the witness protection program, the legislation that they've created around it, is not quite there yet. Getting closer. They need to continue to work on that.
You don't mean like witness protection program, like put them in
whistleblower protection. Right. So sorry, excuse me. Yeah, whistleblower protection. One of the things I would want to mention is that there is a gentleman, a young man who's 30 years old. His name is Jesse Michaels, and he's got this new show called American Alchemy. New, a couple years old. Because when you're 30, you feel like you're old. Well, I did, but I was like, I'm 30 because just 10 years earlier I was almost 19, right? Or 11 years earlier I was 19. Right. You go from a teenager to 30, you always look like 30. And I was talking to Jesse, and I said, he's like, yeah, I feel a little old. I'm like, dude, you are just getting into your prime, baby. This is rock and roll time. And I really wanted to. This is a guy who's young. Julian Dorian's also doing some amazing work on this podcast. But he was young and doing a deep dive into the implications and he meets with aerospace engineers. The guy's, Jesse, you're a phenomenon. Keep rocking and rolling. I'll tip my hat to you. I don't know if you've seen this guy or not. He's doing deep dives into what's happening. Maybe I know. He's documented with podcasts, and he's doing a fantastic job. And I just got to tip my hat to the guy because he's 10 times smarter than all of me, and he's young, and he's a force to be reckoned with. And he's really doing his answer for the business. You and I are exploring all these issues that we're talking about.
Well, I'm glad there's people out there pushing it. I'm glad there's guys like Rush sticking their neck out, and guys like you are making documentaries about it. It's the subject is much more open to discussion, like I was saying, amongst serious people.
Yes.
Where it didn't used to be before. And now I think with this drone thing, I think there's so many people that are going, okay, even for ours, whether they're China's or what's going on? Why are there so many of them? What are the answers? And why can't you tell us? Is it because they're searching for a nuke? Jesus Christ, maybe you should warn people and get the fuck out of here. Is that really what's going on? If it's not, what is going on? And if it's not ours, what are they? And how come you can't track them? How come, what kind of... It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense when you think of the capabilities of the United States military. It doesn't make any sense if you can't figure out what's going on. I think what Trump said is probably correct. The government, they know what's happening, and they don't want to tell people.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't think he knows yet. I don't think until he gets in office. So he gave a speech about it at Mar-a-Lago.
I saw that. But did he say?
Well, let's watch it. We'll watch it. We'll pull the speech up.
I wonder if we'll about to find out.
Yeah, essentially he was saying that he knows that the government knows what's going on, and they're not telling us. So that means they're not telling him.
So they're not telling him.
No, I don't think until you get into office, you're the president. Right? So he's the president-elect. I don't know what kind of
clearances that he has.
Yeah, I don't understand how it works.
I'd be very curious to know what he knows.
Right, especially with this. Like, who do you even ask? Like, who's the person that can lay out the information? Like, which department, which agency?
Yeah,
right.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Can you comment on the drones flying around? It seems like we're very people. The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows.
Our president.
And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy because it was the enemy that blasted out. Even if they were late, they blasted. Something strange is going on for some reason. They don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over at Bedminster. They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip.
Yeah.
I think I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster.
Yeah. I mean, I bet someone told him, Mr. President, it's pretty important that you go to the golf course. Yeah.
God, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta, if you don't mind, I was contacted. Well, no. This is about exactly what we're talking about. This is something that I really need to put out there because it's very important.
Okay.
And it's an unprecedented effort spearheaded by this woman, Andrea, who runs a number of communities on Reddit. And she said that they're banding together for the first time ever, the biggest grassroots campaign for government transparency. It's happening on Friday, the 20th of December at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And this has the potential to reach millions and millions of people. It's the most unprecedented event on Reddit in history. And I'll post all of the necessary information on X because this is a very grassroots effort. And I'm
what do they do?
At James Fox on X or Twitter. It's the Reddit community is banding together for a huge grassroots campaign for government transparency. So basically, all the various platforms on Reddit, like paranormal, they don't usually get along too well. They're all combining their resources and they're getting together for the first time ever. And to push for government transparency, there's a couple of government concerns that appear in my film that will be appearing on this to answer questions, what steps need to be happening, what's going on today. And this is happening on the 20th of December, 3 p.m. And I'll be posting more information, the very specific details on X at James C. Fox. I just wanted to get that out there before because,
well, the more of this stuff that happens, the better. The more people demand it, the better. The more politicians hear from the people and want to. I mean, especially politicians that are up for re-election. They want to show that they're doing what people want them to do. Yeah, I'd like to know more, but obviously I'm very happy that we're hearing much more about the subject in a serious way.
Yeah.
Whatever that.
Yeah, well, I really encourage you to watch the program.
I will.
I went backwards to put together and explain everything in layman terms, what's happened from 2017 to today, because it's unprecedented. We're living in an unprecedented moment in history. There's an unprecedented push for government transparency, and I want to continue supporting our elected officials, bipartisan effort to get to the bottom of this. And I especially want to throw a shout out to Representative Burchett because you're killing it on your thing.
Hey, Jamie, why don't you use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what's going on with the drones from New Jersey?
I'd be very curious to hear about that.
Yeah.
It's a damn good idea.
And maybe then ask Rob. But ask ChatGPT what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey. We'll just see what ChatGPT says.
Tell me how that works.
Oh,
So it's AI, right?
And what's really happening with the drones in New Jersey. Let's see. So what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT's going to search the web. Okay, numerous drones have been reported across New Jersey and other East Coast. It's incredible how fast this is. Look how fast. Look at this. This is incredible. They found no evidence suggesting a threat to national security or public safety. Despite these assurances, some local officials and residents are being concerned. For instance, Belleville Mayor Michael Milham speculated the increased drone activity might be related to the search for missing radioactive material for the medical facility in New Jersey. Additionally, the public figures like Bethany Frankel have shared unverified theories about the drone's purposes, further fueling speculation. The situation is evolving. Authorities continue to monitor and investigate new reports. Residents are advised to report any suspicious drone activity to local law enforcement and avoid taking matters into their hand when shooting them down. People are shooting them down. So they shoot them down, they're eating the dogs. It's anything to shoot down drones as it can pose safety risks that violate laws. Now ask ChatGPT. Oh, let's just keep going with ChatGPT for a little bit because you're asking me again. Ask ChatGPT, if I live in New Jersey, should I get out of Yeah. If I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town? Yeah, should I evacuate? Just say evacuate. Get out of town so you're cool. Should I evacuate? Okay. This is amazing. At this time, there's no official recommendation for residents of New Jersey. Follow official updates. Yeah. Okay. As a precautionary measure,
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
You always have to ask it.
No federal evacuation orders. Okay, it knows that there's no federal evacuation orders. If you were going to give me advice, would you tell me to leave the East Coast? Advice is based on the current information provided by trusted authorities, there's no evidence of imminent threat. Yeah. Could you imagine? Put this in. Could you imagine a scenario where these drones are actually looking for a nuclear bomb? And if so, would you advise me as a preemptive measure to evacuate? I type so much worse when people are watching.
I'm so impressed how well he's typing. Actually, I
really am. While it's possible to imagine scenarios involving drones searching for dangerous materials such as nuclear bombs, there's no verified information suggesting such an extreme situation. Yeah. So how about this? I think I'll type this in.
Rocky fun mode.
But hold on a second. Try this.
Is there another intelligence behind?
Listen, I think the drones are looking for a nuclear bomb, and I am going to leave New Jersey. Where should I go?
To Montana.
How far away should I go? That's okay. Leave New Jersey crossing. Here are some suggestions for places to relocate temporarily.
Doing good.
Head west. Okay, so now we're getting better. So now it's saying go further away. Colorado, consider, scroll back up. So I can read that where it said Colorado. Consider Durango, Grand Junction, or areas outside of Denver. These are safe and equipped with modern infrastructure. This is telling you to get away from big cities.
Durango,
Tennessee, the Smoky Mountain region, and Gatlinburg, Knoxville provide natural beauty, lower cost of living, and a sense of isolation. They're telling you how to rebuild civilization. Okay, if a nuke goes off,
where to go?
If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, type this in here. If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, where should I be to be safe?
Oh my gosh.
If you're concerned about potential nuclear incident, here's a list of safest options based on geographic, environmental, and strategic factors. Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, sparsely populated, vast distances from major cities and military targets. Towns like Bozeman, Jackson Hole, Sandpoint are beautiful, remote, and away from fallout paths. Jesus Christ.
I'm curious, what would happen if you asked ChatGPT, is it? GPT, if what percentage of UAP represented non-human intelligence?
Okay, that's a good one. What percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
I'm really curious.
I know, well, this could represent non-human intelligence remains unknown and speculative. Current investigations by UAP research like the U.S. government emphasize the following: those UAPs have conventional explanations. Oh, it's the project bullshit.
So 5 to 10% of UAP cases remain unidentified, even if with thorough analysis. These cases, I was like 15 to 20%, 10%.
Evidence inconsistent with non-human technology, the conclusive evidence for non-human intelligence. Most UAP cases are public. The government has not officially. Okay. Commander, put this in. Commander David Graver encountered a tic-tac shaped craft in 2005. 2003 that defied our understanding of known physics. Period. What do you think he saw? Wow. In
2004, I'm sorry.
Tic-tac-shaped craft remains one of the most compelling and well-documented UAP cases in modern history. Key details the account. Craft describes smooth, white, oblong, resembling tic-tac, no visible propulsion, wings or exhaust, but extraordinary flight characteristics. Accelerated instantly from a hovering position, descended from 80,000 feet to near sea level in seconds. Framer reported the object mimicked his movements during the engagement and then vanished at extreme speed. It's possible the craft was an ultra-secret military project, either U.S.-based experimental aircraft, aerospace technology, or developed by another nation. However, the extreme flight performance raises doubts. Such advanced technology would suggest it's significant beyond publicly known capabilities, which is inconsistent with current engineering limits. Sensor anomaly and perception issues.
I asked the heads of Arrow if they could explain that one. They said no.
If now type this in.
Okay.
If all accounts of the capabilities of the tic-tac craft are true, what are the possibilities that it came from another planet?
If it has is rapid, is it takes acceleration, hypersonic speeds without the propulsion, no heat.
Say it loud.
Okay, so if the account of Tic-Tac's capabilities are accurate, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic speeds without no heat features, and defined.
There he is. How you doing, pimp?
Then the possibilities of origin being extraterrestrial or from another planet become a viable hypothesis.
Here's why: the physics of the tic-tac behavior to this
Hope you're doing well.
beyond our current understanding of physics. No visible propulsion.
We were watching Joe
jets or rockets. Instantaneous acceleration defies.
Joe Rogan has some experts on these drones that are happening.
Silent operation, no sonic booms, despite hypersonic speeds, points to a technology that
Yes, sir.
Eliminates air resistance, such as surrounding itself in an electromagnetic. This level of technological advance far surpasses anything developed on Earth. Such capability suggests a highly advanced civilization for patents, scientifically. If true, where do you think it came from?
And this was 20 years ago.
I know, but if true, where do you think it came from? How about this? It's still.
Big dogs.
It's amazing how fast it does it. It's amazing how fast it does it. Wow. Tic-tac. If the Tic-tac UAP is real and the accounts are accurate, then its origin may very well be extraterrestrial or involve unknown physics and technology that we begin to comprehend. The extraordinary nature of the special visitation scene. Explanation. That's more with you. Let's type this. I believe it seems plausible that they are extraterrestrial in nature.
Good luck, as it says.
If true, if true, where do you think they came from? Let's see. All right, so identifying where they might come from involves exploring nearby stellar systems, known exoplanets, and plausible scientific ideas about interstellar travel. Here are the most likely possibilities. Nearby star systems with habitable zones. Alpha Centauri system, 4.37 light years away, closest star system to Earth, Proxima Centauri. Potentially habitable planet, exoplanet orbiting Proxima Centauri within the habitable zone. If life developed there, it might be technologically advanced enough for interstellar exploration or not. So it's giving me a list of all the different possible star systems. Wow. This one's only 39 light years away.
What was the closest one? Alpha Centauri was that? Was that 4 light years or something?
I don't know. Let's go back up a little bit. 3.9 million. 4.3.
Alpha Centauri, 4.3 light years
Pretty
away.
close.
Wow. But here's the crazy part.
Pretty close.
Remember the twin paradox theory? They say that if you get like two twins, right, as kids, say one's 10, they're both 10, and you put one in a spaceship that travels the speed of light for 1 year, he would come back with an atomic clock on board that spacecraft a year older, 11, and his brother would be an old man.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wrap my mind around it.
Right. But that's
they say it's pretty much fact.
But that's speed, right? I think what we're talking about is different than speed. I think it's instantaneous relocation.
Right.
So I think it's I think instead of like
manipulate the space time between the 2 points.
Right. So I think the idea is that instead of a rocket that goes 5 million miles an hour, just shoots off of Earth and keeps going until it 5 million years from now it runs into this planet. I think it's different. I think if I had to guess where something can manipulate gravity and space, what it would do is instantaneously appear in these new places.
Like you've talked to a lot of physicists about this kind of stuff, huh?
I have, and the way they explain it is baffling. And Bob Lazar's version of it is baffling, because Bob Lazar's version of it that he told in 1989 kind of makes sense when you talk to people that are trying to develop some sort of a gravity or warp drive. Right. The way Bob Lazar explained it is that this element, when bombarded with radiation, creates this, I'm really butchering it for sure, creates some sort of a gravity field that allows it, the way he described it, like if you took a mattress, a very soft mattress, you put a very heavy bowling ball in the middle of the mattress, it pushes the mattress down to that area. And that this like folds time.
Right, so you go from here to here, but when you stretch it down, suddenly those 2 points connect.
It folds it. Yeah.
Right.
And so wherever it is, it's here. So it's not like it's going a million light years.
So it's
a million light years an hour. Yeah.
Space is malleable.
Exactly.
It's just.
Well, it makes sense if you think about how technology scales, and if we do. I mean, Ryan brought up this yesterday as well, that there was research and there was papers written about the idea of having some sort of a gravity drive or having some sort of a gravity propulsion system, something that doesn't rely on conventional, rockets, pushing gases out the back.
Sure.
Exactly. And he said that this is something that was discussed a long time ago, but then it just stopped. And, we brought it up quite a while ago. There was an episode that we brought up a paper that was written in the 1960s about gravity drives.
Is that by Hal Puthoff?
I do not know.
Because he's like a propulsion expert in terms of the propulsion behind the physics behind UFOs.
Yeah.
And I tried to get him to explain it to me in sort of conventional layman terms, and of course my tiny little brain. But I felt like I almost grasped it for a moment, but the amount of power that it would take to create that gravitational field around the object. And he said that's why you see them doing these maneuvers that look like it defy physics, right? And everything inside the craft would just splatter. That you're immune from that on the inside.
Which also would make sense.
Right,
but that would also make sense if you had something like that you could go in the ocean as well. Right?
Yeah. So
because whatever's around you wouldn't matter because you're not affected. Exactly.
That's neat.
Right. That would be the only thing that would make sense for how it can move so fast underwater.
Atmosphere, space, water.
And how it would be transmedium.
Yeah.
It can go from space into the water. It's unaffected by gravity. It's unaffected by all the things around it. It creates its own gravity field and allows it to just pass through things.
I remember Kirk McConnell, Senate Armed Services Committee, who investigated UFOs for 2017. I talked about it earlier. But he said that they were picking up Aegis radar systems were picking these objects up from basically from space. And they were shooting down from space all the way down. They loiter for as long as they wanted to, go in the water, come back out again, shoot back up into space, and they would just do it all day long. There was nothing.
Well, we can't see that, right? And if someone does have, if there's someone in the military that does have some advanced satellite reconnaissance imagery of these things, I can see why they would hold that back. I can see why they would think that people aren't ready for that. I can see it.
Elon Musk?
He's real cagey about it.
He is cagey about it. He's got deals with the DOD. He's got
that's probably why. That's probably why. I'd be cagey about it too.
Here's what he's saying.
This is what he said. Aliens are real. That's what he was saying. I was like, I don't know if they're subtle, man. Phoenix Lights wasn't that subtle. That's aliens.
I heard from some people around him that because of his contracts with DOD that he kind of keeps quiet about it because
I'm sure
everybody talks about. I mean, even Ratcliffe talked about the satellite imagery of UAP. I mean, if they're picking it up, why wouldn't his system pick it up?
he hasn't said a peep about the drone thing.
And you haven't asked about it?
Nope. If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be annoying. But publicly, like on X, has he said anything about the drones?
Something a couple of weeks ago, I believe. I think it was, I'll check right now. Because there's a big drone storm or a big drone fight coming. People were taking that. He knew this was happening.
A big drone fight coming?
Well, he has been real public about the idea that building manned fighter jets is, at this point, kind of foolish. And I think he's correct.
Unpiloted.
Yeah. I mean, I think, well, it takes the biological mistakes out of it is what it does.
Right.
It takes the human mind out. The human mind is very fallible. We already know that AI systems, like Mike Baker explained to us, that AI systems with fighter jets beat actual fighter jet pilots 100% of the time. So when they have these simulated dogfights, when they take AI fighter jets that we have right now, they beat our fighter jet pilots, the best of the best, 100% of the time. So they don't have any biological limitations in terms of what they can do with stage forces.
Yeah.
So you have that, right? So all you have to do is make the equipment and materials robust enough so they can take insane speeds and not blow apart. But it certainly would be way easier to do that than it would be to get a human being to be safe in it.
So much less badass.
So what does he say? So he clicked on it. Future wars are all about drones and hypersonic jets. So this is us talking about that. This is us talking about fighter jet pilots by humans who get destroyed very quickly. So he talked about it. So we put a clip up of us talking about it on the podcast. This was in November 28th. And so neither side has air superiority, and tanks are easily destroyed by missiles. That leaves infantry and artillery basically in World War I. Drones are not yet available in sufficient numbers to matter, much like aircraft in World War I. The defense trench war means, and then it's a minor example.
2 years ago.
So did you get the impression when you spoke to Elon about UFOs that he knew more than he was telling you? You said he's cagey?
Yeah, he doesn't even entertain the idea of UFOs.
So if you bring up the Fravers incident, he'll just say, no, it didn't happen. Or
doesn't seem interested. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine what you're saying is true, that it's not wise for him to discuss it. That's what I would imagine.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. If he wants me to tell no one, I'll tell no one.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me and say don't tell anybody, I'll tell anybody. But I'm not going to ask him. I think his position as, being the guy at SpaceX, why would you fuck around with that?
He's got too much at stake.
Yeah, it's way too much at stake.
Yeah.
Also, if anybody's going to find out, he's going to find out. If there's something going on, something legitimate going on. The guy who can catch rockets with a crane, that's the guy. He's going to know.
I thought the first time I saw that it was like AI generated.
It seems fake.
I was watching the thing come down, and I just thought that's
the ones that land before that. Those are
insane.
insane. And now you can catch them. They don't even have to land. It's nuts. Like what he's done is just accept. To do just a few years ago.
I used to have a neighbor that worked for Elon Musk. Or Batman out. So he's like, yeah, actually, we Elon Musk. And I saw him a couple years later. I was like, where he goes, no, he goes, for Elon anymore. I was like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? He goes, well, he worked so hard and his expectations were so high. He goes, I was at the hospital. He said, the hospital is, I don't care what you guys do. It's like, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was working 16 hours a day and sleeping on the floor.
There you go.
Well, he demands out of other people too, and maybe you want that. You don't. And if you don't,
Big dog.
if you want, you're a single guy.
We'll see.
You don't have a wife. You don't have children. But if you do, oh boy, that's not a life. That's not a life for me. I don't know that, John.
I think the closest thing to a spaceship on wheels is a the acceleration.
Generally, yeah.
It's like a gut punch.
Some days might give a couple per night.
The autonomous driving is incredible now.
I remember when I stepped on the, show me the acceleration. I stepped on a Model 3. Yeah. Right. I mean, I felt nauseous. I was like, wow, cycles. Yeah. Super bike fast.
It's crazy. You can merge.
Word dog, it's 3:25 in the morning.
It's not like, bah! It's not like really that.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's all of a sudden it's going 100 miles an hour.
The guy that
Oh, I love you too, man.
had a
Thank you.
I'm playing it. Too loud. The cop
Yep.
he just hurt.
That's what we want.
Yeah. He's like, 90. He's like, oh yeah, I can hear you. It's like I went through the gears. And quiet is nice. Quiet has its benefits.
Well, it doesn't. Motorcycle. You want to
You
be
want
loud?
You have. I've had people look me right in the eyes and they put it right out.
People want to. They don't
T-bone,
care.
sideswiped.
And also, people are like,
I don't think they see it as a threat. I think they see it as like, oh, you're almost like a gnat. I've learned, and I tell people to ride bikes, I've ridden bikes for 50 years. As soon as you get on that bike, you become an invisible man. You live a lot longer.
Yeah.
You can make eye contact with somebody, doesn't mean they see you.
right.
I've had people pull out in front of me, like I said, I've been T-boned and all kinds of crazy accidents.
I wish they weren't so dangerous. I would love to drive.
Oh, they're amazing. I know. You just had to, like I said, you just,
And I had 3 friends. I was getting my motorcycle. It was a while ago.
10 years.
So it was a couple of us. So we all decided to go and take lessons together. And shot my computer. And he wound up getting his motorcycle, kept driving it. And, but one of the guys we worked with, he crashed his bike and fucked up his shoulder. And then one of the guys who was fighting for the UFC, Frank Mir, he got hit by a car and ran into his beamer, snapped his beamer, and he almost lost his leg. His leg was, it fucked up his career for years. So there was that, and then I saw a guy on the highway that was covered in a blanket.
Oh,
yeah, he was alive, but his leg was so fucked up that they covered it in a blanket so the passerbys wouldn't rubberneck it. There's 3 of those. And another friend of mine saw someone get hit, saw someone get rear-ended, so they weren't paying attention to their car, rear-ended a bike, and had a guy fly into the air at a red light. So that was enough.
yeah, I know. I became a dad, and I had 2 motorcycles right before I became a dad. And I sold them. At 10 years old, like, maybe it's like a dirt bike. Because I really enjoy riding it. There's nothing like it being on a motorcycle.
Imagine you get a dirt bike and a mountain bike.
Yeah, I had a dirt bike with a motor.
Yeah, but you want a motor.
I don't know.
I don't know if a mountain bike is scary.
Yeah, I'd be all right with it.
I think most of the time they get bicyclers. Most of the time they kill bicyclers.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
So let me ask you an honest opinion. I know we're wrapping up here.
Okay.
And look, you can't make any definitive statements. I get that. But you're a very influential individual. Or the push for disclosure. I hate using the word disclosure. Stop it, right? If you had to say something truly inexplicable that most conventional, what would you pick? If you think that possibly a non-human intelligence behind this, or that there is not?
I wish I could be definitive like that. I don't.
Yeah,
I try to stay as open-minded on this as possible,
Yeah.
which means I fluctuate back to from fully believing to fully military experiment, and then there's a bunch of our stuff. But then there's stories like the Tic Tac. Okay, 2004. How could they do that in 2004? Is there a propulsion system available in 2004 that's that far advanced? And if so, how come there's so little evidence of it, in a practical use? Like, how you would think that technology would take so much to develop that you would do something with it in 20 years. You wouldn't just have it and just be flying it around like a drone every now and again. It seemed like there'd be some sort of practical application for something like that.
Yeah.
And it would seem like the Manhattan Project and like the stealth bomber, eventually you find out that it's a real thing, right? So 20 years so long to not find out that something's real.
Well, I want to take it up to longer than that. The 1952, 2 consecutive weekends in July over the White House and the Capitol.
Yeah.
And that was, a press conference about that.
Sure.
Yeah, in general, that basically admit that they're real.
Kenneth Arnold, those
47,
stories.
that was phenomenal. Yeah.
And then you got to go to the Bhagavad Gita. Like there's stories of things.
Historical stuff. Yeah.
Like think of the guy that showed up with the blue skin. Is that an angel? Is that a devil? Like if you were living 4,000 years ago, if you're one of the people that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls,
Give me a God.
What is that? What is that presentation? Right.
Connected with a God.
Right, and also the story, like what and sort of history. Words, especially if you're using the. What are you describing? That's probably you would describe it like Ezekiel with the Bible.
Yeah, I was in Africa investigating the alleged landing of in Zimbabwe Aerial School in 1994. I wasn't there in 94, I was there much later. And the teacher, Judy Bates, who's now the head principal, and drawings that children did of